A common university student, Ye Wuyue, unexpectedly finds himself transported into the world of Naruto during the tumultuous Nine Tails incident. Due to a system error, he is discovered by the Shinigami summoned by the Reaper Death Seal. Fortunately, with the aid of a mask and a Zanpakuto, Ye Wuyue manages to repel the Shinigami and survive. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze is also spared by Ye Wuyue's intervention and becomes a Jinchuriki himself. Thus begins the tale of an extraordinarily fortified Konoha. Chapter 1. Flowing Blade of Fire. Beneath the obsidian sky, an orange fox with 9 tails wreaks havoc, its ferocious roars echoing across the land. Countless ninjas, striving to halt the devastation, fall victim to the sweeping tails of the 9 tails, meeting their demise in an instant. At that moment, innumerable golden chains emerge from the ether, ensnaring the beast and rendering it immobile. A baby's wail pierces the chaos. "I'm sorry for waking you, Naruto." Kushina gasps, crimson blood trickling from her lips. Having just been separated from the tailed beast, she is at her limit. "Kushina!" Minato cries out, his heart aching as Naruto's cries grow louder in his embrace. "Hold the 9 tails at bay. I will sacrifice myself. This will delay its resurrection. I must use the last of my chakra to aid you. It is the only way." With that, Kushina manages a relieved smile. "Thank you for everything you've done for me." Naruto's cries soften as the trapped 9 tails continues to struggle against its bindings. "Kushina, you have made me the 4th Hokage, made me your husband, allowed me to be this child's father. Yet Minato's heart is filled with guilt. "Minato, do not wear that expression. I am happy to be loved by you. And today is our child's birthday." Kushina gazes lovingly at Naruto, her eyes reflecting both affection and sorrow. Sensing something, Naruto's tears give way to his first smile. "I have but one last wish. To see Naruto when he grows up." Kushina longs to touch her son, but her exhausted body fails her. "That I understand. Your remaining chakra will allow me to show you Naruto. I will seal your remaining chakra within him, combined with the 8 trigram seal. As for the 9 tails, I shall handle it myself. Though I am not a Jinchuriki, I can still utilize the Reaper Death Seal." Minato wipes away his tears, resolute in his decision. Kushina looks taken aback. "But that sealing technique will put the user. Moreover, the 9 tails within me is only half the other half I intend to seal within Naruto, using the 8 trigram seal." Minato continues, placing the swaddled Naruto on the ground before rising. After forming several hand seals, a terrifying spectral figure clad in white appears behind him. "But Naruto is our child." Kushina protests, fully aware of the burden of being a Jinchuriki. She cannot bear the thought of her child sharing her fate. "For the balance of tailed beasts, for the nation, for the village, I must do this." Abandoning the nation, forsaking the village, is akin to abandoning a child. You, who have witnessed the fall of a homeland, must understand the brutal life that befalls the vanquished. Minato's gaze remains unwavering. The Shinigami behind him gradually binds his soul, preparing to consume it along with the next target. Suddenly, the Shinigami seems to sense something, reaching out towards the void ahead. Both Minato and Kushina notice the shift, looking towards the Shinigami's outstretched hand. But in their view, there is nothing there. What is happening? In another perspective, Ye Wuyue feels terror as the Shinigami's hand draws closer. "Damn system! What is this?" Originally an ordinary university student, he had fallen asleep during a class session only to be forcefully bound by a ridiculous system that teleported him into the Naruto universe, now facing an immense threat. Recognizing the Senia flashback to the 9 tails incident, realizes the Shinigami, summoned by Minato, has spotted him and intends to capture him. Detecting host under threat due to system error, compensating with a Zanpakuto, flowing blade of fire, and a captain-level spiritual pressure experience card. "Please check your inventory to as the system's voice fades. Ye Wuyue feels the compensation manifest. Is it really this exhilarating?" Extending his right hand, a long blade materializes, and he feels his soul strengthen immeasurably. At that moment, a short-haired youth clad in a black Haori appears, his form semi-transparent yet visible. Simultaneously, a fiery red mask materializes in his left hand. Without hesitation, Ye Wuyue draws the flowing blade of fire. All things return to ashes, flowing blade of fire. Reciting the incantation he had previously witnessed, flames erupt from the blade, engulfing the area. With determination, Ye Wuyue strikes at the Shinigami's arm, feeling a slight weakening in his soul after the blow. However, the attack proves effective, severing the Shinigami's arm. Suspended in the air, Ye Wuyue, sword in hand, surrounded by flames, stares defiantly at the Shinigami. The Shinigami, caught off guard by the strike, realizes that this soul is different from the others he has encountered, feeling the terrifying power emanating from the blade. After a moment's consideration, the Shinigami releases Minato's soul, allowing it to return to his body. Feeling a surge of excitement, Ye Wuyue relishes the rush from his recent attack, his previous panic dissipating. Perhaps this world isn't so bad after all. No, it is absolutely splendid. Having long admired the Naruto series and its myriad powers, he now sees an opportunity to amend past regrets. Minato, observing the airborne Ye Wuyue and the vanishing Shinigami, finds himself momentarily bewildered. Just then, a massive claw lunges toward the defenseless Naruto. Ye Wuyue reacts instantly, positioning his blade to block the impending attack. Chapter 2. The Residing Soul. I never said you could move. The colossal claw of the Nine Tails is comically halted by the small blade. Having acquired such a useful ability, how could I not experiment with it? As the fiery red mask settles on his face, a powerful black and red spiritual pressure radiates from him, transforming him into a formidable figure. Upon donning the mask, a surge of impulses relentlessly assailed his inner being, amplifying his primal desire to battle to an infinite degree, while simultaneously his own spiritual pressure surged nearly tenfold. Ha 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 ha! Die for me! Ye Wuyue erupted into a frenzied laugh, raising his blade to cleave, unleashing a black-red strike wreathed in flames that surged toward the Kyuubi before him. Roar! The Kyuubi let out a mighty roar, extending its sole movable claw to block the impending strike. Minato. What should we do now? Kushina gazed at the dire situation, momentarily at a loss. She had initially intended to draw the Kyuubi back into her body and perish together, but Minato had intervened. Now, however, Minato's hope to seal the Kyuubi within Naruto's body was clearly in vain. The Shinigami summoned by the dead demon consuming seal had fled, leaving no means for sealing that I can't hold on much longer. Make a decision quickly. Cough, cough. Kushina coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearing her limit. Minato lifted the unconscious Naruto from the ground. Having just tested, the dead demon consuming seal was no longer usable. It could not summon the Shinigami. Given the Kyuubi's current state, resealing it seemed somewhat unrealistic. You'll first seal your chakra into Naruto's body. In the future, I will strive to find a way to preserve your chakra so that you may meet Naruto every day. As for the village, leave that to me. Minato altered his original plan, deciding to shoulder the responsibilities of protecting the village, the nation, and Naruto himself, rather than burdening his child with such weighty matters. Thank you, Minato. Kushina's final worries dissipated, her gaze softened with love as she looked at Naruto cradled in Minato's arms. Kushina, retract the adamantine sealing chains this way. The chakra you preserve can increase. All right. The golden chains entwining the Kyuubi suddenly vanished. Unbound, the Kyuubi roared in fury, swiping a claw at the airborne Ye Wuyue. Ha 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 ha! A caged beast. Let me assist you in your liberation. Ye Wuyue, undeterred, slashed at the Kyuubi's claw with his blade, sending a crescent-shaped black-red strike flying towards it, flames enveloping the trajectory, forming a pillar of fire. The fire-laden strike collided with the Kyuubi's claw, slicing through with little resistance, severing its sharp appendage and charring the wound black with intense heat. Roar! The Kyuubi howled in agony, its rage intensified in its vertical pupils. Damn human! The Kyuubi opened its mouth, a black sphere slowly coalescing within, as Minato distanced himself from the scene. Third Hokage, I leave Naruto in your care. Please protect him. I will handle the Kyuubi. That the flash of light signaled Minato's appearance before the third Hokage, as he entrusted Naruto to him. Kushina's final chakra was sealed within the young Naruto, allowing her to meet him through this essence. I understand. I will protect Naruto. By the way, do you know the origin of that humanoid shadow before the Kyuubi? Hiruzen Sarutobi, taking Naruto, inquired gravely. I do not know. It appeared suddenly after I used the dead demon consuming seal. It resembles a spirit, yet possesses remarkable strength. Regardless, its attack on the Kyuubi is, for us, fortuitous. After uttering these words, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the masked Ye Wuyue gazed at the Kyuubi, on the verge of unleashing a tailed beast bomb, letting out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha! What a cumbersome beast! Do you think I shall allow your attack to be released? Tornado. A swirling black-red wall of flames instantly enveloped the Kyuubi, the inferno spiraling and scorching its form with terrifying heat. The excruciating pain from the burns interrupted the Kyuubi's process of gathering the tailed beast bomb. All Leaf Ninja, retreat. Stay away from the Kyuubi, leave the rest to me. A flash of yellow appeared before the gathered Leaf Ninja, issuing commands, then vanishing only to reappear before the Kyuubi. Ye Wuyue, consumed by his fierce desire to battle, paid no heed to Minato, one of his favored figures from the Hokage. After approximately 3 seconds, the Kyuubi broke free from the fiery vortex. Now charred and weakened, its gaze toward Ye Wuyue tinged with fear. Yet, Ye Wuyue had no intention of relenting easily. Now experience my final strike. Beast, Hellfire, Inferno. Ye Wuyue sensed his spiritual pressure dwindling, his soul feeling considerably weakened, unable to continue this exhilarating onslaught. He resolved to savor this formidable power one last time before finding a host. As his words fell, nearly 10 pillars of fire erupted from around the Kyuubi, seemingly piercing through the heavens. Subsequently, these 10 pillars converged upon the Kyuubi, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion, with flames spreading from the epicenter in all directions. This is bad. Minato, having just entered Sage Mode, abandoned his assault on the Kyuubi upon witnessing the devastating explosion. The Kyuubi now appear to be in dire straits, yet this explosion posed a tremendous threat to Konoha as well. Time-space barrier. Minato swiftly formed hand seals, channeling all his remaining chakra into this time-space ninjutsu to encapsulate the explosion's impact as thoroughly as possible. A translucent shield enveloped the center of the explosion, containing the shockwaves within the time-space barrier, which were then redirected to the forest beyond Konoha. Warning! Warning! Host soul is exceedingly weak. Please seek a host urgently. Caution! The host must be an infant under 1 year, otherwise, fusion will be arduous. Following the execution of this final strike, Ye Wuyue felt his spiritual pressure nearly exhausted, and the system's reminder confirmed this. Removing the fiery red mass from his face, Ye Wuyue's soul reverted to its original transparency. His actions today were not solely for the thrill of wielding such immense power. A significant motivation was to ensure Minato's survival, as he was likely to reside in Konoha in the future, and Minato's leadership would be far preferable to Hiruzen Sarutobi's. Must it be an infant under 1 year? Then I must find one destined to be handsome. Pondering for a moment, Ye Wuyue identified his target. It's you. With his goal in mind, Ye Wuyue's soul surged in a specific direction, aware of the target's current location. Meanwhile, Minato, having exerted considerable effort to divert the explosion's impact, exited Sage Mode and turned his gaze forward. There lay a creature, resembling charred remains, incapable of standing yet still alive. Minato approached the fallen creature. Hokage-sama, a team of sealing specialists arrived, awaiting Minato's orders. Seal the Kyuubi. Within my body. Chapter 3: The distress of a mature soul drifting endlessly above Konoha. Why Mitsuki searched for a suitable host, encountering numerous souls like his own, all descending towards the underworld. Konoha was indeed vast. Locating an individual proved to be a formidable task. I distinctly recall being on the outskirts of Konoha, he mused, scratching his head. Though in his spectral form, he felt no sensation. Does the host wish to mark all nearby infants that meet the criteria for hosting? Came the system's inquiry. You could have mentioned this sooner. I've been searching for ages. Why Mitsuki felt a tinge of frustration, doubting the reliability of his system. Should I mark them? Yes. Of course, he declared. Moments later, crimson beams of light materialized before him, indicating the infants suitable for his purpose. How convenient, he marveled, gliding towards one of the glowing pillars. Before long, a door adorned with a fan design came into view. It seems I have not erred in my search. He continued inward, soon arriving at the location of the red light. A child, around 5 or 6 years old, cradled a newborn in his arms at the entrance. It's all right, Sasuke, Mom and Dad will return shortly. The older child cooed gently, rocking the infant. Is this Tachi as a child? How adorable, why Mitsuki thought. Though he lamented the frowns that would later cloud Itachi's face as he bore the weight of concern for his brother. The sight of young Itachi stirred a paternal instinct in Waimitsuki, but he quickly dismissed the thought, recalling the tragic fate of Fugaku. Warning. The host's soul is on the verge of dissipating. Please inhabit a host within 1 minute. The system's reminder shattered Waimitsuki's reverie, compelling him to dive into Sasuke's embrace. Let me alter your destinies. Itachi remained blissfully unaware, still softly soothing Sasuke. As Waimitsuki merged with Sasuke's essence, a small fragment of chakra integrated with their souls. Soul hosting successful. The Shinigami sign-in system is now active. Year 1 sign-in reward. Spirit pressure training method. Feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, Waimitsuki succumbed to sleep as the methods of spirit pressure cultivation filled his mind. At last, I can rest, he thought, as Itachi observed the peacefully sleeping Sasuke. Feeling the weight of worry for their parents' return. The following day, as Waimitsuki opened his eyes, he sensed something amiss. His bottom was damp and uncomfortable. No way, he exclaimed, confirming his fears with a touch. He had wet the bed. Perhaps due to inhabiting an infant's body. He had slept soundly without dreams or awareness of his bodily needs. Is this the lament of a mature soul? He pondered, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment, determined to keep his predicament a secret. However, Itachi, having risen early, soon discovered the situation. Oh no, little brother wet the bed, he exclaimed, lifting Sasuke only to find the dampness beneath. It wasn't me. It was Sasuke. Waimitsuki protested, turning away in despair. Itachi remained calm and unbothered by the situation, fetching a clean towel to gently wipe Sasuke. You should call out next time something like this happens. Otherwise, it might feel quite uncomfortable, he advised softly. Once Sasuke was cleaned, Itachi wrapped him in a fresh blanket and placed him in a small basket. Stay here for a moment. I'll take care of this mess, he said, heading outside with the soiled bedding, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Waimitsuki felt a sense of numbness, his eyes dull, as if he had lost all hope. Well, there's no point in dwelling on this. After all, I'm merely a child, and such things are natural. I should focus on the spirit pressure training method instead. After a time, Waimitsuki forced himself to shift his thoughts away from his embarrassment, delving into the spirit pressure cultivation techniques obtained from the system. He understood the harsh realities of this world. Without power, even one's destiny could be dictated by others. Waimitsuki was resolute in avoiding such a fate, wishing to seize control of his own destiny and that of his loved ones. With a promising start, armed with the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, the mask, and the body of an Indra reincarnate along with the system, his beginning was undeniably auspicious. Nonetheless, he recognized the necessity of perseverance. The threat of Itachi's defection loomed just a few years away. Although the fourth Hokage had survived, the fate of the Uchiha clan remained uncertain. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he secure the future he desired. As he perused the methods of spirit pressure cultivation in his mind, Waimitsuki grasped that the technique revolved around meditation to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe, thereby enhancing one's spirit pressure. With this understanding, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. As his mind settled, he sensed the spiritual energy surrounding him. It flowed into his body as if it had found its home, gradually amplifying his spirit pressure. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed spiritual energy for the first time. Activating the system panel. Host, Waimitsuki, Sasuke, spirit pressure, 10, captain level spirit pressure, 48,000, chakra amount, 10, 1 card equals 1, 000, Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka bloodline limit, Sharingan, unawakened. The mask has been placed in the system space, which currently has a size of 1, 010. The system's voice interrupted Waimitsuki's meditation, but the unlocked capabilities proved quite beneficial. The other items on the system panel seemed satisfactory until he noticed his chakra amount. What on earth? My chakra is only 1/10 of a card? How unimpressive. Chapter 4, helping my brother find a sister-in-law. Never mind. My chakra will gradually increase. For now, I shall continue cultivating my spirit energy. Waimitsuki returned to his meditative state. Before long, Itachi returned, having set the bedding outside. Asleep again? Did you not rest well last night? He smiled tenderly at the sleeping Sasuke. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Fugaku and Mikoto entered, appearing fatigued. Waimitsuki was once again roused from his slumber. I must find a time to meditate without interruptions, he thought resignedly. Father, mother, you're back, Itachi exclaimed, taking the ninja tool pouch from his parents and placing it on the floor. Thank you for taking care of Sasuke, Itachi, Fugaku said, ruffling his son's hair. A hint of worry on his face, yet he smiled proudly at his son. Sasuke is still sleeping, Itachi whispered, lowering his voice, but upon glancing at the basket, he found Sasuke wide awake, staring back at him. Wait, he was just asleep. Why? Mitsuki rolled his eyes. With all this noise, how could I possibly sleep? Sasuke waking up was a good sign. He hadn't eaten in a while. I should go feed him, Itachi decided. Makoto, while speaking, picked up Sasuke from the basket and walked into the room. Half an hour later, Yorinosuke lay quietly in Makoto's embrace, attentively listening to her conversation with Fugaku, the Umbu who intercepted us last night. Makoto began, glancing uncertainly at Fugaku. That was from Danzo's route. Fugaku's expression darkened slightly. It was indeed humiliating for the esteemed head of the Uchiha clan to be obstructed by a few members of Root. Yet, the catalyst for the Ninetales incident was undeniably linked to someone possessing their clan's Sharingan, leaving him speechless. The clan members had begun to quarrel, with some even seeking to rally their strength against the upper echelons of Konoha. I'm quite worried, Makoto expressed, listening to their conversation. Yorinosuke couldn't help but sigh at the stubbornness of the Uchiha clan. Presently, there were perhaps 5 individuals in Konoha with the strength of a Hokage, 2 of whom were particularly formidable. In contrast, the only prominent figure from the Uchiha clan was his father, Fugaku. Did those who sought to overthrow Konoha truly believe they could prevail? A bunch of arrogant fools oblivious to the reality. Fugaku's anger ignited as he recalled the actions and words of certain clan members. Their foolishness exceeded his comprehension, and yet he remained their leader. What a distressing situation. Alas, with Minato now in power and the village's situation finally stabilizing, it seemed things were bound to change. Reflecting on the 3 tomo that had appeared in the Ninetales' eyes last night, Fugaku sighed. Do we have any scattered bloodlines outside our clan? No. Only those who have perished beyond our borders. Furrowing his brow, Fugaku pondered the identity of the one who controlled the Ninetales last night. He couldn't even conjure a likely suspect. It must be that underachiever named Obito. Yorinosuke wished to inform Fugaku of the true culprit. Yet all that escaped his lips were incoherent babbles, which Fugaku obviously could not comprehend. Makoto chuckled at the sight. Sasuke seems to want to tell us something. Seeing this, Fugaku relaxed his brow. He appears to be a clever child. I hope he can surpass Tachi in the future. Fugaku gently ruffled Sasuke's hair. Yorinosuke felt quite displeased at being patted on the head, but he had no recourse and turned his head to bury it in Makoto's embrace. Just then, Itachi pushed the door open and entered. Father, there are clan members outside asking you to preside over the clan meeting, Itachi said softly. Understood. Fugaku stood up reluctantly, knowing he had to appease that group of fools once again. Makoto also rose. I must get to the guard duty now. Itachi, please take good care of your brother at home. Yes, I will take good care of him, Itachi replied earnestly, nodding. Makoto handed Sasuke over to Itachi and then left the house with Fugaku. The room fell silent, and Yorinosuke began to meditate. From his parents' conversation, he had gathered a clearer understanding of the current situation. The demise of the Uchiha clan was partly due to the actions of Danzo and other high-ranking officials in Konoha, but it also significantly stemmed from the reckless radicals within the Uchiha itself. Thus, it was imperative to grow stronger, eliminate Danzo, and deal with the radicals within the clan, ensuring a harmonious resolution. Sasuke, let us take you outside for a stroll. Itachi wrapped Sasuke in a small blanket and carried him out of the room. Since Yorinosuke was deeply engrossed in his meditation, he remained undisturbed. After an unknown passage of time, wow, is this your sister? She's so cute. No, it's my brother. Can I hold him? No. Why not? Because I don't want him to cry. Little kids don't cry. Just as Yorinosuke awakened from his meditation, he saw a pair of mischievous hands reaching for him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Izumi, Itachi's little companion. Were it not for Itachi's obliviousness, she would likely have been Sasuke's sister-in-law in the original story. If their bond could be fostered, it might strengthen Itachi's ties with the Uchiha clan, reducing the likelihood of him straying in the future. As Yorinosuke contemplated this, Izumi had already scooped him up. See, I told you, little kids don't cry, Izumi joyfully declared to Itachi while holding Sasuke. Hearing her words, Yorinosuke reflected on the mischief Sasuke had caused, even obstructing his brother's romantic prospects. Itachi was taken aback. He remembered that Sasuke had previously only allowed him and their parents to hold him, crying whenever anyone else attempted to. Why the sudden change? Was it possible that his brother no longer liked him? At that moment, Sasuke reached out, grasping Itachi's hand. Itachi felt relieved. It seemed his brother still held affection for him. Izumi, he is grabbing my hand. Is he asking to be held? Please return Sasuke to me. Itachi voiced his concern about Izumi holding Sasuke. Hearing Itachi's interpretation, Yorinosuke was momentarily defeated by his straightforwardness. "Oh, foolish brother. Allow me to teach you how it's done." Yorinosuke directly took Itachi's hand and placed it on Izumi's face. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, while Izumi instantly felt the warmth on her cheeks, turning beet red. "Itachi-kun, what are you doing?" Izumi stammered, suddenly flustered and unable to meet Itachi's gaze. Steam practically rising from her head. Yorinosuke felt anxious, thinking, "Why are you making a fuss? Can't you just deepen your bond?" Itachi, too, felt his cheeks flush, panic setting in. It was Sasuke who grabbed my hand. "I'm sorry." Itachi quickly withdrew his hand, but the soft sensation lingered in his memory. Chapter 5. Forgive me, brother, perhaps next time. "No, it's nothing. I'm not upset with you. Little Sasuke is quite the mischievous one." Izumi chuckled, feeling a bit dejected as Itachi retracted his hand, yet the shyness from earlier had not faded. Her gaze evasively turned away. "Oh goodness. Why are you so shy? Why not just return the gesture?" Yorinosuke thought, exasperated by Izumi's blushing face. However, it was evident that both Izumi and Itachi failed to grasp his meaning. "Ahem, indeed, Sasuke has been rather unruly lately," Itachi admitted, also turning his head shyly. "Sigh. There's no hope. If I can't do it, I'll just blame my foolish brother." Yorinosuke thought disdainfully of Itachi's behavior. After an awkward silence, it was Izumi who finally broke the ice. "Itachi-kun, let us go eat some dango. I've heard that the dango shop on the east side of the village has the most delicious three-color dango." Upon hearing the mention of dango, Itachi's eyes lit up, and he replied earnestly, "Sure." Yorinosuke thought, "Finally, this girl gets it. She knows how to appeal to his interests." Though it was somewhat serendipitous, as Izumi had discovered Itachi's fondness for three-color dango a bit later than intended. Eventually, the two set off together to the dango shop, with Yorinosuke once again placed in Itachi's care. As he observed them in silence, Yorinosuke fell into meditation once more, feeling bored. After enjoying the three-color dango at the shop, the two parted ways, with Itachi bringing Yorinosuke back home. In the days that followed, Yorinosuke's routine consisted of eating, meditating, and sleeping. Occasionally, he would act as Itachi's wingman, but due to Izumi and Itachi's straightforwardness, his efforts yielded minimal results. Thus, Yorinosuke spent 2 years in the world of Naruto, during which he gleaned much from his parents' discussions regarding Konoha's situation. Firstly, it was confirmed that Minato had indeed survived and had become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, though Kushina had perished during the Nine Tails rampage. Meanwhile, the majority of the Uchiha clan members continued to act foolishly, offending others and remaining arrogantly dismissive of everyone around them. Fortunately, the Hokage is currently Minato, who is striving to integrate the Uchiha clan into the village. However, due to Danzo's constant interference, the situation of the Uchiha clan has not significantly changed from the past. It is noteworthy that since the fourth Hokage is alive, Naruto is now a genuine prince, beloved by all in Konoha, enjoying a treatment that starkly contrasts with that in the original narrative. Additionally, Itachi entered the Ninja Academy a year ago at the tender age of 6. Nonetheless, Yagami was aware that he has always sent shadow clones to attend classes while he himself trained with Shursui. Over the past 2 years, Yagami has received rewards from the Seinen system, including the methods of the Soul Reaper training system, specifically the techniques of Kido and Hakuda. His spiritual power has now reached 7826, and his chakra has smoothly increased to half a card, equating to 500. He is now capable of utilizing Ri-En no Jutsu. Although he cannot sustain it for more than a minute without exhausting his spiritual energy, however, Kido is significantly more manageable. The system has provided him with the techniques of all Kido, but he must cultivate them on his own. Currently, he has grasped the first 30 sequences of both Bakudo and Heido, while his understanding of Hakuda is still nascent, as it is a recent reward. He has yet to commence learning ninjutsu. At the Uchiha residence, the family had just finished their meal. "Sasuke, I have some free time this afternoon. Let us train together. I can teach you the shuriken techniques Shursui just imparted to me," Itachi said, his voice tinged with anticipation. Yagami noted a subtle shift in Itachi's demeanor, as he seemed less aloof than in the original story, where Itachi was always distant and Sasuke clung to him. Now, it appeared the roles had reversed, with Itachi increasingly seeking Yagami's company, even neglecting Shursui. Could it be that my indifference has prompted this change in Itachi? Yagami pondered. He had no intention of joining Itachi for shuriken training, as he preferred to devote his time to mastering Kido and Hakuda, skills that would undoubtedly surpass mere shuriken techniques. Therefore, Yagami playfully poked Itachi's forehead with 2 fingers. "Forgive me, Nisan, but perhaps another time. I wish to train alone." After poking Itachi, Yagami felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, "You have your day now." Itachi rubbed his forehead, sighing in resignation, while Makoto observed the scene with a quiet smile. At that moment, Fugaku interjected, "I have some time in a while. I will join you for a bit of training." Recently, Fugaku had heard of his younger son's clandestine training efforts and felt immense pride in his diligence. He hoped his son would be as exceptional as Itachi. Though he remained unaware of Sasuke's true potential, and Yagami had never displayed his abilities before them. "Then, father, can you teach me new ninjutsu?" Itachi inquired eagerly, as he had only a limited repertoire of techniques, mostly taught by Shursui. "Of course," Fugaku replied, and Itachi's enthusiasm surged. "All right," Yagami chimed in, not intending to hide his capabilities from Fugaku. The 3 proceeded to a training ground within the Uchiha clan, unexpectedly finding Izumi already there. Yagami had previously mentioned Itachi's frequent training spot, so it was not entirely surprising that she anticipated his arrival. "Itachi, what a coincidence! Are you here to train as well?" Izumi exclaimed, rushing towards him while conveniently overlooking the 2 accompanying him. Upon reaching them, she noticed the 2 adults beside Itachi. "Chieftain, you are here to train too?" "I apologize, I hadn't noticed you." Izumi quickly bowed to Fugaku, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Not at all. I am merely here to observe their training," Fugaku said, his expression softening as he glanced between Itachi and Izumi. "Oh, may I train with Itachi?" Izumi asked, sensing Fugaku's approachable demeanor. "Certainly," Fugaku nodded, and Izumi beamed with joy as she stood beside Itachi. "Now, Itachi and Sasuke, let me see your current abilities, so I may determine what to teach you," Fugaku instructed. "How will we demonstrate that? Shall we engage in one-on-one combat?" Yagami asked, slightly puzzled. "No," Fugaku shook his head. "Your skills are still unrefined and could lead to accidents. Instead, you may take turns attacking me. Do not hold back. Unleash your strongest techniques with the intent to defeat me." "Then, Itachi, you go first," Fugaku directed, stepping into the center of the training area. Itachi, showing no dissent, followed him there. "Little Sasuke, sister brought you some candy. Would you like some?" Yagami observed the 2 in the center as Izumi approached, pulling out a few candies from her pocket and bending down to offer them. Due to Yagami's encouragement of her relationship with Itachi, Izumi had developed a fondness for him, often bringing him small treats. "Thank you, Sister Izumi." Yagami replied with a sweet smile, accepting the candy. Admittedly, he had initially felt awkward playing the role of a child, but he had now grown quite adept at it. "Such a good boy. Next time, sister will treat you to Ichiraku ramen," Izumi said, affectionately ruffling Sasuke's hair. Meanwhile, the duel between Itachi and Fugaku commenced, both of them now focusing intently on their sparring session. "Come on, give it your all." Fugaku beckoned to Itachi. Itachi nodded, retrieving several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, each hand wielding 3, and launched them at staggered intervals. The 6 shurikens sped toward Fugaku's vital points. Shuriken techniques? The accuracy is commendable, but such predictable trajectories will not strike the enemy, Fugaku remarked coolly. In the next instant, Itachi threw another shuriken, this one faster than the preceding ones, swiftly catching up to one of the previously thrown shurikens. The 2 shurikens collided, altering their paths, while the newly redirected shurikens struck others, resulting in a complex web of trajectories that became increasingly unpredictable. Fugaku nodded in approval, drawing a kunai as he moved, deftly deflecting or evading the 7 newly angled shurikens. Fire style, great fireball technique. Just as he dodged the last shuriken, a massive fireball hurtled towards him. Yagami, witnessing Itachi's astonishing hand seals, was left in awe, barely able to perceive the motion of his hands. "Itachi-kun is incredible," Izumi exclaimed, utterly captivated by Itachi's prowess, which was leagues beyond her own, as she had yet to learn any ninjutsu, and her shuriken techniques were merely adequate. However, Itachi's current strength posed no real threat to Fugaku. With remarkable speed, Fugaku completed his hand seals and unleashed his own jutsu just as the fireball approached. Fire style, great fireball technique. The 2 fireballs collided, neutralizing each other, as Fugaku deliberately restrained his power to avoid harming Itachi. Thus far, he had remained on the defensive, not launching a single offensive move. Amidst the smoke from the collision, Itachi lunged forward with a kunai in hand. Smack! Itachi executed a side kick, which Fugaku blocked with his hand, and then Itachi thrust his kunai forward. Clang! Fugaku intercepted the kunai, then seized Itachi's hand and flung him away. Mid-air, Itachi produced a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, which Fugaku deftly evaded. The thrown Itachi transformed into white smoke with a loud bang. Shadow clone technique. Fugaku was slightly taken aback. He had never taught Itachi this jutsu. Had he learned it from Shursui? Then Fugaku quickly deduced the reason. The real body must be performing the fire release, dragon fire technique. A searing sensation enveloped his back as a fiery dragon's head lunged towards him. This must be a high-level ninjutsu. Izumi, now numbed by the unfolding events, recognized Itachi's genius. But she had not anticipated that at merely 7 years old, he would be so formidable, already surpassing the strength of a genin at the Ninja Academy. Beside her, Yoru no Tsuki compared their combat prowess, feeling that without using his Zanpakuto, he might slightly lag behind Itachi. After all, Itachi's combat intelligence was exceptional. He devised an offensive strategy in an instant, far exceeding his own capabilities. However, when he wielded his Zanpakuto, his absolute power would undoubtedly surpass what Itachi could withstand. Not to mention when he donned his mask. In the center of the arena, Fugaku stood behind Itachi, tapping his head with the kunai. Itachi understood that this sparring session had concluded, and he had lost. Haha, truly my son, that battle was splendid. Fugaku beamed with pride, affectionately ruffling Itachi's hair. Father, what you just used was... Itachi turned to Fugaku, knowing his attack would be futile, yet he had not anticipated Fugaku's ability to subdue him in that moment. It was merely a simple illusion technique combined with the body flicker technique, Fugaku explained. But I did not see you forming any seals. Itachi's confusion remained unaddressed. Meanwhile, Yoru no Tsuki discerned a clue. When Fugaku had his back to Itachi, he seemed to raise a finger, causing Itachi's dragon fire technique to deviate slightly. Then, Fugaku had utilized the body flicker technique to instantaneously appear behind Itachi. Some very basic ninjutsu can indeed be executed with a single hand seal, or even without seals. Much like the body flicker technique. The illusion I just performed merely caused a slight distortion in perception. With practice, it could be executed with just a finger lift. I'll teach you later. Fugaku clarified, and Itachi, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of enlightenment. Now, Sasuke, let us see the fruits of your recent training. After witnessing Itachi's spar, Fugaku's expectations for his younger son had heightened. He had long recognized Itachi's talent, and now with Sasuke beginning his training at such a young age, he held high hopes for him, even though Sasuke was still not yet 3. I hope Sasuke's talent will be akin to Itachi's. At the very least, he must not fall too far behind. Fugaku mused dreamily. Hearing this, Yoru no Tsuki stepped into the center of the training ground. Father, some of the abilities I've been training may take a bit of time to manifest, Yoru no Tsuki said in a childlike voice. No worries. I shall stand here and wait, Fugaku replied nonchalantly. Upon receiving Fugaku's words, Yoru no Tsuki chuckled quietly, planning to attempt a few Kido he had been practicing recently. Standing firm in the training ground center, Yoru no Tsuki extended his right palm and began to chant. O you who reign, mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms. Take flight, crowned with the name of humanity. Scorching heat and chaos, reverse the tides across the sea, advance. Destruction of the 31st, crimson fire cannon. As Yoru no Tsuki intoned, a vivid red fireball slowly formed in his palm. Yes, it's working. Yoru no Tsuki felt the flow of spiritual energy was remarkably smooth. As he uttered the final word, the fireball shot forth towards Fugaku. This fireball was considerably smaller than that produced by the Great Fireball technique. Yet it traveled at an impressive speed, reaching Fugaku in an instant. How swift! Fugaku's pupils contracted. However, he remained unfazed, sidestepping the fireball, which then struck a large tree outside the training ground, leaving a gaping hole in its trunk. Yoru no Tsuki was elated. This was the first Kido he had mastered beyond the 30 series, and its power appeared commendable. Next, let us try binding of the 30th, mouth spike. 3 pointed beams of light materialized out of thin air, striking Fugaku and binding him to the wall. Destruction of the 4th, white lightning. A bolt of lightning shot from Yoru no Tsuki's fingertips towards the ensnared Fugaku. Fugaku's lips twitched as he employed the body replacement technique to evade Yoru no Tsuki's assault. Destruction of the 4th, White lightning. Seeing this, Yorinosuke continued unleashing bolts of lightning, targeting Fugaku's position with each strike. Fugaku, concerned about harming his son, continuously utilized the body flicker technique to evade, appearing somewhat flustered for a moment. Eventually, Yorinosuke's spiritual energy was exhausted. Haha, truly my son. Fugaku laughed heartily, joyfully ruffling Sasuke's hair. What is this ability? I feel as though I have never seen anything like it. It resembles ninjutsu, yet it requires no hand seals. This is an ability I discovered on my own. I call it Kido. Kido? You have created a bloodline limit of your own? Fugaku asked in astonishment. Well, that could be one way to interpret it, but I simply call it Kido, Yorinosuke corrected him. To have created a bloodline limit at the age of 2. Such talent is unprecedented. Fugaku exclaimed, filled with excitement. Sasuke is also quite strong. I must become even stronger to protect my younger brother. Itachi resolved silently. Izumi observed this family scene, lost in thought. Will my lack of strength prevent me from entering their home? Subsequently, Fugaku guided Itachi in illusion technique training while also imparting some training methods to Yorinosuke. He felt that with the existence of Kido as a bloodline limit, many ordinary ninjutsu had become somewhat obsolete, and Izumi benefited greatly from the side. Chapter 7. Kidnapping? In a forest within Konoha, night had fallen, and a 3-year-old child was still training there. Damn it, why isn't it working? Yorinosuke lamented as he sat up from the ground. He had been practicing the body flicker technique he had obtained a few months ago, but progress had been slow. He had been at it for an entire week with little to show for it, and now the sun had set. Ever since he showcased his strength to Fugaku that day, Fugaku had mostly ceased to involve himself in his training, allowing him to arrange his own schedule, and had even replicated many of the clan's ninjutsu scrolls for him to learn, indicating a level of importance placed on him that exceeded even Itachi's. Isn't the body flicker technique similar to the body flicker technique, using spiritual energy as chakra attached to the feet for rapid movement? Why is it not succeeding? Yorinosuke followed the method provided by the system, but he had not succeeded even once, and he couldn't understand what was amiss. System, is there an issue with the training method you provided? I can't learn the body flicker technique following this approach. The system's products are always of the highest quality. Not being able to learn is the host's issue and has nothing to do with the training method provided. The system's mechanical voice echoed, completely shirking responsibility. Yorinosuke was about to retort when suddenly there was a rustling sound from the nearby forest, instantly putting him on high alert. Binding of the 26th, curved light. Yorinosuke's figure vanished, completely concealed as he leaned against a tree. At that moment, several ninja wearing the headbands of the Cloud Village burst forth from the forest. Leaping among the trees, one of them carrying a black-haired, white-eyed girl over his shoulder. Hinata. Yorinosuke immediately recognized the girl being carried by the Cloud Village ninjas. It was none other than Hinata Hyuga, the princess of the Hyuga clan. As he recalled the unfolding narrative, the envoy from the Cloud Hidden Village journeyed to the Leaf Village for negotiations. However, their treacherous intent emerged midway, as they sought to acquire the Byakugan. Stealthily, they infiltrated the Hyuga clan's territory and abducted Hinata Hyuga. In pursuit, Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, confronted the Cloud ninjas and eliminated them all, only to be maliciously slandered by the envoy for the unjust killing of their ninjas. Ultimately, the feeble third Hokage chose to appease the Cloud Village, compelling the Hyuga clan to provide an explanation, leading to the demise of Niji's father, Hayashi. Now, with the fourth Hokage still alive, their audacity was indeed remarkable. Waigetsu could not help but marvel at their temerity. However, if he were to rescue Hinata, it would effectively win the goodwill of the Hyuga clan. Worth it. Waigetsu made an instantaneous decision. Even if he could not save her, delaying the process for a moment would suffice. Way of Destruction, 31, Red Fire Cannon. Disregarding the incantation, he unleashed the 31st technique directly at the Cloud Ninja, carrying Hinata. Who? A sudden voice startled several Cloud Ninjas, causing them to whirl around just as a medium-sized fireball struck the ninja, holding Hinata. He let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, causing Hinata to plummet. Way of Binding, 37, Hanging Star. A spirit energy-formed hammock appeared in midair, slowing Hinata's descent. Waigetsu rushed forward to catch her, but in doing so, his figure was revealed. Upon seeing him, the Cloud ninjas were taken aback, yet they quickly regained their composure and charged at him. Lightning Style, Lightning Ball. One Cloud ninja unleashed ninjutsu. shooting several silver lightning spheres toward Waigetsu, while others hurled kunai and shuriken. Way of binding, 39, circular shield. A circular protective barrier materialized before Waigetsu, blocking the incoming ninjutsu. After a year of rigorous training, he had mastered higher-tier techniques of destruction and binding. Way of binding, 21, red smoke escape. A vast smoke screen erupted from Waigetsu's body, concealing his figure entirely. Seizing the opportunity, he changed direction and sprinted toward the Hyuga territory. As this route maximized the likelihood of encountering Hayashi, he needed to ensure Hayashi witnessed him rescuing Hinata. However, lacking the techniques of Shuinpa and body flicker, Waigetsu was soon cornered by several cloud ninjas. I never expected such a prodigy to exist in the Leaf Village. Were it not for my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it. At merely 3 or 4 years old, you managed to rescue someone from our squad of ninjas. If you continue to grow, you will become another Yellow Flash. The cloud ninja he had injured with the red fire cannon remarked ominously. Waigetsu, however, remained unperturbed. If Hayashi did not arrive soon, he intended to draw his Zanpakuto and eliminate these cloud ninjas. Kill him quickly, or the Hyuga clan will be upon us. Another cloud ninja warned, frowning. Several of them brandished kunai and charged at Waigetsu, wary of using ninjutsu for fear of harming Hinata. Just as Waigetsu was about to set Hinata down and draw his sword, a leaf ninja clad in white arrived. Waigetsu suppressed his intentions. 8 trigrams air palm. 2 white air palms struck the 2 nearest cloud ninjas, resulting in their immediate demise. Uncle Hayashi, I'm Sasuke. I've rescued Hinata. Waigetsu called out hastily. Having encountered Hayashi in the village before, Hayashi recognized him as the second son of the Uchiha clan. Thieving scum! How dare you abduct my daughter? Hayashi exclaimed, his anger palpable as he regarded the cloud ninjas, for Hinata was his only beloved daughter. In mere moments, the furious Hayashi dispatched all the cloud ninjas without leaving a single survivor. Uncle Hayashi here. Waigetsu handed Hinata over to Hayashi, who noticed that she had yet to awaken, likely due to the sedatives used by the cloud ninjas. Thank you, Hayashi replied, cradling Hinata, though a tinge of suspicion lingered. You are the second son of the Fugaku family, Sasuke? What brings you here? Waigetsu surmised Hayashi's thoughts. A mere child of 3 or 4 years rescuing someone from a squad of at least lower ninjas seemed implausible. My parents went to a clan meeting, and my brother is on a mission and hasn't returned. I was alone at home and found it rather dull, so I ventured out to train. That's when I saw the cloud ninjas with Hinata. She's my friend, so I intervened, thinking I would be safe once I encountered a ninja from the village. I didn't expect Uncle Hayashi to arrive so swiftly. Waigetsu spoke earnestly. I am immensely grateful for your rescue of Hinata. However, may I inquire how you managed to save her? Hayashi questioned, still somewhat incredulous after hearing Waigetsu's account, suspecting him to be an imposter. Without hesitation, Waigetsu demonstrated his abilities once more. My father is aware of these skills. Surely, Uncle Hayashi must now believe I am genuine? Waigetsu smiled. Unbeknownst to him, his words and actions had profoundly impacted Hayashi. My apologies. I initially thought you were a cloud ninja in disguise. I will pay a visit to express my gratitude for saving Hinata, and you shall forever be a friend of the Hyuga clan. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will assist in any way I can. Hayashi responded, taking a full half-minute to digest the shocking information, speaking with sincere astonishment. Chapter 8. I'll sue you for defamation. With Hinata in his arms, Hayashi departed, leaving Waigetsu with a satisfied smile. Thus, the Uchiha clan, or rather his family, would no longer be isolated within the Leaf Village. Upon returning home, Waigetsu was surprised to find the lights ablaze. Fugaku and Mikoto had finally concluded their clan meeting and returned. Why are you back so late? Fugaku inquired. I went out to train. Recently, I've encountered difficulties with the body flicker technique, and I lost track of time while practicing, Waigetsu replied. It's commendable to train, but do take care of your health, Fugaku cautioned. Yes, I understand. At that moment, Mikoto emerged from the kitchen with 3 bowls of noodles. They had not yet eaten dinner due to the clan meeting. Come eat with us. You must be exhausted after such prolonged training, Mikoto said, her concern evident. Thank you, Mother. Waigetsu brought the bowl to himself, hesitating before continuing. I encountered a minor incident during my recent training that may lead to some trouble. What happened? Fugaku asked. Looking up, I saw ninjas from the cloud-hidden village abducting the daughter of the Hyuga clan's head, so I intervened and saved her. Uncle Hayashi soon arrived and eliminated all those cloud ninjas, Waigetsu explained. Clatter. As Waigetsu concluded his tale, Fugaku's chopsticks fell from his hand, while Makoto's face bore a look of great concern. Sasuke, you weren't harmed, were you? No, Uncle Hayashi arrived promptly, and my strength is not lacking, Waigetsu assured, slightly easing Makoto's worry. You mean you rescued the daughter of Hayashi Hyuga from a squad of cloud ninjas? Fugaku asked, astonished, realizing the implications of his son's rapid progress and the benefits it entailed. Is there going to be any trouble because of this? Waigetsu inquired cautiously. Certainly not. Even if there were, the Uchiha clan would withstand it. You would not bear the burden. Moreover, you committed no transgression. Rather, you accomplished something immensely beneficial for our family. Fugaku reassured him. Subsequently, Fugaku praised Sasuke for about an hour, only ceasing when Waigetsu expressed his desire to retire for the night. Meanwhile, the envoy from the Cloud-Hidden Village had also received news, and an exceedingly absurd negotiation was about to commence. The following day, Fugaku received a summons from the Hokage to attend negotiations with the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village. At the request of Yumun, he accompanied Fugaku, citing the need to serve as a witness. Along the way, they encountered Hinata Hyuga, engaging in light conversation. Upon arriving at the negotiation chamber, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Minato Namikaze occupied the highest seat on the Konoha side, followed by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, and then Danzo, Orochimaru, with several other seats behind them. The envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village had yet to arrive. As Fugaku was about to take his seat, Danzo interjected, Fugaku, what does it mean for you to bring your son to such an important meeting? Yumun noted the disdain in Danzo's gaze directed at the two Uchiha, clearly echoing the sentiments of his mentor, the second Hokage. Ignoring Danzo, Fugaku turned to Minato and said, Hokage-sama, before we commence the negotiations, I would like to report a significant event that transpired last night. Minato paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Please, go ahead, Fugaku-kun. Yumun observed Minato closely. This was his first encounter with him since inhabiting Sasuke's body. Upon seeing him in person, Yumun noted that Minato appeared somewhat different from his expectations formed through anime. While he did exude a gentle and sunny demeanor, Yumun sensed a formidable killing intent emanating from him, even surpassing that of Orochimaru. However, he quickly realized that Minato was merely amiable towards his own people. His fearsome reputation among other ninja villages was earned during the Great Ninja Wars. Otherwise, the other villages would not have a rule that allowed them to flee upon encountering the Yellow Flash. Last night, my son witnessed ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village abducting Hinata Hyuga's daughter during his training in the village. He was nearly killed after being discovered by those ninjas, and it was only thanks to Hinata's timely intervention that he escaped unharmed. I hope Hokage-sama can investigate this matter, Fugaku stated, carefully omitting the fact that Sasuke had rescued Hinata. My daughter was nearly taken by those cloud ninjas. They clearly do not regard Konoha with any respect. Hinata's father, Hayashi, vehemently echoed. This statement was a result of their prior discussions, as Hayashi felt indebted to Sasuke and had agreed to help conceal his abilities. At this point, Hiruzen furrowed his brow, puffing on his pipe before saying, We are here today to negotiate a ceasefire agreement. Since Hinata's daughter has not suffered any harm, perhaps we should set this matter aside for now. After all, the peace between our villages is paramount. Fugaku concurred. Indeed, Sasuke is unharmed as well, isn't he? Hiruzen's mention of Sasuke caused a slight twitch in his eye, as it was an awkward reminder of the name he shared with Fugaku's son, leading him to suspect that Fugaku had intentionally named his son after him to gain favor. Just then, the door to the negotiation room was forcefully kicked open, and the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village stormed in. Fourth Hokage, what is the meaning of this? We from the Hidden Cloud Village agreed to negotiate a ceasefire. Yet you send members of the Hyuga clan to assassinate our people? Do you not wish for peace? The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village were aggressive, distorting the facts and twisting the narrative. They dropped a corpse onto the ground, pointing to the wounds and declaring, This is clearly the work of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique, and the victim was at least a Jonin-level ninja. If you Konoha do not hand over the murderer, we from the Hidden Cloud Village will not hesitate to reignite the war. Hearing this, Hayashi trembled with rage. Although Yumun had anticipated this, the audacity of the Hidden Cloud Village left him astounded. Their raikage had perished in the Third Great Ninja War, yet they dared to threaten the now mighty Konoha. Among the Konoha ninjas present, there were 4 who were Kage level: Minato, Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Fugaku. It was perplexing to Yumoon where the hidden cloud ninjas found their courage. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen stood up. Everyone, please remain calm. Since this incident has occurred, we from Konoha will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response. Let us not allow this to hinder the signing of the ceasefire agreement. Yumoon was aware of Hiruzen's tendency to appear weak in negotiations, but he did not expect him to adopt such a posture amid Konoha's strength. You slanderous fiends. It was your hidden cloud ninjas who coveted the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, abducting my daughter in the dead of night, and now you dare to accuse us. Hayashi, in his fury, overlooked Hiruzen and shouted at the hidden cloud envoy. Do you think we fear your threats? I never agreed to a ceasefire. If you wish to fight, Konoha will gladly oblige, Danzo scoffed, his voice cold. To Yumoon's surprise, Danzo also confronted the hidden cloud envoy, leaving only Orochimaru and Minato relatively composed. Do you have evidence that we abducted your daughter? It is an undisputed fact that our people died within your village. A hidden cloud ninja retorted, turning to Minato. The room fell silent, all eyes on the Hokage, who had been contemplating the situation. First and foremost, I deeply regret the loss of your ninja within Konoha. However, according to our witnesses, it was you who initially abducted the princess of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, we have a witness present, Minato replied, gesturing toward Sasuke. Indeed, I saw individuals bearing your village's forehead protectors carrying my friend Hinata Hyuga, and when they noticed me, they attempted to silence me. Had it not been for Uncle Hayashi's arrival, I would have been killed, Yumoon added, feigning fear. These are merely the one-sided claims from your side. And the witness you mentioned is just a blonde boy? The hidden cloud representative scoffed, refusing to acknowledge their claims. Since neither side trusts the other, let us conduct an investigation. If we cannot present evidence of your abduction within 3 days, Konoha will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Conversely, if we uncover evidence, your hidden cloud must unconditionally sign the ceasefire agreement and apologize to the Hyuga clan, Minato proposed. One hidden cloud ninja was about to reject the proposal when another nudged him, shaking his head. Consequently, the ninja relented. Very well, you may investigate. But I hope Konoha will uphold its end of the bargain if you find nothing. With that, the hidden cloud ninjas departed, taking the corpse with them. Yumoon found Minato's arrangement quite reasonable, as they currently lacked substantial evidence to support the claim that the hidden cloud ninjas had abducted Hinata. Minato's assertion regarding providing an explanation if evidence was not found was vague, leaving much to speculation. Perhaps that explanation would come in the form of a Rasengan? Moreover, the demeanor of the hidden cloud ninjas seemed somewhat different from what he recalled from the original storyline. He remembered that they had directly confronted Hiruzen the previous night, demanding an explanation without allowing time for evidence to be gathered. It appeared that Minato's influence was not to be underestimated. What are your thoughts on today's events? After the villagers of the hidden cloud departed, Minato addressed the leaf ninjas present, noting that Fugaku and Hayashi had taken their seats, with Sasuke standing beside Fugaku. I believe we should primarily focus on signing a ceasefire agreement. After all, one of their own, Hayashi, was killed by Hayashi, and the Hyuga clan must bear some responsibility for this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. Are you implying that I should be handed over? Hayashi inquired, his brow furrowed. My point is that this incident was instigated by your Hyuga clan, so it stands to reason that you should resolve it, the third Hokage responded. I will comply with the arrangements of the fourth Hokage, Hayashi replied. Consequently, under Minato's guidance, the matter was entrusted to the Hyuga clan for investigation. If they could uncover evidence, they would proceed as originally discussed. If not, there would be no need to surrender anyone, merely to provide some reparations and goods. Peace cannot be attained through the senseless sacrifice of comrades. If the hidden cloud insists on using this incident to wage war against the leaf, it merely indicates that they had no intention of ceasing hostilities in the first place, Minato remarked. Later, after returning home, Yorinosuke and Fugaku were visited by Hayashi, who brought Hinata along. Fugaku-kun, we owe a debt of gratitude to your Sasuke for this incident. Without him, they might have succeeded. Hayashi sincerely expressed to Fugaku as they sat at the table. Come, Hinata, say thank you to Sasuke, he prompted. Hinata, who had been hiding behind Hayashi, slowly stepped forward upon hearing his words. Thank you. She bowed to him. There's really no need to thank me so profusely. If it weren't for Uncle Hayashi, I might have been in danger too, Yorinosuke interjected. He preferred not to become too entangled with Hinata, believing that the original Sasuke had handled such matters quite well, as he had scarcely exchanged a few words with Hinata throughout the anime. Indeed. Hayashikun need not dwell on this matter too much, Fugaka chuckled. After engaging in some casual conversation, Hayashi expressed a hint of envy. I truly envy you, Fugaka-kun. Both of your children are exceptionally talented. Itachi graduated from the Ninja Academy in less than a year, and now it seems Sasuke possesses equally remarkable abilities. When do you plan for Sasuke to enroll? Fugaka sipped his tea and replied, I feel there's no rush for enrollment. Perhaps he could follow in Itachi's footsteps. However, I do hope he completes his studies at the Ninja Academy rather than graduating directly like Itachi. After all, there is much to learn within those walls. Yorinosuke held a different perspective. He was eager to become a ninja, relishing the thrill of battle. It seems I should make quite the entrance when the time for enrollment arrives, he thought. Fugaka-kun, as a friend, I want to caution you that the role of the guard unit is quite precarious. Your clan members may be a bit too stringent, and many families within the Leaf are growing dissatisfied with your clan, Hayashi advised before departing. Thank you for your warning, Hayashi-kun. I will remain vigilant, Fugaku replied earnestly. In truth, he was already aware of this, yet had yet to find a solution. The more radical faction within the clan refused to heed his counsel, alienating others. However, recently, Minato had proposed involving other clans in the Leaf's guard unit, and he could only hope this initiative would alter the current state of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, have you been struggling with your body flicker technique lately? Fugaku inquired after Hayashi's departure. Yes, for some reason, I cannot seem to execute it. I can't even move a meter, Sasuke confessed. In truth, he was practicing the instant step, referring to it as the body flicker technique in hopes of learning it through that method, as he sensed he could perform the instant step more frequently, and his spiritual energy far exceeded his chakra. Currently, his spiritual energy stood at 12,360, while his chakra was merely 3/4 of that. Your brother's friend, Shursui, is highly skilled in the body flicker technique. I have asked him to teach you. You should seek him out tomorrow afternoon, Fugaku informed Sasuke, who was taken aback with excitement, knowing just how formidable Shursue's body flicker technique was capable of creating real afterimages. All right, thank you, father, Sasuke replied with enthusiasm, prompting a pleased smile from Fugaku. Chapter 10. A conversation with Shursui the following afternoon. Yorinosuke followed Fugaku's directions to find Shursue's residence. Is this Shursue's home? It looks quite nice, he observed. Shursue's house was slightly smaller than his own, but still a charming little villa, suggesting that Kagami had left him a considerable inheritance. Being a disciple of the second Hokage. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. A cheerful voice responded, and the door swung open swiftly. A boy adorned with a leaf forehead protector, large eyes, and a button nose, wielding a short sword on his back, stood before Yorinosuke. It was Uchiha Shursui. I didn't realize Sasuke had already begun training in the body flicker technique. You are even more diligent than your brother Itachi, Shursui complimented upon their meeting. Yorinosuke felt no embarrassment, as he was merely stating the truth. This afternoon, I will be counting on you, Shursui, Yorinosuke said politely. Not a problem. I can't guarantee much else, but I can certainly guide you in your body flicker technique training, Shursui replied with a hint of confidence. The two then proceeded to a wooded area within the Uchiha clan grounds, where several targets and training stumps were set up, suggesting frequent training sessions took place there. This is where Itachi and I used to train, but after you learned to walk, Itachi rarely came here, Shursui reminisced, his gaze lingering on a target hanging from a tree, seemingly blaming Sasuke for taking Itachi away. Ahem, Shursui, shall we begin now? Yorinosuke coughed lightly to redirect the conversation. Very well then. Please share the challenges you are facing with the body flicker technique, Shursui smiled. Yorinosuke pondered for a moment before saying, when I attach chakra to the soles of my feet, I do not experience any instantaneous movement. My speed remains unchanged. After listening to his explanation, Shursui contemplated briefly before responding. Could it be that you are channeling too much chakra to your feet? The standard body flicker technique requires only a small amount of chakra to be attached to the soles. If you output too much, it may cause your feet to stick to the ground, much like when climbing trees. Oh, I forgot. You probably aren't familiar with tree climbing yet, Shursui remarked, patting his head. No worries. My father has already explained it to me. Yorinosuke waved his hand dismissively. Then it will be much easier to explain. In fact, the body flicker technique, like tree climbing, demands a high level of chakra control, while tree climbing requires just the right amount of chakra to adhere to your feet. The body flicker technique is different. in addition to a small amount of chakra attached to your feet. You also need to extend chakra beneath you and to the location you intend to flicker to, thus achieving the desired effect of instant movement. If you channel too much chakra to your feet, it may inadvertently adhere to the ground along the chakra path you've created, making it difficult to move. Of course, this explanation pertains to the body flicker technique. Other variations, such as the body replacement technique or space-time ninjutsu, do not require this method, Shisui elaborated. Upon hearing his words, Yorinosuke felt a sense of clarity emerging. Previously, while practicing instant step, he had also attempted to train in the body flicker technique, but neither had yielded success. He had always struggled to grasp the meaning of the instruction to attach spiritual energy to the soles of your feet and extend it outward. He had thought he was to encase his entire foot in spiritual energy. Now, in light of Shisui's words, it seemed that the execution of the Shuinpa technique involved creating a path of spiritual energy beneath his feet. I believe I understand now. As Yorinosuke spoke, he summoned his own spiritual energy to form a path beneath him and a short distance ahead. He then attached a small amount of spiritual energy to the soles of his feet. Whoosh! In an instant, Yorinosuke found himself 6 meters ahead, nearly losing his balance during his first attempt at Shuinpa. Success! I have mastered it. Haha! Overjoyed, Yorinosuke reflected on how he had spent 2 to 3 months with little progress on this technique, only to learn it in under 3 minutes today. Whoosh! 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 Elated by his newfound skill, Yorinosuke playfully darted through the forest, practicing Shuinpa repeatedly. Shisui watched in astonishment. Does this technique not consume chakra? How could he use it so many times in succession? Even he could not maintain the technique for long without quickly depleting his chakra, as creating a path of chakra was quite taxing. Shisui's thoughts were indeed accurate. Yorinosuke was not consuming chakra, but rather spiritual energy, and this was not Shunshin, but Shuinpa. Bang! Ah! A minute later, Yorinosuke's playful antics ended with a collision against a tree. Thank you for your guidance today, Shirvanai. Yorinosuke said while rubbing his nose, now adorned with a red mark. No need for thanks. As long as you're willing to lend your brother to me a few more times, Shisui replied with a smile. It's not that I'm unwilling to lend him, but rather that my brother is too fond of clinging to me. Yorinosuke shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Shisui observed the expression on Sasuke's face, feeling somewhat awkward. Once Tachi returns from this mission, please have him come see me. I have some important matters to discuss with him, Shisui said, his tone turning serious. Yorinosuke became a bit wary upon hearing this. In the original story, Itachi's decision to massacre their clan seemed to have stemmed in part from Shisui's influence. After merging into Sasuke's body, he had often shared tales of filial piety with Itachi, hoping to steer him away from a path that would put him at odds with the Uchiha clan, including their family. The effects appeared to be evident, as Itachi's ties to home had deepened significantly. However, having Shisui nearby with his silver tongue could prove to be a risk. What is your perspective on the relationship between family and village, Shinigami? Yorinosuke refrained from immediately agreeing to Shisui's request and instead posed a question. Taken aback, Shisui did not expect such a profound inquiry from a 3-year-old, yet he earnestly responded. A family is the foundation of a village. While the village serves as a sanctuary for every family, families must bear their responsibilities towards the village, which in turn must protect the families. If I were to draw a comparison, the relationship between a family and a village is somewhat akin to that of tenants and landlords. Yet the bond between family and village is undeniably deeper. Shisui's words surprised Yorinosuke, as they revealed no bias towards either side, suggesting an inclination towards both. Contrary to Yorinosuke's previous assumptions that Shisui aligned with Konoha's interests, what should be done if a family encounters issues and conflicts with the village, or even struggles to integrate into it? Yorinosuke contemplated further probing Shisui. Upon hearing this question, Shisui regarded her intently before responding solemnly. Then that family must identify the causes, actively seek change, and strive to reintegrate into the village. The village, too, should exercise greater tolerance and not ostracize any family fulfilling its obligations. Very well, these inquiries were posed by Uncle Fugaku, weren't they? Please relay to him that although I have joined the village's Umbu, I remain a member of the Uchiha clan. With that, Shisui turned to leave, leaving Yorinosuke momentarily stunned. While Shisui's response eased his mind, it felt as though he had inadvertently placed blame on his father. Cough, cough. This cannot be blamed on me. It's merely Shirzue's vivid imagination. Yoru no Tsuki scratched his head. Chapter 11. Itachi's 8th birthday and Sharingan 2 days later. It was time to present evidence to the envoy from the Cloud Village. Due to the deceased Cloud ninjas in their possession, the Hyuga clan was unable to uncover anything. Naturally, Minato refused the unreasonable demands for Konoha to hand over individuals, resulting in Konoha providing some material compensation to Cloud Village. Ultimately, a ceasefire agreement was signed, and Niji's father, Hyuga Hayashi, did not meet the same fate as in the original story. On June 9th, 55 years in the Hidden Leaf. Today was a rather special day, marking 1 year since Itachi became a Genin, and more importantly, the 8th anniversary of his birth. At the Uchiha household, Fugaku and Mikoto had returned home early, and the house was tidied to perfection, with a table laden with delicacies, most notably Itachi's favorite, the 3-color dumplings. After placing the final dish on the table, Mikoto sat down. Finally set up, now we just await Itachi's return. Mikoto said with a smile, her happiness evident. Nissen mentioned in the letter from the summoning beast that he should be back tonight. It should be soon. Yoru no Tsuki chimed in, nearing his 4th birthday. With Sasuke's birthday, on July 23rd. After half a year of rigorous training, Yoru no Tsuki had made commendable progress in his skills, achieving a decent level in the Ghost Path and basic ninjutsu, having mastered all basic transformation techniques and most fire release techniques below Uchiha clan level. Given that the damage from lower-level Kido was insufficient, especially after abandoning incantations, ninjutsu currently offered him greater damage potential. Shall we turn off the lights and surprise Nissen when he arrives? Yoru no Tsuki suggested suddenly. Fugaku appeared somewhat reluctant, but ultimately consented under the strong insistence of Mikoto and Yoru no Tsuki. Moments later, the Uchiha household was enveloped in darkness. On a street within Konoha village, farewell, Itachi-kun. A girl with 2 gray braids, dressed in a midriff-bearing outfit, waved and smiled. Humph. A nearby boy with a spiky hairstyle turned away with a huff, then turned back to Itachi, saying, next time, I will surely surpass you in the mission. Hey, Tenma, that is quite a boast. Itachi-kun is considerably stronger than you. And he even saved you during this mission, the braided girl teased. Upon hearing her words, Tenma's face flushed. Humph, I didn't ask him to save me. Besides, who knows, maybe next time it will be me saving him. Tenma declared with its tsundere attitude. However, he was not entirely wrong. In the original story, Itachi's team encountered a masked man during a mission, and Tenma had shielded Itachi, leading to Itachi being the only survivor, which directly resulted in his awakening of the Sharingan. Alright then, you should do your best. I'll head home now, the braided girl said before departing. Itachi waved goodbye. Goodbye, Tenma-kun. Itachi smiled and waved, eagerly anticipating returning home to see his beloved younger brother. Just as he turned to run a few steps, a voice called out to him. Wait. Puzzled, Itachi paused, seeing Tenma standing there, fists clenched and gaze averted. Thank you for saving me during this mission. However, I will definitely repay you in the future. After uttering these words, Itachi dashed away without a backward glance. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and turned to run home. Yakumo had been hiding behind the door with the fireworks for about 10 minutes, and so had Mikoto and Fugaku. At this point, a vein was visibly bulging on Fugaku's forehead. Sasuke, what kind of ridiculous idea do you have? We don't even know if Itachi will return today. Fugaku felt a slight urge to educate his younger son, but his words were interrupted by Mikoto. Shoo, there are footsteps outside. Upon hearing this, the 3 fell silent instantly. Creak. After a while, the front door was pushed open, and Yakumo swiftly turned on the lights and set off the fireworks. Happy birthday, big brother. Happy birthday, Itachi. Happy birthday. The Fugaku household was instantly illuminated, and fireworks scattered in all directions, yet not a single spark landed on the birthday boy himself. Outside, Itachi, upon hearing the commotion as he opened the door, jumped back in surprise and drew a kunai from his pouch. However, upon seeing the scene behind the door, the kunai slipped from his grasp. Fugaku, witnessing Itachi's reaction, was initially taken aback but soon began to praise him. Well done, such vigilance. Mikoto's eyes, however, were filled with concern. It must have been tough on missions outside. Come wash up quickly, dinner will be ready soon. Yakumo remained silent, feeling a sense of melancholy. What seemed commonplace in reality must be a luxury in the world of ninjas. Itachi's reaction confirmed this. He stood stunned for a moment before tears streamed down his face. His recent mission involved eliminating bandits, during which he encountered many children who had lost their loved ones. The moment he returned home filled him with an extraordinary sense of happiness. "I'm back," Itachi exclaimed with a smile. At that moment, Yakumo suddenly noticed something unusual. Itachi's eyes seemed to have changed. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the Sharingan. A pair of tomo appeared in Itachi's otherwise dark eyes. "Big brother, your eyes." Yakumo pointed at Itachi's eyes, and Itachi paused, feeling that his eyes indeed seemed different. Just then, Fugaku had returned to the kitchen to reheat the dishes, while Makoto was preparing hot water. "Dad, big brother has awakened his eyes," Yakumo called out. Fugaku, wearing an apron, rushed out upon hearing this. Itachi had just entered the house, touching his eyes. "Two tomo Sharingan. Ha ha ha, just as I expected from my son," Fugaku exclaimed, initially shocked before bursting into proud laughter. Yakumo, filled with joy, also entertained other thoughts. The awakening of the Sharingan requires intense emotional fluctuations. It does not specify whether those emotions must be positive or negative. And Itachi's awakening today confirmed this. Joyful emotions can also fulfill the requirements for awakening the Sharingan, suggesting that with enough happiness, even the Manjiki Sharingan might be attainable without the need for the death of a loved one. Unfortunately, that radiant man is not in this world. Otherwise, he could impart wisdom on how to find joy. At the dinner table, the excitement was palpable due to Itachi's newly awakened eyes and the celebration of his birthday. Even Fugaku, who was typically stern, was smiling widely. To Itachi's 8th birthday and the awakening of his Sharingan, cheers. Fugaku raised his glass. Cheers. The family clinked their glasses together. Fugaku's contained sake while everyone else had juice. After setting down their glasses, Fugaku suddenly grew silent. "What's wrong, father?" Itachi inquired. "If only all Sharingan could awaken like yours, how wonderful that would be." Chapter 12. Enrollment 3 years later, at the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Yakumo donned an all-black outfit, a long sword sheathed on his back, appearing in the form of an unsealed shuriken. Fugaku stood behind him. Today marked the day of his enrollment. He had just celebrated his 6th birthday, and over the past 3 years, his sign-in rewards included Zanjutsu, the death goddess garb, and the Zanpakuto of Ikamaru Jin, the divine spear. Alongside the previously compensated Riken, he now possessed 2 Zanpakuto, though these 2 had fused into one, typically appearing as a shuriken. By reciting different release incantations, he could wield various Zanpakuto. Previously, he had concealed his Riken due to fear of others in Konoha discovering that he was the person involved in the Nine Tails incident, which would undoubtedly attract trouble. With the new Zanpakuto abilities, there was no need for concealment. The shuriken, in its normal state, bore no significant difference from an ordinary long sword. As Yakumo focused his thoughts, a system panel materialized before him. Host, Yakumo, Sasuke, Spiritual Pressure, 24690 Chakra Amount, 1546 Zanpakuto, Riken, Divine Spear Kido, Good Unarmed Combat, Good Shuinpa, Good Swordsmanship, Average Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, Unawakened, with my current strength, I should be able to put up a fight even against a Jonin, Yakumo mused. Having participated in virtually no combat, he was uncertain of his standing within the ninja world. His intention was to make a name for himself at the Ninja Academy and subsequently be promoted to Genin. Much like Itachi, currently, Itachi had not entered the Umbu, but had instead been promoted to Jonin and was reportedly slated to lead a team next year. Wow. It's the 4th Hokage. Indeed, the 4th seems so reassuring, sunny and gentle. A couple remarked to their child. Oda, make sure to get along with Naruto at school. Be good friends, alright? Yakumo looked up to see the 4th Hokage, clad in ceremonial robes, walking alongside little Naruto, greeting villagers along the way. Little Naruto resembled his original character, though the whisker marks on his face were absent. Listening to the villagers' words, Yakumo felt a sense of irony. Their attitudes toward Naruto were in stark contrast to those depicted in the original story. Hokage-sama, Fugaku slightly bowed to Minato. I'm here today in my capacity as a parent to send Naruto off to school. Just call me Minato, he replied with a smile. At that moment, Naruto approached Yakumo, and upon seeing him, Yakumo felt an inexplicable urge to spar with him. It must be because Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra, Yakumo thought, suppressing the impulse. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Just as Yakumo was lost in thought, Naruto flashed his signature smile and extended his hand. Yakumo hesitated for a moment, but then reciprocated the gesture. Hello, I'm Uchiha Sasuke. Although Yakumo had been in this world for 6 years, Due to his focus on training, most people in Konoha remained unfamiliar with him. He had seen Naruto a few times, but had never conversed with him. "Are you from the Uchiha clan?" Naruto asked, surprised. Yakumo felt a few lines forming on his forehead. "I'm Uchiha Sasuke. Of course I'm from the Uchiha clan. Didn't you see the fan symbol on my clothing?" Yakumo had assumed that with Minato alive, Naruto would be a bit more astute. But his intelligence was still remarkably similar to that depicted in the original story. "Oh, I just felt you were different from the other Uchiha. They all seem to look down on others." Naruto scratched his head and said. Yakumo appraised Naruto, pondering what kind of strength a Naruto mentored by Minato would possess. But he was certain it would be superior to that of the original character at the same age. At that moment, Fugaku had finished his conversation with Minato. "Well then, I'll leave you here. Remember to listen to your teachers and get along well with your classmates, all right?" Fugaku instructed Yakumo. "Understood," Yakumo nodded. On the other side, Mizuki essentially conveyed similar sentiments to Naruto, after which the two entered the school together. As in the original narrative, their homeroom teacher remained Irika, and their classmates were no different from those depicted in the original story. Upon entering the classroom, Yumoon chose a seat in the corner, while Naruto opted for a position closer to the front. He also recognized several familiar faces. Shikamaru sat in front of him, with Choji, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino also present in their class. After surveying his surroundings, Yumoon soon felt a sense of ennui, resting his head on the desk to meditate, focusing primarily on enhancing his own strength. Currently, his spiritual energy was still about half a level short of the captain-level spiritual pressure indicated by the system, leaving him uncertain whether reaching a spiritual energy value of 48,000 would grant him the prowess of a captain in the Godai 13, given his current abilities. Even doubling his spiritual energy seemed unlikely to match the strength of any captain from the Godai 13, especially since he could not yet perform a Bankai and lacked the terrifying spiritual pressure of someone like Kenpachi Zaraki. Ever since acquiring the Zanpakuto as a reward from the system, Yumoon had been calling upon it daily, yet to date, he had received no response. It seemed his Zanpakuto showed no interest in him, and he could only speculate as to the reason. Not long into his meditation, Yumoon was roused by a commotion. He looked up to see a group of young girls blushing and chattering excitedly about him. "He is so handsome. Does anyone know his name?" The fan symbol on his clothing suggests he is from the Uchiha clan, so he must be quite powerful. Yumoon could clearly hear their praises, and at that moment, he found himself somewhat reluctant to graduate from the ninja academy. After all, wasn't he the reason he had chosen to inhabit the body of the younger brother just for this? It was truly a moment of joy. The more one speaks, the more one should express. Another who shared a similar fate was Naruto, without the whisker marks of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto's appearance was a perfect inheritance from Minato Namikaze, radiant, gentle, and handsome, coupled with his status as the son of the Hokage. Naruto too found himself surrounded by a throng of girls upon entering the class. Suddenly, the school bell rang, and Irika entered the classroom. "Quiet. Please return to your seats. We are beginning class now." The ringing of the bell and Irika's command brought a hush over the classroom, prompting everyone to select a seat. After a round of self-introductions, Irika commenced the day's lesson, while Yumoon resumed his meditation, appearing to others as though he were merely dozing. Bang! A piece of chalk struck Yumoon squarely on the head. Irika, visibly irate, exclaimed, "Uchiha Sasuke, stand up." Yumoon reluctantly stood, noticing the concerned expressions on Sakura and Ino's faces beside him. Laughter erupted from some boys in the class. "The Uchiha clan isn't all that impressive. Yeah, just a guy who sleeps in class." The popularity of the Uchiha clan among girls made them the bane of every boy in class. Nevertheless, Yumoon paid little heed. All he cared about was strengthening his abilities. In the world of Naruto, theoretical knowledge was of little utility. After all, which powerful ninja in the series excelled in theory? Well, there was one, the original younger brother, who seemed to have a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge during his time in the Ninja Academy. But that was trivial. In this world, strength was paramount. Yumoon wondered why Fugaku had insisted he attend the Ninja Academy. With his current prowess, he doubted there was a single instructor in the academy who could best him in a one-on-one match. Silence. Everyone, please pay attention. Irika, regaining the student's focus, resumed his lecture. Yumoon, standing, transitioned back into a meditative state. Moments later, an exasperated voice pierced through the air. "Uchiha Sasuke, go stand outside." Again, Yumoon was forcibly pulled from his meditative trance, feeling frustrated. Attending this ninja academy was proving to be a source of torment. Thus, he felt compelled to explain, "Iruka-sensei, I assure you, I was actually training." However, Iruka clearly did not believe his words. Training how to sleep in class. I have never heard of a method where sleeping makes one stronger. At that moment, Yumoon conceived a plan that could expedite his graduation from the academy. He declared, "I speak the truth. If you do not wish to believe me, how about this? I challenge you, Iruka-sensei. If I win, I would like your permission to train in this manner during class. If I lose, I will comply with whatever you say from now on. What do you think?" His proposal sent a wave of astonishment through the classroom. He dared to challenge the teacher. How audacious! Were all members of the Uchiha clan this arrogant? Hastily, Yumoon clarified. "While it is true that many from the Uchiha clan are arrogant, I am clearly not one of them. I am simply a show-off." Iruka chuckled lightly. Though he was merely a humble ninja academy teacher, he possessed the strength of a chunin, and it was audacious for a newcomer to challenge him. Yet, Yumoon's earnestness caused Iruka to ponder whether this student truly was engaged in training. After careful consideration, Iruka concluded that Sasuke probably had not rested well the previous night. "Fine, you may sit down for today. Just remember to get enough rest and refrain from sleeping in class in the future." Iruka ultimately relented, gesturing for him to take his seat. Yumoon was taken aback. He did not wish to sit down. He wanted to spar with Iruka. Nevertheless, he complied, as Iruka was a respected figure in the original narrative, and he did not want to create an uncomfortable scene. If only he could have a chance to give Mizuki a good beating, it would be both satisfying and a means to graduate early. The day passed in a haze of meditation, and Yumoon stretched lazily. By now, the classroom was nearly empty, save for Iruka, who remained nearby. "Sasuke, make sure to rest well tonight. Since today is the first day of school, I want to punish you. However, if this happens again tomorrow, you'll have to sit outside for the lesson, understand?" Iruka spoke sternly. Yumoon scratched his head, pondering why no one believed his honest words. "Iruka-sensei, I truly wasn't sleeping, nor did I have an insufficient rest last night. I was genuinely training," Yumoon asserted earnestly, but Iruka remained unconvinced. "I hope you can train well at home tonight and refrain from doing so in class, all right?" Iruka's tone was clearly skeptical. "Very well," Yumoon nodded. And Iruka took his textbooks and exited the classroom. As he slung his shoulder bag and left the school, Yumoon made his way back to the Uchiha compound alone. Fugaku and Mikoto were too busy with work to come and pick him up, and even his brother Tachi was in the same predicament. The Ninja Academy is so dull. After 6 years in this world, he had only truly engaged in battle once when he first arrived. If this continued, he would surely perish from boredom. Was life under the fourth Hokage truly this monotonous? How he longed to witness the scheming of the old geezers like Danzo. To see Hiruzen Sarutobi pull off some astonishing maneuvers, or to encounter assassination attempts from other ninja villages. Fourth Hokage, do you comprehend my suffering? In the stillness of the night, Ye Wuyue, clutching a grass root, was enveloped in discomforting thoughts. The rustling sounds emanating from the nearby forest compelled him to halt, and he turned his gaze toward the source, only to find it empty. This was a secluded path, rarely traversed by the villagers of Konoha. Could it be an assassination attempt? Ye Wuyue felt his blood boiling, his heartbeat quickening, as he slowly drew out his weapon from behind. "Who is there?" he called out, but silence answered him. Mew. A small cat leaped from the grass ahead, prompting Ye Wuyue to let out a sigh of disappointment and sheath his weapon once more. What a letdown. Just a cat? Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens whizzed toward him, sending the cat fleeing in panic. Ye Wuyue's expression sharpened as he utilized the body flicker technique to evade the attack. However, the assault was far from over. The shurikens, entangled with wire, were redirected back towards him by the enemy's control. Uchiha-style shurikens. Recognizing the technique, Ye Wuyue immediately identified it as belonging to the Uchiha clan. Fire release, great fireball technique. The sheer number of shurikens, coupled with the wires, necessitated a broader ninjutsu to counter. A massive fireball incinerated the wires, causing the shurikens to fall harmlessly to the ground. Chapter 14. Uchiha Shana clapping echoed from the depths of the forest. Ye Wuyue squinted into the shadows, where several ninjas clad in Uchiha attire emerged. The leader, with a brooding demeanor, bore a mask that wrapped around his right eye, revealing 3 tomo in a Sharingan that hinted at his considerable age. 3 tomo Sharingan, at least a jonin, Ye Wuyue assessed, noting the formidable presence of the others. A bead of cold sweat formed on his brow. While he craved battle and excitement, the strength of his adversaries was daunting. Furthermore, he was deeply concerned about their identities. Why would members of the Uchiha clan target the son of their clan leader? Truly the son of Fayake, the leader remarked, his voice laced with condescension. To possess such strength at your tender age, you could easily surpass a Chunin. With that, he continued to applaud mockingly, his eyes glinting with malice. Ye Wuyue drew his weapon again, maintaining vigilance against his foes. You are also of the Uchiha clan. Why do you seek to harm me? Do you not fear my father's wrath? The leader laughed heartily, as if he had heard a joke. Ha! You, as Fayake's son, dare to speak of the Uchiha? Fayake has become nothing more than a lapdog for Konoha, abandoning our clan. Realizing the man was a deluded fool intoxicated by the power of the Sharingan, Ye Wuyue understood that he was dealing with a self-righteous adversary. The man's anger flared as he continued. Our Uchiha clan stands as one of the most prestigious in the entire shinobi world, yet Konoha has driven us to the fringes. The higher echelons of the village have never acknowledged our presence. What has Fayake done for our clan? He has never fought for our rightful interests, continuously compromising to Konoha's unreasonable demands while ignoring dissent within our ranks. The voices of rebellion have grown too loud, yet he persists in evasion, never addressing them directly. To my astonishment, he even agreed to allow the other clans to join the Konoha Guard, relinquishing our clan's power. He is utterly unworthy of leading the Uchiha clan, having lost all pride and integrity. Only under my leadership, Uchiha Shana, can the Uchiha clan reclaim its former glory. We shall lead Konoha and become its foremost clan. Uchiha Shana's expression turned manic, his words audacious. Ye Wuyue had no recollection of Uchiha Shana, nor was he sure of his existence in the original narrative. However, he recognized the arrogance exhibited by certain members of the Uchiha clan. Do you think killing me will help you achieve your ambitions? Realizing the overwhelming power of his enemies, Ye Wuyue decided to bide his time, seeking an opportunity for assistance while attempting to uncover their true motives. Upon hearing his question, Uchiha Shana smirked cunningly, tossing a short blade and an animal mask to the ground, both worn and tattered. You are not the one we are after. It is Danzo's root organization. No one would believe that a 6-year-old child could confront the root. However, you are no ordinary child, and I need only convince the Uchiha that you are. Ye Wuyue was taken aback by Shana's audacity in attributing the blame to Danzo. This individual possessed a certain cunning. Moreover, you've been asking questions to buy time. Haven to you? Uchiha Shana continued, a trace of mockery in his tone. I advise you to cease your futile efforts. This is the edge of the village. And even if I kill you, no one will know for quite some time. Such is the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. With a flicker of his Sharingan, Uchiha Shana unleashed an illusion. Sharingan Jinjutsu. Yet, Ye Wuyue remained unaffected. Uchiha Shana was bewildered. I clearly cast the Jinjutsu. Why are you unaffected? Ye Wuyue realized that Shana's gaze had been an attempt to ensnare him in an illusion. Amused, he refrained from answering. Jinjutsu fundamentally targets the mind and spirit. However, through years of meditation and training in the Death God's teachings, Ye Wuyue's spiritual and mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Unless it was a Manjiki Sharingan, other forms of Jinjutsu were ineffective against him. Without responding to Uchiha Shana's inquiries, Ye Wuyue poised his weapon, recognizing it was the opportune moment for a counterattack. Pierce him. Divine Spear. With the incantation complete, his weapon extended rapidly, lunging toward Uchiha Shana. Uchiha Shana's expression sharpened, having never encountered such an attack before. He instinctively evaded the thrust with his Jonin reflexes augmented by his Sharingan. Fayake's son is indeed formidable. It seems you are not just a Tachi's brother, but a prodigy in your own right. Yet, you must die here today. Kill him, commanded Uchiha Shana ominously, gesturing to his comrades. Recognizing the peril, Ye Wuyue swiftly turned and activated the body flicker technique, sprinting toward home, discarding his satchel in haste. Using the speed of the technique, he managed to evade his pursuers for the time being. Binding technique. Second, Crimson Smoke. A vast cloud of smoke enveloped Ye Wuyue, obscuring the vision of Uchiha Shana and his companions. A mere illusion, yet an invaluable tool for evading pursuit. Thankfully, Sharingan lacked the Byakugan's penetrating sight, otherwise, this technique would be rendered useless. With their sight obstructed, Ye Wuyue dashed into the dense forest. Binding technique. 26. Curve Light. A canvas of spiritual energy enveloped him, concealing his form entirely. I hope they lack sensory ninjas. Ye Wuyue silently prayed. The illusion merely concealed his physical form, rendering him visually undetectable. Yet his chakra and spiritual energy remained unmasked. Chapter 15, A Fiery Gambit. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Knight Wuyue's hopes were evidently dashed. As his opponent swiftly discerned his whereabouts, a massive fireball obliterated the tree behind him. Knight Wuyue rolled to the side, narrowly evading this assault, only to find a cloaked Uchiha standing before him, with several others hastening to join him. Let us attempt to eliminate one first, otherwise, the odds will undoubtedly turn against me. Knight Wuyue's gaze sharpened as he assessed the Uchiha before him, noting the absence of the Sharingan, suggesting he was of lesser caliber. In this dire situation, reducing their numbers was his sole chance for escape. Otherwise, he would surely be pursued relentlessly. Binding technique. Mouth agony. 3 colossal spear-like beams of light materialized, securing the Uchiha's arms and waist to the tree. Execute him. Divine Spear. Knight Wuyue seized the opportunity without granting his opponent a moment's reprieve. The blade of the Divine Spear targeted the Uchiha's torso, extending forth to pierce his heart, rendering him lifeless. Knight Wuyue was pleasantly surprised by his ease of success. It appeared that the Grim Reaper's powers were quite effective in this realm. After dispatching one foe, Knight Wuyue remained grounded, recognizing that this Uchiha lacked even the Sharingan. He surmised that he was likely just a lowly genin. There was no reason to take pride in such a kill. With a swift motion, he retracted the Divine Spear, returning it to its original length, and immediately executed a body flicker technique to flee, for he knew that lingering would lead to inevitable capture. The pursuing Uchiha, Shana, quickly noted Knight Wuyue's act of violence, and, after uttering a curse, hastened after him. As Knight Wuyue glanced back, he saw Shana and his companions relentlessly on his tail, rapidly closing the distance. Yet they were still a fair way from the Uchiha clan's territory. Damn it! What to do? Knight Wuyue's mind raced in desperation, but no viable strategy emerged. If he halted to confront them, he would be surrounded, leaving him with no hope of escape. Defeating them seemed nearly impossible. If it were merely Shana, he might have considered it, but the presence of over a dozen radical Uchiha, most of whom possessed Sharingan, made a head-on confrontation tantamount to suicide. After all, his most formidable technique, the flowing blade of fire, barely reached the level of a special Jonin's prowess, as his spiritual energy was insufficient to unleash even a fraction of its true potential. However, if he merely continued to flee, he would be caught soon. His spiritual energy was not limitless. Even with the body flicker technique, repeated use would take a toll on his body. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Knight Wuyue, Shana and the others were equally astonished. Shana initially believed that Fugaku's son could only manage 5 or 6 uses of the body flicker technique. Yet he had executed it repeatedly, seemingly with ease. Even Shana himself could only sustain about 15 uses in succession. This boy cannot be allowed to live. 2 talents already lean towards Konoha. If he matures, the true Uchiha clan may face annihilation. A sense of trepidation regarding Knight Wuyue's potential began to take root in Shana's heart. Fire Release. Dragon Flame Song Technique. Shana swiftly formed hand seals, summoning 5 fire dragons that surged from various directions to strike Knight Wuyue. He suddenly felt an intense heat enveloping him from all sides, and upon glancing back, he saw the 5 dragons converging on him, with Shana and his cohort closing in behind. A triumphant smile had crept onto Shana's face. Desperate measures it is. With no other recourse, Knight Wuyue decided to reveal his trump card. A fiery red demon mask appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he donned it. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, expanding outward, amplifying his spiritual energy. Small creatures in the forest fainted under the weight of this aura. But there was more to come. Just as the 5 fire dragons were about to collide with him, he uttered the activation phrase. All things in creation are but ash, flowing blade of fire. Boom. The 5 fire dragons struck Knight Wuyue simultaneously, creating a crater where he once stood, a massive cloud of smoke and debris exploding outward. Shana halted, scoffing. In his mind, Sasuke was undoubtedly dead. After all, the Dragon Flame Song technique was among his elite ninjutsu. Even seasoned jonin would struggle against it, let alone a child just entering the ninja academy. Why bother? If you had merely surrendered, I might have offered you a whole corpse. Dying at the hands of a jonin-esque technique would at least be a mark of honor, Shana taunted, then commanded his subordinates, place the standard equipment here. However, one of the hawkish Uchiha did not comply immediately, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed forward, prompting Shana to follow his gaze. A semi-elliptical barrier composed of black and red flames stood where Shana's ninjutsu had struck, the red flames representing the flowing blade of fire, while the black flames emanated from the mask's ethereal power. A haughty voice rang out, "You shall savor this honor." As the flame barrier dissipated, a figure emerged, adorned with the fiery red demon mask and wielding an ancient long blade, surrounded by black and red flames, though far less intense than during his confrontation with the Nine Tails. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Shana was initially taken aback, but soon he was engulfed by a sense of intimidation, akin to facing a cold-blooded beast. Hee. I wonder how well you handle a blade. A surge of fierce battle lust coursed through Ye Wuyue's mind, and at that moment, he relinquished all restraint against this impulse, relishing the exhilarating sensation that enveloped him. With a swift motion, Ye Wuyue executed the body flicker technique, appearing beside one of Shana's subordinates, and swung his blade. The Uchiha had awakened his Sharingan. Although he could not discern Ye Wuyue's movement, he was able to perceive the impending strike. "Before my eyes, all your actions are exposed." A sense of pride swelled within the Uchiha as he evaded the slash. Yet, an unexpected hand gripped his face. Binding technique, red fire cannon. A cold, detached voice resonated, akin to a death knell, as a flicker of flame ignited, and a headless corpse crumpled to the ground. Close-quarter binding techniques were undeniably satisfying. Chapter 16. Flames consumed the city walls. With a successful strike, Ye Wuyue promptly retreated using the body flicker technique. Though the mask heightened his battle fervor, he was not entirely overtaken by another consciousness as originally experienced by Ichiraku. Shana and his comrades emerged from their stupor, a bead of cold sweat forming on Shana's brow. "What manner of monster are you?" Ye Wuyue grinned widely. "Who knows? Perhaps I am the Grim Reaper of this world. Ha ha ha. Prepare to meet your end." Ye Wuyue swung the flowing blade of fire horizontally, unleashing a black and red flame-laden slash towards Shana and his comrades. In their astonishment, Shana and his companions disregarded their shock and hastily scattered, as a vast swath of trees behind them were severed in half. The subordinates of Uchiha Shana have begun to feel a profound sense of dread. The recent sight of the headless corpse has left them shaken, compounded by the overwhelming spiritual pressure exerted by Yoru no Tsuki, which has further intensified their fear. Some have started to retreat slowly. After all, he is merely a 6-year-old child. How formidable could he possibly be? "Charge!" Uchiha Shana commanded coldly. "If you don't, you will meet your demise upon returning." Upon hearing his words, his subordinates quickly suppressed their trepidation and surged forward to attack Yoru no Tsuki. Fully aware that Uchiha Shana was capable of such ruthless actions without a moment's hesitation, a dozen Uchiha, armed with kunai, rushed towards Yoru no Tsuki, while Uchiha Shana lingered in the background, seemingly preoccupied. Binding Arts Number 4, the rope. Binding Arts Number 30, mouth spike flash. Yoru no Tsuki was not one to remain passive. He unleashed 2 binding techniques instantaneously. A yellow rope materialized, ensnaring the feet of the 2 closest Uchiha, while 3 spear-like beams immobilized another enemy against a tree. Simultaneously, as he retreated, he recited, "The scattered bones of beasts, the spires, the crimson crystals, the wheels of steel. In motion, there is wind. In stillness, there is emptiness." The sound of long spears clashing fills the void city. Destruction Arts Number 63, thunder, roar, cannon. A blinding column of silver light erupted from his palm, enveloped in lightning, rendering it nearly impossible for the Uchiha to keep their eyes open. The 2 Uchiha bound by the rope stared in bewilderment at the thunderous column, while another quickly formed seals and clapped his hands to the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A stone wall rose before them. The thunder column pierced through it, yet its power was significantly diminished. "Did I get blocked?" Yoru no Tsuki mused, realizing the situation. With the enemy outnumbering him, they could support one another. His earlier successes had likely stemmed from their underestimation of him and his shocking presence. Now, under the threat posed by Uchiha Shana's existence, their combat effectiveness had evidently increased. The trapped Uchiha soon broke free and launched a counterattack. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Uchiha style shuriken technique. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A barrage of attacks surged toward Yoru no Tsuki, sealing off any potential escape routes. There's no other option. I must resort to that technique. Though my chakra may deplete rapidly, it is better than perishing here. Taking a deep breath, Yoru no Tsuki thrust his blade. Flowing blade like fire. The blade unleashed an inferno, encompassing the enemies ahead in a massive wall of flames. This barrier, spanning a radius of 20 meters, absorbed all incoming attacks, not merely blocking them, but incinerating them entirely. If this fiery barrier were conjured by Yamamoto Regenzai, it would emit temperatures of 6,000 degrees. Although Yoru no Tsuki's flames had a mere 1,000 degrees, they were more than sufficient to ensure that the Uchiha's attacks could not penetrate. Nor could their bodies withstand its proximity without being reduced to ashes. After executing this technique, Yoru no Tsuki found his chakra nearly exhausted, and the flowing blade like fire reverted to its basic form. He removed the mask from his face and stored it in the system space. Fighting was no longer an option. Yet, he recognized the slim chance of escape, for Uchiha Shana still remained on the scene. Earlier, as Yoru no Tsuki unleashed the firewall, he had noticed that Uchiha Shana did not charge alongside his subordinates. However, he was compelled to act at that moment. Had he refrained, he might not have survived. Leaning on his blade for support, Yoru no Tsuki gasped for breath, the relentless battle leaving him utterly fatigued. With only a few ninjutsu remaining at his disposal. TSK, I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. Uchiha Shana's sinister voice echoed as he emerged from beside the fiery barrier, the anguished cries of his subordinates intermittently emanating from within. Likely victims of their own attempts to breach the flames. You truly are a monster. To withstand the pursuit of over a dozen of us until now, and even eliminate several of our ranks. If I hadn't been cautious, you might have trapped me inside as well. Uchiha Shana felt a twinge of fear at the thought of the intense heat radiating from the barrier behind him. I can hardly fathom how Fugaku has trained you. Each of you is a genius among geniuses, a prodigy among prodigies. However, Uchiha Shana's tone shifted. Your life ends here. No sooner had Uchiha Shana spoken than 8 kunai, affixed with explosive tags, hurtled toward Yoru no Tsuki. The tails of the kunai entwined with steel wire. Regardless of Yoru no Tsuki's remaining strength to evade, Shana could alter their trajectory with the wire. Yoru no Tsuki found himself at his wit's end. All his strategies had been exhausted, and calling upon the system yielded no response. He feared that this day might mark his end. Damn it! Had I known, I wouldn't have pursued such thrills. Seeking excitement requires strength. Perhaps I should have bided my time a little longer. I wonder if my soul can endure this. In the blink of an eye, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. His perspective had begun to shift. Given another chance, he might have opted to complete the Ninja Academy diligently and wait until he was sufficiently powerful to venture forth. Yet, there is no remedy for regret, and this crisis was entirely unforeseen. The 8 kunai loomed larger in Yoru no Tsuki's vision. He chose not to close his eyes. And before him, Uchiha Shana wore a chilling smile. Is this the end? Wah. Unbeknownst to him, a swarm of crows suddenly descended upon the scene. Chapter 17. The forest of blades with a swoosh, a flock of crows surged toward Yoru no Tsuki, and as they reached him, they coalesced into a figure, a boy adorned with the Konoha headband, deep tear grooves beside his nose, and 3 tomo in his eyes, exuding a palpable aura of killing intent. Brother! Yoru no Tsuki instantly recognized the newcomer, a wave of emotion flooding his heart, yet fatigue rendered him speechless. Water release, water formation wall. A wall of water rose, blocking the 8 kunai armed with explosive tags. An explosion ensued, yet Yoru no Tsuki remained unscathed. In his final moments before losing consciousness, he heard a voice. I'm sorry, Sasuke, I'm late. Yoru no Tsuki's weary body finally succumbed, and the firewall dissipated, scattering into the ether, leaving only 5 Uchiha behind. Upon seeing Uchiha Tachi, Shana chose to flee immediately, abandoning his subordinates. However, another figure of Itachi appeared before him, charging directly at Shana. Boom. Shadow clone explosion. The explosion resonated as one of Uchiha Shana's arms was severed, yet he dared not look back, knowing the terror of Itachi's Jinjutsu. Even with his own 3 tomo Sharingan, he stood a high chance of falling victim to it. Not pursuing Shana further, Itachi focused on safely escorting Sasuke away. However, the remaining foes were far less fortunate. Jinjutsu, Phoenix Fire. Itachi's gaze fell upon the few remaining subordinates of Shana, and in the next instant, 5 Uchiha found their eyes glazing over, frozen in place, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, as if enduring excruciating torment. The visual Jinjutsu activated by the Sharingan allowed the enemies to experience the agony of being burned by flames in an illusion. Subsequently, Itachi discerned the entirety of the situation and the identities of those involved. "You may perish," he murmured coldly to himself. Before him, 5 Uchiha clansmen, with vacant expressions, grasped their kunai and methodically severed their own throats. For Itachi, Sasuke was akin to a forbidden taboo, an inviolable bond that, if breached, would lead to ruin. A quintessential case of an older brother's obsession. After eliminating these individuals, Itachi cradled Sasuke and hurried home. He had previously examined Sasuke's condition and discovered that his unconsciousness was merely a result of extreme fatigue. The reason Itachi found himself here was that he had just returned from a mission and, upon hearing that Sasuke had entered the ninja academy today, intended to escort him home, only to encounter such a calamity. He felt a shiver of dread. Had he arrived even slightly later, his brother might have crossed the threshold of life and death. Looking at Sasuke in his arms, his heart ached with sorrow. That evening, Itachi and Mikoto stood vigil at Sasuke's bedside. He had yet to awaken. After learning of the incident yesterday, Fugaku had immediately gathered a group to seek out Uchiha Shisui, and the tense atmosphere hinted to most Uchiha that a significant event was imminent. "Sasuke, Sasuke," Mikoto murmured, placing a bowl of porridge on the bedside table. She gently shook Sasuke's body, hoping to rouse him for nourishment, yet he showed no signs of awakening. Itachi, perplexed, wondered why Sasuke had not yet regained consciousness, despite his fatigue-induced slumber. Mikoto shared his concern. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Fugaku entered, suppressing his rage. His gaze fell upon the slumbering Sasuke, filled with anxiety. "How is Sasuke?" Fugaku inquired. Itachi shook his head. "He has not yet awakened. The clan's medical ninjas have examined him and concluded it is merely exhaustion. Yet, he remains unresponsive." "What about you, father?" Itachi asked. "That wretched traitor has defected, taking more than 50 Uchiha clansmen with him." Fugaku spat through clenched teeth. Upon arriving at Shisui's home, he found no sign of him. Witnesses claimed he had departed with over 50 Uchiha toward the outskirts of Konoha. Fugaku immediately pursued but was unable to catch up. His animosity toward Shisui was profound. Not only had Shisui attempted to assassinate his son, but the ramifications of his actions threatened to unravel the fragile ties the Uchiha had begun to forge with the village. With other clans now integrated into the Konoha Guard, the villagers' scrutiny of the Uchiha had noticeably diminished. However, should news of Shisui's defection spread within the village, the Uchiha clan would once again become the target of disdain. If not managed properly, their situation could regress to a time worse than before Minato's ascendance. "Shortly, the higher-ups in Konoha will undoubtedly seek me regarding this matter. You must take care of Sasuke," Fugaku instructed. "Understood," Itachi nodded. "The clan leader, Lord Hokage, requests your presence." A loyal-looking Uchiha clansman knelt at the door, announcing his arrival. "I understand," Fugaku replied and exited the room. Itachi gazed at Sasuke, hoping for his swift recovery. "Who calls my name?" In a haze, Ye Wuyue heard a voice summoning him, its resonance piercing and remarkably clear, seemingly belonging to a male. In his daze, he felt his consciousness being drawn by an unseen force. As his awareness returned, Ye Wuyue became confused. The voice that had called him used his original name, not Sasuke. His identity within the world of Naruto, and it was distinctly different from the voice of the system. After a time, Ye Wuyue opened his eyes, only to find himself in an unfamiliar realm, a white metallic jungle, with countless towering blades pointing skyward. "Where's this place?" he thought, utterly astonished, his mouth agape. "You." The voice echoed again. This time, Ye Wuyue distinctly recognized it, sharp and resonant, emanating from directly above him. He looked up to see a figure standing atop the tallest blade, illuminated by sunlight. Narrowing his eyes to focus, he could discern a man clad in white robes. Though details remained obscured, suddenly, the figure leaped down from the towering blade, descending with the speed of a swift sword, akin to a blade extending at high velocity. Just a meter or two from the ground, the figure slowed dramatically, landing gracefully, his white attire billowing. Ye Wuyue finally beheld the man's visage, an exceptionally handsome figure with a stern expression, silver hair cascading down, and a silver blade-shaped mark beside his right eyebrow. As Ye Wuyue scrutinized this striking individual, he spoke. At last, we meet, Ye Wuyue. Chapter 18. The Celestial Explosion Star? Upon hearing his name called, Ye Wuyue felt a surge of bewilderment, compounded by the strangeness of his surroundings. Who are you? How do you know my name? And where is this place? He questioned, eyeing the man before him warily, sensing an acute sharpness about him. The man before him smiled, a demeanor incongruous with his austere appearance, yet undeniably charming, causing Ye Wuyue to feel a pang of envy. You just called my name. Now that I stand before you, you fail to recognize me? Ye Wuyue pondered this. Having just called out to him, he recalled the resemblance of the Blade Forest to something familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The appearance of this Blade Jungle was identical to that of his Shurikai, albeit differing in length. If that were the case, then this figure must be the manifestation of his Shurikai. You are the spirit of the Divine Spear, Ye Wuyue exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. For encountering a tangible representation of his Zanpakuto implied the potential for mastering its Bankai. He had spent each day attempting to call forth his Zanpakuto's name, but previously, he had focused on Riken, as his time with the Divine Spear had been limited. Yet, he had never witnessed the manifestation of Riken. Had he not been able to use Shurikai, he might have doubted the authenticity of the Zanpakuto bestowed upon him. For while the original work did not specify the form of Riken, it did state that each Zanpakuto possessed a soul, and Riken was no exception. The reason for Riken's silence remained a mystery. Upon hearing Ye Wuyue's revelation, the spirit of the Divine Spear nodded, confirming his assumption. Did you summon me to teach you Bankai? Ye Wuyue asked eagerly. To his disappointment, the spirit shook his head. Your spiritual pressure is still far too weak. It does not meet the criteria for me to manifest in the real world. Aspiring to learn Bankai at this stage is somewhat delusional, the spirit replied bluntly. Ye Wuyue's enthusiasm waned at this. Then why did you summon me? My family outside must be anxiously waiting for me. I need to awaken and reassure them I'm all right. He scanned the surroundings for a means of escape, and, upon glancing toward the eastern side of the space, he was taken aback. There. The scenery starkly contrasted with the Blade Forest. The ground was adorned with camellia trees, their branches bursting with vibrant red flowers. However, marring the beauty was a large swath of destroyed camellias, with flames still flickering at the center. The starkly contrasting environment left Ye Wuyue momentarily stunned. When he previously observed the Soul Reaper, he had seen that the realm of the Zanpakuto, Zhanyu, was entirely composed of slanted glass towers. Without the occurrence of such an utterly divergent juxtaposition of environments, the scene before him now instilled a sense of confusion within him. Could it be that the realm of the Divine Spear possessed such a drastically different aesthetic? You see it too, don't you? The Divine Spear inquired. Isn't that a part of your realm? Ye Wuyue asked, perplexed. The Divine Spear shook its head. Certainly not. I arrived here not long ago. Originally, I did not belong to this world, nor were you my wielder. For reasons unknown, I was drawn here by a force. Even my realm has fused with that over there. I ventured to that side to investigate, but unfortunately, there exists a wall of flames at the center of the camellia forest, where the temperature is far too high for me to breach. Thus, I could only draw you here, hoping to elucidate this mystery. After all, that place may very well be the realm of your Zanpakuto, making it easier for you to access. After this explanation, Ye Wuyue began to grasp the situation. However, the Divine Spear appeared to be quite inquisitive. Realizing the significance of the matter surrounding the Bankai of Lu Rin Ruahua, Ye Wuyue decided to venture into that realm to investigate. If everything were as it should be, he should not have been able to call out Lu Rin Ruahua for so long without receiving any response. According to the original narrative, merely uttering the correct name of the Zanpakuto would yield a reply. Yet, Ye Wuyue harbored serious doubts, pondering whether the Soul Reapers attempted to call out names one by one, and if a mere stroke of luck could invoke Shurikai, while a wrong guess would lead to further attempts. Of course, this was simply his fanciful speculations. Ye Wuyue advanced toward the camellia forest, with the Divine Spear eagerly trailing behind him. Upon reaching the central area of this realm, Ye Wuyue discovered that his earlier observations were somewhat inaccurate. The devastation within this space was profound, with the terrain marred by deep pits, resembling the aftermath of a fierce battle. Moreover, several colossal orbs formed of earth and stone floated in the air. It was truly lamentable to see such a magnificent sea of flowers reduced to this state, and he wondered who could commit such a heinous act. Observing the ravaged camellia forest, The divine spear expressed a sense of regret. Ye Wuyue gazed at the massive orbs suspended in the air, feeling a tremor within. Their appearance was identical to the spheres formed by the Tenchi Kaibyaku. And since his arrival in this space, he had sensed an overwhelmingly potent chakra presence. It is noteworthy that he was not adept in sensing ninjutsu. Yet the intensity of this chakra was so formidable that it was immediately detectable to him, and it appeared to share a common origin with him, albeit possessing greater strength. Ye Wuyue's confusion deepened. Within a realm composed of spiritual particles, the existence of chakra was entirely unexpected, and its potency was beyond his comprehension. Soon, Ye Wuyue arrived at the fiery barrier mentioned by the divine spear. The flames here resembled those emitted by Lu Ren Ruahua. Yet the temperature was significantly higher than when he wielded it. Feeling the intense heat radiating from the fire barrier, Ye Wuyue hesitated, unsure if he should proceed. What are you hesitating for? Since this space is related to your other Zanpakuto, why not simply cleave through the barrier with that blade? The divine spear's words jolted Ye Wuyue into action, and he unsheathed Lu Ren Ruahua in its Shurkai form. All things of nature, reduced to ashes. Lu Ren Ruahua. As soon as Ye Wuyue uttered the incantation, the flames of the barrier suddenly dissipated, revealing a red-clad woman seated within, though her attire appeared tattered, as if she had endured a fierce conflict. With a deep breath, the woman's clothing immediately mended itself, and she opened her eyes, revealing pupils that shimmered like rubies. Just as Ye Wuyue intended to wipe away his drool, a fiery figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a swift kick. For 6 long years, you've incessantly called. Today, sister will ensure you scream your heart out. Ye Wuyue's body transformed into a shooting star, crashing heavily to the ground, prompting the divine spear to discreetly retreat in alarm. Chapter 19. Sage of 6 Paths. Ye Wuyue's cries echoed throughout the space. After a while, the red-clad woman finally ceased her onslaught, and Ye Wuyue learned her identity. As he had anticipated, she was indeed Lu Ren Ruahua. The reason for her assault, she explained, was due to his incessant calling of her name, and she insisted that he refer to her simply as Lu Hua when not invoking her full title. Had you responded sooner, I would not have continued calling, Ye Wuyue muttered, rubbing his face softly. However, his words did not escape Lu Hui's ears. Humph. Do you think I chose not to respond sooner? Lu Hua retorted with a cold scoff. Ye Wuyue found himself at a loss for words. Typically, a Zanpakuto would respond upon being called by its true name. So why had Lu Hua remained silent? Could it be that Lady Lu Hua had been injured? The divine spear, having appeared unbeknownst to him, inquired. Upon hearing the divine spear's words, Ye Wuyue recalled that Lu Hua had indeed appeared before him in tatters. And this space bore the marks of severe destruction, resembling the aftermath of a tumultuous battle. Lu Hua cast a glance at the divine spear and remarked, "You possess some discernment." She then turned her gaze back to Ye Wuyue. "Do you remember the night you first arrived in this world?" At her prompting, Ye Wuyue began to reflect on that fateful evening 6 years prior. At that time, he had just bound his system and entered the world of Naruto, and was shortly thereafter discovered by the Soul Reapers in a spiritual form. Just as he was about to be captured, the system had compensated him with Lu Ren Ruahua and a mask, allowing him to survive. Subsequently, he battled the Nine Tails and vanquished it, later fusing with the infant Sasuke, and if memory served him correctly, there had also been a peculiar chakra present during their fusion. Now that he pondered it, that chakra bore a striking resemblance to the residual chakra lingering in this space. Ye Wuyue felt as though he was on the verge of a revelation. Yet the core of his understanding eluded him, leaving him somewhat frustrated. That night, I was suddenly whisked away by a force to this world, and my wielder transitioned from Yamamoto Jinryusai to you. Initially, I was quite pleased that my wielder transformed from an old man to a youthful one, especially since Yamamoto had already passed away. As she spoke, Lu Hua's expression turned melancholic. The loss of a companion who had accompanied her for millennia must have weighed heavily on her heart, and her demeanor belied the lightness she attempted to portray. However, Lu Hua soon became enraged, her gaze towards Ye Wuyue ablaze with fury, instilling a sense of fear within him. Ye Wuyue instinctively edged closer to the divine spear, seeking solace, but was met with a callous evasion. Yet, I could never have anticipated that a soul as feeble as yours would cause such great turmoil upon your arrival. Shortly after I aided you in vanquishing that nine-tailed fox, an old man with a target on his forehead suddenly invaded your spiritual realm, intent on harming your soul. Had you perished, I too would have faded away, thus I pulled him into my domain. Consequently, my realm suffered. That old man was not only deranged, but also possessed immense power. While he incessantly shouted for his son, he relentlessly assaulted me. His abilities were quite peculiar. He could create a small black sphere that generated immense gravitational pull, drawing everything towards it, and thus, my realm was destroyed. After listening to Liuhua's description, Ye Wuyue suddenly realized the old man with a target on his forehead must be the Sage of Six Paths. Wasn't there a multitude of black spheres swirling around him? To ensure clarity, Ye Wuyue inquired. Indeed, the black spheres surrounding him possess immense destructive power. A mere brush against them could inflict harm upon me. Fortunately, this space is composed of spiritual particles, allowing me to continuously draw upon spiritual energy to heal myself. Furthermore, those black spheres can absorb elements, rendering my flames ineffective. Although high temperatures remain unaffected, Liuhua affirmed with a nod. At this point, Ye Wuyue could ascertain the identity of the elder Liuhua spoke of. It could only be the Sage of Six Paths. If that was the case, the small mass of chakra he had fused with must belong to Indra. Without that chakra, Indra would be unable to reincarnate, making it tantamount to killing him. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths was seeking him out. It seems the sage still wields considerable control over the ninja world. Even in death, his chakra can sense Indra's state. This Sage of Six Paths should not be underestimated. What happened next? Ye Wuyue asked. Naturally, I emerged victorious, though his strength was formidable, with abilities beyond measure, and he could nullify my flames. However, he could not withstand the intense heat of my fire, nor could he defend against my swordsmanship, Liuhua boasted with pride. Did you kill him? No, although I prevailed. I sustained severe injuries, allowing him to escape. Since then, I have been recuperating in my space. After finishing this account, Liuhua clenched her fist and gazed at Ye Wuyue. During my recovery, you incessantly called for me, and I could not block out your voice, demanding I teach you how to master Bankai. Are you even aware of your own strength? If it weren't for your prior knowledge of my name, you wouldn't even be able to achieve Shurkai, let alone learn Bankai. Even now, you are still roughly 2 or 3 times away from the spiritual pressure required to cultivate Bankai, and this is merely the prerequisite for training. It does not guarantee your success. Once the spiritual pressure condition is met, I can manifest in the real world, and the criteria I set for your acknowledgement can be entirely within my discretion. I could easily impose a condition that you could never fulfill, rendering you eternally incapable of achieving Bankai. Liuhua punctuated her final words by tapping Ye Wuyue's forehead. At this moment, Ye Wuyue recognized the gravity of the situation. He had offended his Zanpakuto. Sister Liuhua, I was wrong. Please, as a magnanimous person, grant me this one reprieve. I promise to refrain from bothering you in the future. I will comply with whatever you ask of me. I beseech you to grant me this opportunity. Ye Wuyue implored, embracing Liuhua's long legs with sincere fervor. Furthermore, I shall avenge you against that Sage of Six Paths. Ye Wuyue vowed, thumping his chest. The divine spear observed this scene, feeling that his current wielder was rather untrustworthy. Far inferior to the previous one, yet this new individual was undeniably more entertaining. Chapter 20. With me here, Humph. Given your apparent sincerity, I shall grant you an opportunity. But you must first agree to one condition, Liuhua stated, pushing Ye Wuyue away and extending a finger toward him. Please, speak. Ye Wuyue immediately straightened his posture, preparing to listen intently to Liuhua's stipulation. I want you to swiftly fulfill the requirements necessary for me to manifest in the real world, and then take me to savor the culinary delights of this world. Liuhua declared with a serious demeanor. Ye Wuyue, divine spear. Liuhua scrutinized their expressions and, with some confusion, asked what's wrong. Is this condition exceedingly difficult to meet? Even if it is, you must agree. Otherwise, I will not grant you the opportunity to successfully cultivate Bankai. Ye Wuyue quickly regained his composure, responding, I agree. I swear it. He promptly raised 3 fingers, fearing that Liuhua might change her mind. I, Ye Wuyue, hereby swear by my soul to expedite my training, allowing Sister Liuhua to manifest in the real world as soon as possible, and then take her to enjoy all the delicious cuisines this world has to offer. Should I break this oath, my soul shall descend into the depths of hell, doomed to eternal suffering. Ye Wuyue proclaimed, his expression solemn as he completed his vow. Seeing Ye Wuyue's unwavering resolve and the severity of his vow, Liuhua was momentarily moved. her beautiful eyes softening considerably. You are so obedient. Since you have said this, I cannot treat you unfairly. Once you meet the requirements for Bankai, I will ensure you pass with ease. From now on, I will protect you. Liuhua cheerfully patted Ye Wuyue's shoulder, casting aside any previous displeasure. The divine spear felt a bead of sweat trickle down its forehead, pondering how easily satisfied this girl was. All right, now that you have agreed to my condition, hurry back and train. I await the day you bring me into the real world. With a graceful wave of her hand, Liuhua sent Ye Wuyue's body tumbling backward uncontrollably. Darkness enveloped Ye Wuyue's vision, and as the pain and fatigue surged back with the return of his consciousness, the exhilaration and excitement from his recent interactions with Liuhua and the divine spear were overshadowed by exhaustion. So tired, I can barely keep my eyelids open. Ultimately, Ye Wuyue succumbed to slumber, marking the second genuine sleep he had experienced since arriving in this world. Ever since acquiring the method of spiritual pressure cultivation, he had spent each night in meditation, as it alleviated fatigue and restored his spirit while simultaneously enhancing his spiritual power. Yet today, he was simply too weary. The following morning, after a night of rest, Ye Wuyue awoke feeling revitalized, his body no longer burdened by fatigue. The brief slumber had been exceedingly pleasant. Itachi, you should get some rest. I'll look after Sasuke for now. Aunt Mikoto mentioned you hadn't slept all night. A sweet voice chimed beside him. Ye Wuyue recognized it as Izumi's voice. Slowly opening his eyes, Ye Wuyue beheld Itachi sitting by his bedside, his eyes tinged with bloodshot veins, appearing as though he had not slept at all. Izumi stood nearby, watching Itachi with concern, while Fugaku and Mikoto seemed to be absent from home. No need. Ye Wuyue began, but faltered when he noticed his brother had awakened and was now gazing at him. Sasuke, you're awake. How do you feel? Is anything bothering you? Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat right now, Itachi exclaimed, suddenly standing up from his chair, his expression transforming into one of joy as he bombarded Ye Wuyue with questions. Oh, little Sasuke, you finally woke up. I was so worried. If you hadn't awakened soon, I fear Itachi would have become ill with anxiety, Izumi teased. After arriving at the Fugaku household, she had sensed the oppressive atmosphere. But now that Sasuke had woken, she quickly made a light-hearted joke to brighten the mood. Observing Itachi and Izumi's concern and joy for him, Ye Wuyue felt a warmth welling in his eyes. Here, he experienced the true essence of family, a sensation he had been deprived of in his previous life. I must protect all those who love me, Ye Wuyue silently vowed. Nisan, I'm fine. I was probably just too tired. I apologize for causing you worry. Ye Wuyue smiled as he slowly sat up. Itachi hurried to support him, placing a pillow behind him for comfort. Upon hearing Ye Wuyue's words, Itachi affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. What are you saying? You are our brother. It is only natural to worry about you. There is no need to apologize. Izumi, who had been smiling as she observed this heartwarming scene, suddenly blushed when Itachi referred to them as our brother, swiftly covering her face with her hands and turning away. Itachi just called him our brother. Does this imply that he acknowledges me? Oh my, what should I do? I feel so shy. When Ye Wuyue spotted Quan covering her face and twisting about, he instantly grasped her thoughts. He smiled gently and said, Thank you, Sister Quan, for coming to see me. By the way, you and brother look quite compatible standing together. Really? Do I truly seem compatible with Itachi? Quan turned around, her excitement evident as she inquired. Ye Wuyue's words brought her immense joy, causing her to become somewhat incoherent in her speech. In contrast, Itachi remained calm, seemingly oblivious to Quan's transformation, his focus solely on his younger brother. Of course, Ye Wuyue affirmed with a nod. At this point, both Itachi and Quan were 11 years old, with Itachi being slightly taller. They both wore the common high-collared black attire of the Uchiha clan, resembling a couple's outfit. Furthermore, they indeed complemented each other well. Itachi's striking looks were undeniable, and Quan boasted long, lustrous black hair that cascaded over half of her forehead, partially obscuring her Konoha forehead protector. A beauty mark beneath her right eye added to her allure. Standing together, they appeared quite fitting, albeit a tad young. With Ye Wuyue's affirmation, Quan's spirits soared. Her head filled with hearts as she occasionally stole glances at Itachi. Brother, within the clan now. Ye Wuyue turned his head, his expression growing serious as he could sense impending troubles within the clan. The plot to frame Uchiha Shisui by Danzo had been exposed, nearly costing him his life. Even with Fugaku's usually amiable disposition and dedication to the family, he could hardly overlook this matter. The internal conflict between the hawks and doves of the Uchiha clan was likely to erupt due to this incident. As Ye Wuyue spoke, Itachi's smile gradually faded. His keen intellect made him acutely aware of the situation's gravity, far worse than Ye Wuyue imagined. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Father, and I will handle it. Focus on your studies. No matter how severe the situation, your brother will bear the burden, Itachi replied, not deeming it fit for a child to ponder such issues. Yet, Ye Wuyue wished to say more, but before he could utter a word, Itachi embraced him, their foreheads touching. Rest assured, I am here for you. Chapter 21. The contest of Shuinpa and body flicker technique. Itachi's gentle voice reached Ye Wuyue's ears, compelling him to suppress his inquiries. All right. Ye Wuyue closed his eyes, returning the embrace. Although he acquiesced to Itachi's words, he did not intend to remain uninformed about the situation. Itachi's reaction indicated that matters were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared, possibly even worse than he had envisioned. However, he resolved not to press Itachi further. His brother was the type to shoulder all burdens alone, striving to resolve everything by himself. Yet, he had never considered the limitations of one person's capabilities. Some matters, no matter how strong or diligent one might be, could not be resolved alone, let alone perfectly. Moreover, others might not desire assistance in resolving their affairs, orchestrating their own destinies. Ye Wuyue planned to investigate the incident himself, for he could not rely on Itachi's approach to such matters. After resting through the morning, he made his way to the Ninja Academy, knowing his fainting was merely due to fatigue without any grave issues. As usual, Fugaku was absent from home, and Mikoto was also away, ever since Sasuke's birth. She had taken on the role of a housewife, seldom undertaking missions unless significant events occurred, preferring to remain at home otherwise. This realization deepened Ye Wuyue's awareness of the situation's seriousness. Upon learning he would attend the Ninja Academy, Itachi initially intended to accompany him, but after receiving a summoning crow, he departed, asking Quan to escort him instead, as she was now a Chunin and had mastered the two-tomo Sharingan. Upon arrival at the Ninja Academy, Ye Wuyue confirmed his suspicions. Many gazes were filled with disdain. While the villagers had previously harbored ill feelings toward the Uchiha clan, their current expressions were unprecedentedly hostile. With only whispers of discontent in the past, there were still villagers who respected their clan. Look, they are the traitorous clan. How dare they appear here so brazenly? It's hard to fathom their thoughts. If Konoha were filled with such families, it would have perished long ago. I wonder how the fourth Hokage will deal with them. I hope to never see them again. Fragmented whispers reached Ye Wuyue's ears, and he began to understand Naruto's feelings during his own struggles, though he surmised Naruto's treatment had been far worse. The villagers of Konoha were indeed easily swayed. This must be another of Danzo's schemes, adept at manipulating public opinion. However, through their comments, Ye Wuyue also discerned something noteworthy. The term traitorous clan piqued his interest. Was this referring to someone from within the clan who had defected? Given the current circumstances, Uchiha Shursui seemed the most likely candidate for defection, though one person's betrayal alone should not warrant such severity. A year prior, Orochimaru had similarly defected from Konoha, yet no one labeled Sarutobi Hiruzen as his traitorous teacher. Even Danzo, closely linked to the incident, faced minimal repercussions. One could only marvel at the formidable defenses of the duo, Danzo and Hiruzen. Danzo operated from the shadows, taking the blame for Hiruzen, while Hiruzen provided sustenance and protection to Danzo above ground. Together, they formed an indomitable political alliance. Had they not disagreed with each other, it was difficult to envision anyone capable of toppling them. Quan, too, overheard the villagers' comments, her previously bright smile fading as she looked at Sasuke with concern. Little Sasuke, how about I take you to skip class for some dango? She whispered to Ye Wuyue, fearing that Sasuke might not be able to bear the weight of such gossip. Understanding Quan's intentions, Ye Wuyue quickly replied, No need, Sister Quan. My friends are waiting for me. He smiled reassuringly. However, before Quan could respond, a voice interrupted her. Hey, Sasuke. A boy wearing a black shirt emblazoned with a red whirlpool pattern waved at them and ran over. You came to school. Irika-sensei said you were ill this morning. You must be quite weak to fall sick right as school starts. A powerful ninja like me would never fall ill so easily. As Naruto boasted with his hands on his hips, the murmurs from the villagers diminished considerably upon seeing him. You? A powerful ninja? That description hardly suits you, fool. Would you like to have a match? Ye Wuyue retorted without mercy. Naruto, embodying a blend of Minato and Kushina's traits, was exuberant, yet somewhat reckless. His words incited an immediate reaction, and he jumped up in indignation. How dare you question me? Today, I'll show you who's the boss. Let's race to the classroom. Of course, should I give you a few seconds head start? Ye Wuyue inquired with a dismissive expression. Seeing his lively demeanor, Quan began to relax. Humph, no need for that. Just don't cry if you lose. Naruto huffed, puffing out his cheeks defiantly. Then let us begin. Sister Quan, I'm off. Ye Wuyue waved goodbye to her, and the race was set to commence. Goodbye? Quan smiled and waved, her worries easing as she watched him go. 3, 2, 1, start. With Ye Wuyue's declaration, he and Naruto dashed forward like arrows. Originally, Ye Wuyue intended to let loose a bit, but upon witnessing Naruto's remarkable speed, he swiftly abandoned that notion. Naruto executed the body flicker technique with a proficiency that far surpassed Ye Wuyue's, his speed and distance slightly exceeding even Ye Wuyue's instant step. Resembling a small flash of yellow light, Ye Wuyue became serious, employing his own instant step, and the two figures, one dark and one bright, flashed through the ninja academy. Moments later, both appeared simultaneously at the classroom door. Although Naruto's body flicker technique excelled in speed and distance, the intervals at which he could use it were shorter than Ye Wuyue's, resulting in a comparable final speed. Not too shabby. You can actually keep pace with my speed, Naruto remarked, appearing unfazed despite having used the body flicker technique numerous times, especially when compared to another individual who would be gasping for breath after a mere few minutes of using the Sharingan. That remark should be directed at me, don't you think? Ye Wuyue replied. The two exchanged a knowing smile before simultaneously pushing open the classroom door and entering. Chapter 22, Hokage? Upon entering the classroom, Ye Wuyue noticed several classmates regarding him with disdain. However, he paid them no mind and walked directly to his seat. I must focus on my training. He had grasped the general situation, yet felt unable to contribute meaningfully at present. After school, he planned to seek out Hayashi, hoping that the small favor he had previously done would bear fruit. Ye Wuyue entered a meditative state, recalling what Liuhua had said about his spiritual pressure needing to be roughly 2 or 3 times greater to manifest in the real world. This indicated that the captain-level spiritual energy value of 48,000 provided by the system was indeed the threshold for achieving Bankai. Currently, he had only about half of that, leaving a considerable gap to bridge. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage office, a heated argument erupted. After being summoned by Minato last night, Fugaku was met with minimal discussion, just inquiries about the situation, followed by the issuance of a bounty for Uchiha Shursui. This incident, occurring within the Uchiha clan, naturally implicated Fugaku as the clan leader, incurring a degree of responsibility. The punishment Minato had imposed was a 1/9 reduction in the Uchiha clan's funding, a measure Fugaku accepted without objection, deeming it a relatively lenient outcome. However, some within the village were clearly dissatisfied with this resolution. TZ stormed into the Hokage office, fuming. Minato, are you aware of the potential hazards your handling of this situation poses for the village? TZ directly addressed Minato, a typical move for him, as no one had yet succeeded in eliciting the title of Hokage from him. Minato, setting down his pen, inquired, which matter is Elder TZ referring to? Humph. Spare me the pretense. I'm referring to the defection of the Uchiha clan members. TZ retorted coldly. TZ's impolite tone failed to provoke Minato's anger. He calmly stated, I am already aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter. The defection of the Uchiha indeed correlates with their internal discipline issues, and I have already enacted a punishment against the Uchiha clan. I wonder if Elder TZ has any further questions? Minato, are you jesting? A 1/9 reduction in funding hardly constitutes punishment. Do you comprehend the ramifications should those defectors divulge sensitive information about the village? TZ narrowed his eyes. I have dispatched Umbu members to pursue them, and the Uchiha clan is willing to cooperate in the hunt for the defectors. The Uchiha have significantly contributed to the village. Just recently, it was their Shursui who repelled the invading forces from the Mist Village. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan also distinguished themselves by defending the village, Minato asserted, remaining steadfast in his position. He had been acutely aware of the Uchiha's plight even before his ascension to Hokage. Such a powerful clan should not be continuously marginalized to the brink of alienation from the village. while the Uchiha were indeed somewhat proud. A deeper understanding revealed that most possessed kind hearts and valued bonds with their comrades. Thus, Minato had long harbored thoughts of reintegrating the Uchiha into the village. His previous camaraderie with Fugaku and their aligned viewpoints further fueled his desire to implement this notion, yet he quickly realized how challenging it would be. The Uchiha clan had been divided into two factions. One sought to integrate with the village, while the other craved power and dominance, desiring the Uchiha to reign supreme in Konoha. This division posed one obstacle. Another was the Konoha guard policy established during the Second Hokage's era, which exacerbated tensions between the Uchiha and the villagers, with many residents wishing for the Uchiha's complete disappearance. This prompted Minato to propose that other clans join the Konoha guard, hoping to mitigate the villagers' animosity towards the Uchiha. However, upon presenting this idea, he encountered yet another obstacle. The village's upper echelons were universally hostile towards the Uchiha, with not a single supporter in sight. Fortunately, this initiative was not overly significant, and after overcoming considerable opposition, Minato managed to implement it. Nevertheless, the current situation was quite troublesome, as he anticipated that TZ would not be the only one seeking to undermine him. After hearing Minato's explanation, TZ scoffed. This is a separate issue. Every family and individual within the village should contribute to its welfare. That is not praiseworthy. In fact, those who do not contribute should be punished. In any case, I utterly disagree with your handling of this matter. I have made my decision regarding this situation. Is it not within the purview of a Hokage to make their own choices? Minato replied, his brow furrowed, a flicker of irritation surfacing within him. Have you forgotten something, Minato? If all the elders oppose a decision, it can be overturned. I believe it would be prudent to seek the opinions of more individuals regarding this matter. TZ said, speaking with an air of certainty. Indeed, your handling of this situation appears somewhat misguided, interjected Hiruzen, entering while puffing on his pipe, followed by Mito and Koharu. Let us convene a meeting with all the clan leaders to determine the appropriate course of action for the Uchiha clan, Mito suggested. All the elders are opposed to your approach, Minato. Are you still intent on pursuing your own path? TZ fixed his gaze on Minato. Faced with the four elders before him, Minato acutely felt the immense resistance to achieving his goals. Then you may set the time for the meeting, he sighed resignedly. At this juncture, persisting in his stance seemed futile. The third Hokage wielded considerable authority, and even some Umbu were under his command. He could easily issue a decree punishing the Uchiha clan. Let us gather the clan leaders tonight, Hiruzen stated, pipe in hand. The other three elders nodded in agreement. Outside the ninja academy, Irika's classroom, Ye Wuyue sat with his eyes closed, leaning against the wall in meditation, as spiritual energy flowed into his being. Wow, Sasuke is truly impressive. Even after being called out of class, he can still fall asleep. Naruto marveled at the sight of the meditative Ye Wuyue, standing beside two other young boys. One sported a pineapple hairstyle, resting his head against the wall, while the other, somewhat plump, appeared quite affable. Suddenly, the little chubby boy's stomach let out a loud growl. Dinxi clutched his stomach, a look of grievance upon his face. Shikamaru, I am so hungry. Chapter 23, Practical Training. Shikamaru, somewhat exasperated, replied, Did you not just finish 2 bags of chips? You are truly a bother. But I am really hungry. My stomach just growled, Dinxi protested, his tone still tinged with a sense of injustice. Naruto, observing their exchange, stifled his laughter. Just hold on a bit longer. School will be over soon, Shikamaru said, resigned. All right, Dinxi replied, lowering his head in agreement. Approximately 3 minutes later, as expected by Shikamaru, the school bell rang. Yu instantly opened his eyes and dashed towards the school gate, leaving Dinxi and Naruto astonished. Is Sasuke in such a hurry to return home? Naruto inquired. Perhaps he has something important to attend to, Shikamaru said, scratching his head nonchalantly. Let us go, Dinxi. Aren't you hungry? With that, Shikamaru also stepped towards the school gate. Dinxi, upon hearing this, followed suit with an O. After leaving the ninja academy, Yu followed the route etched in his memory towards the Hyuga clan's territory. After about half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga estate, where he coincidentally encountered Niji and Hinata returning home from school. Hinata, is Uncle Hizashi at home? Yu waved at Hinata and inquired. Upon hearing her name, Hinata turned around, visibly surprised. Father is in the backyard right now. I will go inform him, she replied. Thank you. Yu nodded appreciatively. After Hinata went to find Hizashi, Niji regarded Yu with a hint of caution for a moment before also heading home. Shortly after, Hisashi emerged alone. "Oh, it's Sasuke. Come in and sit for a while." He greeted warmly, gesturing for him to enter. "I came to seek your counsel on a matter, so I want to be entering. I need to head back home shortly." Yu waved his hand in decline. Hisashi, understanding, did not press further. "I can probably guess what you wish to discuss. I will stand by your side and do my utmost to alleviate the village's punishment towards your clan. However, I cannot guarantee that my efforts will yield results." Without waiting for Yu to respond, Hisashi had already conveyed his stance. "That is more than sufficient. Thank you, Uncle Hisashi. I shall take my leave now." After expressing his gratitude, Yu waved goodbye and turned to head home. He understood that as a clan leader, Hisashi's ability to assist was limited, but it was all he could do at this moment. He was not in a position to undertake more. Hisashi lingered for a moment, watching Yuyu's retreating figure. And reflecting on his daughter, he let out a sigh. Fugaku truly knows how to raise his son, he thought, walking back into the house. Upon returning home, he found that both Fugaku and Tachi had yet to arrive, though Makoto was present. After dinner, Yu practiced a bit of the ghostly techniques and basic strikes, then began to meditate. He had done all he could. The subsequent developments were now up to fate. May there be a favorable outcome. 3 days later, the village's punishment for the Uchiha clan was publicly announced, a reduction of clan funds by 1/5, a mandate to self-capture the defecting clan ninjas, and the loss of all clan rights within the village if the capture was not completed within 8 years. Yu found this outcome somewhat acceptable. In 8 years, he might master the Bankai, and at that point, he could swiftly attain the strength of a Kage. He could then devise a way to eliminate Danzo and the elders, enabling a much improved existence for the Uchiha clan in Konoha. On the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, Iruka was conducting practical training with his class, while next to them, Mizuki was leading a class 1 grade higher, also engaged in practical training. Yu yawned. Initially, he intended to defeat Mizuki during the practical training to showcase his strength to Minato and swiftly become a genin. However, after being assassinated by Uchiha Shana, he abandoned that thought. Spending a few more years developing peacefully at the Ninja Academy would allow him to emerge with the power of a Kage, significantly enhancing his safety. The only downside was that it would take 6 additional years before he could become a genin and accept missions, thus experiencing the thrill of battle outside the village. However, in comparison to preserving his life, this concern seemed trivial. "Iruka-sensei, how about we have our 2 classes engage in practical training together?" Just as Yu was lost in thought, Mizuki walked up to Iruka with a smile. Iruka, hearing Mizuki's suggestion, appeared somewhat hesitant. "But Mizuki-sensei, your class is a grade higher. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for them to engage with us?" "Not at all. Though my class is indeed a grade above. The content we learn is quite similar to yours. It's merely a sparring session. There's nothing wrong with them practicing together, right? Besides, doesn't your class have the genius Uchiha and the prince?" Mizuki chuckled, patting Iruka on the shoulder. "Very well." Ultimately, Iruka agreed and turned to Yu and the others, announcing, "Classmates, today our practical training will be conducted alongside Mizuki-sensei's class." The students reacted differently to Iruka's announcement. For instance, Inuzuka Kiba was absolutely thrilled, exuding enthusiasm, while Shikamaru remained indifferent, and most of the girls appeared worried, fearing injuries during the sparring. Yu glanced over and was surprised to find that Niji was indeed in Mizuki's class. It seemed he was the reason Mizuki had proposed this idea, as Niji was indeed a standout among their cohort before Yuyu's arrival. Of course, that was only true prior to his coming. Now, Niji was still significantly behind him and Naruto. "Is there anyone who would like to volunteer to go first?" Iruka inquired. Yu felt indifferent, although he enjoyed combat. He had little interest in such childish sparring matches. However, some individuals clearly displayed great enthusiasm. "I'll go." "Iruka-sensei, let me go first." Kiba immediately raised his hand. "All right, Kiba, you can go first." Kiba confidently strode into the center of the training ground. At this point, Mizuki also selected a participant from his class, a rather robust student. Once they were in position, the one-on-one practical training commenced, with neither having mastered any ninjutsu, so they were engaged in a contest of physical techniques. Yu found the proceedings rather dull and decided to close his eyes to meditate. After an indeterminate amount of time, next, Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka called from the roll, but there was no response. "Uchiha Sasuke." Iruka called again, yet still no reply. He looked up to see Sasuke leaning against a tree, eyes closed as if asleep. Shikamaru, nearby, shook his head in resignation, prompting Yu Yu to slowly open his eyes. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Ha ha ha, the Uchiha clan's sleepyhead. No, it should be called the clan of defectors. Chapter 24. Niji's hostility. What is happening? Is it my turn? Yu Yu asked in confusion. A vein appeared on Irika's forehead, but he managed to suppress his frustration in front of the other class, calmly stating, "It's your turn. Hurry up and come forward." Okay. Yu Yu scratched his head, walking to the center of the training ground. At that moment, Niji stepped out from their class and positioned himself opposite Yu Yu. "Niji, are you planning to spar with Sasuke?" Mizuki inquired. "Yes," Niji replied, fixing his gaze on Yu Yu, ignoring Mizuki. Yu Yu sensed a rising tension from Niji, though he was uncertain why. They had barely interacted, having only crossed paths a couple of days prior. Whatever, Yu Yu thought, choosing not to dwell on it. "Ready." The voice of Irika resonated, as both Ye Wuyue and Niji simultaneously placed a hand on their chests, forming half a seal. The laughter from other academies, mocking Ye Wuyue, had yet to cease. But he was indifferent to their taunts. The battle commenced. With a swift motion of his right hand, Irika signaled the start, prompting Niji to advance immediately. Striking at the acupuncture point on Ye Wuyue's shoulder with the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. Although Ye Wuyue intended to withhold much of his strength, his proficiency, honed over several years, was more than adequate for dealing with Niji in this instance. With a sharp clap, Ye Wuyue deflected Niji's right hand and launched a kick toward him. Niji, opting to retreat momentarily, leapt back to evade Ye Wuyue's assault. "It seems you are quite eager to teach me a lesson. We have no grievances, do we?" Ye Wuyue inquired, scratching his head, determined to clarify the situation. "Indeed. We have no animosity," Niji replied coolly, gradually raising his hands to form a seal. Observing this, Mizuki smirked, for he had proposed the joint practical exercises to showcase his student to Irika. "However, because of you, Hinata-sama is subjected to rigorous training every day. Therefore, I must defeat you, so that Hayashi-sama understands you do not possess the strength that necessitates Hinata-sama pursuing you. Leave her protection to me. Byakugan, activate." Upon uttering these words, Niji activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes swelling. Since Hinata was rescued by Ye Wuyue 3 years ago, Hayashi had incessantly compared her to Sasuke, imposing increasingly stringent demands on her. Consequently, Hinata often confided in Niji about her grievances, and upon learning the reasons behind Hayashi's actions, Niji developed a sense of rivalry toward the Sasuke Hayashi idolized. The surrounding academies gasped in astonishment, particularly those familiar with the Byakugan bloodline, who were utterly taken aback. Hinata, who was present in Irika's class, felt deeply moved by Niji's words. "Go for it, brother Niji," she whispered, then quickly added, "And good luck, Sasuke-kun." Though her voice was soft, Niji still heard her, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement before turning his gaze back to Ye Wuyue. After listening to Niji, Ye Wuyue finally grasped the source of Niji's hostility. Originally, Niji's resentment towards the main family stemmed from Hayashi's harshness, which extended even to Hinata. However, since Hayashi had not perished due to the incident with the Cloud Village, Niji's animosity towards the main family had lessened, and he had even developed a protective instinct towards his sister. Ye Wuyue smirked at the realization of Hayashi's strictness with Hinata, subjecting her to harsh training daily. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Niji raised his right hand, extending his left in a stance of the gentle fist technique, then charged at Ye Wuyue, unleashing a flurry of punches like a tempest. Just as Irika intended to intervene, Mizuki restrained him. "Irika-sensei, do not rush. Your student has yet to concede. Stepping in now would disrupt their direct combat practice." Irika struggled against Mizuki's hold, but upon observing the ongoing match, he paused. As Niji unleashed his rapid strikes, Ye Wuyue adeptly countered each blow just before it could connect, his hands moving with such speed that they seemed to leave afterimages. Niji was astounded by this revelation. Gritting his teeth, he intensified his assault. For palms, 8 palms, 8 trigrams, 16 palms. In a final desperate move, Niji attacked 16 acupuncture points on Ye Wuyue simultaneously. Yet he was effortlessly thwarted. How can this be? Niji gazed incredulously at Sasuke, who had grasped his arm, a bead of sweat trickling to the ground as he failed to strike a single point. "While I can understand your desire to shield your sister from hardship, I believe it is beneficial for her to cultivate some self-defense skills. After all, you cannot always be by her side," Ye Wuyue remarked calmly, then seized Niji's arm and swept his leg to bring him down to the ground. Niji, momentarily stunned by Ye Wuyue's words, found himself on the ground before he could react. Ye Wuyue extended a hand towards him, and after a brief hesitation, Niji accepted it, allowing Ye Wuyue to pull him up. The victor is Uchiha Sasuke. The battle concludes. Both parties shall form a reconciliation seal. Irika beamed at the scene before him, not merely for the display of prowess, but for the brilliance of the combat itself. Mizuki, witnessing the outcome, found his smile faltering. He had never anticipated that Niji, having activated his Byakugan and mastered the gentle fist, would be so easily bested by pure martial skill, and that Ye Wuyue appeared so at ease doing so. Although Mizuki felt a surge of indignation, he refrained from showing it, knowing both combatants were beyond his reach. After forming the reconciliation seal, Niji ponderously returned to his class, while Ye Wuyue leaned against a tree once more. The peers who had previously mocked him now fell silent, their gazes tinged with a hint of apprehension. They had assumed that this Uchiha, known for his lethargy, lacked strength, believing that mocking this esteemed clan would bring them satisfaction. However, upon witnessing Ye Wuyue's true capabilities, their bravado waned. Irika-sensei's class truly harbors hidden talents. Even among first-year students, there are many who can achieve victory. It appears your guidance is commendable, Mizuki remarked, a veneer of a smile masking his true feelings. Irika, oblivious to Mizuki's tone, humbly responded, "It is merely the beginning of the semester. I am fortunate to have such fine students assigned to me." Chapter 25. Graduation. Though many students in his class favored napping during lessons and exhibited some mischief, Irika did not consider them bad students. They simply struggled with academic pursuits. Today's practical exercises allowed him to discern some of the students' strengths and merits. With the conclusion of the practical session, Ye Wuyue's life began to stabilize. He frequented the ninja academy to meditate when classes were in session and sought places to practice his sword techniques during free time, signing in annually. Thus, he spent 6 years at the ninja academy, never truly revealing his strength or skipping grades. Following the assassination attempt by Uchiha Shana, he encountered no further dangers, leading a remarkably stable existence. Additionally, the rewards he accrued during these 6 years of sign-ins included flesh-replenishing agents, a black cloak to conceal spiritual pressure, a cross-star emblem, techniques for crafting artificial bodies, shallow strikes, and the Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura. Some of these rewards held little value for Ye Wuyue, especially within this world, such as the black cloak and the cross-star emblem. While the latter could seize others' Bankai, in the world of Naruto, he was the only one possessing a Zanpakuto, rendering the ability to steal Bankai virtually useless. He could not possibly use it to acquire his own. The remaining rewards were largely beneficial. The flesh-replenishing agent could restore damaged bodies and might prove useful in the future, while the technique for crafting artificial bodies could create vessels for housing souls. Although it served no immediate purpose, should he acquire items like the soul-guiding gloves or soul pills that allow for soul detachment, he could use the crafting technique to create several avatars, freely navigating the ninja world. The shallow strikes held little value for him, as the system indicated that his Zanpakuto was the original blade, Riken, and any subsequent Zanpakuto abilities would be housed within it. If he wished to change Zanpakuto, he would forfeit all previously acquired abilities. This was utterly unacceptable to him. He was still unaware of whether he possessed any innate talent for becoming a Soul Reaper. What if he awakened the abilities of a new Zanpakuto and they turned out to be utterly worthless? Moreover, his current Zanpakuto already boasted 3 formidable abilities, rendering any risk of switching to an unknown Zanpakuto unnecessary. Although this shallow strike held little utility for him, he could bestow it upon another. Perhaps it could aid someone with a strong spirit in becoming a Soul Reaper. As for Senbenzakura, it requires no introduction. It is an essential Zanpakuto for those who wish to impress, with its dazzling abilities and visually stunning Bankai. For Yoru no Suki, it represented a commendable Zanpakuto power, which would also merge with his original shallow strike. Regarding his current strength, he estimated himself to be at the elite Jonin level, as he had yet to master Bankai, although he had begun to meet the preliminary conditions for its development. On a day in the 63rd year of Konoha, Yoru no Suki, clad in a black shahakusho with his shallow strike at his waist and a Konoha forehead protector upon his brow, had just graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy the previous day. However, he had yet to ascertain his team members or captain. He was uncertain whether he would still be paired with Naruto and Sakura, with Kakashi as their leader. Uncle Irika, please pack a bowl of tonkatsu ramen for me to take away, Yoru no Suki requested, pulling out a food container. The other patrons in the ramen shop glanced curiously at his request, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment, but it was unavoidable. Huh? You want to take ramen to go? Uncle Irika asked again, fearing he had misheard. Indeed, I would appreciate it. Yoru no Suki nodded with a hint of reluctance. That is possible, but the flavor of the ramen diminishes significantly if not consumed immediately. Are you sure you want it packed? Uncle Irika reminded him. Well, I have a bedridden friend who is particularly eager to enjoy your ramen, but she is unable to go out, so I must bring it to her. Yoru no Suki explained earnestly after a moment's thought. Upon hearing this, Uncle Irika fell silent for a moment before suddenly becoming invigorated. I see. Rest assured. I will prepare the most delicious ramen for your friend. Just you wait. He adjusted his chef's hat and left Yoru no Suki with an inspiring silhouette as he hurried to the kitchen. After leaving the ramen shop, Yoru no Suki made his way to a dumpling shop on the eastern side of the village, purchasing a considerable amount of sweets until his hands were laden with food. Avoiding crowded areas, he slipped into a secluded grove within Konoha. Heart of the south, eye of the north, fingers of the west, toes of the east. Gather with the wind and disperse the rain. Binding arts number 58, strike the sparrow. Yoru no Suki utilized the 58th binding spell to sense his surroundings, detecting no other spiritual pressures nearby. Although the world of Naruto lacked methods for cultivating spiritual pressure, every soul possessed some, albeit at a low intensity. Yoru no Suki could perceive the presence of others through their spiritual pressure. Ryu, come forth. I have procured nearly every delicacy available in the village for you, he called out. As soon as he finished speaking, his shallow strike trembled, and a long-haired woman in a red outfit suddenly appeared beside him, snatching the food from his hands. This is a bit cold. It's all your fault. You wouldn't let me go to the shop and insisted on this unnecessary detour. Rhea chastised him while devouring the food, her words somewhat incomprehensible. This really isn't my fault. If others discovered I was carrying someone from outside the village, our clan would surely face repercussions. Some villagers are keeping a close watch on us, Yoru no Suki lamented. The Uchiha clan had been faring reasonably well in recent years, possibly due to the departure of several radical factions from Konoha. The clan's hostility had diminished, and they had grown more harmonious with the village. Nonetheless, Danzo and his ilk still seized every opportunity to threaten the Uchiha. That just means you are too weak. Otherwise, you could simply eliminate those who are watching you. Ryu replied with a hint of disdain. Why not, Ryu? Just acknowledge me so that I can master Bankai, Yoru no Suki suggested, inching closer to her with a somewhat flattering tone. At that moment, Ryu held a skewer of dango and paused, sensing Yoru no Suki's gaze upon her. What are you staring at? Keep that up, and I might just hit you, she warned. Isn't your defining trait that you can eat an extraordinary amount? Yoru no Suki mumbled, and as soon as the words left his lips, a fist suddenly loomed large in his vision. And you are also gentle, kind, beautiful, elegant, and immensely powerful, Yoru no Suki quickly added, his voice raised, causing Ryua's fist to halt midair. A few beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and he could not deny the thrill of the moment. He thought to himself, that fist had been mere millimeters from my handsome face. Next time you speak out of turn, I will turn you into a pig. Ryu huffed, retracting her fist and resuming her meal. Alas, mastering Bankai seems so arduous for everyone. At this rate, I may not learn it until the next millennium. Yoru no Suki sighed inwardly. Both the Divine Spear and Senbonzakura could now manifest in the real world. The Divine Spear required him to defeat himself within a forest of blades. However, the spear could manipulate the blade forest at will, making it exceedingly difficult for him to locate it, let alone defeat it. As for Senbonzakura, the condition for Bankai was to remove his mask while surrounded by billions of tiny blades. Under Senbonzakura's control, those blades could envelop him entirely, making it impossible for him to even touch his mask if he could not breach that defense. Ryua's conditions for Bankai training were even more stringent. She demanded that Yoru no Suki defeat her in an environment of 6,000 degrees Celsius. Though he would not perish from the heat, the pain it inflicted was very real, making even the act of swinging a sword incredibly challenging. Moreover, the training for Bankai had to occur in the real world, and his Zanpakuto would alter the surrounding environment. While the illusion would be imperceptible to everyone except him, it would still be visually tangible. Without finding an isolated place to train, he could not proceed. To date, Yorinosuke had only conducted simulated training within the space of his Zanpakuto. Now, he completely dismissed Ryua's claims of an easy path, realizing they were merely fabrications. Finally, Ryu finished devouring all the delicious food Yorinosuke had purchased, revealing a satisfied expression. The flavors were quite delightful this time, especially the tonkatsu ramen, though the grilled squid was a bit cold. If you encounter any more delectable treats, remember to bring them to me. I must take my leave now. She patted Yorinosuke's shoulder before vanishing from sight. The moonless night sighed deeply. In the week that flowed like a river of flames, all the money he had saved since his arrival had been spent, leaving him poorer than Naruto during the same period in the original story. It seemed he would have to either borrow from his brother or undertake missions to earn some money. The remnants of food packaging had been burned to ashes by him. And Nightless Moon did not need to tidy up. He headed straight home. Upon returning, he was surprised to find that Fujitaka, unusually, was not working today. He sat in a chair, sipping tea, casting a glance at Nightless Moon before lowering his head and ignoring him. Nightless Moon felt that since he turned 8, Fujitaka had grown increasingly dissatisfied with him, often sighing while looking at him. After much contemplation, Nightless Moon concluded that it was likely due to his inability to awaken the Sharingan. After all, his brother Tachi had activated his Sharingan at the age of 8, achieving the double Tomo, while Nightless Moon had yet to even manifest a single Tomo. "I'm back," Nightless Moon announced, removing his shoes as he walked toward his room. "To think you truly spent 6 years completing the Ninja Academy," Fujitaka suddenly spoke as Nightless Moon passed by him. Nightless Moon paused, puzzled, and replied, "Didn't Dad say during a conversation with Uncle Hizashi that he hoped I would finish the Ninja Academy? He mentioned there was much knowledge worth learning there." Fujitaka's hand holding the teacup froze as he recalled indeed saying such words, but they were directed at Hizashi. It was akin to someone with the opportunity for a graduate program claiming they wished to experience the rigors of entrance exams, or a billionaire expressing a preference for teaching despite earning a mere 1,000 a month. Such statements were merely for show. Who would have thought his youngest son would take them so literally? "Ahem, have you brought back your forehead protector?" Fujitaka coughed, diverting the conversation. I wore it on my forehead." Nightless Moon hesitated, sensing something was off about his father today. Upon hearing this, Fujitaka fell silent for a moment. "Your allowance will be halved next month." With that, he turned and retreated to his room, slamming the door behind him. Nightless Moon was left stunned. Having his allowance? How was he supposed to afford feeding that glutton? Even as a genin, he would only be able to take on low-level tasks like finding lost cats or picking up trash, with meager rewards, while Flowing Fire needed a substantial meal every day. Mikoto, nearby, chuckled as she gathered the teaware, wiping her hands before retrieving a plump little wallet in the shape of a puppy, likely from the same store as Naruto's. "Here, this is a graduation gift." Nightless Moon's eyes sparkled as he immediately accepted the wallet, though he wasn't particularly fond of its design. He was thrilled with what was inside. "Thank you, Mother." Nightless Moon did not open the wallet immediately. "By the way, didn't Brother return yesterday? Has he taken on another mission?" He noticed Itachi seemed to be absent from home. Since Shursui was still alive, Itachi had retained his 3 Tomo Sharingan, and his strength was likely nearing that of a Kage, as he had discovered a pair of divine artifacts during a recent mission. Indeed, these were the Totsuka Blade and the Yata Mirror. According to Itachi, these weapons had seemingly sought him out, and since they lacked physical forms, they had effectively become part of him. Nightless Moon envied Itachi's extraordinary luck, as he had yet to find even a single coin in this world. Itachi received a directive from the Hokage to become a team leader today and is determining which squad to lead, Mikoto said with a smile. Due to the previous defection of Uchiha Shursui and his clan, Itachi's promotion had been delayed until this year. "I hope I can be assigned to Brother's squad." Chapter 27. Bankai training in the Forest of Swords within the realm of the Zanpakuto. Nightless Moon held the divine spear, vigilantly surveying his surroundings, the massive blades reflecting his anxious silhouette like mirrors. Suddenly, a gap opened in the sword forest behind him. "Oh no," Nightless Moon thought, spinning around just as a long blade lunged directly at him, its length extending over 10 meters. Clang! Nightless Moon hastily positioned his sword horizontally before him, the tip of the encroaching blade colliding with his weapon, producing a sharp sound. Though he successfully blocked the attack, he was knocked back nearly 10 meters, a blade gleaming menacingly behind him, mere inches from inflicting a fatal wound. Fortunately, the divine spear was not manipulating the sword forest to attack him. It merely obscured his vision. Otherwise, he doubted he could endure even a minute. The sword forest shifted, and the divine spear's figure vanished again. At present, Nightless Moon was engaged in a battle against the manifestation of the divine spear, yet he had not yet managed to strike it. In this labyrinth of blades, he could not even catch a glimpse of the spear, and the condition for his Bankai was to defeat it here. Damn it, I can't remain passive any longer. Nightless Moon clenched his teeth and leaped into the air, momentarily pausing before ascending further, gradually elevating his form. This was a utilization of spiritual energy, condensing it beneath his feet to create a point of support in the air, allowing him to float and even move while suspended. This technique had been employed by Shinigami like Urahara Kisuke and Aizen Sosuke upon arriving in the human world, though it lacked a specific name. Nightless Moon chose to call it air treading for convenience. With the aid of air treading, Nightless Moon was on the verge of escaping the Forest of Swords, planning to locate the divine spear's position. However, in the next moment, the entire forest suddenly rose 10 meters, and once again, he was surrounded by gleaming blades. Still unable to see the spear. Damn! Nightless Moon gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Divine spear, you're something else." His method to fly out of the sword forest and find the spear had failed, leaving him with no choice but to return to the ground. Fine. If you want to come out, I'll force you. Gazing at the endless blades before him, Nightless Moon abandoned the slow search within, realizing it was utterly futile. Those who reign, mask of flesh and blood, myriad phenomena, take flight. In the name of humanity, the wall of azure flame engraves the twin lotuses. The distant sky awaits the abyss of great fire. Hado number 73, Twin Lotus Azure Flame Fall. After completing the incantation, Nightless Moon unleashed a wave of explosive flames toward the multitude of standing blades before him. Boom! The sword forest was blasted open, revealing the fleeting silhouette of the divine spear. Don't run! Nightless Moon immediately pursued, but the sword forest began to close in once more. Damn it! Nightless Moon was nearing a breakdown. He had fought the divine spear here 3 times, yet he had never managed to touch it. Each time, he stumbled through the sword forest, only to be defeated by the spear lurking in a corner. Hado number 88, Flying Dragon Strikes the Heavens. Now, Nightless Moon completely disregarded conserving spiritual energy, launching an incantation-less Hado number 88, desperate to make contact with the divine spear. A massive bolt of lightning shattered the blades blocking Nightless Moon's path, and for the first time, the divine spear's figure appeared before him. Strike him down, divine spear. Nightless Moon cried out the release phrase, extending the spear in his hand toward the manifested divine spear. Strike him down, divine spear. The manifested divine spear chuckled, echoing the same release phrase, its blade instantly lengthening, striking first and piercing Nightless Moon's shoulder. You still have much to refine, Moonless, the manifested divine spear remarked, withdrawing the long blade, causing blood to gush forth from Nightless Moon's wound. The sharpshooter cast aside his knife, which, upon striking the ground, instantly transformed into a towering blade standing upright. This is infuriating. Why do you persist in hiding? Why can't we engage in a straightforward battle? Night Without Moon exclaimed as he hurled his own knife, a surge of green light enveloping him as he invoked a healing technique, simultaneously voicing his grievances to the sharpshooter. His patience was wearing thin from the sharpshooter's game of hide and seek, leaving him with no choice but to wait for an attack, entirely devoid of initiative. Alas, we have faced each other on 4 occasions. Do you still fail to grasp my intentions? The sharpshooter sighed, displaying a hint of disappointment. He continued, I am not a blade designed for direct confrontation. I lurk in the shadows, striking with lethal precision like a viper. That is my essence. My repeated duels with you were to impart this lesson, yet you remain oblivious, even daring to accuse me. Furthermore, did you not lose when I finally emerged to confront you directly? The sharpshooter's words plunged Night Without Moon into contemplation. He recognized the truth in the sharpshooter's assertion. The initial release of his sword extended its length, which was indeed of limited utility in direct combat, particularly when the adversary was aware of this ability. However, when concealed in the shadows, the sharpshooter's capabilities flourished, allowing for long-range assaults. By ascertaining the enemy's position, he could swiftly extend his blade and pierce them through, leaving little room for a reaction. So this was the correct application of the sharpshooter's abilities? Today, Night Without Moon finally understood how to wield the sharpshooter effectively. He had previously assumed that the sharpshooter relied solely on the length of his blade for a direct clash, and he could only conceive of binding his opponent with a technique before launching an attack. Cough, cough. I admit I was a bit too loud just now. I apologize. I am truly sorry, Night Without Moon said, bowing slightly to the sharpshooter. It's quite all right. I merely wish to enlighten you, given your persistent efforts. Would you care to try again? The sharpshooter replied with a wave and a smile, extending an invitation to Night Without Moon. Not for the moment. I have 2 more trials awaiting my endeavor. Night Without Moon shook his head and turned toward an area adorned with cherry blossom trees to the left of the sword forest. Amidst the blooming cherry blossoms stood a samurai, donned with a fearsome mask and adorned with cherry petal ornaments atop his head. With a casual wave, millions of cherry petals cascaded from the trees, swirling around him, each petal glinting with a cold, blade-like sharpness. Come forth, cherries of 1,000 petals beckoned. Hands clasped behind his back, Night Without Moon tightened his grip on his knife and charged toward cherries of 1,000 petals. After a while, he emerged from the space of the Zanpakuto, exhausted and battered, having been ruthlessly overpowered by his 3 blades with no means of resistance. He felt as though achieving his final form was a distant dream. The following day, all the graduates of Irika's class gathered in the classroom, discussing the formation of ninja teams. After a while, Irika began to announce the distribution of the teams. Team 7, Chapter 28, Team 11, Naruto, Sakura. Upon hearing Team 7, Night Without Moon listened intently. In the original narrative, he was assigned to Team 7. He wondered if fate would repeat itself. Since Tachi returned yesterday, he had not informed Night Without Moon of which team he would lead, a rule within the village. And lastly, Itochi, Irika announced the final member of Team 7. This outcome left Night Without Moon with mixed feelings. It was both expected and understandable. Originally, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were grouped together due to his superior overall scores, while Naruto had been the underperformer, ostensibly for the sake of balancing grades. Now, however, his theoretical performance had deteriorated, placing him in the middle tier. And Naruto had also found himself in a similar position, both excelling in practical skills but lacking in theory, a trait he likely inherited from his mother, Kushina. Sakura, on the other hand, held the highest theoretical scores in the class. As for Itochi, Night Without Moon was not well acquainted with him, only aware that he was a bespectacled boy, seemingly average in both strength and theoretical knowledge, with no notable qualities to speak of. Team 8, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino. Hyuga Hinata. Team 10, Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji. Irika still had not called his name, causing Night Without Moon to feel a twinge of confusion. Team 11, Uchiha Sasuke Sai. Night Without Moon immediately raised his hand. Irika-sensei, I have a question. Why isn't my teammate from our class? And who is this Sai I've never heard of? Of course, Night Without Moon was feigning ignorance. He knew very well who Sai was. In the original narrative, after Sasuke's defection, Sai joined the new Team 7, a product of Danzo's root, skilled in the use of super beast imitation technique. Initially devoid of emotions, he merely fulfilled his missions, but later, under the influence of Naruto and Sakura, he became their ally, eventually marrying Ino at the end of the Shippuden series. However, these details were trivial. What mattered was that in the original timeline, Sai had already achieved the rank of CH Nin at the age of 10. How could he still be assigned to the same ninja team now? Due to the insufficient number of graduates this year, we had to form teams of 3. After assigning 10 teams, you were the only one left, so the higher-ups decided to include a member from outside the academy who is of similar age. Although Sai is only 1 year older than you, he has already been promoted to CH Nin, making it much easier for your team to complete missions with him aboard. Irika explained to Night Without Moon. Sasuke was indeed fortunate to be placed in a team with a CH Nin. Indeed, I wish I could have such good fortune as well. Are you suggesting you don't want to be on the same team as me? No, of course not. Upon hearing Irika's words, the classmates cast envious glances at Night Without Moon, realizing that their graduating class consisted of 31 members, which was not a multiple of 3. Night Without Moon understood he had been left behind. He was uncertain whether this was mere coincidence or a deliberate arrangement. But it was evident that Sai was a maneuver orchestrated by Danzo. Night Without Moon settled into his seat. This meant that his final teammate would likely also be someone preordained. Final member of Team 11, to be determined. Irika's statement left Night Without Moon puzzled. What did to be determined mean? Was there truly a person named to be determined, or was it as he suspected? Cough, cough. Since there are no other available ninjas of your age in the village, the last member of your team remains temporarily undecided. If a suitable candidate arises in the future, they will be integrated into Team 11. At this point, Irika expressed a hint of sympathy for Night Without Moon, who faced so many challenges even in team allocation. Night Without Moon's feelings were ambivalent. While their team was temporarily lacking a member, it was preferable to having a traitor among them. Additionally, it granted him a bit more autonomy. He need not worry excessively about Sai, given his evident strength, but he was curious about who would be the leading J-Nin for their team. Now that you are all aware of your team assignments, your supervising J-Nin will arrive shortly to escort you. However, do not rejoice too soon. Becoming a ninja is no simple feat after finishing the roster. Irika addressed the students gravely before exiting the classroom. Hearing his words, some students began to panic. What does the teacher mean? Haven't we already graduated? A flurry of chatter erupted among them. Night Without Moon remained calm. He understood Irika's intent, merely the bell-stealing test. Given his strength, he could easily pass any challenge posed by the supervising J-Nin, and considering the unique nature of his team, they might not even follow the same path as others. After a while, the 5 leading Jonin, including Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, had taken their teams away. During this interval, Ye Wuyue seized the opportunity to access his system panel and examine his current abilities. Host: Ye Wuyue, Sasuke, Spiritual Power, 48563 Chakra Amount, 5163 Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, Shinkage. Sakura no Sunbon Demon Arts, Proficient Shuinpa, Proficient White Fighting, Good Swordsmanship, Good Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, Awakening Unachieved, System Space Size, 2222. His spiritual power had just reached the threshold necessary for training in Bankai, and his chakra had already surpassed 5 cards. In terms of demon arts, aside from the techniques beyond the 90 sequences, he faced no significant issues. He could now execute Shuinpa continuously for about 100 times, yet he remained completely at a loss regarding the higher-level technique, Sabe. His aptitude in white fighting and swordsmanship was rather limited, leading to slow progress. Additionally, he discovered that the size of his system space increased over time, expanding by 1 meter per year, forming a cube. Most of the rewards he earned from signing in were stored within this system space, although his Zanpakuto was carried with him at all times. Suddenly, a familiar figure entered the classroom, the members of Team 11. Ye Wuyue was taken aback upon seeing the figure before him. What a coincidence! Ni-san, he exclaimed, rising in surprise. Itachi, of course, noticed Ye Wuyue but did not respond. Instead, he called out again, asking who the members of Team 11 were. He had not been informed of his team members beforehand, only that his squad temporarily consisted of 2 individuals, one of whom had found him before he arrived at the Ninja Academy, while the other was a student of this year's cohort, the identity of whom he was unaware. Ye Wuyue approached Itachi and explained, leaving Itachi visibly astonished. However, this outcome was welcomed by both of them. Together, they exited the classroom, where a Konoha ninja clad in a black cropped shirt, exposing his midriff, and bearing a short blade on his back, stood waiting for someone. You will now call me Sensei, Sasuke, Itachi remarked playfully, poking Ye Wuyue's forehead. Chapter 29. The first mission. Ye Wuyue rolled his eyes and replied, "All right, Itachi-sensei." Itachi couldn't help but chuckle at his nonchalant demeanor. This is our other team member, Sai, he said as they approached the entrance of the Ninja Academy, where Sai was walking toward them. Hello, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. I look forward to working with you, Ye Wuyue said, extending his hand. Sai wore a conspicuous fake smile, attempting to garner trust, but truthfully, Ye Wuyue felt that Sai appeared more trustworthy when devoid of a smile. His squinting, forced grin resembled that of Ikamaru Jin, instantly giving off an impression of insincerity. Hello, I'm Sai. I hope we can get along well, Sai said, shaking Ye Wuyue's hand. Upon closer inspection, Ye Wuyue noted that Sai's skin was even paler than his own, and his attractiveness could potentially rival his own. This, of course, only applied when Sai was not smiling artificially. Let us find a quiet place to converse further. You two must keep up, Itachi stated before utilizing Shuinpa to dash in a specific direction. Let us follow, Sasuke-kun. Sai turned back, smiling at Ye Wuyue. Ye Wuyue remained silent, employing Shuinpa to catch up with Itachi, while Sai followed suit. Moments later, the trio arrived in a secluded forest within the village of Konoha. Ye Wuyue glanced at Sai, noting that his breathing remained steady. suggesting that his physical fitness and chakra capacity were commendable. Well, you two should introduce yourselves and get to know one another, Itachi suggested. Having never been a leading jonin before and still unfamiliar with the procedures of forming a ninja team. After consulting with his previous team leader, Mizuki, he had a rough understanding of the process. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first, Itachi-sensei? Other instructors usually introduce themselves before the students. Ye Wuyue teased mischievously. Although he could roughly guess what Itachi would say during his introduction, the thought of making someone who was not fond of speaking introduce himself in front of others amused him greatly. Oh, I almost forgot. That does seem to be the case. I suppose I'll go first then. Unable to evade this predicament, Itachi began. I am Itachi Uchiha. My favorite food is dango. I despise war, and my dream is for the entire ninja world to one day be free from conflict, where everyone can understand one another. Itachi provided a brief introduction, then turned to indicate that it was Ye Wuyue's turn. Sai listened quietly from the side. Ye Wuyue perched himself on a wooden stump and began, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I enjoy grilled fish, omelets, and hot pot. Itachi silently noted the various foods Ye Wuyue mentioned. I dislike I can't think of anything I dislike at the moment. But my dream is to continually defeat strong foes, surpass myself, and live happily with those I love and who love me. Ye Wuyue spoke from the heart. In his previous world, he had no family. Abandoned by his parents at the age of 8 or 9, his grandparents, who raised him, passed away just a few years before he entered high school. The inheritance he received had been used for their burial, and he subsequently worked while studying, receiving government assistance to enroll in university. Little did he know that just under a year later, he would be bound to a system and transported to this world. He often wondered if it was due to the excessive part-time jobs he had taken on in the days leading up to his transmigration, or if he had actually perished while dozing off during a tutoring session. Thus, he longed for a wholesome family life, although he rarely expressed it. The diligence he exhibited in his training was partly influenced by his past experiences. Well, it's Sai's turn now, Ye Wuyue said, glancing at Sai. Sai pondered for a long while before finally stating, I am Sai. I have no particular favorite food, no dislikes, and no dreams. Ye Wuyue was not surprised by Sai's response. He had been trained as a killing machine in the Root organization, with Danzo's will being his own. He likely found the concepts of likes and dislikes to be incomprehensible. Hearing Sai's introduction, Itachi felt a twinge of sympathy for him, still unaware of Sai's true identity. The file he received only noted him as an ordinary chunin from the village who had passed the chunin exam the previous year. Since we all know one another now, let's proceed to accept our first mission for Team 11, Itachi declared after listening to their introductions. Ye Wuyue was taken aback, feeling that his brother seemed ill-suited to be a leading jonin, as they were skipping essential procedures and heading straight to accept the mission. What's the matter, Sasuke? Do you have any questions? Itachi asked, noticing Ye Wuyue's confusion. Itachi-sensei, don't we need to compete for a bell or something? Ye Wuyue inquired. Itachi looked at him for a moment before responding. Our team currently consists of just the two of you aside from myself, so the bell test is not very appropriate. Moreover, both of you are already aware of it, so how could it be effective? Additionally, Sai is already a chunin in the village, and I have no authority to make him retake the ninja academy. After hearing Itachi's explanation, Ye Wuyue felt somewhat foolish for not recognizing such an obvious point and for having questioned it. Oh, then let us go accept the mission, he said, now understanding the situation without further questions. Sai, too, had no objections, as he had been indoctrinated with the belief that everything was for the sake of the mission. The three individuals arrived at the mission assembly hall, where Itachi glanced at the task board, only to discover that no S-rank missions remained. Are there truly no S-rank missions available in the village? Itachi inquired, frowning at the ninja managing the task hall. The ninja, with an apologetic smile, explained. Today marks the graduation of the Ninja Academy's latest cohort, and all S-rank missions have been claimed. However, there are several A-rank missions that pose minimal risk and do not require leaving the Fire Country. Would you be interested in reviewing them? Night Without Moon immediately sensed the deception. Although it was indeed the day of graduation, most teams, aside from theirs, had to undergo a bell-grabbing test before they could accept missions. It was improbable that all S-rank assignments had been claimed. It seemed that some individuals were up to no good. Nevertheless, Night Without Moon decided to play along. It would be intriguing to see what schemes they were concocting. With his current strength, he felt no need to tread cautiously, especially with an elder brother by his side who rivaled even the Hokage in strength. Itachi-sensei, shall we accept an A-rank mission? After all, our team includes a CH Nin, so executing an A-rank mission should not pose any issues, Night Without Moon suggested. I concur. I have undertaken A-rank missions numerous times without encountering insurmountable danger. The adversaries are typically just bandits. Sasuke chimed in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi pointed to an A-rank mission on the task board and addressed the ninja. We would like to take on this mission to eliminate the bandits. While newly formed ninja teams usually commence their journey with C-rank missions, their team was exceptional. Not only had Sasuke already attained CH Nin rank and completed several missions, but Itachi also knew that even his younger brother could likely contend with CH Nin level opponents. Although he was unaware of Sasuke's current strength, he was confident that it had exceeded what it had been 6 years prior. Very well, please hold on a moment, the ninja replied, rummaging through documents before presenting a scroll to Itachi. This is the mission scroll for eliminating bandits, detailing all requirements and objectives. Once they were in a secluded area, Itachi unfurled the scroll with Night Without Moon and Sasuke at his side. Mission details. Bandits have been reported in the vicinity of Little Soup Village, west of the Fire Country, intercepting goods and wealth from merchants and committing acts of arson and pillaging against nearby villages. The local villagers have entrusted Konoha with the task of eradicating them. Requirements. Eliminate all local bandits. Reward, 51,000 Rio. Time limit, within 2 months. Attached was a small map indicating their destination. Night Without Moon and Sasuke reviewed the mission details, understanding that such extermination tasks were typically commissioned through letters, which also included the payment, without a specific client. After reiterating the mission's content to ensure their comprehension, Itachi instructed, "You both understand the task now. Let us return home to rest for the day. We shall gather at the village gate early tomorrow. Understood?" Understood. They both nodded in unison. I shall take my leave for now. Until tomorrow, Sasuke-kun, Itachi-sensei. Sasuke feigned a smile, waved goodbye to Night Without Moon and Itachi, and promptly vanished. Let us return home as well, Sasuke, Itachi remarked, patting Night Without Moon's shoulder. All right, Night Without Moon replied, turning away from where Sasuke had disappeared and followed Itachi home. I shall see what plans you have, Sasuke thought to himself as he knelt respectfully before a man leaning on a cane, his body partially wrapped in bandages. They have not grown suspicious, have they? Danzo inquired coolly. Not at all. I have gained their trust with my smile, Sasuke replied confidently. That is good. Proceed with the plan as outlined. You know what to do. Yes, Sasuke lowered his head. Humph. That brat Minato has audaciously agreed to allow members of the Uchiha clan to serve as leading jonin. This is nothing short of a betrayal against Konoha. He claims that Uchiha members are better suited to guide their kin in training. Does he consider himself one of them? What qualifies such a person to become Hokage? And as for Hiruzen, he has allowed command over his umbu to slip through his fingers, utterly useless. How could my teacher ever have thought highly of him? In his fit of anger, Danzo struck the ground with his cane, causing Sasuke, who remained kneeling beside him, to remain silent. Konoha can only grow strong under my leadership. After delivering this proclamation, Danzo gradually calmed his temper. Enough. You may leave now, but remember to conceal your true intentions. Danzo waved dismissively. Understood. Sasuke acknowledged before vanishing from the chamber. With a thud, Danzo jabbed his cane into the floor, and 5 root ninjas suddenly materialized at his side. You are aware of your responsibilities, I trust? Danzo spoke in a measured tone. Yes, sir. The 5 root members trembled slightly, fully aware of their impending fate, yet powerless to resist their destiny. That is good. Rest assured, your families will continue to live peacefully in Konoha, and your children will one day enter the Ninja Academy without concern. Danzo spoke over his shoulder to the root ninjas. Yes, they replied before departing, leaving Danzo to slowly walk deeper into the chamber. The following morning, members of Team 11 gathered early at the village gate, each carrying minimal supplies, as outdoor survival skills are essential for every ninja. Now that everyone is present, let us set forth, Itachi announced, glancing at Sasuke. After returning home the previous evening, Night Without Moon had disclosed Sasuke's identity to Itachi. Although Itachi was uncertain how Night Without Moon had acquired this information, he chose to place his trust in his brother. Danzo's plan for infiltration had already failed before it even began. Any intelligence he would receive henceforth would be solely what Night Without Moon and Itachi wished him to know. Onward. The three ventured outside the village, smiles adorning their faces, making it appear as though they were embarking on a leisurely outing. By evening, Night Without Moon and his companions had traversed half their journey, scarcely pausing to rest and subsisting on soldier pills to stave off hunger. Night Without Moon had begun to experience the hardships of a ninja. Reaching a stream, the trio paused. "Let us rest here for the night. We shall continue our journey in the morning," Itachi declared, setting down his backpack. Night Without Moon felt a twinge of anxiety. Ryu had not eaten all day, while she, as a sentient Zanpakuto, did not require sustenance. Since Night Without Moon had been able to manifest her in the physical realm, she demanded at least one meal a day, and it had to be delicious. There had been a day when Night Without Moon had forgotten to procure food for her, resulting in her delivering several hours of punishment during their training the next day, regardless of his apologies. Night Without Moon had previously asked Ryu if she had been similarly treated when she was with Yamamoto Jinchuriki, to which she responded that he was far stronger than she and that her current prowess had been augmented by the captain, as she had originally been merely an ordinary fire-type Zanpakuto, transformed into the strongest by Yamamoto's millennia of training. For this, Night Without Moon wished to express his gratitude to Yamamoto Jinchuriki. "Itachi-sensei, I noticed a few wild rabbits over there. I shall catch a couple to roast for dinner," Night Without Moon suggested before dashing into the forest, with Itachi not hindering his departure. "Is it permissible to leave the group like that?" Sasuke queried, looking up at Itachi. "It is of no concern. I have already surveyed the surroundings and taken protective measures during my rest here, so there should be no danger nearby," Itachi responded to Sai. "That is not what I meant. Does leaving the team without permission not violate the rules? Why do you, as the captain, not stop him?" Sai shook his head, somewhat perplexed. If he were to act in such a manner while on a mission, he would certainly face punishment from the higher-ups. Chapter 31. Campfire Dinner. Itachi, recalling Sai's background, understood why he posed such questions. Although rules are of utmost importance, ninjas are human, not mere tools. Each of us harbors our own thoughts. We cannot adhere to the established rules with the precision of a clock. Such trivial matters do not necessarily require strict adherence to protocol, Itachi explained to Sai. "Very well. Sasuke has gone to catch some rabbits. You shall tend to the fire while I procure a couple of fish." Upon hearing Itachi's words, Sai was momentarily taken aback, as this was a perspective he had never encountered before. "Yes," Sai replied instinctively, and then proceeded to search for dry firewood nearby. After leaving Itachi and the others, Ye Wuyue took off his backpack and retrieved several bags of chips he had purchased yesterday, primarily to prevent a repeat of the prior situation. "Sai, it feels like I am raising a daughter," he lamented, before channeling a small amount of spiritual pressure into his Zanpakuto, prompting Liuhua to emerge immediately. "You are exceptionally late today. I was beginning to think you would make me wait another day," Liuhua remarked, snatching the snacks from Ye Wuyue's hands. "Only a few bags of snacks?" Upon seeing what Ye Wuyue had, Liuhua expressed visible disappointment. "Well, something is better than nothing," she conceded, opening the packaging and starting to eat. "You should be grateful. I have to undertake missions and provide for you, yet you complain constantly." "I am only 12 years old," Ye Wuyue replied, exasperated. He truly could not fathom how a centuries-old spirit, oh no, an ancient Zanpakuto, could shamelessly expect a mere 12-year-old child to sustain her. "Enough already. Although you are indeed young, you are over 30, stop pretending to be naive," Liuhua quipped, casting a sideways glance at Ye Wuyue. "You are already." Ye Wuyue's words were cut short upon noticing the slowly raised fist of Liuhua. "Just wait. Once I surpass you in strength, you shall experience my feelings." "Humph." Ye Wuyue averted his gaze, resuming his search for the rabbits he had previously spotted, while Liuhua continued munching on the chips. He had clearly seen numerous rabbits in the vicinity earlier. Why were none to be found now? Ye Wuyue scratched his head, having circled the area without encountering a single rabbit. Huffing and puffing, he approached a thicket, where a robust breathing sound caught his attention. Turning towards the source, he beheld two enormous white tusks glinting ominously in the moonlight. "What is that?" Ye Wuyue gasped in shock. A piercing boar's roar shattered the night air, and 3 seconds later, a boar slightly larger than Ye Wuyue himself collapsed, silenced forever. Unexpectedly, a significant catch. In good spirits, Ye Wuyue dragged the boar's carcass back, relieved that Liuhua had finished her snacks and returned. Otherwise, she would surely have demanded roasted meat. Upon reaching the stream, Ye Wuyue, discovered that Itachi and Sai had already ignited a fire, with several skewered fish roasting nearby. Itachi was sprinkling some seasoning on the fish, while Sai watched in bewilderment, seemingly devoid of thought. "Welcome back. I have grilled some fish for you, brother. Do give it a try," Itachi said with a smile, handing a cooked fish to Ye Wuyue, no longer concerning himself with titles, but rather embracing brotherhood. "Thank you, Nissan," Ye Wuyue exclaimed, accepting the grilled fish with a grin. "I just caught a wild boar over there. We can roast it too." Taking a bite of the grilled fish, he found it quite delectable, though he wondered how it compared to Amaterasu's fried eggs. "Here, Sai." Itachi offered another grilled fish to Sai. Startled, Sai had not anticipated that there would be a portion for him. He had never experienced such leisure during a mission before. He accepted the grilled fish silently, feeling a touch of discomfort, though he could not discern the reason. After the trio finished their meal of grilled fish and wild boar, they each retired to rest, preparing to set off again at dawn. By midday, Team 11 encountered their first battle during the mission. A dozen bandits armed with swords stood opposite the three, regretting their decision to ambush, as they had unwittingly confronted 3 Konoha ninjas. The 3 brothers who had rushed in first now lay on the ground. Ye Wuyue crossed his arms, observing the group of bandits before him. He could not discern whether these individuals were simply dim-witted or genuinely bold. It was hard to believe that a dozen ordinary people would dare to rob a ninja squad. "Noble ninja masters, we apologize for our lack of foresight. We shall take our leave now." The leader of the bandits, somewhat knowledgeable of ninjas' might, chuckled sheepishly and attempted to flee. "Nissan, are these the bandits?" Ye Wuyue inquired of Itachi. "They came at us with knives intending to kill. Had they been ordinary people, they would have perished by now, regardless of our mission. These individuals deserve no mercy," Itachi replied coldly. He held no regard for such ruthless bandits, having witnessed their cruelty on previous missions. "That is good." Upon hearing Itachi's response, Ye Wuyue charged into the ranks of the bandits, moving with such speed that they had no time to react. It was only after he sent their leader flying with a kick that they began to comprehend the situation. "How dare you? A mere child with no hair dares to be so arrogant. You shall die?" A bandit raised his sword to strike Ye Wuyue. Without even glancing at him, Ye Wuyue sidestepped the attack and swept his leg, tripping the bandit to the ground, then stepping onto his neck. With a crack, the bandit's neck snapped under Ye Wuyue's foot. The remaining bandits surrounded Ye Wuyue, having never witnessed a ninja's abilities, thus lacking fear. Even after seeing their leader defeated and one of their own slain. Ninjutsu, Super Beast Imitation Picture. Sai produced a scroll, drawing a tiger upon it, then forming a hand seal with one hand. A watercolor tiger leapt from the scroll, charging at the bandits attacking Ye Wuyue. Chapter 32. Master of Illusions. The watercolor tiger let out a howl, seizing a bandit and snapping his neck. "What in the world is that?" Some bandits began to feel fear. They had heard of the might of ninjas, but today was their first real encounter with such power. Seeing Sai take action, Ye Wuyue lost interest in continuing to play around. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from Ye Wuyue's mouth, incinerating all the bandits before him, while the remaining ones were dispatched by the tiger Sai had summoned. Now, only the leader, who had been kicked aside by Ye Wuyue, remained standing. The bandit leader, having crashed against a distant rock, clutched his chest and struggled to rise, intent on fleeing after witnessing the prowess of Ye Wuyue and his companions. However, how could he possibly escape at such a speed? Yu swiftly captured him with just 2 instantaneous steps. "Esteemed ninjas, I implore you to spare me. I have committed no heinous acts. I resorted to banditry solely to survive." The bandit leader wept profusely, bowing his head repeatedly before Yu, his expression one of deep sorrow. "You may declare your own deeds, whether they are villainous or not," Itachi remarked, as 3 tomo gradually materialized in his eyes. Upon witnessing those eyes, the bandit leader halted his actions, his gaze becoming vacant. Sajui, standing beside him, promptly averted his eyes to avoid meeting Itachi's gaze. This subtle movement did not escape Itachi's notice, yet he paid it no heed. Under the control of the Sharingan, the bandit leader slowly revealed his transgressions. "I became a bandit after losing all my family's savings to gambling, and before leaving home, I plundered my neighbor's wealth. Fearing retribution, I killed their entire family. Subsequently, I joined a gang of bandits on Shouting Mountain, where my ruthlessness and cunning allowed me to amass considerable wealth. Soon, I was chosen as a small leader by the notorious Black Iron, leading my brethren to rob passing merchants. We have already robbed 3 merchant caravans on this outing. What becomes of the merchants you rob? Itachi inquired. All the men are killed, and the women are taken to the mountain to be held captive for our amusement. The bandit leader replied vacantly. A glint of cold light flashed in Yu Yu's eyes. He felt that no amount of death could suffice for such a scoundrel. How many of you are there? Are there any ninjas among you? Itachi continued his questioning. We have around 100 men, no ninjas. Our leader is merely an ordinary man, the bandit leader answered. After divulging everything, he suddenly clasped his head with both hands and began to twist his neck, breaking it slowly. Letting him die so easily is too merciful, Yu Yu remarked. They still have hostages. The sooner we act, the sooner we can rescue them. There is no need to waste further time on such filth. Having acquired the information he sought, Itachi closed his Sharingan and retrieved the map accompanying their mission scroll. This bandit group is located on this mountain. The task of eliminating them is entrusted to you both. I will remain at the foot of the mountain to intercept any who attempt to flee. However, should anyone escape to my position, it will signify your failure, Sasuke. And you shall have to repeat your studies at the Ninja Academy. Moreover, you must ensure the safe rescue of all hostages. Do you understand? Itachi instructed, pointing to a marked mountain on the map. At this moment, Sasui dared to turn back, and upon seeing that Itachi's eyes no longer bore the 3 tomo, he felt relieved. Understood. Yu Yu and Sasui responded in unison. They then set off towards Shouting Mountain, following the route outlined on the map. However, this was merely Sasui's perspective. From Yu Yu and Itachi's view, Sasui was running in circles behind them, hands swinging. Yu Yu found his antics amusing but restrained his laughter. Now, he had come to understand the terrifying prowess of a master illusionist. In truth, Sasui had already fallen victim to Itachi's illusion before he activated his Sharingan. It had merely been a minor Jinjutsu, causing only slight disorientation. When Itachi began to interrogate the bandit leader, Sasui believed he had successfully evaded Itachi's gaze, only to unwittingly lock eyes with him. Consequently, he fell completely under Itachi's hypnosis, ensnared within the illusion. Let him remain here, brother. Leave all these bandits to me. His presence would hinder my performance. Yu Yu tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto as he addressed Itachi. Itachi nodded and summoned a raven. Take this summoned raven with you. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I can reach you swiftly through it. The raven circled above Yu Yu's head after being summoned. However, should you fail this mission, I will indeed require you to return to the Ninja Academy for retraining, Itachi stated with a smile. Yu Yu chuckled in response. Rest assured, that will not occur. With that, Yu Yu dashed towards Shouting Mountain with Itachi's summoned raven. Meanwhile, Itachi observed Sasui, still running in circles around them, lost in thought. He knew that the root ninjas were all marked with the cursed seal of Tobi, rendering them incapable of revealing any information regarding the root or Tobi. Yet sometimes, misleading the enemy with false information could prove more advantageous than acquiring the truth. Yu Yu employed instantaneous steps to reach the bandit camp on Shouting Mountain as described by the small bandit leader, spotting the camp's entrance where 2 bandits stood guard. Transformation technique. Yu Yu formed hand seals and transformed into the likeness of the small bandit leader. He then strode confidently to the entrance of their camp. Since this bandit group held innocent hostages, Yu Yu intended to avoid a direct confrontation. Initially, he planned to employ the Shuinpa technique, but its cumbersome nature led him to opt for the transformation technique instead. Greetings, third leader. The 2 gatekeeper bandits bowed their heads upon seeing Yu Yu. Hello. Yu Yu nodded and proceeded into the camp. Third leader, where are the others? One of the bandits, noticing Yu Yu was alone, inquired. We hit a big score this time. They are behind, carrying the loot. I had urgent matters to attend to and returned early. Upon hearing this, the bandit's expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, I see. You must be in a hurry to visit the cells, right? The bandit smirked slyly at Yu Yu. The last batch you brought back was quite attractive. You've been gone for over a week. I imagine you're quite eager. You should hurry along. The bandit chuckled, waving Yu Yu off. Yu Yu understood his implications and acknowledged it before continuing deeper into the camp. Upon entering, he concealed himself behind a tree. Binding technique number 58. Choke the sparrow. Yu Yu closed his eyes, sensing a location with a considerable gathering of people. This must be the prison, he thought. He then made his way toward the sensed location. Discovering a subterranean chamber upon arrival, Yu Yu entered without obstruction from the other bandits. Below in the chamber, numerous women were imprisoned in various cells. their eyes vacant and huddled together, softly weeping. In adjacent rooms, sounds of debauchery could be heard. Yu Yu's disdain for these bandits deepened. Everyone. The great leader commands a gathering at the gate. Anyone who fails to arrive within 3 minutes will be fed to the dogs. Yu Yu shouted. Instantly, chaos erupted among the bandits in the cells, shouts of anger filling the air. After a moment, the disheveled bandits poured out of the cells. Observing this, Yu Yu dropped his transformation technique, reverting to his original form as he drew his Zanpakuto. Damn it, you little brat dare deceive me? I'll make you pay? The bandits, enraged to see a mere child delivering their orders, charged at Yu Yu without a second thought. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Yu Yu uttered the release command coldly, and his Zanpakuto fragmented into thousands of tiny blades, glimmering like petals under the chamber's light. In the next moment, countless wounds appeared on the bodies of the bandits rushing towards Ye Wuyue, and each of their necks bore a crimson line. A group of bandits fell without even having the chance to scream, while some hostages in the cells were terrified and began to scream at the sight. Destruction of the fifth path, devastating flame. With a single hand, Ye Wuyue unleashed a disc-shaped flame that incinerated the corpses on the ground. Subsequently, he commanded the 1,000 cherry blossoms to shatter the locks of every cell. The captives, witnessing this, found it hard to believe, but they ceased their screams. Ye Wuyue was not adept at negotiation. In such a situation, he remained silent. However, he believed that eliminating all the enemies would resolve the issue. Without uttering a word, he exited the dungeon, only to encounter 2 guards rushing towards him. The outcome was, needless to say, predictable. In less than 3 minutes, Ye Wuyue had dealt with all the bandits in the hideout. After all, they were mere commoners, whose combat prowess was akin to that of the wild boar he had faced the previous night. Upon Ye Wuyue opening the cell doors, the captives fled down the mountain. Yet, just as he intended to descend, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The main hall of the hideout was strewn with the bodies of over 100 bandits. Ye Wuyue shook the blood from his blade, preparing to leave. Water release, water chaos wave. Suddenly, a small pond erupted from the side, surging towards him. Ye Wuyue instantly recognized the danger. Binding path, 39 circular fan. A circular shield materialized beside him, blocking the rushing water. At that moment, 5 ninjas adorned with the grass village headbands appeared in Ye Wuyue's line of sight. When he had previously employed the technique of flashing talon, he could only sense their numbers and could not distinguish between ninjas and commoners. Gazing at the 5 ninjas before him, Ye Wuyue was perplexed as to why grass ninjas would appear here and even attack him. He was still wearing the Konoha headband. Logically, grass ninjas would not dare confront ninjas from major villages. Yet, these individuals seemed unperturbed. Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten our mission? One of the grass ninjas suddenly yelled at the one who had just attacked. Regardless of whether we can complete the mission, it's a death sentence. If we kill him now, we might have a chance to survive. And we cannot fulfill the mission's requirements now. The attacking ninja, clutching a kunai, fixed his gaze on Ye Wuyue, seemingly poised to strike. Listening to their conversation, Ye Wuyue felt an unusual confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning of their mission. Forget it. I want to dwell on things I can't understand. You are enemies, right? Abandoning his thoughts, Ye Wuyue addressed the 5 grass ninjas. Of course, it was merely a rhetorical question. Since they had attacked him, he had already classified them as foes. The 4 ninjas, who had been hesitant about attacking, felt belittled by Ye Wuyue's words, a flicker of displeasure rising within them. Enemies? You dare say that? Is the little brat from Konoha so arrogant? One of them retorted. To us, you are nothing more than a mere insect, easily crushed. The ninja who had just shouted made a decision, intending to test this potential means of survival. He had only joined the organization a few years prior and lacked the mindset to complete missions at all costs. The 5 grass ninjas exchanged glances, reaching a consensus. Although the earlier ninjutsu without hand seals had astonished them, they did not regard this brat before them as a serious threat. Die, little brat. One grass ninja appeared beside Ye Wuyue in an instant, a cruel glint in his eyes as he slashed his kunai towards Ye Wuyue's throat. However, in the next moment, the target of his attack vanished from his sight. A chill ran down his spine, and a bead of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He involuntarily gulped. Impossible. How could he be so fast? Easily crushed? I shall return that sentiment to you. Ye Wuyue stood behind the grass ninja, his bloodied blade poised to strike. The sudden change occurred too swiftly. The ninja's 4 companions had yet to react. With a single stroke, Ye Wuyue severed the bandit, and 2 chunks of wood fell to the ground. Quick reflexes. Perhaps they possessed the level of a nin? What a shame. The act has failed. Ye Wuyue turned around, as the ninja who had just been struck appeared beside his 4 companions. Although he had evaded Ye Wuyue's attack, a sense of fear regarding Ye Wuyue's speed began to creep in. This brat is fast. Fortunately, I avoided him. The ninja gazed at the blade in Ye Wuyue's hand. Still shaken. Avoided? Then what about this? Ye Wuyue extended his hand, a white light shimmering from his palm as a terrifying energy began to coalesce. The 5 grass ninjas, although unfamiliar with such power, could sense the immense strength behind this strike. Destruction of the 8th path, flying dragon strike, thundering cannon. A massive beam of light shot forth from Ye Wuyue's palm, engulfing the 5 grass ninjas within its brilliance. The dazzling radiance rendered the hall as if it were exposed to the sun's direct rays. Chapter 34. The allure of the art of sorcery. The 5 grass ninjas' pupils dilated, and they scattered in an instant. One ninja, unable to escape fully, had his arm torn away by Ye Wuyue's attack. This brat is not right. We must unite and kill him. One of the grass ninjas shouted to his 4 companions after witnessing Ye Wuyue's formidable combat prowess. Damn brat, I will kill you. The disarmed grass ninja glared viciously at Ye Wuyue. Having lost an arm, he could no longer form seals, rendering him worthless. Even if he could kill the child before him, he would certainly not survive the return journey. The grass ninja charged at Ye Wuyue with a roar. Fool, forget him. Bombard this brat with long-range ninjutsu. The commanding grass ninja shouted again to the others. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Lightning release, lightning ball. Earth release, rock pillar spear. 4 formidable ninjutsu converged, embodying the attributes of wind, fire, lightning, and earth, and surged towards Ye Wuyue, simultaneously engulfing the charging grass ninja. Heavenly prodigy, iron-wrought fortress, dragon's roar, lion's howl, tiger's growl, wolf's charge, sever the heavens before they collapse. Binding path, 81, severing void. Ye Wuyue calmly intoned. As a massive defensive wall rose before him, blocking all attacks from the grass ninjas and their comrade. Boom. The grass ninja, engulfed by the torrent of ninjutsu, let out a wail, his form contorted, and then he was entirely obliterated. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the 4 remaining grass ninjas from seeing the scene clearly. Is he dead? One of them asked, gazing into the haze. Against such a powerful attack, that brat likely has been reduced to nothing. Another grass ninja replied, but then suddenly recalled something and urged, quickly, look for anything that can confirm the identity of that brat. Otherwise, we will be doomed upon our return. Saying this, he dashed towards the smoke left in the wake of the ninjutsu. Destruction of the 4th path, white lightning. A calm and indifferent voice echoed, as a silver bolt of lightning struck with blinding speed, piercing through the grass ninja's body. Although it did not hit a vital point, the electricity immobilized him. How is this possible? The grass ninja gazed in disbelief at the figure that gradually emerged from the dissipating smoke, untouched by even a speck of dust. The 4 grass ninjas stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom how this child had thwarted their attack. Yet, Ye Wuyue clearly had no obligation to explain himself. Destruction of the 31st path, crimson fire cannon. A crimson fireball erupted from the palm of Ye Wuyue, soaring directly toward the chest of the grass ninja. Although the attack power of the red fire cannon was not particularly formidable, it certainly possessed the capability to puncture a hole through his chest. Observing Ye Wuyue's disdainful gaze, the grass ninja, momentarily paralyzed by the white thunder, felt a surge of anger. The veins on his neck bulged, his visage contorted into a grotesque snarl, and he managed to shake off the paralysis. Are you looking down on me, you Uchiha brat? He spat. Suddenly, the ninja's speed surged, and he deftly sidestepped the fireball before instantly appearing before Ye Wuyue. I am a jonin, he declared, launching a powerful side kick at Ye Wuyue. Caught off guard by the sudden acceleration, Ye Wuyue could only raise his arms in defense. Thud! The force of the kick sent Ye Wuyue flying. And my specialty is taijutsu, the grass ninja added with a hint of pride. The other 3 grass ninjas seized the opportunity, flinging shuriken and kunai at Ye Wuyue in midair to inflict additional damage. Humph, there's no way you can dodge in the air. One of them sneered. Yet, to their astonishment, all their attacks missed. Ye Wuyue remained suspended in midair as if some unseen force supported him, causing their weapons to whiz harmlessly past his feet. How is this possible? The four grass ninjas, including the Jonin, stared in disbelief, having never encountered such a technique before. It resembled the light and heavy stone technique of a Wagakure, yet was distinctly different. Ha ha ha. Now this is true combat. Ye Wuyue suddenly erupted into laughter, slowly standing in the air, casting a disdainful glance at the four grass ninjas below. His eyes transformed, each bearing a unique tomo. And though Ye Wuyue sensed a shift within him, he paid it little mind. "Jonin, splendid. I hope you don't perish too swiftly," he said, greeting them with feigned cordiality before unleashing a massive burst of flames. Heido number 73, SH Run SK. One of the grass ninjas slammed his hands into the ground, summoning an earthen wall to shield against the inferno, yet the wall crumbled upon impact. Consider this a repayment. Ye Wuyue swiftly appeared beside the same Jonin, delivering a side kick that sent him staggering back several meters. The other three grass ninjas lunged at him with kunai, but Ye Wuyue seized one by the arm, hurling him aside. Baked number 8, Seiki. Two ethereal shields materialized on Ye Wuyue's hands, allowing him to deflect the kunai from the remaining two grass ninjas, who were sent reeling backward. Baked number 4, Ropes. A yellow cord ensnared the feet of the two ninjas, causing them to tumble to the ground. Shuanpa, Baked no. 33, SK. The explosion of flames struck the two grounded grass ninjas at close range. Aya! Their horrified screams echoed as the upper halves of their bodies were consumed by the flames. Damn you, perish. Despite the loss of 3 comrades, the remaining grass ninja showed no intention of retreat. He hurled an explosive kunai toward Ye Wuyue, chanting, "Katon. Rika no Jutsu." Simultaneously, a fire dragon surged toward Ye Wuyue as the Jonin charged at him once more. Baked number 39, Inken. A circular shield materialized, blocking both the explosive kunai and the fire dragon's assault. Baked number 30, HT San. 3 pointed beams shot forth from the flames, striking the grass ninja in the waist and arms, sending him crashing against the wall. At that moment, the Jonin reached Ye Wuyue's side. Great whirlwind. The Jonin leaped, using the momentum of his spin to deliver a powerful kick. This attack reminded Ye Wuyue of a certain man clad in a green jumpsuit. Their techniques bore striking similarities, though the Jonins lacked the Leaf Village's influence. Facing the kick head-on, Ye Wuyue did not flinch but executed a counter kick, their legs colliding. Ye Wuyue found himself at a disadvantage, propelled backward by the force. "Truly impressive. You deserve the title of Jonin," he exclaimed, exhilarated rather than disheartened. Ye Wuyue had always thrived in battle, and after 6 years of restraint at the Konoha Ninja Academy, due to Uchiha Shana's assassination attempt, he felt stifled. He had anticipated a one-sided slaughter for this mission, yet was pleasantly surprised by the thrill of combat. Now his fighting spirit ignited. He refrained from using his Zanpakuto for the sake of prolonging the enjoyment. Baked number 63, Reish. Ye Wuyue rose, casting his gaze at the Jonin while pointing toward the grass ninja pinned to the wall. After a crack of thunder, only he and the Jonin remained in the fray. "You must be utilizing a forbidden technique," Ye Wuyue remarked, noting the pulsing veins on the Jonin's neck. "What does that have to do with you?" the Jonin retorted, launching a kick at him. Ye Wuyue sidestepped, enhanced by the dynamic vision of his Sharingan. "Then I must eliminate you before your forbidden state wanes," he declared, unwilling to wait for the Jonin to become incapacitated. "Humph, such bravado." The Jonin scoffed, swiftly throwing a punch at Ye Wuyue. Ye Wuyue defended himself, pushed back several meters, but the Jonin relentlessly pursued him with another kick. Baked number 8, Seiki. Ye Wuyue raised his hand to block the kick, barely managing to withstand the attack that had previously sent 2 grass ninjas flying. The Jonin, seeing that Ye Wuyue had faltered, unleashed another punch, further pushing him back. After gaining distance, the Jonin paused to catch his breath, the side effects of his forbidden technique apparent. "Unleash your strongest strike, otherwise there will be no opportunities left," Ye Wuyue urged. Upon hearing this, a symbol appeared on the Jonin's forehead, indicating his irritation, yet he complied. Removing his grass ninja forehead protector, he tossed it aside. "To be honest, I envy you ninjas who can thrive in the light. You don't have to engage in those sordid affairs. Everything you do appears just and noble. Truly for the village. We, however, are often tasked with missions we ourselves despise. Most are oblivious to the filth of their own actions, which is even more tragic." The Jonin lamented, and Ye Wuyue listened silently, allowing him to vent. The Jonin turned his gaze toward Ye Wuyue. You, with such formidable talent, are a true genius in Konoha. If, he hesitated, as if recalling something, before abruptly stopping. Enough talk, little brat. This final strike will either be your demise or ours together. Prepare yourself. With that, arcs of electricity crackled around the Jonin's body, his hair standing on end from the charge, while the ground beneath him began to crack. This technique resembles the lightning release chakra mode of Kumogakure. The knight, once immersed in contemplation of his words, was captivated by the transformation of the shinobi before him. This J-Nin-S change bore a striking resemblance to the raikage of Kumogakure's lightning chakra mode, though the scale of his surrounding lightning was considerably smaller. The technique. Raikiri struck with unparalleled speed, swift enough to surpass even Yumamune's Shuinpa. In the blink of an eye, the J-Nin appeared before him, his Sharingan barely able to trace his trajectory. The J-Nin raised his fist, a mere straight punch, yet the tip shimmered with a faint blue arc of electricity. Binding technique number 39, circular fan. Binding technique number 73, reverse mountain crystal. The protective shield of the circular fan shattered within a mere half-second, as the J-Nin's fist collided with the inverted triangular blue defense array, producing a piercing sound that grated on the nerves. Ultimately, the J-Nin could not breach this line of defense, remaining in that stance, silent. Crack. The blue inverted triangular defense array finally succumbed to destruction, revealing the J-Nin's form before Yumamon. His eyes, now dull and lifeless, flickered with fading blue electricity, and wisps of white smoke emanated from his body as though he had been scorched. Could he not control it, leading to his own demise? Observing the J-Nin's state, Yumamon grasped the reason for his death, as well as the significance of his earlier proclamation. Either he would perish, or they would both meet their end. This strike was intended to stimulate his cells with lightning, pushing beyond his physical limits to enhance speed and destructive power. However, due to his incomplete mastery, the amount of lightning chakra used harmed his cells rather than fortifying them. Destruction technique number 54, abolishing flame. A disk of flame erupted from Yumamun's hand, engulfing the J-Nin's lifeless body until it was reduced to ashes. Yumamun held a measure of respect for the J-Nin's final display of valor, yet felt no remorse for having taken his life. They were adversaries, locked in a struggle where it was either his life or Yumamun's. Initially, they had been the ones to provoke him. Lowering his gaze in contemplation, Yumamun pondered the J-Nin's last words, which certainly did not sound like the utterances of an ordinary grass village ninja. They seemed reminiscent of a member from the roots. Yet, they did not appear to be brainwashed, possessing their own thoughts and ideas. The identities of this group remained an enigma to Yumamun for the time being. This mission turned out well, he mused as he slowly exited the hall, the raven circling overhead alighting upon his shoulder. Once outside, Yumamun unsheathed his Zanpakuto. All things in the universe shall be reduced to ashes. The blade flows like fire. After unleashing a series of attacks that incinerated the entire hall, he made his way down the mountain, aware that a pile of corpses could easily lead to an outbreak of disease. At the mountain's base, Tachi had witnessed the entire battle unfold through the medium of the summoning raven. He had considered intervening several times, but Yumamun's prowess dispelled his concerns. My younger brother has grown, Tachi remarked. Beside him, Sai bore several wounds and had succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon returning to the base of the mountain, Yumamun observed the unconscious Sai with a hint of confusion. What happened to him? He inquired. I witnessed some intriguing events within his Jinjutsu world. In it, he and you ascended the mountain to exterminate bandits and rescue hostages. Then, 5 grass ninjas appeared, Tachi explained slowly. Upon hearing Tachi's words, Yumamun realized that the Jinjutsu imposed on Sai reflected his innermost thoughts, developing in a manner he deemed reasonable, which included the 5 grass ninjas. This indicated that Sai was aware of their presence, implying a prior acquaintance. Thus, their identities were glaringly evident, members of Danzo's roots. You two then engaged in combat with those 5 grass ninjas, ultimately being defeated, with Sai shielding you from a fatal blow, until I arrived to rescue both of you. As Tachi recounted the events, Yumamun grasped Danzo's intentions. He sought to orchestrate a performance to secure Sai's trust while simultaneously placing him in debt to Sai. However, Yumamun mused that Danzo's intellect seemed lacking. expending such effort only to lose 1J Nin and 4Ch Nin for this trivial endeavor? If not due to a lack of foresight, then perhaps there were further implications necessitating Sai to gain their trust swiftly. Yumamun found himself at a loss regarding Danzo's true motives, yet he understood that strength was paramount. Itachi, noticing Yumamun's deep contemplation, reassured him, just be cautious of him in the future, there's no need to worry excessively. He had witnessed the entire incident and understood Yumamun's concerns. Yumamun nodded. Indeed, when soldiers arrive, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. Itachi then smiled and remarked, you've awakened your Sharingan. Your father will surely be delighted upon your return. At this, Yumamun envisioned the scene vividly. His father, Faike, would likely regard him with a cool stare, remarking, truly my son. Awakening your Sharingan at the age of 12. Your brother managed to awaken his at 8, and he did so with 2 tomo. The thought brought him some discomfort. I hope he will be pleased, Yumamun replied, his enthusiasm waning. The first mission of Team 11 was successfully completed. After the task, Itachi carried Sai, and the trio began their journey home. The injuries on Sai were, of course, inflicted by Itachi, ensuring that even upon awakening, Sai would perceive his experiences within the Jinjutsu as authentic. Upon submission of the mission report, Yumamun received a reward of 20,000 ryo. They documented the events according to Sai's Jinjutsu narrative, and it was later rumored that Danzo proposed to deploy troops to the Grass Village, establishing a defensive line to the northwest of Konoha to guard against a Wagakure. However, his proposal was rejected, and even Hisashi did not support him this time. Upon learning of this, Yumamun understood that the scheming Danzo aimed for a dual purpose, gaining Sai's trust while leveraging the opportunity to propose military action against the Grass Village. A month later, Yumamun and his companions received a mission outside the Land of Fire. Prior to this, they had successfully completed several missions of varying ranks. This particular mission entailed investigating the frequent disappearances of infants in the Land of Rice, rated as an A-rank task, yet it bore the potential for ninja encounters. As the Land of Rice housed its own ninja village, Otogakure, Yumamun was well aware of the implications. Otogakure was established by Orochimaru, and the disappearances of infants were undoubtedly orchestrated by him. Furthermore, it was noteworthy that 6 years prior, several members of the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Shisui, had been captured. Yet 5 Uchiha defectors, including Uchiha Shisui, remained unaccounted for, last reported in the Land of Rice. Orochimaru, perhaps there was an opportunity for negotiation. Since acquiring the technique for creating the undead, Yumamun had spent considerable time attempting to comprehend the process. Should he encounter Orochimaru, a transaction might be feasible. The following day, at the entrance of the mission assembly hall, Yumamun encountered the clients for this mission, an exhausted couple. They are the ninja team you've commissioned. The staff member indicated toward Yumamun and his companions. Upon seeing them, the couple rushed forward, grasping Itachi's hands. Ninja-sama, we implore you, save our child. They knelt before Itachi, tears streaming down their faces. Itachi hastily assisted them to their feet, assuring them that they had accepted their mission and would thoroughly investigate the matter. After a while, once the couple had regained their composure, they recounted the events leading up to their current predicament. Approximately a year ago, reports began to surface in the Land of Rice regarding the mysterious disappearances of infants and children. Initially, these cases were considered isolated incidents, notably involving orphans, which did not attract significant attention. Although some individuals approached local officials, the matters were ultimately left unresolved. However, 2 weeks prior, the number of missing children escalated, and the victims were no longer confined to orphans. Several children from local families had also vanished. Just days ago, our 6-year-old child, the woman, began to weep anew. She had merely gone out to play with friends and never returned. We searched the vicinity thoroughly, but found no trace. She choked out. Consequently, the families who had lost children pooled their resources, hoping that the esteemed ninja would assist them in locating their missing offspring. Her husband interjected. Upon hearing their tale, Itachi felt a twinge of suspicion and inquired, your Land of Rice must also have a ninja village. Why did you not issue a request to your own village, but instead come to us in Konohagakure? Surely, the fees for tasks here are considerably higher than in other villages. The woman, upon hearing this, appeared both indignant and frightened, and began to speak. However, before she could finish her sentence, her husband nudged her with his elbow and exchanged a meaningful glance, prompting her to fall silent. He then answered on her behalf. We believe that the task completion rate of your Konoha is significantly higher. Our own Sound Village is merely a fledgling entity, established only a few years ago, and cannot be compared to the foremost ninja village in the world. We are convinced that entrusting you, esteemed ninjas of Konoha, with the search for our children offers a greater likelihood of success. Chapter 37. The Land of Rice. Ye Wuyue and Tachi exchanged knowing glances. Sensing that the couple was concealing something, Sajui maintained his usual expression, standing silently to the side. For now, I will take your words at face value. But I must emphasize that should you conceal any details regarding the true nature of this mission, we reserve the right to abandon it at any point. Itachi cautioned the couple. The couple trembled imperceptibly at his words. Ninja-sama, we assure you, we have not deceived you. The events unfolded exactly as we have described. Should you doubt our words, you may verify them in the Land of Rice. The man quickly regained his composure and said, looking Itachi in the eye. Given the ninja world's regulations prohibiting the use of Jinjutsu on clients, Itachi chose to momentarily accept their claims as genuine. As long as you understand this, I am willing to believe that your account is truthful, he replied. When shall we depart? If possible, today would be ideal. The longer we delay, the fewer leads we will have, the man responded. Then let us leave at once, Itachi nodded. Ye Wuyue and the others had already prepared their supplies upon accepting the mission, and the 5 of them set off for the Land of Rice. After their departure, a staff member at the mission assembly hall abruptly left. In the dimly lit chamber below, Danzo stuffed a scroll into the mouth of a snake before him, which swallowed the scroll and vanished in a puff of white smoke. After several days of travel, Ye Wuyue and his companions finally arrived in the Land of Rice. Their journey had been relatively smooth, with few obstacles, aside from some foolish bandits, whom Ye Wuyue easily dispatched. As they traversed the sparsely populated streets in search of lodgings for the night, they noted the considerable disparity between this land and Konoha. The streets here are far inferior to those in Konoha, Ye Wuyue remarked, observing the local shops. Most of the stores offered local specialties, with little to no products from other regions, indicating that this nation did not engage frequently with the outside world. Few merchants seemed willing to come here. After all, being a small nation, it was not surprising that it lacked the prosperity of Konoha. The Land of Waves, where Naruto and the others had previously undertaken a mission, was likely even worse off than this Land of Rice. It's only natural, Itachi replied, savoring a local delicacy. By the way, what became of those 2 rogue ninjas from the Mist Village that Naruto brought back last time? Ye Wuyue suddenly recalled and inquired of Itachi. Not long after Team 11 returned from their first mission, Naruto and his companions embarked on their first C-rank task, escorting the bridge builder Tazuna from the Land of Waves. Upon their return, they brought back 2 rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, Zabuza and Haku. I was not particularly surprised that Team 7 managed to accomplish such a feat, Itachi explained. He understood Naruto's capabilities. He had not only mastered his signature jutsu, the shadow clone technique and Rasengan, but his proficiency in the body flicker technique was also commendable. Furthermore, he had begun to grasp some sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan. Overall, Naruto's strength could now be considered that of AJ Nin. Most of Naruto's other ninjutsu and body flicker techniques were taught by Minato, but the sealing techniques were imparted by his mother, Kushina. Minato had somehow ensured that the remaining chakra of Kushina could endure within Naruto for an extended period. Whenever Naruto wished, he could see his mother. Moreover, Ye Wuyue had been summoned by Kushina once, as she wished to see what he had become while also inquiring about his mother, Mikoto's, well-being. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi replied, the Hokage likely entrusted both of them to the Mist Village. However, how they will handle the 2 rogues remains uncertain. Recently, it seems that significant events have transpired in the Mist Village. The 4th Mizukage has died, and the 5th Mizukage has assumed office. This may result in changes regarding the fate of those 2 rogue ninjas. Have Terumi, Mei, and Ao discovered that the 3rd Mizukage has been controlled? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Ye Wuyue lowered his head in thought for a moment. The significant events in the Mist Village likely revolved around Terumi, Mei, and her allies uncovering that their Mizukage had been manipulated for years, during which time the bloodline clans within the village had been systematically suppressed, resulting in a chaotic situation. The one controlling the 3rd Mizukage was undoubtedly Uchiha Obito. Ye Wuyue had yet to disclose Obito's existence to the others. Firstly, he had not found an appropriate opportunity, and secondly, he feared that even if he did, he would not be believed and might even face hostility. It would be wiser to wait until he could provide evidence before revealing the truth. Speaking of which, after we return from this mission, the joint CHNIN exams of the 5 great ninja villages should be held soon, right? Not only will the lower ninjas from the 5 great villages participate, but those from smaller ninja villages will likely join as well, Sajui asked with a feigned smile, directing his question at Ye Wuyue. Indeed, the grand event of the CHNIN exams is upon us, scheduled to occur around the same time as in the original story, shortly after Naruto and Sasuke have become lower ninjas. However, this time, the scale of the CHNIN exams will be considerably larger than in the original. It will not merely be a joint event between Konoha and the Sand Village. Rather, it will involve all 5 great ninja villages collaborating, with other smaller villages also given the opportunity to participate. The venue will be in Konoha. This scale of the CHNIN exams can be considered unprecedented since the establishment of the ninja villages. The primary reason for this grand occasion is Konoha's current strength. While other ninja villages covet Konoha's abundant resources, they do not dare to act openly. Thus, they resort to this joint CHNIN exams to gauge Konoha's current capabilities. What else can we think? Participation is a must. After all, this is a rare event that has not occurred in decades. It would be a pity to miss it. However, considering my abilities, I can only take it one step at a time, Ye Wuyue concluded. I hope to be promoted. So our small team will have 2 CHNIN. It doesn't matter, Ye Wuyue replied nonchalantly, due to Itachi's illusion in Sai's eyes. Ye Wuyue currently possessed only the strength of an ordinary genin. Whenever a battle was required during missions, Itachi would ensnare Sai in his Jinjutsu, leaving Sai to engage in a battle of wits with mere air. With Sasuke's prowess, I doubt you can be promoted. Perhaps you should wait a few more years, Sai remarked with a forced smile. Ye Wuyue turned his head to glance at Sai. Although he appreciated the facade Sai maintained, he felt a twinge of annoyance upon hearing those words. What's wrong? I believe my statement was accurate, Sai questioned, puzzled by Ye Wuyue's reaction. Chapter 38. An unusual night. It's nothing. I just wanted to observe you, Ye Wuyue said with a friendly smile. Sai felt a surge of joy, thinking that the method he had read about was indeed effective. Being sincere with friends could earn their trust and affection, even making someone as aloof as Sasuke want to observe him. The couple behind them could not comprehend their conversation and remained silent, the woman nervously clutching her husband's arm. After a while, Itachi found an inn. The inn appeared rather old, and a grandmotherly figure sat behind the front desk, dozing off. Hello. We would like to open 2 guest rooms, Itachi said softly to the woman. Upon hearing Itachi's words, the elderly woman awakened. That will be a total of 1,200 ryo, she replied slowly. Itachi paid her, and she handed him 2 keys from the desk drawer. The rooms are only available until noon tomorrow. Please return the keys then. Also, do not go out at night, the old woman warned Ye Wuyue and the others. Itachi was somewhat perplexed. There seemed to be no such restriction at the inn regarding going out at night. May I ask why we shouldn't go out after dark? Itachi inquired. The old woman glanced at them. You are outsiders, aren't you? Itachi nodded. In recent months, outsiders who ventured out at night have frequently gone missing. And occasionally there are eerie sounds at night that seem to come from nowhere. So I thought I should advise you, she explained. She added, by the way, outsiders like you, wearing forehead protectors, are the most likely to disappear. Just a few days ago, 4 individuals with forehead protectors vanished from an inn to the east. Though their protectors were different from yours, marked with a downward arrow that had its lower part severed. After hearing the old woman's description, Ye Wuyue could not recall which village the forehead protector belonged to, but he could surmise the fate of the missing individuals and the strange sounds, most likely the result of Orochimaru's cursed seal experiments, with the abducted individuals serving as test subjects. The night sounds being the cries of those transformed by the curse. However, Orochimaru's audacity was astounding, treating the entire land of rice as his laboratory. Understood. We will not venture out at night, Itachi said, lowering his head in contemplation before addressing the old woman. The grandmother returned to her nap, one hand supporting her head. In this world, extraordinary occurrences were commonplace, and many older people had long since grown accustomed to them. The 5 made their way upstairs with the keys, finding their respective rooms, which were conveniently adjacent to each other. The couple entered one room to rest, while Ye Wuyue, Sai, and Itachi shared another. It seemed that the land of rice was not as simple as it appeared. The forehead protector the old woman described likely belonged to the village of Waterfall. Although not a major ninja village, the village of Waterfall was among the strongest of the small villages, even possessing a tailed beast. For a ninja team from the village of Waterfall to vanish without a trace, they would need to possess strength comparable to their own team. After closing the door, Tachi, with a solemn expression, addressed Ye Wuyue and Sai, casting a glance at Sai. Should we abandon the mission? In such circumstances, it is permissible to withdraw from the task, isn't it? Sai inquired, dropping his forced smile. Ye Wuyue was somewhat surprised by Sai's words. He had initially thought this mission was a ploy by Danzo and assumed Sai was aware, but he did not expect him to suggest abandoning it. What do you think, Sasuke? Itachi looked at Ye Wuyue. I believe we should observe the situation further. I sense that what the couple said is likely true, though they may be concealing some details. While we are indeed ninjas and not saints, can we really remain indifferent upon learning such matters? If we encounter ninjas, it means the mission's client has hidden the true nature of the task, and we can withdraw at any time. It would be better to investigate first. If we can rescue the missing children, it would be a good deed, wouldn't it? Ye Wuyue expressed his viewpoint, revealing only a portion of his reasoning. One reason was that the rogue ninja led by Uchiha Shun had also disappeared in the land of Rice, and they could potentially discover some clues. On the other hand, Ye Wuyue wished to meet Orochimaru. He could not comprehend the techniques for crafting the corpses given by the system, yet such corpses could be quite useful to him. If he could acquire a suitable vessel, even if his physical body perished, he could still house his soul within the corpse. With a vessel, he could achieve a form of immortality, provided his soul remained intact. As for the potential dangers they might face, it was highly improbable. There were more Konoha ninjas in the land of Rice, including a shadow-level combatant. Sasuke is right. Let us observe further, Itachi decided swiftly, to mitigate any possible dangers. We will take turns keeping watch tonight. I will take the first half, and you two will take the second half. Do you understand? He instructed Ye Wuyue and Sai. Understood, Ye Wuyue replied without hesitation, while Sai remained oblivious to the true level of danger involved in this task. After assigning responsibilities, Itachi leaped out of the window, positioned on the inn's rooftop to keep watch over Ye Wuyue and Sai. A summoning raven was conjured by Tachi and flew into the night sky toward a specific direction. In an underground laboratory in the village of Sound within the land of Rice, Orochimaru examined a scroll retrieved from the mouth of a snake. Uchiha Tachi is it? Quite intriguing, he chuckled. I never anticipated that even among the same bloodline limit, there would be disparities. This body as Sharingan has not significantly enhanced dynamic vision, nor has the illusion enhancement improved much. I hope your eyes can provide me with a surprise. As he spoke, his eyes transformed from slitted pupils to the appearance of a three-tomo Sharingan. At that moment, a shadowy man burst into the laboratory. Orochimaru, when will your plan commence? I have entrusted you with the few remaining members of my clan, and if you delay any longer, do not blame me for being ruthless. The man confronted Orochimaru coldly. Upon hearing the intruder's voice, Orochimaru closed his Sharingan, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze, yet he replied in his raspy voice, Do not be so hasty, Shun. As I mentioned, the plan must wait until the Nin exams, and those clan members you provided were part of our agreement. You possess the power I granted you. Do you not? Orochimaru turned to face Uchiha Shun. Chapter 39, The Underground Chamber Humph. Do not forget that my presence in this wretched ninja village is solely for the promise of that plan you made, Uchiha Shana retorted mercilessly. Orochimaru, upon hearing his words, inwardly scoffed at his audacity. Was it not evident that he remained here to evade the pursuit of Konoha? Yet, such thoughts were not uttered aloud. The plan will soon be set in motion. Before that, I wonder if you might be interested in joining me to meet your kin? Orochimaru said with a smile, diverting the topic towards Uchiha Shana. What do you mean? Uchiha Shana inquired, furrowing his brow. Orochimaru casually uttered two names, and upon hearing them, Uchiha Shana's expression shifted dramatically. His teeth clenched as he demanded, Where are they? I knew Shana-kun would be intrigued by them. Let us go together. I, too, have a keen interest in them. Orochimaru replied, clearly pleased by Uchiha Shana's reaction. The two then exited the underground laboratory. In a small village within the land of Rice, Yorinosuke and his companions arrived swiftly at the couple's residence, where their child had gone missing. The village harbored several families with similar plights. They inquired among the villagers, but gleaned little useful information, prompting them to split up in search of clues, while the couple accompanied Tachi, who could assist in identifying the lost child's appearance if any leads were discovered. Yoru no Suki was now searching for clues alone on the eastern side of the village, with one of Itachi's summoning crows following him overhead. Ah, to be alone again, how delightful. It is a pity that this task cannot be completed by my own efforts. He stretched lazily, preferring solitary missions for their ease. However, this task was not one he could handle alone. Given Orochimaru's tendencies, he presumed the laboratory would likely be underground. After some contemplation, he decided to call for Itachi and the others once he found a lead, as his current strength was insufficient to confront an opponent of Orochimaru's caliber. Once he mastered the Shurikai of any Zanpakuto, the situation would be different. Bakuto number 58, Kakuji Suiseki. Yoru no Suki closed his eyes, attuning himself to the spiritual pressure around him, soon locating a spot below where the chakra was particularly dense. Originally, casting Kakuji Suiseki required intricate diagrams, but after achieving proficiency, such measures became unnecessary. Hey, crow, tell Nisan that I have found a lead. Yoru no Suki called out to the crow above, then dashed in a particular direction. At that moment, Itachi, who was searching for clues in the southern part of the village, received the message from the summoning crow and hurried towards Yoru no Suki's location. He also informed Sai with another crow, knowing that anything Sai perceived could be manipulated into an illusion, thus posing no risk of revealing secrets. As for the couple, Itachi advised them to return home, as a confrontation was likely imminent, and bringing them along would only serve as a burden. Yoru no Suki swiftly reached the area he had sensed, but a dilemma arose. He initially considered using Bakuto to create an opening in the ground, but reconsidered. If the missing child were indeed confined below, his actions could endanger them, possibly even leading to their demise. I suppose I must seek an entrance nearby, he pondered in frustration. Although he could easily locate the person, finding the entrance to the underground chamber proved challenging. Sasuke, have you found any clues? Itachi and Sai arrived simultaneously. I sensed a significant amount of chakra beneath us. It must relate to our mission, Yoru no Suki replied. Can Sasuke sense ninjutsu? Sai asked, puzzled. Ahem, I have some knowledge of it. Yoru no Suki coughed lightly. I believe there is an underground chamber below, and we must find its entrance. Leave that to me, Sai said, producing a blank scroll and swiftly sketching a series of mice upon it. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation painting. As he completed the hand seals, the mice leapt from the scroll, scattering in all directions. Searching for a hidden entrance is surely something mice excel at, Sai remarked. Recently, he had felt as if he had never participated in Team 11's missions, yet he retained fragments of memory regarding their completion, which struck him as peculiar. He was eager to contribute and prove his worth in the task at hand. Watching the ink mice disperse, Yoru no Suki felt a sense of novelty. This was perhaps Sai's first time actively participating in a mission rather than merely engaging in a battle of wits with the air. In the past, Yoru no Suki had relied on Itachi to create an illusion that allowed Sai to join in missions, while he himself undertook the tasks. However, this arrangement had begun to irk Itachi, who believed it more fitting to use Jinjutsu to send Sai on solo missions while the two of them indulged in sweets and tea. A short while later, the mice returned, colliding into the blank scroll held by Sai, transforming into written words. Proceed 2 kilometers north to the cave. This must be the entrance to the underground chamber, Sai deduced after reading the scroll. Very well, let us set off, Itachi instructed, leading the way with Sasuke following closely. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will be right behind to ensure your safety. Itachi-sensei, perhaps I should lead the way, Sai suggested suddenly. Sasuke is still a genin. It may not be safe for him to take the lead. Yoru no Suki found Sai's comment somewhat peculiar, pondering whether he had discerned something. Itachi paused momentarily, contemplating before acquiescing to Sai's suggestion. Thus, Sai took the lead as they proceeded. The trio soon arrived at the cave indicated by Sai. At the entrance, Itachi created a shadow clone to remain outside with Sai while he and Yoru no Suki ventured into the dim, damp cave. Upon entering, Yoru no Suki initially noticed nothing unusual. There are no paths leading to the underground chamber here, he remarked. The cave was shallow and humid, devoid of any plant life. Let us search more thoroughly, Itachi suggested, having already sensed something amiss, though he chose not to disclose it immediately. After hearing Itachi's words, Yoru no Suki scanned the cave once more, eventually fixing his gaze upon the rock wall before him. Bakuto number 31 Akka. Chapter 40. The sound for the rock wall exploded, revealing a deep passage leading underground. Just as I suspected, Yoru no Suki affirmed his thoughts. This cave was indeed shallow. Even at this hour, sunlight penetrated halfway into its depths. By midday, it would surely illuminate the entire cavern, and considering the dampness within, the constant dripping of water indicated that the lack of vegetation was due to human activity. It was evident that the rock face concealed a switch. Yet Yorinosuke was disinclined to search further. Observing Yorinosuke's discovery, Itachi nodded in appreciation. As the moonless night enveloped the two figures, they ventured into the subterranean tunnel. The initial stretch was shrouded in pitch darkness, yet after traversing a distance, flickering flames illuminated the passage, with torches affixed along the walls. Suddenly, Itachi halted, sensing a presence ahead. He remained still, observing the situation before him, only prepared to intervene if it became necessary for Night Moon to handle alone. At that moment, Night Moon also detected the sound of footsteps echoing from around the corner. Drawing his Zanpakuto, he kept his gaze fixed ahead as a humanoid creature emerged from the shadows. A roar erupted. Was this a failed experiment of cursed seal transformation? Night Moon immediately recognized the creature's origin, feeling a sense of relief. These beings had once been ordinary humans, now reduced to the strength of mere genin. How pitiful! Allow me to offer you solace. The monster, now irreversibly altered by the cursed seal, was destined for death. With a ferocious cry, it lunged toward Night Moon, who swiftly evaded to the creature's rear, blood still staining his blade. A flick of his wrist sent the crimson droplets flying as the creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Itachi approached to examine the fallen monstrosity. Were there individuals conducting human experiments here? Gazing at the abomination before him, Itachi sensed the complexity of their mission had escalated. Night Moon had yet to disclose the matter of Orochimaru to Itachi, leaving him unaware of the full circumstances at play. After sealing the corpse within a scroll, the duo pressed further into the depths of the tunnel. Upon rounding a bend, the narrow passage opened into a more expansive chamber, flanked by numerous cells embedded in the rock walls, each guarded by several cursed seal creatures. Upon sighting Night Moon and Itachi, they all let out a simultaneous roar and charged at them. Remaining calm, Night Moon raised his Zanpakuto. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Instantly, his blade transformed into a myriad of delicate petals, each a razor-sharp fragment, which surged toward the encroaching creatures. Moments later, none remained standing. Night Moon did not conceal his prowess from Itachi, knowing he would help maintain discretion. Itachi had recognized the uniqueness of his brother's sword since the fateful day he had been attacked by Uchiha Shursui at 6 years old. Yet he had never divulged this knowledge to anyone. After dispatching the cursed seal creatures, Night Moon approached the cells, discovering a number of children within, most of whom were in a state of unconsciousness. Brother, please rescue these children. I shall investigate further ahead. After shattering the lock on the cell with his Zanpakuto, he turned to Itachi. He had sensed a concentrated spiritual pressure earlier and now detected a significant energy ahead, prompting him to proceed cautiously. Be careful. Itachi nodded before utilizing shadow clone technique to begin carrying the children to safety outside the chamber. Night Moon continued onward with his Zanpakuto in hand. Humph. A filthy rat dares to intrude. After advancing for several minutes, a deep female voice resonated beside him, and a door in the rocky wall swung open to reveal a woman with crimson hair, holding a flute. Behind her lay a laboratory filled with large jars and various apparatuses. Night Moon recognized her as one of the Sound Four. Duyo. Die, filthy rat. Finale, Chapter 9. Chaos of the Magic Realm. Without further ado, Duyo began to play her flute, unleashing a haunting melody that summoned 3 translucent, mouth-covered insects that surged towards Night Moon. Binding Arts. Number 39, Circular Shield. A protective barrier materialized before him, absorbing the onslaught of the insect-like creatures. Hey, I merely wish to discuss matters with your master, Orochimaru. Is there truly a need to attack me outright? Night Moon addressed Duyo, who appeared unconvinced, her murderous intent intensifying. How dare you know of Lord Orochimaru? You shall not live. Duyo's body began to emanate dark markings, her previous tentative assault revealing Night Moon's formidable strength. She raised her hand to perform a technique without hand seals, feeling the pressure mounting, and activated a cursed seal segment. The flute's melody sounded, yet nothing transpired. It seems you have miscalculated your approach. Since you refuse to cooperate, I shall silence you for a time. Night Moon surmised that Duyo had attempted to use an illusion. Thunderous Chariot, Spindle's Gap. This object possesses light, dividing into 6 Binding Arts. Number 61, 6 rods prison of light. 6 beams of yellow light pierced through Duyo's body. And before she could recover from her failed illusion, she found herself immobilized. Cursed. Who are you exactly? Duyo struggled against the 6 beams binding her, unable even to use her substitution technique. I told you, I come to negotiate with Orochimaru, but it appears you are rather disbelieving. Night Moon shrugged, feigning exasperation. Who would believe such words from a leaf ninja? If you refuse to speak, then forever be silenced. The notoriety of Orochimaru as a rogue ninja was widely known in the ninja world, and Duyo completely dismissed Night Moon's claims. The dark markings on her body multiplied and spread, her skin shifting to a grayish-brown hue, 6 white horns sprouting from her head. The bindings that restrained her were shattered. Summoning technique. 3 demons. 3 colossal malevolent spirits materialized, their massive forms shattering the confines of the chamber, causing parts of the ceiling to collapse and sunlight to stream in. Duyo, what on earth are you doing? The commotion drew the attention of the other 3 Sound 4 members, who shouted at Duyo in anger. This leaf ninja knows that Lord Orochimaru is here, Duyo informed them. Upon hearing this revelation, the 3 members turned their murderous gazes toward Night Moon. He cannot be allowed to leave alive, Kinkaku declared, bringing his 6 hands together. Watch me drain his chakra, Jirubu shouted. Zaku smirked at Night Moon, while his partner, Katsuya, vanished from sight. Ha ha ha, this little brat is about to meet his demise, enduring the agony of his cells being slowly eroded, ultimately succumbing in terror. The arrogance of the Sound 4 irked Night Moon, who sensed foreign energies infiltrating his being. Experience the pain, brat. A voice akin to Zaku's echoed from within Night Moon, as a head resembling Zaku's began to emerge from his back. TCH. How cunning, Zaku. To have Katsuya enter this brat's body in powder form ahead of time, Kinkaku remarked disapprovingly. Now that we have him under control, let me drain his chakra before he dies, Jirubu said, approaching Night Moon. At that moment, Night Moon's patience had reached its limit. Insects, what grants you the audacity to utter such arrogant and foolish words? Night Moon glared coldly at the Sound 4. The entity clinging to his body, Katsuya, panicked. Damn it! Why can I not control his body? In the next instant, Night Moon unleashed all of his spiritual pressure. A powerful aura manifesting as a tempest that sent his garments billowing dramatically. With a piercing scream. Yuken was forcefully expelled from within by the overwhelming pressure exerted by Ye Wuyue. Dust swirled around, and the 4 Sound ninjas across from him simultaneously let out muffled groans, the oppressive force almost compelling them to kneel. Beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads, and they trembled uncontrollably. How could this be? They were incredulous, having only witnessed such might emanating from Orochimaru. The frog at the bottom of the well believes the sky is only as vast as the well's opening. And you are even less than that frog. You are mere ants, eternally confined to your subterranean burrows. Your world is no larger than a palm, which breeds your arrogance. Ye Wuyue continued, slowly drawing his Zanpakuto from his waist. Damn it! Move quickly. Under Ye Wuyue's oppressive aura, only Doyu, who managed to activate the 2nd stage of his curse seal, could still move freely. The other 3 struggled even to twitch a finger. Black markings began to emerge on their bodies, and it was only after entering the 1st stage of the curse seal that they regained control. Let me pose another question. Just because a ferocious beast does not bare its fangs, does that mean it will not bite? Ye Wuyue aimed his Zanpakuto at the 4 Sound ninjas. Damn it, don't get too complacent. Kintumaru instantly activated the 2nd stage of his cursed seal, summoning a bow and arrows made of metal threads. Saniai, Kintumaru shouted, drawing the bow and unleashing an arrow towards Ye Wuyue. However, the next moment, they found it hard to believe their eyes. As the metal arrow hurtled towards him, Ye Wuyue extended his hand to grasp the arrow shaft, and with a slight exertion, it shattered into several pieces, falling to the ground. Allow me to enlighten you. Ferocious beasts do indeed feast upon humans. Hado 54, Waste Flame. With a casual flick, Ye Wuyue unleashed the waste flame upon Yuken, incinerating him to ashes, before instantly stepping before Kintumaru and delivering a swift strike. Blood gushed forth. The skin covered in the sticky gold armor could not withstand the sharpness of Ye Wuyue's blade, leaving a gaping wound from his left shoulder to his right waist. It was only then that Kintumaru snapped back to reality, leaping back despite the searing pain. Doton, Earth Prison. Jirubo formed hand seals, and a hemispherical rock wall emerged from the ground, encasing Ye Wuyue within. Kintumaru hurriedly tended to his wound with spider silk. Bastard! I will kill him. Yuken was now teetering on the brink of madness. With Yuken dead, his bloodline limit would vanish, his power diminished by at least half. Not to mention that Yuken was also his brother. Hado 88, Flying Dragon Strike. A linear beam of light shot forth from the rock wall created by Jirubo. Its immense energy piercing through, relentlessly charging towards Doyu, who barely evaded the attack at the last moment, while a cursed spirit, devoid of arms and wrapped in bandages, was struck through by Ye Wuyue's assault. Does repeatedly attempting the impossible bring you a sense of accomplishment? Ye Wuyue stepped forward, delivering a kick to Yuken, sending him flying dozens of meters. Magic Flute Phantom Dance. Doyu played her flute, and a cursed spirit wielding a large wolf fang club swung it down towards Ye Wuyue. He raised his Zanpakuto, slicing through the wolf fang club. Simultaneously, Jirubo hurled a massive rock ball at him. Hado 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. The rock ball disintegrated into dust upon contact with Ye Wuyue's strike, who then reached out with one hand towards Jirubo. Hado 33, Blue Fire Fall. As the explosive flames shot towards Jirubo, a red gate adorned with demon carvings rose before him, blocking the flames. Meanwhile, Yuken, who had been kicked away, had entered the second stage of his cursed seal, slamming his hands on the ground, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he gazed at Ye Wuyue. Rashomon, huh? I wonder how formidable its defense is. Observing the Rashomon before him, Ye Wuyue pointed the tip of his Zanpakuto at it. Pierce him, Divine Spear. The rapidly extending blade pierced through Rashomon in an instant, effortlessly penetrating it, and even striking through Jirubo behind it. The surge of spiritual pressure amplified the capabilities of Ye Wuyue's Zanpakuto, while the Divine Spear became swifter and longer. Is this Rashomon a counterfeit? It appears as thin as paper. As the Zanpakuto returned to its original length, Ye Wuyue mocked. He had anticipated this gate to be robust, but to his surprise, it was so fragile. Of course, it could also be due to the user being different. Yet, even the 5 layers of Rashomon summoned by Senju Hashirama seemed insufficient to withstand a single-tailed beast ball from the 9 tails, which appeared rather unimpressive. Well then, my patience has worn thin. It is time for you to meet your end. All things in nature turn to ash, flowing blade like fire. Flames engulfed Ye Wuyue's Zanpakuto, causing the temperature around him to rise sharply. Torch. Ye Wuyue slashed upwards with his flowing blade like fire, conjuring a tornado of flames that erupted from the ground, enveloping the 4 sound ninjas within, and the fiery vortex compressed towards them, incinerating everything it touched into ashes. Chapter 42. Negotiation with Orochimaru. Originally, Ye Wuyue had no intention of killing these 4, as they might still prove useful in the upcoming Chunin exams. However, their incessant provocations had tested his restraint, and he found it difficult not to deliver a beating, albeit perhaps a tad too harshly. As the tornado of flames constricted, the 4 sound ninjas found themselves crowded together, forced to activate the 4 purple flames array to shield themselves against the fiery wall. In your next life, may you be born into a good family, preferably one without mouths. Ye Wuyue sheathed his sword and spoke lightly to the 4 sound ninjas within the fire barrier, indifferent to whether they could hear him. Before turning to reunite with Tachi and the others, not having ventured far, an icy sensation suddenly crept up his back. Ye Wuyue halted and turned, witnessing a patterned giant python emerging from beneath the ground beyond the fiery vortex, its charred body collapsing to the ground, its gaping maw opening as the 4 sound ninjas escaped from within. Yet, the coldness did not emanate from the python, but from a man beside it, long black hair, pale skin, golden slit pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the nostrils, and turquoise jade earrings dangling from his ears. At the same time, Ye Wuyue spotted a familiar face, Uchiha Shana, who had attempted to assassinate him 6 years ago to frame Danzo, now stood before him. Moreover, the arm previously severed by Tachi had miraculously healed, though it was now wrapped in bandages. My lord, we have failed in our task. Please punish us. The sound ninjas knelt before Orochimaru, their bodies trembling slightly. Since I intervened to save you, I had no intention of punishing you. You shall still serve a purpose. Orochimaru rasped, his voice hoarse. At the same time, he was astonished by Ye Wuyue's immense talent and power. He had seen Ye Wuyue before he defected, but had not comprehended his strength then, nor had he noticed anything remarkable about him, believing the brother of Tachi to be merely an ordinary individual. Little did he expect that he possessed such formidable capabilities. However, Orochimaru's thoughts were still consumed by Tachi. Ever since he witnessed Tachi training alone, he became infatuated with those mesmerizing eyes. Even though he now possessed a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan, his admiration for Itachi's eyes remained unwavering. The 4 members of the Sound Ninja breathed a sigh of relief and responded affirmatively. Orochimaru, this boy is my prey. Do not allow your men to intervene. Uchiha Shursui glared at Yoronosuke with eyes full of animosity. Do as you wish. The person I seek lies ahead, Orochimaru chuckled. For his summoning beast had already located the individual he desired. Yoronosuke felt immense pressure as he regarded the two before him. Uchiha Shursui was likely no longer his match, yet he felt uncertain in the face of Orochimaru. He believed that only after completing a Bankai would he possess the strength to rival a shadow-level opponent. Nevertheless, he remained untroubled, even if he couldn't defeat both. He could hold them off for a while until Itachi arrived, at which point the burden would ease. Orochimaru, shall we strike a deal? Yoronosuke called out, producing a notebook that he tossed towards Orochimaru. Take a look at this intriguing item. Upon hearing Yoronosuke's words, Orochimaru's interest was piqued as he caught the notebook. Entirely unconcerned about any tricks Yoronosuke might have played, at present, neither Jinjutsu nor physical attacks posed any threat to him. Although Uchiha Shursui felt displeasure, he admonished Orochimaru. Do you truly believe a mere child? He recalled how Yoronosuke had nearly killed one of Orochimaru's subordinates moments ago. Orochimaru opened the notebook, and upon glimpsing a single page, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing sheer ecstasy. This technique is tailor-made for the impure world reincarnation. To create a body of one's own and even manipulate its attributes. What a brilliant concept. Mastering this technology will make immortality effortlessly attainable. With a heart full of excitement, Orochimaru turned to the next page, only to find it blank, devoid of any content. At that moment, his mood soured. Akin to a parched soul in a desert catching sight of an oasis that turned out to be a mirage. How about it, Orochimaru? Surely you can recognize the value of this item. Once you agree to my terms, I shall provide you with the remaining sections, Yoronosuke proposed. What he had given was merely a fragment of the technique for creating artificial bodies, primarily outlining the purpose and a small part of the crafting method. Given Orochimaru's scientific genius, he would undoubtedly discern its authenticity, and Yoronosuke was confident that Orochimaru would be intrigued. Deals are meant for those of equal strength. You should simply hand over the rest of your research. Orochimaru sneered with a mixture of rage and ridicule. Suddenly, a multitude of venomous snakes surged from his right hand, lunging toward Yoronosuke's face. At that moment, even the allure of Itachi's eyes was relegated to the background. You scoundrel! Uchiha Shursui's expression darkened. He had just instructed Orochimaru to refrain from intervening, yet it seemed Orochimaru had disregarded his words entirely. However, Shursui knew he was no match for Orochimaru, especially on his own territory. Thus, he redirected his anger towards Yoronosuke. Die! Uchiha Shursui formed hand seals, unleashing a great fireball towards Yoronosuke. Finding Arts number 81, Splintering Void. A massive defensive wall materialized, shielding Yoronosuke from Orochimaru and Uchiha Shursui's assault. It appears that not only is your research valuable, but your body also holds significant worth. Why not join me? I shall grant you power, provided you share that technique with me. After deflecting the attack, Orochimaru gradually regained his composure. He had acted impulsively due to the incompleteness of the research findings. Orochimaru had not considered that the research was crafted by Yoronosuke himself. He assumed that the young man had stumbled upon it, suspecting that the true creator was none other than his former teacher, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Orochimaru, do not forget that he is from Konoha. Are you not concerned he will disclose your whereabouts to them? Uchiha Shursui hastily cautioned Orochimaru as the situation grew increasingly precarious. Chapter 43. Impure World Reincarnation. Yoronosuke found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Orochimaru's claim that he was a fine specimen for research. Are you suggesting I should follow you and serve as your research material? I am the one proposing terms here. And do you truly believe your side possesses the upper hand? Yoronosuke replied coolly, concealing his inner turmoil. At long last, it is time. Suddenly, a cacophony of cawing filled the air as a flock of crows descended before Yoronosuke, transforming into two figures. It has been a while, Sasuke. I never anticipated you would grow so powerful, a vibrant voice echoed beside Yurunosuke, as a figure clad in a green hooded cloak materialized at his right side. Sai has gone to tend to the children. You are unharmed, I trust? Itachi stood protectively in front of Yurunosuke, shielding him from view. I am fine. My strength is formidable, Yurunosuke replied with a smile. The young man in the green cloak turned his gaze towards Orochimaru and Uchiha Shisui. I never expected two S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha to join forces. Uchiha Shisui, this time, you shall not escape me. As he spoke, he removed his cloak and drew a short blade from his back. Uchiha Shisui regarded the young man warily. Although he was significantly younger, his strength surpassed Shisui's by a considerable margin. Since his defection from Konoha, Shisui had suffered numerous defeats at the hands of this prodigy, narrowly escaping capture on several occasions. Yurunosuke was unsurprised by Shisui's appearance. After Shisui had defected, he had taken it upon himself to hunt down rogue Uchiha clan members. Over the past 6 years, he had spent most of his time outdoors, tirelessly pursuing his mission, which had diminished the attention he received from the Uchiha clan and Konoha's higher-ups. Even Itachi was not fully aware of the extent of his friend's current capabilities. The day before Yurunosuke and the others undertook this mission, Shisui had sent word to Itachi, claiming he had discovered traces of the remaining rogue Uchiha clan members in the Land of Rice. However, the situation was complex, and Shisui sought Itachi's assistance. Coincidentally, Itachi's team was assigned a mission to the Land of Rice the following day, and he had accepted it without hesitation. Orochimaru, however, remained unperturbed by the unfolding situation. Rather, he appeared invigorated. Haha, who would have thought so many surprises would come my way? As for your supposed advantage in strength, you are indeed the weaker side. He clasped his hands together, and two coffins began to rise slowly from the ground, one marked with first and the other with second. Itachi's eyes glimmered with 3 tomo as he attempted to cast a Jinjutsu on Orochimaru, but it proved ineffective. Orochimaru's vertical pupils had transformed into 3 tomo Sharingan as well. Humph, a Sharingan Jinjutsu? Unfortunately for you, I possess one too. Now, how do you think your strength compares to that of the previous Hokage? Orochimaru's voice dripped with a sinister chuckle. The coffin lids creaked open, revealing a man clad in red armor with long black hair and another in blue armor with white hair. Itachi and Shisui were both struck with shock upon seeing the two figures emerge before them. The first and second Hokage, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, were naturally aware of Orochimaru's abilities. However, he chose not to inform Itachi and Shisui in advance, as certain matters required Orochimaru's collaboration to stage a performance. Orochimaru, how dare you profane the souls of the deceased? Shisui shouted at Orochimaru. At that moment, the eyes of the first and second Hokage opened. Where's this? Am I resurrected? Hashirama murmured to himself, moving his hands in disbelief. Is this the reanimation jutsu? Tobirama, having just awakened, sensed his current state. Hashirama looked up and saw Yagetsumizu and the others. Hey, are you ninjas from Konoha? How is the village faring? Hashirama waved his hand, inquiring of Yagetsumizu. Tobirama, standing nearby, heard his brother's voice. Brother, even you have been brought back? Hearing this, Hashirama finally noticed Tobirama beside him. Oh, even Tobirama has been resurrected? Haha, though I do not comprehend how this occurred. Shall we return to Konoha to investigate? Hashirama chuckled, scratching his head as he spoke to Tobirama. Tobirama felt his anger surging, unable to contain himself as he shouted at his elder brother. Brother, are you a fool? It is evident that we have been summoned from the realm of the dead. Do you think the one who summoned us would be so kind as to allow us to act freely? After being chastised by Tobirama, Hashirama instantly fell silent, his head bowed and hands hanging limply. Itachi and Shisui exchanged glances, their perceptions of the legendary first Hokage, the god of ninjas, shattered in that moment. Orochimaru appeared somewhat bewildered, had it not been for this man's resemblance to the Hokage monument and the fact that he was resurrected using Hashirama's cells. He could hardly believe this was the fabled god of ninjas, who, after all, could single-handedly capture the Nine Tails. Enough of the reminiscing. I require your assistance in dealing with these individuals, Orochimaru declared, producing 2 kunai inscribed with seals, performing hand signs to immobilize Hashirama and Tobirama before driving the kunai into the back of their skulls, in order to ensure he could control them post-resurrection. Orochimaru had sacrificed only 2 Seichnin as offerings, and he was uncertain of the extent of power they might now wield. Shin, you wouldn't want to be captured and returned to Konoha, would you? I hope we can continue our fruitful cooperation. Orochimaru turned to Uchiha Shin, his tone laced with a subtle threat. Uchiha Shin found himself in a precarious position, realizing he had no choice but to continue cooperating with Orochimaru. Feeling a sense of helplessness he had never known before. It's all because of that brat. If he had simply allowed me to kill him, I wouldn't have had to defect. If not for him, the Uchiha clan would have become the most powerful clan in Konoha under my leadership, and my name would be etched in the clan's history. Uchiha Shin remained silent, casting a venomous glance toward Yagetsumizu. It's all your fault, you cursed brat. Die! Uchiha Shin bellowed, his eyes transforming with 3 tomo as he drew his long blade and charged at Yagetsumizu. Just as Tachi and Shursui intended to intervene, 2 figures, one red and one blue, blocked their path. As Uchiha Shin rushed toward him, Yagetsumizu smiled. Although the appearance of Uchiha Shin had slightly deviated from his expectations, overall, there were no unforeseen developments. Nisan, you won't hold this against me, will you? Chapter 44, A Resumption of Combat. Offense and defense shift. Yagetsumizu raised his blade to parry Uchiha Shin's strike when a multitude of trees erupted from the ground, rushing toward them. Upon seeing this, Yagetsumizu and his companions swiftly leaped aside to evade the first Hokage's wood release, instantaneously dividing the battlefield. Itachi faced the reanimated first Hokage, while Shursui confronted the reanimated second Hokage. After evading the first Hokage's assault, the terrain of the battlefield had been altered, now dotted with massive tree roots that absorbed the chakra of anyone who touched them. Yagetsumizu estimated that the resurrected first and second Hokage possessed at least Jonin-level power. If not for your brother arriving in time, you would have perished at my hands 6 years ago. This time, I wonder who will come to your rescue. Uchiha Shin taunted darkly, swinging his long blade once more at Yagetsumizu. Having not witnessed Uchiha Shin wielding a long blade before, Yagetsumizu was uncertain if he had simply forgotten to bring it last time or had learned it afterward. However, this was inconsequential. I advise you to temper your arrogance. Such behavior only reveals your inner weakness. Yagetsumizu replied coolly, his gaze filled with disdain for Uchiha Shin. You sharp-tongued brat, I will tear your mouth apart soon. Uchiha Shin retaliated, delivering a kick toward Yagetsumizu, who blocked with his arms and was sent stumbling back several meters. Fire release, dragon fire technique. 4 fire dragons erupted from Uchiha Shin's mouth, charging toward Yagetsumizu. Fire release, dragon fire technique. In response, Yagetsumizu formed hand seals, summoning 4 fire dragons of his own, their attacks clashing and creating a cloud of white smoke. Although he rarely employed ninjutsu, it did not mean he was incapable. In fact, Yagetsumizu had mastered nearly all fire techniques within his clan, but seldom utilized them, as it was well known that fire could not kill. You're still using the same techniques from 6 years ago, showing no growth. Meanwhile, I have long since surpassed my former self. Way of Destruction, number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. A pale yellow lightning bolt surged forth, shooting straight toward Uchiha Shin. Observing from the rear, Orochimaru refrained from intervening, instead watching the confrontation unfold, particularly intrigued by Yagetsumizu, whose abilities sparked a glimmer of hope in Orochimaru's eyes. His original ambition had been to master all ninjutsu in existence, but the brevity of human life hindered him from achieving that dream, prompting him to explore the pursuit of immortality. Now, with Yagetsumizu's emergence, he saw the potential for everlasting life and witnessed techniques beyond ninjutsu, recognizing that Yagetsumizu seemed to possess an ability to unleash attacks by naming their techniques. The lightning bolt struck Uchiha Shin, creating a wound upon his body. However, Uchiha Shin appeared unfazed, raising his long blade once more and charging at Yagetsumizu. As black patterns resembling eyes began to emerge across his body, healing the wound he had just sustained. You truly infuriate me. Today, I shall kill you without fail. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, exchanging over a dozen blows. Yagetsumizu sensed that Uchiha Shin's strength had significantly increased in a direct contest of power. He was indeed at a disadvantage. With another downward slice, Yagetsumizu blocked the strike, yet Uchiha Shin relentlessly pressed down with greater force. What happened to your earlier momentum? Is this truly all you can muster, brat? If so, then prepare to meet your demise. Uchiha Shin taunted while pressing down the blade. Yagetsumizu deftly shifted the edge of his blade aside, evading Uchiha Shin's force, then thrust his right hand forward. Binding Art. Number 61, 6 rods prison of light. 6 beams of light appeared, binding Uchiha Shin's body. However, Ugetsumizu knew that this incantation-less 6 rods prison would not hold him for long, yet that brief moment was sufficient. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Ugetsumizu's long blade transformed into countless fine blades, shimmering like petals under the sunlight. Given the immense spiritual energy required for the flowing blade, he opted to employ 1,000 cherry blossoms this time. You are just like those 4 useless ones from earlier, merely repeating what you cannot achieve to mask your inner frailty. With a single finger pointed forward, the myriad of fine blades surged toward Uchiha Shin, who had just extricated himself from the 6 rods prison, and in an instant, numerous cuts appeared across his body. The Sound Ninja Quartet observed the furious Ye Wuyue, yet they dared not act without Orochimaru's command. The power of the cursed seal weakened Uchiha Shana's nerves, dulling his perception of pain. The blade that grazed his skin felt almost imperceptible. Just as Uchiha Shana opened his mouth to speak, he remembered Ye Wuyue's recent words and fell silent, instead forming a hand seal. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A torrent of flames surged toward Ye Wuyue, and although Uchiha Shana's technique paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Madara, the enhancement from the cursed seal and his Sharingan granted it a quarter of Madara's might. Before the roaring inferno, Ye Wuyue appeared diminutive. Heaven's favored, ironclad walls. Dragons stride, lions roar, tigers howl, and the waves surge, cutting through heaven and earth before collapse. Binding Arts number 81, Severing Void. Confronted with such immense power, Ye Wuyue did not dare to underestimate it. He fully chanted the 81st Binding Art, successfully repelling the inferno. Itachi, engaged with the first Hokage, felt a slight relief upon witnessing Ye Wuyue's situation. However, the still immobile Orochimaru filled him with dread. As he momentarily lost focus, a red figure descended from the sky, and Itachi quickly dodged as a forceful kick created a massive crater where he had stood. Refocusing on his opponent, Itachi realized that his Sharingan Jinjutsu was ineffective against the first Hokage. Other techniques posed little threat, especially since the first's body, being reanimated, could recover even if shattered. Although he possessed a method to eliminate reanimated foes, he could only use it sparingly, requiring the right moment. Meanwhile, Shursui found himself in a similarly balanced struggle. Despite his mastery of body flicker technique, the second Hokage's ninjutsu had an expansive range, easily encompassing all his shadow clones. However, he had yet to unleash his true power, keeping a watchful eye on the still inactive Orochimaru. Losing patience after witnessing his powerful ninjutsu thwarted, Uchiha Shana disregarded waiting for Ye Wuyue to unleash his full might. Black markings coursed across his body, transforming him into a darker shade and enhancing his physique. Fins sprouted from his arms, and a bony tail emerged from his back. How grotesque! Ye Wuyue swore never to succumb to such a cursed seal. Its detrimental effect on his appearance was too severe. Ha 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 die. Uchiha Shana cackled madly, then, ignoring the nearby sharp blades, launched a punch at Ye Wuyue. Chapter 45, Kaleidoscope. Double Susanoo, 10 Kusanagi, 8-span mirror. Upon entering the second stage of the cursed seal, Uchiha Shana's speed escalated dramatically, closing the distance to Ye Wuyue in an instant. Ye Wuyue seemed momentarily stunned, failing to react. Uchiha Shana's fist struck him unimpeded, puncturing his body. He died, brat. Although Uchiha Shana felt no tangible impact, the boy truly was pierced by his blow. Orochimaru, witnessing this, was taken aback. He had anticipated that Ye Wuyue, capable of easily defeating the Sound Ninja Quartet, would handle Uchiha Shana without difficulty, never imagining he would fall so swiftly. Damn it! Orochimaru cursed, sprinting toward Ye Wuyue, eager to salvage the situation. For the boy possessed too many intriguing elements to let perish. Itachi. Noticing the scene unfold, Itachi's heart ached upon seeing Sasuke's body pierced. His Sharingan spun with 3 tomo, merging into a triangular pinwheel shape, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Dark flames erupted from the focus of Itachi's gaze, enveloping Uchiha Shana. Uchiha Shana screamed in agony. At that moment, the reanimated first Hokage swung a fist at Itachi. Yet his attack was thwarted by a protective barrier of red bones that encircled Itachi, preventing the reanimated Hokage's blow from advancing further. 1 against 7, stay calm. Sasuke won't die so easily. Shursui deflected the reanimated Tobirama's kunai with his short blade and turned to Itachi, astonished by his talent. Awakening the Manjiki Sharingan allowed him to use Susanoo, a skill that surpassed even Shirsue's own prowess. The thwarted Tobirama leaped back, forming hand seals. Water style, water break wave. A slender column of water shot forth from Tobirama's mouth. Despite its narrow form, it was razor-sharp, instantly shattering Shirsue's short blade. Just as the water column was about to strike him, green bones appeared around Shirsue, blocking the second Hokage's assault. Upon hearing Shirsue's words, Itachi regained his composure. Refocusing on Ye Wuyue, he saw that Uchiha Shana's fist no longer pierced Ye Wuyue's body, but rather his outer garment. Ye Wuyue's figure reappeared a short distance away. His white outer robe vanished, leaving only the black attire beneath. Shuinpa advanced application, K-Rin, in rapid motion. The visual afterimage misled the enemy into believing he had been struck, while in reality, only his outer clothing had been hit, as he had already evaded. K-Rin was a technique Ye Wuyue had mastered a week prior to this mission, and Shuinpa was one of his earlier abilities, now refined to proficiency, making the mastery of K-Rin a natural progression. With Ye Wuyue unharmed, Itachi finally felt relief, yet the drawbacks of hastily activating his Manjiki Sharingan emerged. He bowed his head, covering his eyes. However, Itachi did not opt to deactivate Susanoo. Instead, he elevated it to a higher stage. A complete skeletal framework of Susanoo materialized. Enveloped by countless muscle fibers, while the face of Susanoo took shape, adorned with a Tengu mask that covered half its visage, golden eyes gleaming beneath. The red Susanoo's right hand held a gourd, while the left grasped a shield emblazoned with spiral patterns. Just as Orochimaru intended to rescue Ye Wuyue, he halted, feeling deceived by emotions. Simultaneously, he beheld the two colossal figures on the battlefield. Ten Kusanagi. I cannot believe the sacred weapon I have sought for years lies in your possession, Orochimaru exclaimed, his voice hoarse with shock. Upon witnessing Itachi awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, Ye Wuyue breathed a sigh of relief, realizing his plan had succeeded. He had long recognized that Itachi, after acquiring the 10 Kusanagi and the 8-span mirror, could not utilize them freely, and their power was considerably diminished compared to their original narrative. After much contemplation, Ye Wuyue concluded that this was due to the two divine artifacts lacking a suitable vessel. In the original tale, the 10 Kusanagi and the 8-span mirror resided within Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, hence he devised a strategy to prompt Itachi's awakening, enabling him to fully harness these two sacred relics. As for the drawbacks of the Manjiki, Ye Wuyue had also devised a solution to prevent Itachi from suffering a debilitating illness due to his Sharingan. Itachi disregarded Orochimaru, as the gourd in the right hand of his red Susanoo produced blades of varying shapes, and he lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Senju Hashirama. The golden blade grazed the reanimated body of the first Hokage, drawing forth a spirit that resembled the original Hokage. Though disoriented by the current circumstances, the first Hokage could discern that one side comprised Konoha ninjas, while the other consisted of ninjas from other villages, allowing him to grasp the situation's general outline. It seems I have caused quite a stir among the ninjas of the village. However, you are an exceptional ninja, and the responsibility of protecting the village now rests upon your shoulders, the first Hokage remarked to Itachi. In their recent confrontation, this Leaf Village ninja had earned his respect, and his soul was gradually being drawn into the gourd of the 10,000 Fists sword. We will, Itachi nodded in acknowledgement to Hashirama. He then turned his attention to Shirsue, who had just witnessed the second Hokage being shattered by Shirsue's Susanoo's drill. 1 against 7, now is the time. Shirsue called out to Itachi. Understanding the cue, Itachi swung the 10,000 Fists sword, separating the soul of Senju Tobirama from his reanimated body. As Tobirama regained his senses, he surveyed the scene, finding himself surrounded by the Uchiha clan, donning their Leaf Village headbands. Humph! Tobirama scoffed, crossing his arms and turning his head away. After all, it was his technique that had caused chaos among the village's ninjas, leaving him with little room to speak. In an instant, the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. The two formidable forces resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei had been sealed, while Uchiha Shirsue was engulfed in black flames, rolling on the ground and emitting agonizing screams. Though the curse seal dulled his perception of pain, the relentless burning sensation was unbearable. Both Susanoo forms turned their attention to Orochimaru. Caught off guard by the unfolding events, Orochimaru found himself unprepared for such a predicament. Isn't the Manjiki Sharingan a lost ability of the Uchiha clan? How have I encountered two pairs today? Both capable of utilizing their powers. Orochimaru, after betraying Konoha, you have committed heinous acts. Today, I shall take you back to the Hokage, Shinigami declared, glaring at Orochimaru from within his green Susanoo. Humph, let us see if you possess the capability to do so, Orochimaru retorted, swiftly performing the summoning technique. Despite the dire circumstances, he maintained his composure, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground, the summoning seal spreading from his palm. As the white smoke dissipated, a massive purple serpent, comparable in size to the Susanoo, revealed itself, with Orochimaru standing atop its head. Have you prepared my sacrificial offerings? The serpent, Manda, inquired impatiently. 100 living souls for you, Orochimaru assured. Manda refrained from immediately dispelling the summoning upon hearing this. Shinigami directed the drill of his Susanoo towards Manda, while Tachi swung the 10,000 fists sword at Orochimaru. Manda deftly evaded their attacks, subsequently ensnaring Shisui's Susanoo. Shisui, upon seeing his companion trapped, Itachi hastily aimed the 10,000 fists sword at Manda. Manda, having bound Shisui's Susanoo, found its own movements restricted, allowing Itachi's sword to pierce its body. Beginning to draw it toward the gourd. Damn it, what is this weapon? Manda felt the pull of the 10,000 fist sword but refused to release Shisui, realizing that doing so would likely result in its own capture. However, in the next moment, the green Susanoo vanished, leaving Manda without a target, and it was suddenly pulled toward the 10,000 fist sword. Manda, bewildered, attempted to cancel the summoning and retreat to its lair, only to find itself unable to do so. Orochimaru, are you feigning death? Manda, now frightened, lashed out with its tail at Itachi's Susanoo. The red Susanoo raised the 8-span mirror to block the attack, though Itachi was still knocked back a few steps. With part of Manda already absorbed by the 10,000 fist sword, Orochimaru, displeased with Manda's attitude, could not simply stand by and watch it be sealed. Suddenly, Orochimaru transformed into a massive white phosphorescent serpent with 8 heads, all of which lunged toward Itachi's Susanoo. At that moment, Shinigami had just used Susanoo and was still recovering his vision. He had initially aimed to allow Itachi to seal Manda by removing its grip, but the backlash from the Manjiki had temporarily impaired his ability to utilize Susanoo. What should I do? Should I use the Manjiki's power? But at Orochimaru's current state, will it even be effective? And the cooldown time? Shinigami pondered, covering his eyes, feeling somewhat at a loss. Just then, a bloodline suddenly erupted from one of the heads of the 8-headed serpent, gushing forth a torrent of blood as the beast recoiled in pain. In midair, Yoru no Suki, adorned with a fiery red demon mask, wielded a blade engulfed in flames. His attack, flowing blade like fire, merely grazed the 8-headed serpent, revealing that his current strength was insufficient. Brother, let's not concern ourselves with Manda. We must focus on dealing with Orochimaru, Yoru no Suki urged Itachi, suppressing his desire to engage in battle. Heeding his brother's words, Itachi relinquished his hold on Manda and redirected his assault toward the 8-headed serpent. Orochimaru, you forced me to contend with such a troublesome foe. I shall settle the score with you next time. To everyone's astonishment, upon Itachi releasing Manda, it immediately dispelled the summoning and fled. Orochimaru felt a surge of frustration, as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. He had been outwitted by his own summoning beast. Yoru no Suki and the others were equally astonished, as the relationship between summoning beasts and their contracted ninjas was typically harmonious, given that only those recognized by the summoning beasts could become their contractors. However, witnessing Manda so boldly defy its master was unprecedented. Despite their astonishment, Itachi did not halt his assault. The blade of the 10,000 fist sword struck the serpent at its previously wounded spot, decapitating one of its heads. 6 paths of binding light prison. 6 yellow fragments of light emerged from the 8-headed serpent's body, shattering almost instantly. Yet Yoru no Suki did not relent, continuing to employ binding techniques. 100 steps barrier. Locking chains. Hundreds of light rods appeared from thin air, piercing the 8-headed serpent, followed by a thick serpentine chain ensnaring its body. But that's not all. 9 shadows binding. 9 dark spiritual pressures materialized around the 8-headed serpent, restricting its movements. Iron sand wall, monastic tower, scorching iron flame, resolutely unyielding, ultimately silent. 5 pillar iron piercing. 5 massive iron columns emerged from nowhere, crashing down upon the serpent's 5 heads. Although Yoru no Tsuki's binding techniques were swiftly broken by the eight-headed serpent, the iron pillars still struck true. Seizing this opportunity, Itachi once again severed another head from the serpent. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Orochimaru decided to revert from his eight-headed form and flee. Once transformed back, he slithered along the ground like a snake, moving with astonishing speed. Itachi aimed the 10,000 fists sword at Orochimaru, but the latter's diminutive size and rapid pace rendered Itachi's strike ineffective. "Let it go, brother. If we pursue further, you may not endure," Yoru no Tsuki advised, having removed his mask. The experience of wearing it had proven unsatisfactory, having only managed a single strike that bore minimal impact, leaving him feeling frustrated. Itachi had maintained Susanoo for an extended period, and continuing to do so risked backlash. "Indeed, Itachi, it would be prudent for you to rest for a while. Allow me to take on the task of pursuing Orochimaru." After a brief pause, Shursui felt rejuvenated and informed Itachi before he set off in pursuit of Orochimaru's fleeing figure. Upon hearing this, Itachi dispelled Susanoo. Yet the immediate backlash from his prolonged combat with it overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness. After all, he was merely flesh and blood now, not the reanimated body he once possessed. Nightless Moon, witnessing this, hurried to support Itachi, wiping the blood from his face. Not far away, Uchiha Shana had already been reduced to charred remains by Amaterasu, becoming the first ninja to perish to its flames. The sound for had long since fled alongside Orochimaru. After leaving a mark for Shursui, Nightless Moon carried Itachi towards the small village they had previously visited. After approximately an hour, he returned to the home of the couple who had entrusted them with the mission, where Sai was also present, and their child was among the group they had rescued. Upon seeing Nightless Moon and the others, the couple knelt before them, expressing their profound gratitude. "We are truly thankful for your efforts in saving our children," they wept, bowing their heads in appreciation. Sai, observing this scene, was somewhat moved, as memories stirred within him, causing his gaze to dim as he quietly stepped outside. Chapter 47. Jiraiya, we apologize for our concealment regarding matters here. A man spoke to Nightless Moon. Beside him stood a bewildered 6-year-old girl, watching the exchange. Nightless Moon dismissively waved his hand, replying, "We had already discerned your predicament. Please rise, for you have frightened the child. Additionally, could you prepare a clean bed for me?" Upon hearing that Nightless Moon bore no resentment, the couple expressed their surprise and quickly responded, "Yes, we will prepare it immediately." In no time, they had arranged a clean bed, and Nightless Moon gently placed Itachi upon it, taking a seat beside him. The scene felt eerily familiar, 6 years prior. After being attacked by Uchiha Shana, Itachi had kept vigil at his bedside throughout the night. If Izumi were to know, she would be heartbroken, Nightless Moon mused. Observing Itachi lying on the bed, Izumi had since attained the rank of Jonin, but due to their respective missions, it was challenging for her and Itachi to reunite. Nevertheless, their bond had only grown stronger. Upon returning from her missions, Izumi would routinely visit their home to check on Itachi. Now both 17 and 18, they were at an age where marriage could be contemplated, yet their relationship remained unconfirmed, leaving Nightless Moon somewhat anxious for them. After an hour or two, Shursui arrived. Having followed the mark left by Nightless Moon, "How is Itachi?" he inquired as he entered. "He has yet to awaken, but he appears to be unharmed. It seems he merely overexerted his Sharingan," Nightless Moon replied. "What about you, Shursui? Were you able to apprehend Orochimaru?" Sighing in resignation, Shursui responded, "Orochimaru is exceedingly cunning. He had already established a labyrinthine underground facility in the Sound Village. When I pursued him, they all took refuge within. The numerous passages confounded me, and I quickly lost their trail. Moreover, the Sound Village has become a mere shell. Virtually all the ninjas have fled with Orochimaru. However, I did manage to locate the remaining 3 Uchiha defectors in Orochimaru's underground laboratory, though they had all had their eyes removed. Along with Uchiha Shana's fate, only one Uchiha traitor remains at large." Nightless Moon had anticipated this outcome and reassured Shursui, "It matters not that we did not capture them. After all, even the 3rd Hokage, with a host of Umbu, could not prevent Orochimaru's escape. Our circumstances are considerably more challenging. The remaining Uchiha traitor must be Orochimaru's current vessel." Finally granting him the coveted Sharingan, though he seemed less than satisfied with his acquisition. "You do make a valid point," Shursui conceded, scratching his head. "Yet, you two brothers are truly astonishing. The term genius scarcely suffices to describe your prowess. Itachi is exceptional, but your growth has been remarkable as well. I recall when you last sought me, you had yet to master the body flicker technique, though I am unaware of your abilities. Your current strength must be akin to that of an elite jonin. Shursui regarded the brothers in disbelief. The one lying on the bed at merely 17 already ranked among the strongest in the shadows, while the one seated beside him at 12 exhibited the prowess of an elite jonin, with unique abilities to contend with even the strongest. But Shursui, did you not also achieve your Manjiki Sharingan 6 years ago? Nightless Moon retorted with a smile at Shursui's praise. Shursui scratched his head, realizing that his acquisition of the Manjiki Sharingan had likely reached Nightless Moon through Fugaku. Let us refrain from complimenting one another. It feels rather redundant. Shursui, like Itachi, did not delve into the origins of Nightless Moon's powers. After some time, Itachi awoke, and once assured of his well-being, the four of them set off for Konoha village. Outside the Hokage's office, they heard hearty laughter emanating from within. Ha! I have met that kid Naruto. Quite gifted, almost comparable to the likes of my younger self. Upon hearing that voice, Nightless Moon instantly deduced the identity of the individual inside. Is that Sasuke? Just then, someone called out to Nightless Moon. Turning, he saw Naruto approaching them. It seemed their class had just completed a mission and was now on a break. Oh, it's you, Naruto. What brings you here? Nightless Moon greeted, as Itachi knocked on the Hokage's office door. I'm not certain. My dad summoned me, saying I was to meet someone. But he did not disclose who it was, Naruto replied. Suddenly, the office door swung open, revealing a white-haired elder before them. Upon sighting the man, Naruto's eyes widened, and he pointed incredulously, exclaiming, "It's you, the perverted sage who peeks at women in the bath. What are you doing here?" Jiraiya, caught off guard in front of everyone, quickly seized Naruto and pulled him aside. "You've already met me, yet you still forget my name. It's the Toad Sage," he chided, playfully ruffling Naruto's hair. He then turned to cough twice before addressing Nightless Moon and the others. Ahem. I presume you are here to report your mission to Minato. Please, come in. Seeing Jiraiya, Nightless Moon felt a surge of excitement. After all, Jiraiya had been one of his favorite characters during his time watching Naruto. I did not anticipate Lord Jiraiya's return to the village. Thank you. Shursui expressed his gratitude, and the four of them entered the Hokage's office, while Jiraiya, mischievously, took Naruto out of the office, as others were not permitted to be present during the mission report. What are you planning, you lecherous sage? If you continue this way, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Naruto struggled but failed to escape Jiraiya's grasp. Inside, Minato observed the scene with a resigned expression, intending to clarify the situation. Yet he remained seated upon seeing Nightless Moon and the others enter. Behind Minato stood Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. Shursui has returned as well. How did your mission fare? Minato smiled gently at Shursui and inquired, what news do you bring? This time I've traced the whereabouts of 5 rogue Uchiha ninjas. 4 of them, including Uchiha Shana, are deceased, and we have brought their remains back. However, one remains elusive, Shursui reported. Is there something amiss? Minato asked, his brow furrowing with concern. We discovered Orochimaru there. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office swung open with a bang. Chapter 48. The reanimation of the dead Jiraiya, having just exited the Hokage's office, re-entered upon hearing a name that piqued his interest. If you have any information about Orochimaru, please do not hesitate to inform me. His tone was unusually grave, devoid of his usual lightheartedness, as he addressed Uromitsuki and the others. Though he recognized the inappropriateness of his urgency, the thought of his dear friend compelled him to disregard such concerns. Shursui glanced at Minato, who nodded in understanding. He was well aware of his teacher's obsession with Orochimaru. Even if he were to withhold information, Jiraiya would undoubtedly seek clues independently. Encouraged by Minato's affirmation, Shursui continued, recently, I followed leads to the land of Rice to locate the remaining rogue Uchiha ninjas. However, upon investigation, I found the situation there rather unsettling. I learned of numerous children going missing, coupled with eerie, inhuman cries echoing throughout the land. What troubled me further was that the newly established Sound Village was not only rejecting requests from the local villagers, but also preventing them from seeking assistance from other ninja villages. This raised my suspicions about the village's true nature. Upon further investigation, I discovered that the Sound Village's ninjas were clandestinely conducting human experiments, creating numerous abnormal creatures possessing enhanced strength and speed, yet devoid of reason, reduced to mere primal instincts of slaughter. Listening intently to Shirsue's report, Jiraiya clenched his fists, suspecting that these atrocities were indeed the work of Orochimaru. The latter's betrayal of Konoha stemmed from the exposure of his own human experimentation within the village. Shirsue pressed on. Given the complexity of the situation, I felt overwhelmed and reached out to Tachi, hoping he could lend some assistance if he had the time. While I continued to gather intel in the village, Itachi then added, upon receiving Shirsue's letter, I was initially occupied. However, the next day, our team was assigned a mission to investigate the missing children in the land of rice, commissioned by a couple from that very land. Remembering Shirsue's message, we accepted the task. Sasuke, at that moment, was taken aback, having analyzed the situation and concluded that their team should not have taken on such a mission. Unbeknownst to him, it had already been predetermined for their squad, leaving him feeling utterly out of the loop. Upon arriving in the land of rice, our findings aligned closely with Shirsue's. We also uncovered that foreign ninjas within the land often vanished without a trace. Eventually, we discovered a hidden chamber where the missing children were held captive, guarded by some of Orochimaru's abominations. After rescuing the children, we confronted the rogue ninjas, including Orochimaru and Uchiha Shana. In the end, we managed to defeat Orochimaru, and Uchiha Shana was slain, yet Orochimaru escaped, taking the Sound Village's ninjas with him. He must be the architect behind the village. Itachi summarized their mission for Minato. Minato furrowed his brow in contemplation, and Jiraiya impatiently interjected. You found Orochimaru in the land of rice, correct? Shirsue nodded. We cannot delay. Orochimaru has delved too deeply down a treacherous path. I must find him and bring him back, Jiraiya declared, eager to set off. However, Minato intervened. Jiraiya-sensei, I understand your urgency, but I implore you to remain in the village for a while longer. According to Shirsue's report, Orochimaru has already fled the land of rice, and his current whereabouts are unknown. The ninja world is vast, and locating him now would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the joint Chunin exams among the 5 great ninja villages are imminent, and other villages will likely seize this opportunity to test the strength of Konoha. This could potentially lead to chaos, and I hope you can wait until after this period has passed. Minato then added with a gentle smile, besides, Naruto has been eager to meet you for quite some time. He likely remains unaware of your identity, and I wish for you to spend more time together, especially since you named him. Jiraiya paused, the weight of Minato's words calming him, as he had momentarily lost his composure upon hearing news of Orochimaru. Well, if you insist I stay, I suppose I can linger a bit longer. It would be an excellent opportunity to mentor Naruto. Returning to his jovial demeanor, Jiraiya laughed heartily as he addressed Minato. Then I extend my gratitude, Sensei, Minato replied with a smile. After Jiraiya departed the office, he took Naruto, who had been eavesdropping outside, with him. Uramitsuki could hear Naruto incredulously exclaiming, how is that possible? How can a lecherous old man be the hero I admire? As the door to the office closed, Minato turned to Shirsue and asked, what of the remaining Uchiha rogue ninja you mentioned? What connection does he have to Orochimaru? Shirsue pondered for a moment, uncertain of the details. When we engaged Orochimaru, we noticed he possessed a pair of Sharingan. Is it possible that he has transplanted one of your clan's eyes? Shirsue mused, recalling his student Kakashi, who had also received a Sharingan transplant, albeit just one. Shirsue shook his head. That is unlikely. Non-Uchiha individuals experience rejection when transplanting a Sharingan, resulting in significantly diminished power and an inability to deactivate the eye, leading to a continuous drain on their chakra. This is the case with Hokage-sama's student Kakashi. However, Orochimaru exhibits no such limitations. He can freely control the Sharingan, activating and deactivating it at will, as though he had entirely assimilated the body of an Uchiha. While I find this notion rather implausible, it may be the only explanation for our inability to locate the final rogue Uchiha. As Shirsue voiced this theory, he too felt a twinge of uncertainty. Minato paused, contemplating, before a realization dawned upon him. You may be correct. Orochimaru may have entirely transplanted the body of that missing Uchiha rogue. Chapter 49. Captain of the Umbu. When Orochimaru defected, he was researching a forbidden jutsu capable of allowing his soul to reincarnate into other bodies, known as the impure world reincarnation. At that time, he had not yet perfected this technique, but it appears he has since mastered it. Considering the circumstances you described, It is highly likely that Orochimaru has transferred his soul into the body of the Uchiha rogue we have yet to find. Minato's expression grew serious as he addressed Yuru Mitsuki and the others. With the Sharingan, Orochimaru will undoubtedly possess power surpassing his previous capabilities. The existence of this rogue from Konoha presents a formidable challenge, and I find myself at a loss for how to address the situation. Orochimaru, as the Hokage suggested, has indeed mastered this forbidden technique. However, should the apprehension of the Uchiha renegades still necessitate capturing Orochimaru as well? Shirzue inquired of Minato. If it is indeed required to seize Orochimaru to fulfill the original agreement, it would mean that the Uchiha clan's rights in Konoha have effectively been nullified. After all, the agreement was established in the presence of the clan heads of all families in Konoha, and even Minato would find it difficult to alter it lightly. With less than 2 years remaining until the deadline, capturing a renegade who has eluded the entirety of Konoha for nearly a decade seems rather impractical. Moreover, as Minato mentioned, the shinobi world is vast. Orochimaru could easily remain hidden, making capture nearly impossible. Minato pondered for a moment before addressing them. It is no longer necessary. If we consider the current Orochimaru, then the stipulation is excessively harsh. Since Orochimaru has taken over the body of that Uchiha renegade, it can be argued that the Uchiha has perished. While this may not count as a successful capture, it does imply that all Uchiha who defected have been dealt with. The original agreement can be regarded as fulfilled. I trust that the changes within the Uchiha clan over these past few years are evident to other families, and there should be little opposition. Ever since Shirzue took many of the more radical factions within the Uchiha away, the conservative factions, led by Fugaku, experienced an upward surge in influence. The remaining radical elements gradually lost their power through their efforts. Subsequently, Fugaku initiated a reform movement within the Uchiha clan, imposing severe penalties on those who displayed unfriendly attitudes towards villagers during missions. Over the years, the Uchiha clan's reputation in Konoha underwent a dramatic transformation, with most villagers no longer reacting with fear at the mere mention of the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Shirzue released a deep sigh of relief. As though a heavy burden had been lifted, the revocation of the Uchiha clan's influence in the village had little impact on them, as ninja earnings primarily stem from mission commissions. However, for the Uchiha clan as a whole, this could potentially give rise to numerous radicals akin to Shirzue, jeopardizing the efforts of Fugaku and others over the years. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Shirzue expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Minato, a sentiment echoed by Yoru and Itachi. Minato smiled gently in response. There is no need for thanks. This is what you all deserve. Rather, I, as Hokage, owe you an apology for being unable to secure your rightful benefits, and I hope you all will continue to serve Konoha in the future. Hearing Minato's words, Yoru was genuinely impressed by his magnanimity. As a leader, possessing the ability to recognize and embrace talent is an admirable quality, and Minato exemplified both. Reflecting on history, many leaders have resorted to indiscriminate slaughter of their loyal subjects due to an inability to tolerate dissent, much like the tragic fates of Konoha's White Fang and Tsunezukura, who selflessly devoted their lives to their villages, only to meet grim ends because of their own brilliance. It is indeed ironic. Had it not been for the strong foundation of Konoha, following Orochimaru's initiation of the village's collapse plan, it might have descended into a state of desolation akin to Suna. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, the village is our shared home. I believe everyone within the village is willing to serve it. Should you require my assistance, I will not hesitate. Shirzue affirmed with conviction. Given his past considerations for the village despite the persecution from Danzo, his loyalty was beyond question now. Since you have expressed such willingness, I happen to have a task that requires your attention, Minato said, his expression turning serious as he looked at Shirzue. He then glanced at Yoru and the others. Itachi understood and led Yoru and Sai out of the Hokage's office, closing the door behind them. Hiruzen and Yamenka and Oichi, aware of the impending discussion, remained still. Please, Hokage-sama, give your orders, Shirzue stated after the others had exited. Now that the mission to capture the Uchiha renegade has concluded, I hope you will return to serve as the captain of my direct umbu, Minato declared. Shirzue was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Minato to assign him a task, not a significant position of authority overseeing the Hokage's umbu. It was noteworthy that White Fang had also held the title of umbu captain. At a loss for words, Shirzue felt overwhelmed by this trust. Of course, if you are unwilling, I shall not force you, Minato added, noticing Shirazue's silence. Immediately, Shirazue knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama. I accept, he declared resolutely. After waiting for over 10 minutes in front of the Hokage building, Yoru and the others finally saw Shirazue emerge. Sai had already departed, and neither Yoru nor Tachi probed into what Shirazue had discussed with Minato. Nor did Shirazue volunteer any information. Brother, is your eye all right? Yoru asked Tachi as they walked. Though he knew that the Manjiki Sharingan posed no issues if not used frequently, he remained concerned. I felt a bit of fatigue yesterday, but today I am perfectly fine. Itachi replied, touching his eye. That power should be used sparingly, as the backlash intensifies with each use. Shirazue cautioned Itachi from the side. Yes, I will be careful, Itachi replied. Upon reaching the Uchiha compound, Shirazue parted ways with them, while Yoru and Itachi returned home, just in time to find Fugaku arriving. Yoru took the opportunity to relay the news of Itachi awakening the Manjiki to Fugaku. What? You have awakened it? Fugaku exclaimed, realizing he had raised his voice. Then lowered it as he continued, the Manjiki Sharingan? Itachi nodded, having assumed Fugaku was referring to Shirazue's awakening as well. Ha ha ha, that is my son. Fugaku rejoiced, slapping Itachi on the shoulder in delight. Ah, this phrase again, Yoru thought to himself, rolling his eyes. Unexpectedly, Fugaku turned and began to inquire about him. Sasuke, how many tomo does your Sharingan currently possess? After praising Itachi, he directed his attention to Yoru. Ahem, father, you know my situation. I recently awakened my Sharingan, and it is currently at 2 tomo, Yoru replied, his gaze evasive. Your brother had 2 tomo by the age of 8. You are nearly 13. Why do you still only possess 2 tomo? Fugaku admonished. While your ability to create a unique bloodline limit is commendable, you must also diligently train in our clan's techniques. Our clan's prowess stems from the fear instilled in our enemies by our eyes. Fugaku imparted this lesson with sincerity, aware that while his second son had notable talent, he was reluctant to devote himself to the clan's teachings. As it stood, Yoru was adept at fire techniques, but his skills with the Sharingan and Shurikenjutsu were merely adequate. Understood, I will strive to develop my Sharingan further, Yoru assured Fugaku. Fugaku acknowledged him with a non-committal grunt before adding, the Nin exams are approaching, are they not? Both Itachi and Yoru nodded in unison. I plan to enroll Sasuke. His abilities have long surpassed that of a Nin, Itachi stated. Ye Wuyue shared similar thoughts. Achieving the rank of Jonin would allow him to undertake missions independently, paving the way for him to venture beyond the village to hone his Bankai. His recent training in simulating Bankai had enhanced his adaptability, and he was now capable of wielding his sword amidst the blazing sea of flames and engaging in skirmishes with the array of blades known as the Shinkage. Managing to make contact with the body of Senbonzakura, it was evident that he had made considerable progress, yet the path to mastering Bankai remained a long one. Well, it's good to have reported in, Fugaku nodded, then addressed Ye Wuyue. Although your team for this Chunin exam consists solely of you, should you fail, you might as well renounce your identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. There's no need for concern. If I can't even pass the Chunin exam, I might as well dig a grave for myself, Ye Wuyue replied with confidence, dismissing the notion. What a joke. With his strength and familiarity with the original storyline, how could he possibly fail to pass a mere Chunin exam? The following day, Itachi registered for the Chunin exam for Team 11. Since Sai had already attained the rank of Chunin, Ye Wuyue was the sole participant from their team. The exam was scheduled to commence on July 25th, with July 23rd marking Sasuke's birthday. However, Ye Wuyue could not sign in again. The system calculated the sign-in time from his arrival in this world, meaning he could only register on Naruto's birthday, indirectly increasing the connection between the two. Due to the Chunin exam, many ninjas from other villages had flocked to Konoha. These ninjas varied in strength and demeanor, leading to frequent disputes involving them reported to the Konoha Guard Corps. At the entrance of the Ichiraku ramen shop, the surge and patrons had formed a long queue. Ye Wuyue stood in line, holding a lunchbox to prepare a meal for Liuhua, a daily ritual he had come to cherish. After waiting for several minutes, it was finally his turn. Ah, Sasuke, same as usual today? The uncle who prepared the noodles, now quite familiar with Ye Wuyue, wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired with a smile. Thank you for your trouble, Ye Wuyue nodded. He no longer needed to explain his order, as the uncle understood his preferences well. As Ye Wuyue waited, a rain ninja, wearing a black umbrella, stormed out from the long queue, visibly agitated. Damn it. How long until we can eat? Kid, hand over your ramen when it's ready, and I'll pay you. Got it. The Rain Ninja commanded, standing menacingly before Knight Wuyue. Should you wish to eat, then kindly wait in line and do not obstruct others, Knight Wuyue replied coolly. Casting a glance at him. What did you say? The Rain Ninja was incensed by Knight Wuyue's words and reached out to grab his collar. Other ninjas from different villages observed, waiting for an entertaining spectacle. This Rain Ninja was in for a rough time. After all, this kid was from the Uchiha clan, and he dared to provoke him. However, it presented a perfect opportunity to witness the prowess of Konoha's ninjas. One of the IWA ninjas remarked to his companion. Eyes fixed on Knight Wuyue. With a swift motion, Knight Wuyue seized the Rain Ninja's wrist, gradually applying pressure. The sound of cracking echoed as the Rain Ninja's wrist began to deform. This was part of his training in hand-to-hand combat. Damn it, kid, let go of me. The Rain Ninja's face contorted in pain as he struggled to free himself. I told you not to obstruct others. Did you not comprehend? Knight Wuyue released his grip. Choosing to disregard him further, knowing his demand for payment was not overly obnoxious, a minor reprimand sufficed. The Rain Ninja stumbled back due to inertia, his expression darkening with rage directed at Knight Wuyue, who had embarrassed him. The murmurs from the onlookers fueled his fury, and in a fit of rage, he whipped out the umbrella from his back, aiming it at Knight Wuyue. Damn you! Die! He shouted, unleashing a flurry of kunai from the umbrella towards Knight Wuyue, inadvertently endangering several innocent bystanders. Sighing inwardly, Knight Wuyue lamented the foolishness of the world. He grasped his Zanpakuto, unsheathing it with a flourish. Clang, clang, clang. Knight Wuyue deflected every kunai effortlessly, causing two ordinary villagers behind him to crouch down in fear, shielding their heads. Impossible. The Rain Ninja's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his attack rendered completely ineffective. Just as he was still processing this shocking turn of events, Knight Wuyue flashed behind him in an instant. Thud! Knight Wuyue delivered a swift chop to the Rain Ninja's neck, rendering him unconscious. At that moment, two members of the Konoha Guard Corps noticed the commotion. Young master, are you unharmed? The two guards, both from the Uchiha clan, approached. I am fine. This Rain Ninja used ninjutsu against ordinary villagers. You know how to handle this, right? Knight Wuyue nodded and spoke calmly to them. Yes, they acknowledged, nodding as they dragged the unconscious Rain Ninja away. Chapter 51. The changing perception of villagers. The two villagers who had been petrified moments before stood up. Thank you. Child of the Uchiha clan, one of them spoke, still shaken, patting his chest. Indeed, had it not been for you, we might have met our end here. Moreover, without your Konoha Guard Corps during this time, the villagers would have suffered greatly, the other villager chimed in. It's no trouble. It is our duty as the Konoha Guard Corps to maintain order in the village. Should such a situation arise again, feel free to seek out the patrolling members of the guard. They will certainly assist you, Knight Wuyue replied with a smile. Now, the Uchiha clan had become notably more gentle in their dealings with matters concerning the villagers, and the situation in Konoha had improved significantly, as evidenced by the villagers' reactions. Indeed, we trust you, Guard Corps. By the way, you're participating in this Chunin exam, aren't you? Best of luck in your promotion. The two villagers smiled and wished him well. Thank you for your kind wishes. Knight Wuyue expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Under normal circumstances, these villagers were quite endearing. Perhaps they were just overly gullible, easily swayed by rumors and misinformation. Your large bowl of tonkatsu ramen is ready. Here. The uncle who prepared the noodles handed Knight Wuyue his lunchbox, and as Knight Wuyue accepted it, he noticed it seemed more substantial than usual. However, the uncle didn't allow him the chance to inquire further and immediately resumed preparing noodles for other customers. Hey, your swordsmanship seems impressive, Uchiha ninja. A kunoichi from the Cloud Village called out to him as he stepped away. Knight Wuyue turned to see a brown-skinned kunoichi from the Cloud Village, who had been leaning against a tree but was now approaching him, her red hair cascading down her back as she carried a sword. To speak candidly, there are indeed quite a number of individuals in Naruto who possess red hair but do not belong to the Uzumaki clan. Thus, relying on this trait to identify members of said clan is rather unreliable. It's not bad. Do you need something? Asked Ye Wuyue, his tone nonchalant. How about a duel in swordsmanship? The female ninja from the Cloud Village declared, drawing her blade with fervor directed at Ye Wuyue. Not particularly interested, he replied, turning away and making his way to the next eatery. The female ninja paused, seemingly taken aback by his dismissal, before her expression shifted to one of indignation. "You can't just ignore me," she exclaimed, charging towards him with her weapon drawn. "Halt, Karui!" A voice, tinged with an air of coldness, interrupted, causing Karui to come to an abrupt stop. Approaching them was a tall, voluptuous female ninja, her shoulder-length light golden hair framing her face. She bore 2 short blades at her back, donned a gray and white low-cut top over a ninja mesh, and had a fair complexion, starkly contrasting with a brown-skinned boy trailing behind her, who sported a white spiky hairstyle and chewed on a lollipop. It was only then that Ye Wuyue recognized them. The golden-haired woman was Samui, a secretary to the 4th Raikage of the Cloud Village. One must admit, she was indeed quite attractive, a testament to the Raikage's discerning taste, as both of his secretaries were intelligent and beautiful. The white-haired boy and the female ninja eager for a sword duel were likely Omoi and Karui, disciples of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. I should have mentioned, refrain from causing trouble during the Chunin exams, Samui admonished Karui as she approached her. Omoi, positioned behind Samui, stifled a laugh. "Understood, my apologies," Karui muttered, lowering her gaze in acknowledgement of Samui's reprimand while casting a fierce glare at Omoi. Subsequently, Samui made her way to Ye Wuyue. "I apologize for the inconvenience caused by my subordinate," she spoke to him in her somewhat icy tone. Ye Wuyue found himself momentarily dazed, unable to see her face as he looked up. "Those assets must be world-class," he mused, feeling that even Tsunade's endowments were not as exaggerated. Without granting Ye Wuyue a chance to admire her, Samui, after offering her apologies, departed with Karui and Omoi. Ye Wuyue felt a twinge of regret, pondering why he was not allowed a glimpse. "Well, if I can't observe, then I won't," he resolved, shaking his head as he resumed his shopping for food to feed Liuhua. After a stroll through the village, he not only procured delectable items for Liuhua, but also gathered considerable information about other ninja squads from different villages. He had already encountered a few noteworthy individuals from the Cloud Village, namely Omoi and Karui. Additionally, Kuratsuchi, the granddaughter of the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki from the Rock Village, was participating in this Chunin exam. The ninjas from the Sand Village appeared consistent with the original narrative. To Ye Wuyue's surprise, he discovered that Haku was also present from the Mist Village. After being captured by Naruto's Team 7, Haku and Zabuza had been handed over to the Mist Village after a brief period of confinement by Minato, indicating that Meitarumi had indeed sought to restore Zabuza's reputation. Furthermore, the future 6th Mizukage, Chojuro, had also made an appearance, leaving Ye Wuyue curious as to why he was still a genin despite already acquiring the Hiramiki. There were no particularly notable figures from the smaller ninja villages, although one could argue that Uzumaki Karen might qualify, yet Ye Wuyue had not seen her. Despite her participation in this exam as well, during which she met Sasuke in the Forest of Death, the teams representing Konoha in this Chunin exam were unchanged from the original story, still comprising the entirety of the 12 Little Strong. Though the alteration in Team 7's lineup introduced a certain Itochi, whose presence was hardly palpable, it seemed that this Chunin exam would be exceedingly thrilling. A smile crept across Ye Wuyue's lips as he felt a spark of anticipation for the forthcoming events, knowing that the serpent would likely seek its bait as well. Chapter 52. The first written exam days later, the Chunin exams commenced as scheduled, with the leaders of the other 4 great ninja villages arriving in Konoha. The examination process mirrored that of the original narrative, the first round being a written test. Inside the classroom, the proctor, Ibiki Marino, outlined the rules of the Chunin exams to the candidates. Ye Wuyue took a cursory glance around the expansive classroom, which had been enlarged to accommodate all participants. Upon receiving the test papers, he fell into contemplation, not due to a lack of understanding, but because he couldn't comprehend the questions at all. The candidates who received their papers were momentarily stunned. Subsequently, Ye Wuyue simply reclined and began meditating. Though he was aware of the exam format and could utilize his Sharingan to replicate the answers of his peers, he understood that passing this section hinged solely on answering the final question correctly, meaning as long as he did not forfeit, he would undoubtedly succeed. With a thud, a piece of chalk struck one of the ninjas in the classroom, causing sweat to bead on his brow as he swallowed hard. Candidate 38 has cheated 3 times and has lost their eligibility to take the exam. All their paired ninjas are disqualified, declared the proctor. If you have any doubts, I can demonstrate just how clumsy your cheating methods are. The summoned ninja, aware of his transgressions, fell silent, standing up begrudgingly and exiting the classroom, followed by his two companions. The proctor's decisive action served as a warning to others, with many who had contemplated cheating reconsidering their plans. However, as time elapsed, certain candidates began to grasp the true purpose of the exam. The questions posed were beyond the capabilities of mere genin, and the organization of such an examination was intended to assess their information-gathering skills. Those who recognized this phenomenon started to showcase their ingenuity, employing a variety of cheating techniques. Although most were quickly detected, and the proctor determined their fates based on the methods employed. After 45 minutes, Ibiki announced the final question. Bang! He slammed his hand on the desk, his gaze falling upon Ye Wuyue, who had been napping since receiving his paper. Ibiki found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether Ye Wuyue's behavior stemmed from confidence or a desire to fail the exam. His actions successfully roused Ye Wuyue, who then began to announce the final question. We will now reveal the 10th question. However, before that, I must outline a few additional rules regarding the 10th question, Ibiki stated, a smile creeping across his face, though the prominent scars on his countenance rendered the expression somewhat menacing. First, you must choose whether or not to answer the 10th question. At this proclamation, the candidates were taken aback, having never encountered such a scenario where they had to decide whether to respond. Wait, we must choose whether or not to answer the 10th question. What happens if we opt out? Temari inquired. If anyone chooses to forfeit answering, their final score will be marked as 0, resulting in failure. Naturally, their teammates will be disqualified as well. Ibiki elaborated on the rules. The examination room erupted into a cacophony of voices. How can such a rule exist? The seating arrangement is highly unreasonable. A chorus of candidates exclaimed, and Ye Wuyue noticed a number of astute individuals seizing the opportunity to swiftly copy answers. Listening to the clamor of the examination hall, Ibiki offered a cold smile before continuing. The final rule: if you choose to answer a question and fail to do so correctly, that individual will permanently forfeit their eligibility to participate in the Chunin exams. Upon hearing this, the candidates erupted in chaos. Inuzuka Kiba stood up, pointing at Ibiki and shouting, "How can such a foolish rule exist? Many of these candidates have taken the Chunin exams multiple times, and they could lose their chance to advance to Chunin for such a reason?" Kiba's words resonated with the other candidates, who echoed their agreement. Ibiki chuckled softly, then addressed the candidates. Your luck is quite poor. This year, I am the rule. Moreover, have I not provided an escape? Those lacking confidence should simply choose not to answer this 10th question and return next year or the year after. Following Ibiki's statement, the candidates found themselves in a dilemma. One choice could lead to immediate elimination for their entire team, while the other might condemn them to remain as genin forever. Considering the difficulty of the upcoming questions, many felt a lack of confidence in their ability to answer correctly. Now, make your choice. Those who wish to forfeit may raise their hands, and once their numbers are confirmed, they may leave, Ibiki announced. Most candidates hesitated, caught between the desire to give up and the fear of failure. Yet, Yoru no Suki remained unfazed, pondering whether Naruto would act as he had before. As Ibiki disclosed the complete rules for the final question, some began to raise their hands in resignation. At that moment, Naruto slowly lifted his hand, and just as everyone assumed he would choose to withdraw, he slammed his hand down on the table and stood up. Don't underestimate me. I won't back down. I will tackle the 10th question. Even if I must remain a genin for life, I will become an exceptional ninja like the Hokage of old. Who's afraid of whom? With that, Naruto defiantly returned to his seat. Ibiki, outwardly expressionless, privately admired Naruto's tenacity. Indeed, some individuals are born with such spirit, even when their circumstances change drastically. They remain true to themselves, Yoru no Suki reflected. However, in the original story, Naruto expressed a desire to prove his worth to become Hokage. Now, it seemed his ambition had shifted to simply becoming an outstanding ninja. Observing Naruto's resolve, the previously hesitant candidates found their own determination. And no one raised their hand to withdraw. No one wishes to withdraw? Ibiki inquired again, but the silence persisted. He chuckled softly, then proclaimed, "Congratulations. You all pass. Prepare for the next examination." The candidates stood in stunned silence. What about the 10th question? One asked. Ibiki responded, Your earlier choice was the 10th question. To be a qualified ninja, the unwavering belief in never giving up is of paramount importance. Subsequently, Ibiki removed his headband, revealing scars that adorned his scalp, remnants of his encounters with enemies during brutal interrogations. The candidates were captivated by the sight of his scars. Just then, a kunoichi clad in brown and yellow burst through the window, hurling 2 shuriken that embedded themselves into the classroom walls, unfurling a large banner that completely obscured Ibiki from view. The banner read, "The examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, has arrived. This is no time for merriment. I am Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for the second exam." Upon seeing the number of remaining candidates, Anko paused, surprised. "Why are there still so many of you?" she asked Ibiki. As Ibiki emerged from behind the banner, donning his headband, he smiled at the candidates and replied, "Because this year's candidates are exceptionally talented." His gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment. "Ah, I see." Anko surveyed the room. "For the next exam, I expect to eliminate more than half of you." She spoke without lowering her voice, and many of the weaker candidates instantly felt a wave of anxiety. This is truly exciting. We'll discuss the details tomorrow in a different location. For information on the gathering place and time, please consult your respective jonin leaders. Dismissed. Anko instructed the candidates. Yoru no Suki had hoped to catch a glimpse of any cursed marks on her neck, but as she was facing away from him, he couldn't ascertain much. Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it, as it seemed a reasonable assumption. After the dismissal, the candidates gradually exited the examination hall to prepare for the second exam. "Hey, Uchiha Ninja, what is your name?" Just as Yoru no Suki was about to leave, a familiar voice called out to him. Karui, who had previously asked to spar with him, approached, clutching a washboard. Beside her was Omoi, still chewing on a lollipop. "Karui, Captain Samui said not to cause trouble, right? If you do this, I might get scolded too." Omoi expressed anxiously. "I'm just asking for his name. Is that causing trouble?" Karui chastised Omoi, although her words did little to alleviate Omoi's concerns. Yoru no Suki felt a tinge of disappointment that Samui was not present. He harbored no fondness for Karui and wondered why she was so intent on engaging him. "I have no obligation to tell you," Yoru no Suki replied coolly before departing. While in the original story, Sasuke had attacked their teacher, Yoru no Suki remained uninvolved. And it seemed Karui had a penchant for violence, always seeking a fight. After Yoru no Suki left, Karui was infuriated. She initially intended to stop him, but ultimately relented. Recalling Samui's warning, "Why are you so fixated on that Uchiha boy? Are you interested in him? To be honest, he is quite handsome. Though I doubt he would be interested in you," Omoi remarked, gazing at Yoru no Suki's retreating figure. Thunk. Karui punched Omoi on the head, leaving a sizable bump. "I just want to spar with him because he seems strong. Yesterday, he subdued a Rain Village ninja using only his sheathed sword, and his body flicker technique is incredibly fast, perhaps even quicker than our lightning body flicker," Karui recounted, her eyes glinting with combativeness. Yet, it was evident that she had chosen the wrong opponent. "Shouldn't you be more cautious? You still want to spar with him?" Omoi complained, clutching his head. Karui paused, realizing he might have a point. "Why are you rambling about useless things? Let's hurry back and prepare for tomorrow's second exam," she said, grabbing Omoi by the ear and dragging him out of the classroom. Once outside the examination hall, Yoru no Suki contemplated the potential scenarios that might unfold in the upcoming exam. During today's testing, he had not detected Orochimaru's presence. The Sound Village shinobi who had intended to participate in the Chunin exams had not shown up, and Orochimaru's identity as a leading jonin from the Sound Village was rendered moot. Yoru no Suki believed Orochimaru was not foolish enough to disguise himself as the fourth Kazekage, especially since this Chunin exam was jointly hosted by the 5 great shinobi nations, with all the Kage expected to attend the final matches. If he dared to masquerade as the fourth Kazekage, it would be tantamount to courting death. The most plausible scenario, akin to the original narrative, is that he will employ the art of disguise to infiltrate the Chunin exam venue in the Forest of Death, masquerading as a lower-ranking ninja from the Grass Village. As for why Moon is so convinced that Orochimaru will undoubtedly come, it lies in his unwavering belief in Orochimaru's obsession with immortality. Presently, Moon possesses the means to help Orochimaru realize his dream, making it almost a foregone conclusion that Orochimaru will seek him out. The most accessible opportunity to find him recently is this Chunin exam. Moon has yet to contemplate other noteworthy circumstances, but if possible, he wishes to bring Kaguya back to Konoha. Though his return method has been quite effective, he still harbors a preference for the taste of Kaguya. Upon returning home, Moon only prepared some seasonings. After all, the exam venue is teeming with colossal beasts, and he is eager to sample their flavors. Though, truth be told, it is not Moon himself who desires to partake. On the morning of the exam, outside the Forest of Death in Konoha village, the remaining candidates gathered. Yumoon surveyed his surroundings and quickly spotted the grass ninja disguised as Orochimaru from the original story, who was now donning a straw hat and standing behind Mitarashi Anko. At this moment, Yumoon could not discern whether he was indeed Orochimaru in disguise. The atmosphere here felt rather ominous. A female ninja shuddered as she gazed into the dimly lit forest beyond the barbed wire. Ominous. Just wait, and you will deeply comprehend what the Forest of Death entails. Anko remarked with a smile to the surrounding candidates. Unlike his original counterpart, Naruto refrained from mimicking Anko's antics. After uttering this statement, Anko reached into the left side of her chest and pulled out a stack of consent forms. Every participant in the second phase of the exam must sign this document, as each of you could potentially perish within. Once all had signed the consent forms, Anko began to announce the content of the second exam, which, like in the original, involved a scroll contest. Other teams consisted of 3 members vying for a single scroll. When Yumoon approached the distribution area for the scrolls, the Chunin distributing them hesitated momentarily. Why are you alone? Where are your teammates? My teammates are already Chunin. I am the sole participant from my team in this Chunin exam, Yumoon explained. Upon hearing his words, the lower-ranking ninjas from various villages turned their gazes toward him. Perceiving a one-man team as lacking in combat prowess, Yumoon had already been marked as their first target. Very well. The Chunin handed the scroll to Yumoon. Though he found it perplexing that a single-person team could even participate in the Chunin exam. However, his role was merely to distribute scrolls, and such matters were beyond his concern. Yumoon accepted the scroll, which was wrapped in white paper to obscure its type from the candidates. He tucked the scroll into his cloak, effectively placing it into his system space, as carrying it around would be quite cumbersome. All right, the second exam, the scroll contest, begins. With Anko's enthusiastic announcement, several gates to the Forest of Death swung open. Yumoon entered the Forest of Death alongside numerous other candidates. At a considerable distance behind him, the grass ninja he had previously observed revealed a sinister smile and licked his lips with his tongue. Chapter 54. Vortex Kagaya. As Yumoon ventured into the Forest of Death, he found himself surrounded by towering trees, their dense canopies obscuring the sunlight and plunging the forest into an eerie darkness. Come out. Are you afraid to face me alone? Not long after setting foot inside, Yumoon sensed numerous eyes lurking around him. It wasn't that his perception was exceptionally keen. Rather, these individuals were woefully inept at hiding. And Yumoon surmised they were merely the inferior students of this exam. Quite the vigilance you possess, but do not mistake our intentions. We have yet to strike because of that team over there. A robust ninja from a Wagakure emerged from behind a tree, flanked by 2 other IWA ninjas. The leading IWA ninja shouted toward a nearby thicket, "If you don't come out soon, this little brat's scroll will belong to us." No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 ninjas adorned with Kumogakure headbands leaped from the underbrush. Yumoon surveyed the 6 individuals before him. None were familiar faces. Merely ordinary lower-ranking ninjas. You conniving IWA ninjas. All you know how to do is bully the weak, one of the Kumogakure ninjas retorted, glaring at the IWA ninja. The animosity between Kumogakure and Iwagakure dated back to the Third Shinobi World War, when Iwagakure ambushed Kumogakure with thousands of ninjas. The Third Raikage fought valiantly to protect the village's younger generation, ultimately perishing after 3 days and nights of battle. The situation was unfolding differently than Yumoon had anticipated. He initially thought both teams of ninjas were there to seize his scroll, only to discover they harbored grievances against each other. Nevertheless, to Yumoon, neither team of ninjas posed a significant threat. Come after us. We'll see if you possess the ability. In the midst of Yumoon's bewilderment, the Iwagakure team clashed with the Kumogakure ninjas, leaving him on the sidelines. Initially, Yumoon deemed these novices unworthy of his attention. However, their disregard for him irked him. Are you perhaps underestimating me? Yumoon spoke coolly, releasing his spiritual pressure, which concentrated and bore down on the 6 ninjas before him. An invisible weight suddenly descended upon them, causing the 6 ninjas, who had been charging forward, to freeze in terror, their eyes wide with fear, before they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Truly weak, Yumoon mused, having intended only to intimidate them but inadvertently causing them to faint due to their poor resilience. He approached and rummaged through their belongings, retrieving their scrolls, only to find, much to his chagrin, that both teams possessed the same type of scroll he had, the Heaven Scroll. After tossing the 2 heaven scrolls into his system space, Yumoon began to meander through the forest of death, hoping to provide Orochimaru with an opportunity to make contact. Roar. Suddenly, a bear's roar echoed from the adjacent forest, accompanied by a girl's scream. A bear paw. Yumoon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Prior to his traversal, he had often heard tales of how delectable bear paws were, yet he had never had the chance to taste one. Today, perhaps, would be his opportunity, and it could serve as sustenance for his fiery companion. With a leap onto a tree branch, Yumoon hurried toward the source of the sound. In such a densely wooded area, his Shuanpa technique would be challenging to execute, and thus, this method of travel proved to be swifter. Before long, Yumoon arrived at the scene of the commotion. A massive black bear, towering over 2 people, growled lowly, drool dripping from its mouth. Before it, a bespectacled girl trembled on the ground, retreating in fear. Help me. Despite knowing that anyone in this forest could potentially be an enemy, the imminent danger rendered the girl oblivious to any other thoughts, and she shut her eyes, screaming. Thud! A tremendous sound erupted beside her, sending a gust of wind that scattered her crimson hair. Not bad. Lunch is sorted for today, Yumoon remarked, clapping his hands and grinning at the massive bear that lay sprawled on the ground. The creature appeared robust, but a swift kick had rendered it incapacitated. Turning, he gazed at the girl still lying on the ground. With her red hair, glasses, the grass village forehead protector, and her attire of short sleeves and shorts over a ninja mesh, she clutched an earth scroll tightly to her chest. Ye Wuyue was somewhat perplexed about the purpose of the ninja protective net, as it appeared no different from a fishing net. She mused to herself that she had not changed at all since growing up. She was even less adorable now than at this moment. Are you all right? Ye Wuyue smiled and inquired of the girl lying on the ground, Vortex Xianglin. At that moment, Xianglin slowly opened her eyes. After focusing for a moment, she finally recognized the figure before her. This image would be forever etched in her memory. I'm fine, thank you, Xianglin replied as she rose from the ground, unable to meet Ye Wuyue's gaze, lowering her head to express her gratitude. Where are your teammates? How did you end up here alone? Ye Wuyue asked, producing a kunai to dispatch the black bear lying on the ground. I don't know. They went to seize the scrolls from another team, and I couldn't keep up with them, Xianglin answered, her guard completely lowered around her savior. Her cheeks flushed slightly, embarrassed by her disheveled appearance after being chased by the bear. Just as Ye Wuyue contemplated how to handle Xianglin's situation, 2 grass ninjas emerged from the forest, grumbling. Damn it, I never expected those kids to be so strong. One of the grass ninjas limped, clutching his chest. If that useless one had come along, we might have had a chance thanks to her healing abilities. The other grass ninja bore several wounds, looking quite disheveled. Upon spotting Xianglin, one of them shouted, useless. If you hadn't fallen behind, we would have already captured that Team S scroll. You are just as worthless as your mother. The limping grass ninja approached Xianglin, unaware of Ye Wuyue concealed behind the black bear. Hearing those words, Xianglin clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes as memories of her mother flooded back. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and heal our wounds. The other grass ninja barked at her. The thought of her mother's death made Xianglin tremble. She longed to refuse, yet knew she lacked the strength to do so. Just as she took a step towards succumbing to fate, a hand grasped her. I find your 2 teammates quite displeasing, Ye Wuyue declared coldly, stepping out from behind the black bear. He now understood why he found Xianglin more appealing. She bore no bite marks, unlike when Sasuke found her in the original story, when she was covered in them, revealing the treatment she had endured in the grass village. Xianglin momentarily froze, tears still glistening in her eyes. Ye Wuyue did not say much. He merely held her icy hand before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before the 2 grass ninjas, who were utterly oblivious to his presence due to his swift movement. That useless one is actually colluding with a Konoha ninja. The limping grass ninja barely finished his sentence when a gleaming long blade pierced through his back. With a swift kick, Ye Wuyue withdrew his blade, the lifeless body crashing against a tree before sliding down. Only then did the other grass ninja react, gritting his teeth as he attempted to form seals despite his injuries. Your enemy's blade is already at your throat, and you still think to perform jutsu? Ye Wuyue said, swiftly slicing through the other ninja's neck, blood spraying as his body collapsed. Ye Wuyue found the grass ninja's actions almost laughable. Without the speed to perform 6 seals in a second, one should not attempt jutsu with an enemy so close at hand. After cleansing the blade of blood, he sheathed it and turned to Xianglin. She stood there, stunned and motionless, tears still lingering in her eyes, seemingly in disbelief at what he had just done. You are from the Vortex clan, aren't you? After eliminating the two grass ninjas, Ye Wuyue asked. Hearing those words, she instinctively wanted to deny it, as both she and her mother had been hunted countless times because of this identity. Ultimately, they had survived by selling their unique abilities to the grass village. The Vortex bloodline was not a powerful gift for them, it was a dreadful curse. I have a friend who is also from the Vortex clan. Would you be willing to join my team? We happen to be in need of another member, Ye Wuyue expressed, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Stumbling over his words, yet managing to convey his intent. With Minato still alive and having gained considerable control over the village, and Kushina residing within Naruto, persuading Xianglin to join Konoha should not pose a challenge. Hearing Ye Wuyue's proposal, Xianglin was taken aback. It was the first time she encountered someone who, upon learning her identity, did not seek to eradicate her. She had only heard her mother mention the reasons behind the Vortex clan's suffering. Due to the unique nature of sealing jutsu, the entire Vortex village had been obliterated by other ninja villages, leaving even the remaining clan members ruthlessly hunted. Konoha, once allied with the Vortex village, turned a blind eye, and in the vast ninja world, there was no place for her to find refuge. The grass village had only taken her and her mother in because of their unique physiology, and her mother had suffered a tragic fate because of it. But I am not a Konoha ninja, Xianglin replied, lowering her head. That's irrelevant. I will handle that. You merely need to answer whether you are willing. Ye Wuyue reassured her. His desire to have Xianglin join the team stemmed not only from sympathy for her plight, but also from her beauty, albeit her fashion sense was lacking. Their team was entirely male, and her inclusion would provide a welcome balance. All right, Xianglin nodded in agreement. Though she was puzzled as to why Ye Wuyue would do this. Isn't this a difficult endeavor? She felt no sorrow for the two grass ninjas. Despite her young age, she had witnessed death far too often, and those grass ninjas had merely viewed her as a tool. The person before her had just saved her life, making him more trustworthy in her eyes. I mentioned before that our team is in need of a member, and you are a perfect fit, Ye Wuyue explained. He then approached the black bear's corpse and retrieved his blade to sever one of its paws. After hearing Ye Wuyue's explanation, Xianglin fell silent and followed him closely. The paw of the massive bear was nearly the size of Ye Wuyue's upper body. After using fire release to clean the fur, he kindled a campfire. Although it was still daytime, and other ninjas could appear at any moment, he felt no sense of urgency. My name is Vortex Xianglin. What is yours? She asked, sitting beside Ye Wuyue. Uchiha Sasuke, he replied. To be honest, in the original story, aside from Mikoto, Xianglin was likely the one who had invested the most in Sasuke. She had saved him during the Akatsuki's attempt to capture Eight Tails, and had aided him multiple times with her sensory abilities. Even when nearly killed by Sasuke during the assassination of Danzo, her attitude toward him remained unchanged. Ultimately, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, upon sensing Sasuke's chakra fading, she risked everything to save him. It seems that sometimes, a handsome face can indeed inspire unwavering loyalty. Once they learned each other's names, the two fell into silence again. At this moment, Xianglin appeared more timid than she would in her adulthood, cautious in every action. After setting up the campfire, Ye Wuyue fashioned a rudimentary grill and began to roast the freshly severed bear paw. Suddenly, Xianglin sprang to her feet, sensing a chakra disturbance approaching. She alerted Ye Wuyue, who responded nonchalantly, Why be so anxious? Let it come. He felt a sense of satisfaction towards Xianglin, soon to be his teammate in Team 11. Her perceptive abilities surpassed his own methods of tracking, alleviating his reliance on them in detecting enemies. As his approach was more suited for tracking individuals rather than sensing all surrounding spiritual pressures, which was significantly more taxing, akin to employing a high-level Kido. Upon hearing Ye Wuyue's words, Xianglin obediently returned to her seat. Moments later, a ninja adorned with a Konoha headband emerged from the thicket ahead. Ye Wuyue's expression shifted to mild disappointment upon recognizing a familiar face. He had hoped for an enemy to seize a scroll, but was met with an acquaintance instead. Chapter 56. Meeting Kushina, the Konoha ninja paused upon spotting Ye Wuyue. Oh, it's Sasuke, he murmured, strolling towards him. This is the friend from the Uzumaki clan I mentioned, Ye Wuyue told Xianglin. The newcomer was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Xianglin eyed Naruto with skepticism, questioning why a member of the Uzumaki clan had yellow hair when they were traditionally known for their red locks. Ye Wuyue pondered before responding. Perhaps it's due to the dominant genes of his father. His mother is from the Uzumaki clan, while his father is not. It seemed that children born of the Uzumaki and non-Uzumaki unions typically inherited red hair, with Naruto being the exception who bore his father's golden locks, a testament to Minato's potent genetics. Xianglin nodded in partial understanding, yet she did not exhibit much warmth towards Naruto, as the bonds among the Uzumaki had faded over time. Why are you so relaxed? Aren't you supposed to be seizing scrolls? And is this your teammate? Naruto inquired, noticing Xianglin's presence. Unaware of her true identity, he felt a sense of familiarity due to her red hair, reminiscent of his mother's, sort of. She'll be the final member of our Team 11. By the way, why are you out here alone? Ye Wuyue responded, then curiously asked. As his strength grew, the inexplicable animosity he felt towards Naruto diminished significantly. Of course, I'm here to grab scrolls. If we don't secure both types of scrolls within 5 days, we'll be eliminated. Aren't you worried? While you're here roasting, I see you haven't even started. Naruto replied, eyeing the charred item on the grill, unsure of what it was, though it resembled a massive lump of coal. Why rush? There are plenty of teams participating. Is there any need to fret about acquiring the right scrolls? With your strength, you should be unconcerned. Besides, this is bear paw, a rare delicacy, Ye Wuyue retorted, casting a sideways glance at Naruto. While everyone else in this exam was essentially an opponent, conflicts among comrades from the same village were uncommon, as they would inevitably cross paths again, making it awkward. Afterward, Ye Wuyue took a bite of the bear paw, only to spit it out slowly. Who claims bear paw is delicious? Step forward. I promise not to harm you. Ye Wuyue thought even fried potatoes would be more palatable. Naruto burst into laughter at Ye Wuyue's reaction. Haha, is this what you call a delicacy? You can't even stomach it. Ye Wuyue remained silent, vowing never to trust such dubious claims of deliciousness again, suspecting it was merely a fabrication by smugglers to profit from the gullible. Xianglin couldn't help but chuckle softly at the scene. Once Naruto's laughter subsided, Ye Wuyue asked, how is Aunt Kushina doing lately? Wiping away the tears of laughter. Naruto replied, she's the same as always. Dad inputs Kai by S chakra daily to stabilize the little chakra she has left. Although she can't come out, she talks with me and Dad every day. Ye Wuyue mused that Kushina's spirit likely resided within the chakra she had before her death. Otherwise, her consciousness wouldn't have persisted for so long. Once he mastered the technology of the corpses, perhaps he could resurrect Kushina. May I meet Aunt Kushina? Ye Wuyue inquired. Xianglin lifted her head, realizing Ye Wuyue wished to see Naruto's mother, likely out of consideration for her own feelings. She felt touched. Since the fall of the Uzumaki village, only her mother had looked out for her, and now it seemed another person had joined that effort. Of course, she was just mentioning you the other day, saying she wanted to meet Mikoto Annie. Naruto agreed. With Naruto's consent, Ye Wuyue placed a hand on his shoulder, channeling chakra into the sealing mark on Naruto's abdomen. In an instant, Ye Wuyue's consciousness found itself in the depths of Naruto's mind. Unlike the environment where the Ninetales dwelled, this place was a sea of cherry blossom trees, with a quaint wooden cottage nestled within. Ye Wuyue recalled hearing Kushina mention that Minato and she had solidified their relationship amidst a similar cherry blossom grove. Naruto's consciousness joined him there. Let us go, he said, leading Ye Wuyue toward the cottage. As they approached, the door swung open as if by an unseen force, revealing Kushina, who appeared delighted upon seeing Ye Wuyue. Sasuke, you've grown quite a bit since I last saw you, Kushina greeted with a warm smile. Hello, Aunt Kushina, Ye Wuyue replied, returning her greeting. Kushina then turned her gaze to Naruto. You haven't been eating too much unhealthy food lately, have you? Naruto, caught off guard, glanced around nervously and muttered, no. Kushina was strict about Naruto's consumption of instant ramen, yet he found it difficult to resist. The three entered the cozy cottage, and Ye Wuyue directly stated his purpose. Aunt Kushina, I've come to see you primarily regarding a member of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina's eyes widened with surprise, and Naruto's interest peaked. Have you encountered another Uzumaki? Where is she? What is her name? Kushina asked eagerly. Having been brought to Konoha at a young age, she cherished memories of her childhood companions from the Uzumaki clan, longing to reunite with them and ensure the clan's legacy continued. She had feared that the Uzumaki bloodline might dwindle to just Naruto, which was why he bore the Uzumaki surname, to preserve their lineage. Hearing news of another Uzumaki was a delightful surprise for Kushina. She's right beside me. Her name is Xianglin Uzumaki. However, she is currently a ninja from the Grass Village. After she and her mother were pursued, they had no choice but to rely on the unique bloodline of the Uzumaki clan to serve as a medical ninja in the Grass Village. She was sent here for the Nin exams, Ye Wuyue explained to Kushina. Listening to Ye Wuyue's words, Kushina appeared extremely enraged, yet filled with sympathy. She was well aware of what it entailed to rely on the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan to serve as a medical ninja. It meant exhausting one's own life force to aid others. Fortunately, the Uzumaki clan possessed a robust vitality, so as long as the instances were infrequent, it posed no significant problem. However, her mother had perished in the hidden grass village because of this. Chapter 57. Awaiting Uncle Snake upon hearing Ye Wuyue's statement. Kushina was already teetering on the edge of fury, while Naruto shared a similar sentiment of indignation. Those ninjas who hunted down the Uzumaki clan deserve to be condemned. Just because we possess sealing techniques, must we be driven to extinction? And those who take advantage of the situation to kick us while we are down are equally despicable. After hearing Xianglin's plight, Kushina felt a deep sense of empathy. She had once been in a similar situation, yet compared to Xianglin, her fortune had been considerably better. Although she had become the host for the Nine Tails, she was fortunate to have encountered Minato, which granted her a sense of belonging in this village. Xianglin's circumstances were far worse. Those people are truly abhorrent. Naruto exclaimed passionately. Therefore, I wish for Xianglin to join Konoha and be part of our team. This would not only liberate her from her suffering, but also fill our squad's ranks. I hope Aunt Kushina can convey this to Lord Hokage. Ye Wuyue articulated his request. Rest assured, I shall speak with Minato about it. Additionally, I would like to have a word with that young girl, if permissible. Kushina nodded in agreement, willing to lend her assistance as a fellow member of the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Ye Wuyue felt relieved, as long as Minato would speak on their behalf. The Hidden Grass Village would certainly not dare to object. I will convey this to her, but if she declines, I will not coerce her, Ye Wuyue responded to Kushina. Of course, it is important to respect her own wishes, Kushina affirmed with a nod. Once their objectives were accomplished, Ye Wuyue exited Naruto's consciousness world. Xianglin remained seated on the ground, hugging her knees. Xianglin, Naruto's mother wishes to meet you. She is also a member of the Uzumaki clan and has agreed to assist you in joining Konoha. However, if you are unwilling, it is perfectly fine. Ye Wuyue approached Xianglin and informed her. Upon seeing Ye Wuyue approaching, Xianglin felt a blush creeping to her cheeks and averted her gaze elsewhere. All right then, she acquiesced. Although she believed that the ties among the Uzumaki clan had diminished, she felt grateful for the assistance she was receiving. Compared to the hidden grass, she thought Konoha would offer a better environment, especially since the young Uzumaki boy before her seemed to be thriving. Soon after, Xianglin met Kushina through Naruto. While Ye Wuyue stayed outside, he utilized a kunai to slice off several pieces of bear meat, skewering them on a stick to roast over the campfire, while preparing a dipping sauce with his own seasonings. After a while, Xianglin emerged, appearing somewhat unstable. Here, eat this, Ye Wuyue offered her the skewered meat coated in sauce. Looking at Ye Wuyue, Xianglin suddenly burst into tears, wiping her eyes as she choked out. Thank you for being so kind to me. Ye Wuyue had no knowledge of what Xianglin and Kushina discussed, nor did he inquire. Subsequently, Naruto joined them to have some roasted meat before departing to search for his teammates. Xianglin, could you assist in sensing the chakra around us? After lunch, Ye Wuyue disposed of the bear carcass into his system space, where time ceased to flow, ensuring the food remained perpetually fresh. As the sun began to set, Ye Wuyue planned to commence his quest for the scrolls. Although Xianglin happened to possess the Earth Scroll, they were not yet members of the same team. Seizing her scroll could result in her immediate elimination, risking her being taken back by the Hidden Grass Village. Upon hearing Ye Wuyue's words, Xianglin closed her eyes to concentrate on sensing her surroundings. Approximately 300 meters ahead, there is a ninja team, she reported after discerning their location. Ye Wuyue swiftly headed in the direction indicated by Xianglin, with her following closely behind. Moments later, Ye Wuyue discovered the Earth Scroll on the bodies of 3 deceased rain ninjas. He had now gathered both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, allowing him to proceed directly to the central tower for the next exam. However, he chose not to do so. There was still one matter left to address in the Death Forest. He had yet to encounter Orochimaru. As night fell, Ye Wuyue selected a spot near a nearby stream to spend the night. He lit a campfire and began to roast some meat he had cut from the bear. Xianglin sat a little further away, her head bowed, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Do you need to wash up? I have spare clothes that should fit you, Ye Wuyue suggested. He noticed Xianglin's disheveled state after being pursued by the bear, assuming this was the reason for her unease. Huh. Oh, Xianglin initially thought she misheard. But once Ye Wuyue tossed her a set of clothes, she comprehended his intent. Blushing, she hurriedly swam upstream to the stream, disappearing from Ye Wuyue's view. Ye Wuyue's system space contained an abundance of items, including spare clothing. After all, it now boasted a capacity of 10,648 cubic meters, making it wasteful not to store something. Liuhua, come forth, Ye Wuyue called out after Xianglin left. A fiery red figure materialized beside him, snatching the freshly sauced roasted meat and stuffing it into her mouth. Not bad. Your roasting skills have improved significantly, Liuhua praised after sampling the meat. Upon hearing this, Ye Wuyue rolled his eyes. Wasn't that your insistence in the first place? By the way, you seem to have reduced your training in simulating Bankai recently, Liuhua remarked after finishing the roasted meat. Due to recent events, Ye Wuyue had indeed limited his time for simulating Bankai. And another reason was that he was beginning to develop a psychological barrier. Each time he entered the space of his Zanpakuto, he was either swiftly defeated or subjected to intense heat, culminating in a barrage of countless small blades tormenting him, an unbearable ordeal. Cough. I've had a lot on my plate lately. I'll resume it after some time. Ye Wuyue coughed a couple of times in response. Liuhua could sense the situation and did not press further, continuing. Do you not feel that you have too many abilities to train right now? You need to meditate to cultivate your spirit pressure, simulate your Zanpakuto's Bankai, practice Shuinpa, and navigate the chakra system of this world. Upon hearing Liuhua's words, Ye Wuyue furrowed his brow, uncertain. Are you suggesting something, Liuhua? I believe you should focus on mastering one ability first, especially the simulation of your Zanpakuto's Bankai. Complete the Bankai for one Zanpakuto before moving on. That way, your strength can increase rapidly in a short time. Chapter 58. The choice of Bankai training. Liuhua's words plunged Ye Wuyue into contemplation. Indeed, he was currently juggling an overwhelming amount of knowledge. In the past, he could manage these lower-tier abilities simultaneously, but the situation had changed. His Zanpakuto had reached the stage of Bankai training, while his Kido had dwindled down to only the sequences beyond 90. His Shuinpa had progressed to the stage of Utsusimi, and his spiritual pressure was on the verge of surpassing 50,000. Comparing himself, he felt his current spiritual pressure was akin to that of Rinji Abarai before he learned Bankai. To advance these abilities further would require considerable time and accumulation, yielding little progress in the short term. Moreover, attempting to train them all simultaneously raised the difficulty by several levels, likely resulting in a sluggish improvement in his overall strength. Nevertheless, Ye Wuyue had other thoughts in mind. However, my training is quite methodical. Some abilities have stringent requirements for cultivation. For instance, the simulation of Bankai can only commence once I enter the realm of consciousness. This condition is rather challenging to fulfill, and when it is unattainable, is it not permissible for me to practice other abilities? Ye Wuyue raised his gaze towards Liuhua and stated. Upon hearing Ye Wuyue's words, Liuhua shook his head. You have misunderstood my intention. I merely wish for you to select a single Zanpakuto to practice its Bankai, rather than attempting each one in succession. Previously, we did not specify that you should try the Bankai of every Zanpakuto. We simply thought it prudent for you to experience them to determine your future focus. Having already experimented with several, it is now time to choose one to elevate your strength. This time, Ye Wuyue grasped Liuhua's meaning and felt a sudden clarity. He felt like giving himself 2 resounding slaps, realizing how foolish he had been to insist on tormenting himself with every Zanpakuto instead of honing in on one. You are absolutely correct, Ye Wuyue nodded in agreement. So, which Zanpakuto do you intend to practice Bankai with first? Liuhua inquired with a smile. Senbenzakura. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Wuyue made his choice. Compared to the other 2 Zanpakuto's Bankai practices, Senbenzakura's requirements are relatively gentle. I simply need to remove its mask. The training for Shins is exceedingly brutal, as I often find myself dispatched with a single strike. Even during Liuhua's training, I was met with a swift end, unable to launch even a single attack, merely swinging my sword in vain. I even suspect that by the time of Boruto, I may still be incapable of achieving the Bankai of Riken. Furthermore, there is another reason for choosing Senbenzakura. Its Bankai is exceptionally striking. With its inherent flair and dramatic effects, it seems tailor-made for showcasing one's prowess. The mere thought of manifesting Senbonzakura's Bankai fills Ye Wuyue with excitement. Oh, so you choose not to select me. How disheartening. With that, Liuhua vanished. Ye Wuyue longed to shout at her, questioning why she did not choose herself. Yet he refrained as Liuhua had already departed. This was not an act of cowardice. After Liuhua's departure, Ye Wuyue resumed his grilling. After a while, Xianglin returned. Clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, having removed her ninja gear, carrying a change of clothes that had already been washed, albeit somewhat tattered. Not bad. Quite fitting, Ye Wuyue remarked with a smile as he assessed Xianglin. Though Xianglin may not be considered extraordinarily beautiful in the Naruto universe, she is certainly lovely, albeit her glasses somewhat conceal her beauty. Discard the old clothes. When we have the opportunity, I shall buy you new ones. Having completed numerous missions as a lower-ranking ninja, Ye Wuyue had saved up a little fortune, allowing him to support Liuhua while still having some left over. After all, Xianglin was destined to become his teammate. She could not continue wearing tattered garments. Oh, Xianglin appeared somewhat reluctant but obediently found a place to dispose of the old clothes. Then sat beside Ye Wuyue on a fallen tree trunk. How about I help you with the grilling? Seeing Ye Wuyue tirelessly at work, Xianglin felt a bit embarrassed and spoke up. No need. This requires a certain level of skill, and I have mastered it. You may not know how to do it, so just sit there and wait to eat. Ye Wuyue focused intently on the meat, occasionally flipping it, resembling a professional vendor. These skills were honed through experience with Liuhua. Each time they undertook a mission, he had to find ways to prepare food for her, and grilling in the wild became the most common fare, gradually perfecting his technique. After hearing Ye Wuyue's words, Xianglin ceased her insistence, biting her lip as she felt somewhat inadequate. It was a rare opportunity to have someone who cared for her, yet she felt unable to assist him. After grilling 2 skewers of meat, Ye Wuyue brushed on some sauce and handed one skewer to Xianglin. Here. He then noticed something was amiss with Xianglin. Why do you seem on the verge of tears? I feel so useless. I cannot be of any help to you. Xianglin's voice trembled. At that moment, Ye Wuyue found Xianglin oddly reminiscent of Luo Xiaowei, while he felt akin to infinity. Sometimes, those accustomed to life and death find themselves moved to tears by the simplest of matters. Just this afternoon, you helped me locate the enemy's trail, which was a tremendous aid. Without your assistance, I would have spent a considerable amount of time gathering these 2 scrolls. Ye Wuyue gently patted Xianglin's head in comfort. Although it was a consolation, it was nonetheless the truth. Xianglin's perceptiveness was indeed formidable. Ye Wuyue surmised that she had already mastered the Kagura Shingon, a talent that could be deemed genius even within the entire Uzumaki clan. Ye Wuyue's actions caused Xianglin's face to flush crimson once more. She ceased her tears and accepted the skewer of grilled meat, taking small bites. After finishing their dinner, Ye Wuyue leaned against a tree, closing his eyes in meditation. The current situation was not conducive to simulating Bankai training. Should Orochimaru suddenly appear, it could prove dire. While meditating, he would be easily startled awake by external stimuli. If someone approached, the subtle changes in the spiritual energy around them would alert him. Observing Ye Wuyue in this state, Xianglin hesitated for a moment before cautiously approaching him and gently resting her head on his shoulder. Ye Wuyue, immersed in meditation, sensed her presence but remained still. The following dawn, Ye Wuyue awoke from his meditation and turned to see Xianglin still asleep, though her expression appeared distressed, as if plagued by a nightmare. Do not bite me, do not bite me. Ye Wuyue gently shook Xianglin, causing her to awaken suddenly, her clothes damp with sweat, breathing heavily. Did you have a nightmare? Are you all right? Chapter 59. An encounter with Orochimaru. Once Xianglin heard Ye Wuyue's voice, she snapped back to reality, recalling her experiences from the previous day, feeling as if she had been dreaming. No, I'm fine, Xianglin shook her head. Subsequently, Ye Wuyue began to lead Xianglin through the forest of death, avoiding a direct route to the central tower. Xianglin, obediently, did not question the reason. As noon approached, Ye Wuyue finally encountered the person he had been waiting for. In the jungle, a giant python adorned with brown patterns appeared before them, hissing as it flicked its tongue. Xianglin felt a twinge of fear, but found solace upon seeing Ye Wuyue. Had number 63, Rake H. Ye Wuyue extended his right palm forward. A flash of yellow lightning igniting as a thick bolt of lightning surged into the python's mouth, subsequently piercing through its body and leaving a gaping hole. The python's body collapsed to the ground, emitting smoke along with the scent of cooked flesh. Ha, not bad at all. A grass ninja wearing a straw hat emerged from behind a large tree, chuckling as he licked his lips with his long tongue. Spare me the charade, Orochimaru. The cold aura emanating from you is unmistakable, Ye Wuyue stated blandly, facing the grass ninja. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in surprise, but soon tore off his human disguise. I did not expect Sasuke-kun to possess such keen perception, Orochimaru remarked, revealing his true form to Ye Wuyue. During their last encounter, Orochimaru had not addressed him by name, suggesting he had since researched his background. I've been waiting for you. Have you made a decision? Would you care to strike a deal with me? Ye Wuyue cut straight to the point. Ha. I wonder what conditions Sasuke-kun would require to exchange that research material with me? Orochimaru inquired with a smile. Kill Danzo, and upon confirming his demise, I shall provide you with that research material, but the findings must be shared. Ye Wuyue stipulated his terms. As long as Danzo remains within the Uchiha clan, a perpetual crisis will loom over them. Moreover, Danzo's demise would leave Hiruzen Sarutobi without support, rendering him no longer a formidable adversary. The remaining elders are hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing Ye Wuyue's words, Orochimaru's smile gradually faded. Sasuke-kun, you should be unaware that Danzo was my dear friend. Are you asking me to slay my own companion? Furthermore, you expect us to share the fruits of our research, as if you wish to reap benefits without any effort? Orochimaru's words amused Ye Wuyue, who found it laughable that their relationship was framed as one of deep camaraderie. Is that so? However, from what I know, when your affairs were exposed, Danzo promptly distanced himself from you, even dispatching Root to hunt you down. And I have not been without contribution. Without my research data, this project could not proceed. Sharing the results of our research is only just. Ye Wuyue retorted with a hint of mockery. Humph, Sasuke-kun, you have just obliterated the very village I recently established, yet you dare to negotiate with me? Are you not afraid I might end your life? As Orochimaru's words faded, a palpable aura of menace emanated from him, overwhelming Ye Wuyue and also affecting the nearby Karen, who stood frozen in fear, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Should you believe you can achieve that, then give it a try, Ye Wuyue countered, releasing his own spiritual pressure to clash against Orochimaru's killing intent, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle as they fought to balance each other. The two forces were evenly matched, neither able to dominate the other. Initially, Ye Wuyue had thought himself at a disadvantage, yet he had underestimated the strength of his own spiritual pressure. It appeared that his power was indeed greater than he had anticipated. Without warning, Orochimaru extended a hand, and countless snakes surged forth from his sleeves, hissing as they lunged at Ye Wuyue. Shadow snake hands. Retreat. Ye Wuyue instructed Karen, swiftly drawing his Zanpakuto and slicing through the oncoming serpents. I also wish to test my current strength, so let me use you as a benchmark. Binding art number 73, Crystal Prison. A defensive triangle enveloped Karen, while Ye Wuyue gestured to his face, a fiery red demon mask manifesting before him. Previously, he had faced Orochimaru in his Yamata no Orochi form, where many of his attacks proved ineffective, leaving him unaware of his true capabilities. Now, hidden within the Death Forest, Orochimaru was unlikely to reveal himself to others from Konoha, making this an opportune moment for Ye Wuyue to gauge his current strength. A surge of combat desire welled within him, and this time he allowed it to flourish, releasing a tremendous spiritual pressure that even snapped nearby branches. Orochimaru watched Ye Wuyue intently, intrigued by the energy radiating from him. Let us settle here. Binding art no. 61. 6 rods prison light. 6 beams of light pierced into Orochimaru's body as Ye Wuyue instantly closed the distance, striking with his blade. Orochimaru's form was swiftly cleaved in two, but he immediately re-emerged from the corpse's mouth, brandishing a sword in hand. This is my spit, and now I spit a sword. Orochimaru wielded the Kusanagi sword, aiming a strike at Ye Wuyue, who parried the blow. However, the sword then elongated, thrusting toward Ye Wuyue's face. Humph. My Kusanagi sword is not a weapon that mere ninjutsu can withstand, Orochimaru proclaimed with a grin. Ye Wuyue tilted his head to evade the blade, well aware of its capabilities and having anticipated this. The Sky Blade, while similar to the Kusanagi's function, lacked its speed of extension, rendering it a lesser version. Yet, in terms of hardness, he could not determine which was superior. Is that so? How fortuitous, for my Zanpakuto is also beyond your capacity to resist. Scatter, Shimbunzakura. Ye Wuyue smirked, his Zanpakuto transforming into a myriad of fine blades that surged toward Orochimaru. Swish, swish, swish. Orochimaru's figure vanished, leaving behind a brown-patterned snake, which was sliced into fragments by Ye Wuyue's Shimbunzakura, while Orochimaru reappeared at a distance. Body replacement technique. Quite quick. I wonder if you can be even faster? As the fine blades returned to their original form, Ye Wuyue pointed the tip of his sword at Orochimaru. Pierce him. Divine Spear. The speed at which the Divine Spear extended was now thrice what it had been 6 years ago. Orochimaru activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, yet still could not evade the strike. The spear embedding itself in his body, though it missed a vital area due to the distance. It seems I underestimated you. What follows will not be mere probing. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, as if the pain did not affect him, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash a technique. A tornado erupted from his mouth. Its diameter nearly 10 meters, a simple D-rank technique wielding power akin to that of an A rank. Chapter 60, Chunin Exam Preliminaries. Facing the howling gale. Ye Wuyue chose not to evade. Destruction, Art Number 58, Raging Storm. A massive whirlwind erupted from his left hand, colliding with Orochimaru's attack, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Ye Wuyue drew the Divine Spear, realizing that such damage seemed ineffective against Orochimaru. As the wind subsided, a multitude of shuriken appeared before him, hurtling toward Ye Wuyue. Scatter. Shimbunzakura. Ye Wuyue's Zanpakuto once more fragmented into countless fine blades, forming a defensive barrier that intercepted all incoming shuriken. Binding, Art Number 63, Chain Binding. Ye Wuyue then reached out toward Orochimaru, conjuring a thick chain that ensnared him. Simultaneously, the fine blades formed from Shimbunzakura surged toward Orochimaru. Since concentrated attacks prove futile, let us try this. Destruction, Art Number 88, Flying Dragon Strikes the Heavens. A massive bolt of lightning shot toward Orochimaru, followed by a tremendous explosion that engulfed the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Just as Ye Wuyue prepared to continue his assault, laughter echoed from within the haze. Sasuke-kun's power is indeed formidable. Let us resume our earlier discussion. Orochimaru emerged slowly from the smoke. While he appeared somewhat ragged, he bore no significant injuries. Ye Wuyue glanced behind him, noting that a giant serpent's corpse lay in ruins, obliterated by his earlier technique. What a tale of mutual betrayal between master and summon. The conditions I proposed have been stated. The choice is yours. Ye Wuyue suppressed his combat impulses and removed his mask. This encounter had allowed him to grasp the extent of his own strength. He had refrained from using Riken or Ka, yet even with his remaining abilities, he was sufficient to contend with Orochimaru in his normal state. With the mask on, he had likely reached the level of a Kage, though the exact measure remained unclear. Ye Wuyue dispelled Karen's protection. He and Orochimaru had reached an understanding, both sustaining minimal injuries, save for a few slain snakes. After a long contemplation, Orochimaru finally nodded. Very well, I accept your terms. Faced with the prospect of immortality, Orochimaru readily forsook Danzo. Their earlier confrontation had merely been a test of Ye Wuyue's boundaries, both aware of the underlying truths. However, he had not anticipated Ye Wuyue's resoluteness and power, which was comparable to his own in a normal state. Yet, how can I trust that you will provide the research data as promised? Orochimaru inquired with his raspy voice. There is no alternative, should you deem the risk too great. You may opt out of this transaction. Or do you have any effective solutions? Ye Wuyue shrugged his shoulders and spoke candidly. Having Orochimaru eliminate Danzo was indeed a desperate measure. After all, Danzo was a high-ranking official in Konoha. He could not act directly, and even if he wished to, he lacked the opportunity as Danzo remained hidden in his underground chamber. How about you provide me with a portion of your research materials, Sasuke-kun? This way, I can feel at ease, and without access to all the research data, I cannot complete my studies. You can rest assured. Orochimaru smiled seductively. All right then. With that, Ye Wuyue retrieved a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it to Orochimaru. He had already made a copy of the method for creating the reanimated corpses, tearing it into individual sheets just to give Orochimaru a taste of his cooperation. Orochimaru, with a dark expression, caught the paper ball, realizing that this portion was indeed rather scant. Then, until we meet again. He carefully unfolded the paper, and gently sealed it in a scroll before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Ye Wuyue called out to Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned around, puzzled, unsure of what Ye Wuyue had to say. While I do not consider you a fool, I must still advise you, during this Chunin exam, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages will be present, and Konoha possesses considerable elite combat power. It would be wise for you to exercise restraint, Ye Wuyue cautioned. In truth, he was indifferent to the fates of Orochimaru and Sarutobi. And if they wished to meet their demise as in the original story, that would be acceptable. However, in this world, where only Ye Wuyue could comprehend the reanimation technique, he could only devise this plan. If Orochimaru perished, the method provided by the system would turn into nothing more than scraps of paper, leaving him without a safeguard. What do you mean by that, Sasuke-kun? Orochimaru seemed perplexed. For instance, eliminating a former Hokage. It was only then that Orochimaru grasped Ye Wuyue's implication. I am deeply respectful of my teachers. How could you perceive me otherwise, Sasuke-kun? Ye Wuyue waved his hand dismissively. No matter, you may leave. With that, Orochimaru departed. Having completed all necessary tasks in the Forest of Death, Ye Wuyue then set off with Karui towards the central tower. Along the way, they encountered several small teams, from whom they received a few scrolls without effort. That afternoon, they arrived at the central tower, where Ye Wuyue learned that several teams had already gathered there, including Gaara's squad from Sunagakure, Omoi's squad from Kumogakure, and Haku's squad from Kirigakure. Moreover, Naruto's Team 7 had also reached the tower with their scrolls. The teams that had arrived earlier would wait in the tower for a few days, as the next round would commence after this exam concluded. After handing over the Heaven and Earth scrolls to the staff at the tower, the workers reminded Ye Wuyue and his companions. Nodding, Ye Wuyue entered the tower. He soon discovered that the leading jonin from Kusagakure had yet to arrive, likely believing their ninjas would not complete the second exam so swiftly. 3 days later, the second round of the Chunin exam concluded, and the preliminary matches began, with the leading jonin from various villages finally arriving at the tower. All participating genin gathered in the plaza on the first floor of the tower. Tsuki no Kaze, the proctor, weakly coughed a couple of times while holding the roster. We will now commence the preliminary matches of the Chunin exam. Each participant will be matched with an opponent, and defeating your opponent will grant you qualification to advance to the next round. The random allocation of opponents will commence now. Tsuki no Kaze struggled to finish explaining the rules. Is this proctor going to collapse? Observing Tsuki no Kaze's condition, some genin began to worry, fearing it might disrupt their exams. Once the allocations were complete, Ye Wuyue discovered that his opponent was actually Kuratsuchi from Iwagakure. Chapter 61. A Flash of Yellow. The first match of the Chunin exam preliminaries featured Naruto Uzumaki versus Karui. After confirming the combatants, Tsuki no Kaze coughed into his hand and stated, "Now, let the match begin." Naruto and Karui stepped into the center of the plaza, while Ye Wuyue observed from the periphery, with Karui standing beside him. A ninja wearing a Kusagakure forehead protector approached them, and Karui tugged at Ye Wuyue's sleeve. Turning to face the newcomer, Ye Wuyue spoke, "Why is it only you who passed the second exam? Where are your other teammates?" The Kusagakure ninja snapped angrily, extending his hand to grab Karui. Slap. Ye Wuyue deftly caught the Kusagakure ninja's outstretched hand, speaking coolly, "Words are one thing. Physical confrontation is another. She is a ninja from our Kusagakure. What right do you, a Konoha ninja, have to intervene?" The Kusagakure ninja retorted, displeased upon noticing the Uchiha clan's fan embroidered on Ye Wuyue's attire. Although he wore a traditional outfit, it bore the Uchiha crest, even on his white haori, albeit lacking a captain's number. Of course it is relevant. First, she is a member of the Uzumaki clan, our allies in Konoha. Secondly, she is the cousin of a long-lost friend of mine, Ye Wuyue replied with a smile, standing his ground. This narrative was crafted over the past 3 days, and Naruto had relayed this information to Kakashi, who then informed Minato. Ye Wuyue was also aware of the general content of the conversation between Karui and Kushina that day. Karui's mother had been childhood friends with Kushina, and when the incident occurred in Yuzushio, they were separated. Kushina had considered adopting Karui, but she had declined. What did you say? How could I possibly believe such nonsense? This girl was raised in our Kusagakure, and you Konoha ninjas expect her to become one of you based solely on your word? The Kusagakure ninja raised his voice, drawing the attention of other leading jonin from various villages, who watched with interest. A white-haired ninja with a mask approached, lazily scratching his head. He is indeed correct. This young lady is the niece of our Hokage's wife, and we have been unable to locate her until now. We must thank your Kusagakure for bringing her to our attention. Of course, we will not take her without compensation, as she is currently a Genin. How about we provide the necessary resources to train her as a Chunin? Kakashi stated, revealing one eye as he regarded the Kusagakure ninja. Upon seeing him, the other Jonin from various villages shifted slightly, as the copy ninja Kakashi was quite renowned in the shinobi world. Kakashi's words were generous to the Kusagakure ninja. As in the original story, Orochimaru had simply taken Karui away. However, the Kusagakure ninja still wished to argue, knowing that Karui's value exceeded that of an ordinary Chunin. He was reluctant to surrender her so easily. She is indeed the niece of our Hokage's wife, which means her mother is the sister of our Hokage's wife. I hope your Kusagakure will allow us to bring her mother here. Her mother is not a ninja, so this should not pose a challenge for you, right? Kakashi spoke calmly. The Kusagakure ninja felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, his throat tightening as he grasped the implications of the situation and the treatment Karui's mother had received in Kusagakure. He dared not speak further. I need to consult our village leader upon returning, he said, his gaze evasive. Of course, but before that, this young lady will reside in Konoha. That should not be an issue, correct? Kakashi smiled at the Kusagakure ninja. No problem. After uttering those words, the Kusagakure ninja quickly departed. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Ye Wuyue expressed his gratitude. It is nothing. I am merely carrying out orders, and besides, I owe your brother a favor. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively before leaping up to the second floor of the tower. Kakashi spoke of the bonds of human connection, referring to the techniques Tachi had previously taught him regarding the use of the Sharingan, which could aid him in conserving his chakra. Now, there is no need for concern, Yumoon said with a smile to K-Rin. K-Rin nodded, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Subsequently, Yumoon turned his attention to the battle in the center of the plaza, where Naruto and Karui had already begun their confrontation. Karui, wielding a long sword crackling with bluish-white lightning, charged directly at Naruto. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto formed a cross seal with his fingers, and nearly 100 shadow clones materialized, encircling Karui. If the arena were larger, he could have conjured even more. The Uzumaki clan's chakra reserve was indeed vast. In the original storyline, even when Naruto had to allocate some chakra to suppress the Nine Tails, he still possessed 100 chakra units, let alone in his current state. The enhancement of Naruto's power through the Nine Tails was only fully realized in later stages, with earlier instances primarily serving as a means to amplify his abilities. The collective force of nearly 100 Narutos surged toward Karui, creating an impressive spectacle. The sheer volume of Naruto's chakra astonished the watching elite from other ninja villages. Some astute observers might deduce the connection between Naruto and the fourth Hokage. Upon witnessing the number of Naruto's shadow clones, Karui scoffed, abandoning the more chakra-intensive method of infusing her sword with lightning, opting instead to slash at the surrounding clones. Suddenly, one of the yellow figures darted behind Karui, delivering a swift kick. Yumoon watched in mild astonishment, noting that Naruto's body flicker technique had improved, reminiscent of Minato's prowess. Karui was taken aback by Naruto's speed, but she did not remain idle. She plunged her sword into the ground. Lightning release, cloud flow. The lightning chakra surged through her sword, spreading blue-white arcs around her. Crackling ominously, Naruto found himself enveloped within the arc's range, but remained unfazed. He formed seals, producing a shadow clone that grasped his arm and hurled him into the sky, whereupon the clone exploded into white smoke upon contact with the arc. In midair, Naruto again formed seals, producing 5 shadow clones, 4 of which he sent crashing down towards Karui, while the last clone propelled his true self forward. Karui managed to shatter 4 of the shadow clones, but the sheer speed of the remaining clones began to overwhelm her. Ultimately, Naruto's true form confronted her, brandishing a kunai to parry her sword before delivering a powerful kick that sent her flying into a wall, shattering a section of stone, before she crumpled to the ground. Coughing, the announcer, Moonlight Gale, surveyed Karui, who lay motionless on the ground, contemplating the outcome. I have not lost yet. To everyone's surprise, Karui struggled to rise once more. Lightning release, thunder slash. Electric currents surged from her sword as she thrust it into the ground, sending a bolt directly toward Naruto. Unfortunately, her speed was insufficient. Naruto easily evaded her counterattack with his body flicker technique, leading Karui to collapse once more. First match, victor, Uzumaki Naruto, Moonlight Gale announced. Chapter 62. Rin's residence. Moon nodded to himself. Although Naruto often appeared frivolous, his tactical intelligence during combat was remarkably astute. With Minato's nurturing from a young age, Naruto's growth had accelerated exponentially. The subsequent matches were less noteworthy. In the 7th preliminary round, Uchiha Sasuke faced off against Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi. This time, Moonlight Gale finished his announcement without a cough, as Moon approached the center of the plaza, contemplating how much of his strength to reveal. Given his current capabilities, he no longer needed to hold back. There were few who could contend with him. And even if he were to be outmatched, he could still retreat. The advantages of displaying his prowess were evident. He could swiftly ascend the ranks and potentially earn the chance to undertake missions solo, at which point he could engage in further training. After a moment of thought, Moon made his decision. His opponent had already taken position opposite him, her legs still concealed, clad in shorts and fishnet, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. The battle commenced. Moon refrained from drawing his blade, instead pointing at Kuratsuchi from a distance. Binding art, number 63, chain binding. Thick chains and ropes manifested, ensnaring Kuratsuchi, rendering her unable to form seals. Her smile faded as she realized she could not escape this binding. The observing elite ninja were equally bewildered. What is this technique? Is it a ninjutsu that requires no hand seals? Or a special tool? This ability seemed almost instantaneous. If one could not break free from the chains immediately, their ninjutsu would be ineffective, even preventing them from forming seals. This genin's possession of such a capability was remarkable, rendering him a nemesis to conventional ninjutsu users. The elite from Konoha, aside from Tachi, were equally astonished. This was their first encounter with such a technique, marking Moon's debut display of his abilities before a majority. Those aware of his capabilities were limited to a select few close associates or adversaries, of whom only Orochimaru remained alive, since he intended to showcase his strength. He had more to reveal. Path of the Beast, starry array of bones, spires, red crystals, wheels of steel, movement is wind, cessation is void. The clash of long spears fills the empty city. Path of Destruction, number 63, thunder roar cannon. A yellow beam of lightning grazed Kuratsuchi's hair, crashing into the wall of a high tower and creating a massive hole. Surrender. You stand no chance, Moon declared to Kuratsuchi, feeling somewhat guilty for overwhelming her. I concede, Kuratsuchi admitted candidly, though she glared at Moon with a ferocity that suggested she wished to exact revenge. On the second-tier platform, the Iwagakure's elite ninja, Kuratsuchi's leader, cast a deep glance at Moon and remarked to Kakashi, Itachi, and the other Konoha ninjas, your village truly possesses remarkable talent. Flattery, Itachi replied coolly. As the 7th preliminary match concluded, victor, Uchiha Sasuke, Moonlight Gale announced, and Moon released Kuratsuchi from her bindings, exiting the arena alongside Rin, who had withdrawn from the tournament prior to its commencement. Uchiha Sasuke, Lord Hokage requests your presence, as well as that of Uzumaki Rin. As they ascended the platform, Kakashi approached Moon. Is it permissible for me to leave directly? The exam is not yet concluded, Moon inquired, wishing to avoid lingering. Not to worry. You may inquire about future developments from your brother upon returning. The final exam is still some time away, Kakashi explained. Very well, Moon nodded. Following Kakashi and Rin away from the central tower, he suspected that Watergate's reason for summoning him was related to Rin. Before long, the trio arrived at the Hokage's office, where Watergate sat at his desk, handling the affairs of Konoha as usual. Teacher, I have brought them, Kakashi said to Watergate. Watergate smiled warmly and replied, Thank you for your efforts, Kakashi. Not at all. I shall take my leave now, Kakashi said, shaking his head. Indeed. Kakashi exited the Hokage's office, leaving only Moon, Rin, and Watergate present. Watergate spoke first. The purpose of your summons is primarily to discuss Rin's living arrangements. He cast a smile at Rin before continuing. Kushina has informed me of your situation. You are now a part of Konoha, and there is no need to worry about experiencing the same treatment you faced in the grass village. Here is your new ninja headband. As Watergate spoke, he presented a wooden leaf forehead protector, which Xianglin timidly approached to take. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude, having already removed the forehead protector from Grass Ninja Village. Additionally, I would like to inquire your opinion. Kushina hopes you can reside in our home, as we have a vacant room. It would also ensure that you are looked after in your future life. Would you be willing? Watergate asked Xianglin. The suggestion seemed quite agreeable to Yemo, as living near Kushina would allow Xianglin to seek her guidance on sealing techniques, thereby enhancing her abilities more rapidly. Of course, if you prefer not to, I can arrange alternative accommodations for you within Konoha, along with a monthly stipend until you are capable of caring for yourself, Watergate added. After a moment of hesitation, Xianglin asked, could I perhaps stay at Sasuke's house? Yemu pondered this, as having Xianglin live with them felt rather pleasant, akin to gaining a younger sister. Ever since Niji realized he could not surpass him, he had taken to boasting about having Hinata as a sister. Although Yemu was not particularly vexed, it had grown somewhat irksome over time. However, their home might lack sufficient space. He had his own room, Tachi had one, and their parents occupied another. If Xianglin were to come, he'd have to share a room with Tachi. While that could be agreeable, he still needed to meditate and train at night, which would undoubtedly be inconvenient. Upon hearing Xianglin's response, Watergate paused momentarily, but as a skilled charmer, he quickly grasped the situation and presented her with another option. If Sasuke agrees, you can also stay at their home. Xianglin's face lit up with hope as she looked at Yemu. Feeling somewhat conflicted, Yemu replied, but our house doesn't have enough rooms. Surprisingly, Xianglin's excitement grew at this statement, and she quickly responded, that's all right. I can live there. By the way, there's a nice house next to ours. We can purchase it for you. A solution dawned on Yemu. Wait, Xianglin, what did you just say? Yemu inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Xianglin appeared somewhat downcast and waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. I think it's quite fine. Chapter 63. A partial revelation of power. Watergate observed Yemu's maneuver with a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead, wondering how this child could be so unpredictably similar to his son. Since you both have reached an agreement, I shall refrain from further discussion. Let us proceed with this arrangement. You will not need to cover the expenses for that house. Although you haven't formally agreed, Kushina has already considered you as her daughter. Think of this house as a gift for your joining Konoha. Watergate smiled at Xianglin. Overwhelmed by emotion, Xianglin was momentarily speechless, while Yemu promptly responded, thank you, Lord Hokage. It's wonderful to save some money. With that, Yemu recognized that there was still ample time before the next exam. Although he need not worry about the Chunin exams, he was determined to continue his training diligently. Not so fast. There are other matters I wish to discuss with Sasuke, Watergate interjected, halting Yemu. Xianglin, why don't you wait outside for a moment? He suggested to her. After Xianglin glanced at Yemu and received a nod, she obediently exited the Hokage's office. Yemu, still unsure, wondered about Watergate's intentions for summoning him. Once Xianglin had left, Watergate turned to Yemu and asked, what you used in the preliminaries today was not ninjutsu, was it? Yemu speculated that someone had likely reported the match's events to Watergate, yet he felt there was no need to conceal the truth from him. As long as Watergate did not connect him to the person who wielded the flowing blade of fire during the Ninetales incident, he believed everything would be fine. It was indeed not ninjutsu. It is a power I have developed myself, relying on a unique form of spiritual energy. Its effects are comparable to ninjutsu, but it does not require hand seals, Yemu affirmed with a nod. His future strength would focus on the Zanpakuto. Revealing his spiritual arts might one day surprise those enemies who were aware of such abilities. Yemu's explanation was straightforward, yet Watergate was astounded. Developing a unique system of abilities was far more challenging than creating a formless ninjutsu. Although he found it hard to believe, he could think of no alternative explanation since such a power had only manifested in Yemu. I understand. Your ability is extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing ninjutsu. Now, other ninja villages have become aware of this, and you must exercise greater caution. During the Chunin exams, stay close to your brother. Itachi's strength is sufficient to protect you, Watergate advised after a moment of contemplation. He chose not to pry further into the nature of Yemu's abilities, as they were his own creation, much like his Rasengan. He felt it inappropriate to impose his will on others, even though he had shared the training methods of his jutsu with the village. Others might not share the same perspective. Yemu understood Watergate's reasoning, but felt no trepidation. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Hokage, he nodded, feeling a sense of admiration for Watergate's open-mindedness in the face of such power. While Watergate refrained from probing further, Yemu surmised that Danzo would not remain inactive upon learning of this news. However, he doubted Danzo could pose a significant threat in the limited time available. Now, prepare for the upcoming formal exam. I look forward to seeing you shine in the ninja world, Watergate smiled at Yemu. After bidding farewell, Yimu exited, finding Xianglin waiting for him in the corridor. "Let us return home," Yimu said to Xianglin, who joyfully rushed towards him as he led her in the direction of the Uchiha clan's residence. During the brief time Yimu was summoned by Watergate, news of him had begun to circulate widely. Most ninja villages were now aware that an Uchiha possessed a unique ability that could be activated without hand seals, producing effects akin to ninjutsu. Within the base of the root, Sai knelt before Danzo. "You have been on the same team with him for so long, and yet you were unaware of such an ability?" Danzo inquired of Sai. "No, when I worked alongside him, he only utilized ninjutsu, and those were merely low-level fire techniques." Sai replied, equally perplexed. When Danzo summoned him to share this information, he had been taken aback. "Phone, investigate," Danzo instructed coolly. "Yes," a member of the root responded, stepping forward toward Sai. "Do not resist. If you have not deceived me, nothing will happen." Danzo spoke in a low tone to Sai. Sai, having spoken the truth, had no fear of scrutiny. The root member named Phone placed a hand on his head, and after a brief moment, shook his head at Danzo. "He is telling the truth," Phone confirmed. With this, Danzo was convinced that Sai had not lied. "It seems your teammate is quite cautious, even unwilling to expose his abilities to a companion who has saved his life," he mused. "Such a person, were he not an Uchiha, I would consider bringing him into the root. Alas, possessing such a power with a naturally malevolent bloodline can only lead to death." Ten's eyes glinted with malice, causing Sai, who stood before him, to tremble slightly before averting his gaze. Waizuki, accompanied by Kei-Rin, intended to return home, but halted at the very spot where Uchiha Shursui had been slain 6 years prior. "Come out, do not hide like a pack of mice," Waizuki called out loudly. No sooner had his words echoed than a dozen ninjas, adorned with animal masks, emerged, surrounding Waizuki and his companion. Perched atop a tree, an elder ninja with white hair paused his advance upon hearing Waizuki's proclamation, opting to remain concealed and observe the unfolding scene. "Uchiha Sasuke, you conspire with the Grass Village, intending to divulge the secrets of Konoha. Today, we shall eradicate you, this scourge," one of the masked ninjas declared coldly towards Waizuki. Recognizing them as members of Danzo's root, Waizuki felt no inclination to engage in idle chatter. However, he was taken aback by the fact that Danzo had not first sought to recruit him into root. According to Waizuki's experience, Danzo would typically approach Sarutobi Hiruzen for approval upon discovering a prodigy, leading to a confrontation before dispatching root for a forced invitation, only to eliminate the individual if all else failed. Yet, in this instance, he was immediately accused and marked for elimination. It became evident that Danzo harbored an extraordinary disdain for the Uchiha clan. Waizuki could not help but wonder how Danzo managed to maintain his composure with that arm full of Sharingan. "Enough with your pretentious rhetoric. Only you could commit such heinous acts while cloaking them in sanctimonious language," Waizuki retorted, inciting the ire of the root shinobi, who readied themselves to strike. Just as Waizuki braced for an inevitable battle, a white-haired ninja clad in a green J-nin vest appeared before him. "Whom did you receive orders from to harm your comrades?" "This is the command of the Hokage. Uzumaki Kei-Rin is now a part of Konoha, and the accusations you levied are utterly unfounded," Kakashi stated, brandishing an officially stamped order from the Hokage towards the surrounding Umbu. Initially, Kakashi had planned to delay his entrance to keep Waizuki on edge after witnessing the extensive assault. However, upon realizing Waizuki's audacity, he decided to reveal himself for their safety. He had been assigned by Minato to protect Waizuki, understanding the threat Danzo posed after their extensive interactions. Upon learning of Waizuki's unique abilities, Minato had made arrangements well in advance. The root members exchanged glances but disregarded Kakashi, launching their attack on Waizuki. Countless shuriken flew toward him. "I knew this would be a thankless task," Kakashi sighed, forming hand seals and slamming his hands onto the ground. For earthen walls, sculpted with dog heads, rose to encase Waizuki and Kei-Rin within their protective embrace. Outside the walls, the sounds of battle erupted. Waizuki quickly deduced Kakashi's presence was orchestrated by Minato. As for the absence of his brother, Waizuki speculated it was due to Tachi's potential to eliminate the root members if provoked. After nearly 10 minutes, the earthen walls dissipated, and Kakashi approached, ruffling his hair, while the root members lay defeated on the ground. "Let us return," Kakashi said to Waizuki and Kei-Rin. "When did you arrive?" Waizuki inquired. "I arrived the moment you referred to them as mice," Kakashi replied. A hint of embarrassment crossed Waizuki's face, despite not intending to insult Kakashi. His remarks had inadvertently encompassed him. Ahem, I was not referring to you, Waizuki hastily clarified. You need not emphasize that. Moreover, I wonder whether you possess the audacity to believe you can handle this situation, or if you simply seek a fight. The ninjas surrounding you are predominantly nin. And as a mere genin, your provocation is rather reckless. Even with your unique abilities, can you truly contend with so many? Kakashi observed. His opinion of Waizuki somewhat critical, primarily due to his arrogance. Surprised by Kakashi's analysis, Waizuki realized Kakashi had nearly discerned the essence of his abilities. However, unlike the Sasuke archetype, Waizuki's bravado was supported by genuine strength, preventing him from returning in defeat. You may think as you wish, but I must express my gratitude for your escort, Waizuki replied, choosing not to engage further. Kakashi remained silent, guiding them back to the Uchiha compound. Although the Uchiha clan's reputation in the village had improved significantly, their residents had not changed. Hindered by the elders of Konoha and the apprehension of other clans fearing Uchiha encroachment. Nevertheless, Waizuki found solace in the clan's secluded location, free from disturbances, allowing him to train in peace. Farewell, Kakashi-sensei, Waizuki waved as they reached the entrance of the Uchiha compound, to which Kakashi reciprocated before vanishing. As Waizuki watched his departure, he recalled a long-forgotten figure, Uchiha Obito. Since the incident in the village hidden in the mist, he had heard naught of any developments concerning Obito. In the past, upon learning of Itachi's mission at the age of 8, Waizuki had harbored fears regarding Obito's intentions, worrying he might replicate his earlier actions of eliminating Itachi's team. He had thus advised Itachi against undertaking missions outside the village, which Itachi interpreted as Waizuki's desire to cling to him. Thankfully, nothing transpired, and Waizuki speculated that Minato's survival had deterred Obito from recklessly approaching Konoha. Uncertain of the current circumstances surrounding the Akatsuki, Waizuki decided to cast aside those troubling thoughts, focusing instead on his own growth. He turned his attention back home. Accompanied by Rin, who subsequently settled into the residence adjacent to Waizuki's, becoming his neighbor. She was also assigned to Team 11. Albeit having lost her eligibility for the nin exams and remaining a genin, just as Waizuki was. Upon learning of Waizuki's return with a member of the Uzumaki clan, Fugaku expressed joy, though his enthusiasm waned upon realizing Waizuki regarded Rin merely as a sister. The revitalization of the Uchiha clan remained a daunting task. During the intermission of the nin exams, Waizuki scarcely ventured outside, dedicating his time to mastering the 1,000 cherry blossoms technique. Notably, he had made significant progress, now able to brush against the hem of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, marking a major breakthrough. He felt success was within his grasp. Half a month later, the nin exams commenced as scheduled, gathering the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages in Konoha. At the apex of the audience section, the leaders of the 5 villages convened. On the Konoha side sat Minato, alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hige Hizashi, among other formidable figures of the village. Behind Minato stood Shisui and Kakashi. The representatives of the other 4 shinobi villages were less numerous. From the side of the Cloud Village, the 4th Reikage was present, flanked by Darui and Kiri. The 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei represented the Mist Village, accompanied by the masked Ao and Zabuza. Although Waizuki questioned his own perception, Zabuza indeed served as a bodyguard for the Mizukage. It was puzzling how a former rogue ninja had settled for such a role. To speak candidly, Mei Terumi is indeed striking, with her wine-red hair and a blue low-cut outfit that exposes her shoulders. Beneath, she wears a ninja's protective mesh, slightly longer than her outer garment, adding a touch of elegance. Her figure is commendable, rivaling that of Tsunade, leaving Yoru no Suki momentarily spellbound. On one side stands the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, flanked by Akatsuchi and Deidara. On the opposing side is the 4th Kazekage, Raza, accompanied by Chiyo and Ebizo. Had Raza not orchestrated the demise of Yakura, Sunagakure would not find itself relying on its elders for prestige. Does the 4th Hokage truly require such a retinue to witness a mere competition? Is there some ulterior motive at play? Before even taking his seat, Anoki initiated a confrontation. Casting a sidelong glance at Minato. Chapter 65. A mother's love. Minato smiled gently and responded, Esteemed Kaguya, your presence is greatly valued. If the welcoming party were scant, It would suggest that Konoha is remiss in its hospitality. Anoki huffed dismissively and sat down, accepting the sentiment. As both sides were acutely aware of each other's concerns and did not need to press too hard. Having heard much about Konoha's infamous yellow flash, Mei Terumi remarked with a smile, "I must say, he is quite the handsome figure." Flattery aside, the Mizukage is also youthful and beautiful, Minato replied graciously. Even before the match commenced, several Kage had already engaged in covert skirmishes. While the primary focus was on the 4 great ninja villages against Konoha, given Konoha's current dominance. Tensions also simmered between Iwagakure and Kumogakure, particularly following the ambush of the 3rd Reikage. Yet, for the greater good, Yoru no Suki refrained from delving into these disputes, as none desired to witness Konoha's overwhelming superiority. In the audience, Yoru no Suki soon discovered that his opponent was none other than Gaara of the Sand, just as depicted in the original tale. After completing the preliminary rounds, he had departed, remaining unaware of subsequent developments until he learned from Tachi that Lee had faced Gaara in the preliminaries, resulting in a foregone conclusion. Lee was deemed unfit to continue as a ninja. The first official match of the Chunin exams was set, Gaara versus Sasuke Uchiha, from Konoha. In the center of the arena, the announcer, Naidame, called out loudly. Gaara, bearing his gourd, strode forth from the tunnel, and Yoru no Suki followed suit. Faced with Gaara, he found himself at a loss, unsure how to confront him, possessing no verbal jutsu to sway the outcome. He could only resort to physical confrontation. Alas, why couldn't it be Naruto battling Gaara? Yet, with the Nine Tails absent from Naruto's being, one wondered if he could still sway Gaara. As Yoru no Suki emerged, all eyes from various ninja villages, including Konoha, fixated upon him, eager to witness his unique abilities. Upon seeing Yoru no Suki, Gaara's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. "I can sense your essence. It surpasses that of the previous weaklings," Gaara remarked, as sand erupted from the gourd on his back, filling the arena with a metallic scent of blood. Observing Gaara's demeanor, Yoru no Suki relinquished any thoughts of verbal confrontation, opting instead to deliver a decisive blow. Let the match begin. With Naidame's proclamation, Gaara's sand surged towards Yoru no Suki, but he evaded it effortlessly, reappearing several steps away. "Is that all the speed you possess? At this rate, you may not even graze my clothing. Can you not showcase your true prowess? Or is this truly your limit?" Yoru no Suki taunted. Gaara's murderous intent intensified as more sand poured forth from his gourd, enveloping Yoru no Suki in a relentless tide, blocking all avenues of escape. "I demand you reveal your true abilities." Yoru no Suki's form vanished once more, reappearing behind Gaara, whispering to him before delivering a swift kick. The surrounding sand rushed to shield Gaara, but having previously unleashed all his sand for attack, it could not converge quickly enough, sending Gaara flying. The audience gasped in astonishment at Yoru no Suki's speed, while Minato reassessed his prowess. "This child must possess the strength of a jonin," he mused. "Your sand desperately seeks to save you, yet you remain utterly inept," Yoru no Suki mocked. Though Gaara remained uninjured thanks to his sand armor, his emotional state grew increasingly volatile. He clutched his eyes, visibly tormented, as if enduring some unseen agony. "Do not fret, mother. I shall deliver sustenance to you shortly," he muttered, displaying a troubling neuroticism. Yoru no Suki surmised that Gaara's condition stemmed from the insomnia associated with being a Jinchuriki, a plight that would warp anyone's mind, especially with a self-absorbed and irresponsible father. Gaara's inability to manage his powers led to repeated assassination attempts against him, culminating in the tragic demise of his final ally, Yashimaru, at his own hands, further isolating him in a world where only he mattered. "Die!" Gaara screamed, his voice laced with madness, as he conjured a storm of sand that surged towards Yoru no Suki. Yet, Yoru no Suki effortlessly evaded the onslaught. "Is this sand your mother? It appears she loves you dearly, ever seeking to protect her child," Yoru no Suki continued, contemplating a strategy to transform Gaara's mindset. This statement ignited Gaara's fury, akin to pouring gasoline on an already raging fire. "Enough, you insufferable pest. I shall end your life." Yoru no Suki's words had awakened painful memories for Gaara, transforming a once comforting notion into a catalyst for rage, compelling him to eliminate the speaker. Gaara placed his hands on the ground, and Yoru no Suki, recognizing the impending attack, refrained from interference. Suddenly, the ground erupted with an abundance of sand. Silence forever. Gaara declared, his hands crossed. His gaze filled with malice as the sand surged forth, cloaked in a distinct lack of the stench of blood, indicating Gaara had summoned it himself. The collective mass of sand surged like a titanic wave towards Yoru no Tsuki, enveloping the arena in its grasp, an unavoidable assault. Spectators marveled at Gaara's power and Yoru no Tsuki's agility, convinced that escape was impossible. Surely, he could not leap to evade such a torrent? Yet, Yoru no Tsuki defied expectations, leaping into the air. Futile. The quicksand torrent cannot be evaded by a mere jump, Gaara observed cruelly, envisioning Yoru no Tsuki's plight as he succumbed to the engulfing sands. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yoru no Tsuki did not plummet. Instead, he remained suspended in midair, as though standing on solid ground, advancing a few steps forward. Chapter 66. The selfish Yoru no Tsuki walked slowly towards Gaara in the air, the quicksand torrent failing to reach him. Everyone, including Gaara, was momentarily stunned. Originally, Noki had intended to confront Minato for an explanation upon witnessing Yagami's ability to fly. However, upon observing Yagami's ability to walk in the air, he hesitated. This was distinctly different from his own lightweight rock technique. Minato was equally astonished, as flight was an exceedingly rare ability in the ninja world. The only technique he was aware of that allowed for such a feat was the lightweight rock technique from Awagakure, but Yagami's flight was evidently unlike that, as if he had constructed a transparent platform in midair. Confused, Gaara pondered, "Wasn't it you who had been attacking me all along? Why then? Are you the one who appears angry? Regardless, let me demonstrate my prowess." Yagami donned an expression of perplexity and extended a single hand toward Gaara. Thunder's chariot. Thread of the spindle, this object possesses light, dividing into 6. Binding technique, 6th, 6 rods prison of light. 6 yellow beams of light suddenly manifested, piercing into the ground and binding Gaara's body, rendering him immobile. The audience gasped collectively, their focus sharpening on Yagami, eager to discern the nature of his extraordinary abilities. Bound by the 6 rods prison of light, Gaara found himself unable to move. The prior quicksand gale had depleted much of his chakra, leaving him incapable of employing the same technique as Maki to break free from the restraints. Unfazed, Yagami pressed on. Destructive Path, 73, Twin Lotus Blue Fire Crash. To avoid delivering a fatal blow to Gaara, Yagami discarded the incantation. The sand beneath Gaara seemed to sense his imminent peril, surging toward him before Yagami could utter a word, ultimately enveloping him in a thick sphere. A torrent of explosive flames struck the sandy sphere, blasting a hole through it and revealing Gaara's form, his sand armor disintegrating, and gaping wounds appearing on his arms from the fiery assault. Blood! My blood! Gaara's eyes widened in bewilderment, a fleeting moment of terror flashing across his face. It was the first time he had witnessed his own blood. In the past, no matter what occurred, he had always been shielded by the sand within his gourd. "Aya!" Gaara screamed as some of the sand clung to his body, transforming one of his eyes into a yellow cross shape. The sand that adhered to his body coalesced on his right arm, merging with his gourd, ultimately morphing into a robust, monstrous arm. Other ninjas from different villages began to contemplate the implications of Gaara's transformation. Raza, witnessing the situation unfold, cursed under his breath. He had brought Gaara to participate in the Nin exams to showcase the strength of Sunigakure. He had previously believed Gaara's ordinary state was sufficient, completely unprepared for the numerous prodigies present in this exam. Now he realized he had shot himself in the foot. The strength of Sunigakure had not been displayed. Yet the Jinchuriki had been exposed. Indeed, a useless waste. Raza muttered bitterly. Temari and Kankuro attempted to leap from the viewing platform, but were halted by the staff. In the original story, the staff had all been hypnotized by Kabuto's rebirth technique. However, that was not the case now. Gaara concedes. Halt the match immediately. Maki, the J-Nin leading Gaara, shouted. As Shirinui Genma prepared to intervene, Yagami appeared entirely oblivious, ignoring the outcry. Gaara's chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and he anticipated that this next strike would compel her emergence. Destructive Path, 88, Flying Dragon Striking Heavens Thunder Cannon. A colossal silvery lightning beam emanated from Yagami's palm, engulfing Gaara's entire being. Just as Gaara, having entered the partial transformation state, was about to retaliate, the blinding white light surged toward him before he could even utter a sound. At that moment, all the sand seemed to come alive, converging together. While Shikaku within Gaara was suppressed, reverting to his original form. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the arena, the dazzling white light dissipating to reveal a colossal figure composed of sand. Upon discerning the sandy construct, Raza's eyes widened in disbelief, though it was made of sand. He recognized it instantly. Your sand harbors a chakra that does not belong to you. It seems your mother truly loved you, though I am unaware of her fate. The fact that she left so much of her chakra within your sand to protect you speaks volumes. Yagami spoke slowly, astonished by the two large hands enveloping Gaara. Just as Yagami's attack was about to strike Gaara, a half-formed female figure made entirely of sand appeared, shielding him within its embrace. This protective form, capable of withstanding an attack from a shadow-level ninja like Raza, also thwarted Yagami's chantless destructive path. Gaara lifted his gaze and beheld the sandy visage, a face he had seen in photographs from his childhood, strikingly reminiscent of his uncle, Yashimaru. Love, in its essence, is the desire to sacrifice for those most cherished, to protect them with a compassionate heart. I believe your sister loves you dearly. The sand instinctively protects you due to her affection. I sense that the sand embodies her will. Even in death, she wishes to continue safeguarding you. The words he had long considered a source of strength echoed in his ears, causing a tear to escape Gaara's eye, as he felt profoundly moved. Yet, another memory suddenly invaded his thoughts. In truth, his sister had never wished to bear him. She had sacrificed herself for the village, cursing it as she perished. Perhaps from that moment, an indelible pain had settled into his heart. Your name is Gaara, meaning the Shura who loves only oneself, destined to fight solely for oneself, ensuring your continued existence. This name embodies that desire, yet your sister did not bestow it upon you out of love. She named you so that you might endure, allowing her hatred of this village to persist in this world, ensuring that all would know she never loved you. The final moments of his uncle Yashimaru flashed before him, along with the words he had spoken, driving Gaara into a frenzy. You all have deceived me. I am Gaara, the Shura who loves only myself, fighting solely for my own sake. All despise me, and I reciprocate that hatred towards the world. Slaughter is the only means to find meaning in my existence. Everything else is mere illusion. Chapter 67, Kabuto. Indeed, I still cannot master the art of verbal persuasion. My skills are too meager. Even at this juncture, I have failed to sway Gaara. Yagami scratched his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. Once more, Gaara commanded the sand to assault Yagami. Shiranui Gunma, feeling exasperated, turned to Maki of Sunigakure and inquired, will you concede or not? Maki merely huffed in silence, and the match continued. As per the rules, external interference was prohibited, and Maki's actions were already questionable. Gunma's desire to intervene stemmed from concern for Gaara's potential peril, fearing that his demise could jeopardize the peace between Konoha and Sunigakure. The sand transformed into a colossal hand, striking Yagami, blocking his attack before the sand, now resembling Karura, reverted to its original form and vanished from sight. Oh, what a hassle, Yagami thought, reaching a point of exasperation as he evaded the enormous hand formed from sand with a quick step. Binding Technique, 63, Locking Chains. Under the darkened sky, Ye Wuyue extended his hand toward Gaara, and a robust chain manifested, ensnaring his body. Gaara struggled relentlessly, attempting to free himself from the chain's grasp. But his efforts were futile. His only chance lay in releasing Shikaku. Yet, Ye Wuyue offered him no further opportunity. He had already unveiled his strength to a significant extent, and it was time for this contest to conclude. It was somewhat regrettable that he could not sway Gaara. However, their bond was not particularly strong, and Gaara had done all he could. The rest was beyond his control. One could say that Raze truly knew how to torment his son, transforming a perfectly fine individual into this wretched state. Should he perish, it might even be a blessing for Gaara. Ye Wuyue swiftly appeared behind Gaara, raising his Zanpakuto and striking the back of his head with the hilt. At that moment, an unexpected figure intervened, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, suddenly materializing on the battlefield and pulling Gaara away from Ye Wuyue. Simultaneously, another figure arrived even more swiftly. Minato reached Ye Wuyue first, positioning himself protectively behind him. However, upon seeing Raza's lack of aggression, he too refrained from action. The spectators from the other three ninja villages watched the unfolding events with keen interest, reveling in the spectacle of inter-village conflict. What does the Kazekage imply? Minato inquired of Raza with a calm demeanor. Let go. I will kill him. Gaara's fury intensified as he felt Raza's grip, his eyes flickering between normalcy and a yellow cross, as if on the verge of transforming into a monster. This match has been lost by Gaara, but should he be knocked unconscious, the entity within him will be unleashed. I presume that is not what you wish to witness. Raza explained nonchalantly, as Gaara's identity had already been exposed to all, and he no longer cared to conceal the truth. Minato paused momentarily, but quickly grasped the implications of Raza's words. He had observed Gaara's transformations during the match and could deduce his true identity. Simultaneously, he understood the reason behind Gaara's peculiar eyes and his mental instability. Having previously stood beside the Jinchuriki Kushina and now being a Jinchuriki himself, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Gaara. I hope the Kazekage will adhere to the rules of the Nin exams, Minato remarked, choosing to say no more. Raza did not respond, relinquishing Gaara to Maki before returning to his seat as the Kazekage in the audience. Seeing this, Minato also returned to his own seat. Ye Wuyue then recalled that as soon as Gaara lost consciousness or fell asleep, Shikaku would emerge. He had contemplated this before the battle, but had instinctively overlooked it in the moment. The Hokage truly has a good temperament, Minato remarked after returning to his seat, to which Noki responded with a hint of sarcasm. This situation arose for a reason. I believe everyone prefers not to have the Nin exams interrupted, Minato replied, dismissing the comment and returning his focus to the match. The winner of the first official match of the Nin exams, Uchiha Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba, announced loudly, prompting a chorus of cheers from the villagers of Konoha, most of whom had come merely for the thrill of the spectacle, eager to see their village's ninja triumph over those from other villages. After his victory, Ye Wuyue returned to the audience from the passageway. Showcasing a power that undoubtedly rivaled that of Nin, he was confident that Minato would not deny him promotion. Sasuke-kun, you are incredible. On his way back to his seat, Karen exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his. After half a month of interaction, she had grown increasingly comfortable with him, seizing every opportunity for physical contact. While Ye Wuyue occasionally found this pleasant, at times it became bothersome, as Karen would disrupt his training and hinder his sword-drawing speed. It was merely a display of normal abilities, nothing extraordinary, Ye Wuyue replied nonchalantly, having not even drawn his blade. Although Ye Wuyue's match had concluded, he remained the center of attention, eliciting reactions of shock, jealousy, and even murderous intent from those around him. May I sit here? As he settled down, a bespectacled man with a ponytail approached and inquired. Ye Wuyue glanced up, contemplating the reason for this interruption. Feel free to sit, Ye Wuyue replied. After receiving his affirmation, the man adjusted his round-framed glasses and took a seat beside him. Hello, Sasuke-kun. My name is Kabuto, a genin participating in this Nin exam as well. After sitting down, Kabuto began conversing with Ye Wuyue, his expression subtly revealing admiration. Ye Wuyue was already familiar with him. He had hardly noticed any significant activity from Kabuto during the exam, initially believing he might not show up at all, yet here he was, seeking him out. However, compared to Sasuke-kun, my strength is considerably inferior. I barely scraped through the forest of death and lack the ability to participate in the preliminary rounds, opting to forfeit instead. This marks my 8th attempt at the Nin exam, and I have yet to succeed even once. Kabuto spoke, a hint of defeat and frustration evident on his face, leading Ye Wuyue to think that even an Oscar would be undeserved for him. Kabuto's words left Ye Wuyue uncertain of his intentions. It was clear that both Orochimaru and Kabuto were unaware of Ye Wuyue's insights into their plans. Thus, Kabuto's approach likely stemmed from a task assigned by Orochimaru. Well, keep striving, Ye Wuyue responded. Hearing this, Kabuto smiled faintly at Ye Wuyue. Thank you for your encouragement, Sasuke-kun. You're welcome, Kabuto continued. I wish to take Sasuke-kun as my teacher. Of course, I do not wish to learn your unique abilities. I merely seek to acquire some basic ninja skills that would allow me to pass the Nin exam. In return, I promise to repay you. I will give you half of my future mission rewards as a token of my gratitude for taking me on as a disciple. Kabuto concluded his statement with a smile, leaving Ye Wuyue bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Haven't you learned any ninja abilities before? Ye Wuyue inquired, fully aware of the answer, yet still asking. Sigh. Kabuto sighed upon hearing the question, his expression slightly melancholic and self-deprecating. I am an orphan who grew up in the Konoha orphanage. After much effort, I finally entered the ninja academy, only to discover that my classmates either came from powerful clans, had parents who were ninjas, or possessed extraordinary talent. I had nothing. I worked diligently in the Ninja Academy, but still found it difficult to keep pace with them. Even though my theoretical grades were quite good, combat ability is far more crucial for a ninja. Merely relying on theoretical knowledge does not grant strength. Once I joined a ninja team, I became a burden to my comrades. In the CH-NIN exams, I nearly lost my life on several occasions. Even basic ninjutsu feels like a luxury to me, let alone anything more advanced. Kabuto's words were heartfelt, a blend of truth and fabrication. Had Ye Wuyue not been familiar with Naruto, he would have likely believed Kabuto's tale. How unfortunate, Ye Wuyue said, patting Kabuto's shoulder with a sympathetic expression. Since you wish to perform, I shall indulge you in this act. Sigh. Compared to my peers in the orphanage, I am in a relatively better situation. After becoming a ninja, I send money to the orphanage each month, hoping to improve their lives. However, my weak abilities yield paltry rewards, and it amounts to little more than a drop in the bucket. Kabuto sighed again, his expression inscrutable. Very well, do come find me whenever you have the time. I assure you, you will pass the upcoming Chunin exam, spoke Ye Wuyue. The current situation had become quite clear. Orochimaru intended to place Yakushi Kabuto by his side, a tactic he frequently employed, as evidenced by the prior encounter with Sasori. His objective was merely to have Kabuto gather intelligence on him, and ideally acquire research data on the forbidden techniques or the abilities of the occult. Ye Wuyue decided to play along. A spy already exposed yet unaware may prove useful in the future. Really? Kabuto exclaimed, appearing genuinely surprised. Teacher. Kabuto suddenly stood and bowed deeply to Ye Wuyue. Upon hearing this form of address, Ye Wuyue felt a chill run down his spine. Do not call me that, Ye Wuyue hurriedly protested. In the world of Naruto, those referred to as teacher seemed to meet untimely fates. He did not wish for his life to be cut short prematurely. Then how should I address you? Kabuto inquired with a smile. You are slightly older than I am. Let us continue using the previous form of address. But please refrain from calling me teacher, Ye Wuyue pondered before responding. Understood, Kabuto nodded. After settling matters with Kabuto, Ye Wuyue turned his attention to the arena, where he found it was now the turn of two members of the Hyuga clan to compete. Hinata had become considerably stronger due to some changes and had barely passed the preliminary round, while Neji, with his strength, had naturally advanced as well. Given that Hinata had survived, Neji's capabilities had also improved somewhat. The third match of the Chunin exam, Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata, called out Narashikaku. Both Neji and Hinata stepped into the dueling arena simultaneously. Neji appeared somewhat displeased, seemingly reluctant to fight Hinata. However, as the match was about to commence, his furrowed brow relaxed, as if he had devised a clever plan. Begin, Narashikaku announced. Unlike the previous two matches, neither Neji nor Hinata initiated an attack. Instead, they began conversing. Brother Neji, perhaps I should forfeit. My strength is surely no match for yours, Hinata whispered softly to Neji. He shook his head in response. What kind of brother would allow his sister to concede? Hinata-sama, do you recall our last training session that was left unfinished? Let us take this opportunity to continue, he urged. Very well, Hinata nodded in agreement. The audience, witnessing this exchange, became restless. Are you two going to fight or not? If not, please step aside. This is the Chunin exam. It cannot be treated so lightly. Even Narashikaku could no longer bear it, calling out to the pair in the center of the arena. Is anyone willing to concede? Neji ignored the crowd, and, after their conversation, both retreated a few steps and assumed the gentle fist stance. Observing the two finally cease their chatter, the audience settled down, and Ye Wuyue understood Neji's intentions. They truly know how to play. Byakugan. Neji and Hinata activated their Byakugan simultaneously and engaged in close combat. Just when the spectators anticipated an intense battle, the atmosphere shifted slightly. Yes, Hinata-sama, just like that. You must strike swiftly, denying the enemy any chance to breathe, sealing their chakra points in an instant. Neji instructed while parrying Hinata's attacks. You need to be even faster. Hinata-sama, the speed of the 64 palms must exceed that of the 32 by double to unleash all 64 strikes in a heartbeat. If you land all your blows, you will effectively sever all pathways for the enemy's chakra. Neji continued to guide her, while Hinata, following his instructions, executed her strikes with increasing speed. Beads of sweat forming on her brow, revealing her struggle. The spectators were left in stunned silence, as if turned to stone. And Ye Wuyue found himself at a loss for words. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata shouted, summoning all her strength for a final attack. yet ultimately managing only 32 strikes. Niji intercepted Hinata's flurry, and she nearly collapsed from exhaustion, but he caught her just in time. "No, brother Niji, I have given it my all. Yet I still cannot succeed," Hinata despaired. "Do not speak like that, Hinata-sama. You are of the main family. This minor obstacle cannot possibly deter you. Allow me to demonstrate once more, then you shall try again." "I believe you can do it," Niji said earnestly, his demeanor having shifted after prior discussions with Ye Wuyue, now focused on empowering Hinata while ensuring her safety. After stating this, Niji stepped back slightly from Hinata and assumed the stance for the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. "I am about to begin, Hinata-sama." Chapter 69, Chunin Exam concludes. Application for Jonin. Niji reminded Hinata, then commenced his demonstration against the air. In no time, he completed a full set of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. "Hinata-sama, give it another try," he encouraged, turning to her after demonstrating. Hinata nodded and took her stance once more. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The sounds of their combat echoed as Hinata's strikes quickened. Having observed Niji's demonstration, she gained new insights. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Finally, Hinata shouted, unleashing all 64 strikes in an instant, which Niji matched with his own. "Excellent, Hinata-sama. You have succeeded," Niji beamed at her, then raised his hand to declare, "I concede." The audience was left bewildered, having witnessed what seemed to be an overtly staged match, devoid of any subtlety. Yet, they could not voice their discontent, as both parties had willingly engaged in this charade without any ulterior motives. "Hinata-sama," she began, but Niji interrupted her. "With your current strength, you are already qualified to advance to Chunin. The outcome of this match holds little significance. I am certain I too shall attain the rank of Chunin in the next exam, so there is no need for further discussion," he assured her with a smile, gesturing for her to remain silent. In the audience, Minato felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while the other village leaders wore expressions that seemed to say, "Are you joking with me?" Minato glanced at Hayashi Hyuga, who avoided his gaze, instead gazing at the scenery beyond the arena, secretly elated. While Hinata and Niji could not be compared to the likes of the Uchiha clan's prodigies, they had nonetheless emerged as rare talents within the Hyuga clan. It was uncommon for individuals to pass the Chunin exam on their first attempt, and Hinata's demonstrated prowess had clearly met the requirements for advancement. "The victor of the third match of the Chunin exam is Hyuga Hinata," Nara Shikaku announced, somewhat reluctantly, as the audience remained frozen in disbelief. Ye Wuyue was equally impressed by Niji's ability to transform a formal match into such a spectacle. The Chunin exam had lasted the entire day, and initially, Ye Wuyue had been keen to watch, but as time passed, he lost interest and instead began to meditate and cultivate his spiritual pressure. After the formal matches concluded, participants from other villages began to depart, as the decision regarding who would advance to Chunin was determined internally by each village based on the performance of their respective genin during the formal matches. The following day, Minato summoned all the genin who had made it to the final stages of the formal matches. "I believe you all know the reason for this gathering. The results of the Chunin exam have been finalized," Minato smiled as he addressed Ye Wuyue and the others. "Following evaluations conducted by myself and all the supervising jonin, the individuals who will be promoted to Chunin are Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino." Minato directly presented the list to them. Ye Wuyue found no fault with the result. There were only a few individuals from Konoha who qualified for the final official matches, all of whom possessed genuine capabilities. The list provided by Minato essentially encompassed all the lower ninjas who would participate in the final competition. In the original text, it seemed rather unreasonable that only Shikamaru was promoted to CH Nin at the end of the CH Nin exams. If achieving such a rank were truly so arduous, Konoha could hardly boast a multitude of CH Nin and J Nin. Of course, this may have been due to the unique circumstances faced by Konoha at that time. Ultimately, Minato handed out the CH Nin vests to everyone, and upon seeing its appearance, Ye Wuyue silently vowed never to wear such an unattractive garment in the future. "Lord Hokage, may I inquire about the path to becoming a J-Nin?" After receiving the green vest and CH Nin certificate, Ye Wuyue posed the question to Minato. Hearing his inquiry, the others in the room cast curious glances toward Minato. To ascend to the rank of J-Nin, one typically needs to meet several criteria. First, one must have successfully completed at least one S-rank mission. Second, passing the written examination for J-Nin. Third, possessing a minimum of 3 years of mission experience, and fourth, enduring for the duration of 2 incense sticks in the presence of any J-nin from the village. However, if one believes their strength suffices, they may opt to challenge 3 J-nin from the village at random. If they gain unanimous recognition of their strength from all 3, they may also be promoted to J-nin, Minato explained. Upon hearing Minato's words, Ye Wuyue promptly made his choice. There was no way he would pass the written exam. That sounds rather tedious, Shikamaru remarked, scratching his head. Are you already considering promotion after just becoming a CH-nin? That may be a bit premature for you. Keep striving. One day, you shall become the pillars of our village, Minato encouraged them with a smile. As everyone gradually exited the Hokage's office, Ye Wuyue remained behind. Lord Hokage, I wish to apply for promotion to J-nin, and I would prefer the second method, he stated once the others had left. Minato initially appeared taken aback. But recalling Ye Wuyue's performance during the CH-nin exams, he soon became at ease. Are you certain? While the second method does not require defeating a J-nin, if your strength is insufficient, you will undoubtedly fail to earn their recognition, and they will not show mercy. Minato inquired again. Absolutely, Ye Wuyue nodded. Very well. I will notify you once the J-nin who will test you has been determined, Minato replied, conceding to Ye Wuyue's resolve. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Ye Wuyue expressed gratefully before bidding farewell and exiting the office. In the depths of Root's chamber, a patterned snake slithered to Danzo's side, subsequently regurgitating a scroll. Danzo took the scroll, opened it, and said to the Root members beside him, I must step out for a while. Ensure no one discovers my whereabouts. Understood. The Root ninja respectfully replied. Sir, do you require our accompaniment? Yamanka F. and Aburam Shino inquired. Not necessary. If you accompany me, my presence is likely to be exposed. Report to me immediately should anything occur within the village, Danzo stated coolly. He then departed the chamber alone. Simultaneously, Ye Wuyue received a scroll regurgitated from a snake's mouth. I need to confirm the completion of the conditions. It seems Orochimaru is indeed eager about the reanimation technique, acting so swiftly. I initially thought he would first have Kabuto tested, he mused. But this works in my favor. With Danzo gone, there are no lingering concerns. I must find a way to slip out of the village. After reviewing the contents of the scroll, Ye Wuyue incinerated it with fire. Chapter 70. 1 against 3. Upon returning home that day, Ye Wuyue informed Fugaku and the others of his application to become a J-nin. Fugaku nodded lightly upon hearing this. Yes, that is wise. Your brother also ascended to J-nin in a similar manner. If one were to take their time, who knows how long it would take? Your strength is adequate. Becoming a J-nin sooner will bring honor to our Uchiha clan. Ye Wuyue nodded and retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. Once settled, he reflected on his current situation. According to the scroll sent by Orochimaru, he had successfully lured Danzo out of the village, and they were to meet near the village of grass. There, Orochimaru would fulfill their agreement and eliminate Danzo, and Ye Wuyue was to witness the event. He might soon face a J-nin assessment, though the timing remained uncertain. The issue of exiting the village was now less of a concern. He had already been promoted to CH-nin and could accept a mission to accomplish independently. The question now was whether he should go and when. Currently, Orochimaru lacked the capability to summon the first and second Hokage through Edo Tensei. And with 2 of the heads of the 8-headed serpent having been severed, Ye Wuyue felt confident that even if Orochimaru were deceitful and intended to forcibly seize the reanimation technique's research data, he could handle it. There would likely be no issue in attending the meeting. Fearing that he might miss witnessing Danzo's demise, he worried that Orochimaru and Danzo might conspire against him. With this decision made, Ye Wuyue resolved to wait another day. If he received notification about the J-nin assessment tomorrow, he would complete it before leaving the village. If Minato did not contact him, he would have to set aside the matter of becoming a J-nin for the time being. Once everything was sorted out, Ye Wuyue immersed himself in the space of his Zanpakuto. This time, he did not linger in the other 2 areas, but headed directly to the domain of the 1,000 cherry blossoms. The following morning, bright and early, Kakashi arrived to inform Ye Wuyue that his J-nin assessment was ready. Ye Wuyue had not anticipated such swiftness. He surmised that Minato likely wished to gauge the extent of his abilities, particularly given that he had not exhibited his full strength during the CH-nin exams. Kakashi led him to a training ground where Minato, Asuma, Kurenai, and Hinata Hisashi awaited, suggesting that the latter 3, apart from Minato, would be the ones to assess him. Initially, Ye Wuyue had thought Kakashi would be one of the assessors, but it turned out he was merely the messenger. Ah, Sasuke has arrived. These three will be assessing your skills. Minato smiled at Ye Wuyue, who looked on with anticipation. Is he the lower ninja who shone brightly in yesterday's Nin exams? Asuma inquired, smoke curling from his cigarette toward Minato. Indeed, Sasuke's abilities are exceptionally formidable, Minato replied. It is a pity I could not witness the battle yesterday. When the preliminaries concluded, I thought he would only possess those two unique techniques. Yet he demonstrated an entire system of abilities, Kurenai lamented. Lord Hisashi often speaks highly of you, claiming you are a once-in-a-century talent. Hinata Hisashi remarked to Ye Wuyue. Your praise is unwarranted, Lord Hisashi. I am merely an ordinary ninja of Konoha, Ye Wuyue humbly responded. Very well, let the assessment commence. Sasuke, which of the three will you assess today? Minato inquired, noting the time. What do you mean? Is there a specific order? Ye Wuyue asked, perplexed. Did I not mention? Your assessment involves battling 3 random Nin to earn their recognition of your strength. Today, you will familiarize yourself with the 3 Nin, and one of them will assess you, while the remaining 2 assessments will take place tomorrow and the day after, Minato clarified. Upon realizing that this would consume so much time, Ye Wuyue was taken aback. So, even if I choose this path to promotion, it will require at least 3 days? He exclaimed in surprise. Minato and the others were rendered speechless. Young man, do you realize what you are saying? In just 3 days, you still find the time lengthy? Initially, I believed that Ye Wuyue was somewhat modest, but his actions have completely overturned my impression, leading me to regard him as quite arrogant. What he uttered next only intensified their agitation. I think there's no need for such formality. Let's have all the seniors join forces. Time is of the essence for everyone. If I succeed, it will count as passing the assessment. If I fail, I shall humbly remain as a Nin. What do you say? Ye Wuyue spoke earnestly to the assembly before him. Youth, such fervor is not a virtue, Asuma interjected, a frown appearing on his forehead. The smiles on Hong and Richa's faces faded, as Ye Wuyue's words undeniably carried a hint of disrespect. Yet he was in a hurry. 3 days was simply too short a time frame to wait. I apologize, esteemed seniors. My previous words were too brash, he said, bowing his head slightly. Before the 3 Nin could respond, Ye Wuyue continued. However, my intentions are genuine. I sincerely hope you will grant me this opportunity without holding back or harboring any reservations. His gaze, resolute, met that of Asuma and the others, prompting them to turn to Minato for guidance. Let it proceed as he suggests. Should anything arise, I shall intervene without delay, Minato stated. With his assurance, the 3 Nin ceased their hesitations. With Minato present, safety was largely ensured. Frankly, Ye Wuyue was eager to witness Minato's current prowess. Having become a complete Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, he should undoubtedly be at least at the level of a Kage. Minato stepped back, allowing space for Ye Wuyue and the 3 Nin. Ye Wuyue unsheathed his Zanpakuto, and Minato's eyes brightened. During the Nin exams, Ye Wuyue had not showcased his swordsmanship, piquing Minato's curiosity. In truth, this battle appeared to be 1 against 3, but it was essentially 1 against 2, as Hong would be unable to contribute effectively. I am ready, Lord Hokage, Ye Wuyue signaled to Minato, who nodded in acknowledgement. The assessment begins, Minato declared. At the moment his words fell, Hong commenced forming seals, while Asuma and Richa remained motionless. Despite Ye Wuyue's insistence on not holding back, they could not fully comply. It seemed most fitting to teach a brash junior a lesson through Genjutsu. Chapter 71. Fierce battle. Seeing only Hong forming seals, Ye Wuyue discerned that the 3 Nin were underestimating him, which left him somewhat vexed. Why choose a Genjutsu user? Couldn't you select someone else? After all, Hong did have a penchant for using illusions against the Uchiha clan, having cast a Genjutsu on Tachi in the original story. Now, she was attempting to ensnare him in a similar manner. Hong quickly completed her seals, only to find that Ye Wuyue showed no signs of being affected. He even winked at her. Esteemed seniors, did I not mention that you should refrain from holding back? Since you regard me with such disdain, I must take offense. Moreover, I should reiterate, I am immune to Jinjutsu, so there is no need for you to exhaust your efforts. Teacher Hong, he declared earnestly, extending his left palm. Had no. 63. Rake H. A burst of yellow lightning erupted from Ye Wuyue's palm, surging towards the 3 Nin. Hong, still recovering from Ye Wuyue's statement, quickly leaped aside to evade the attack, with Asuma and Richa doing likewise. Immune to Jinjutsu. How can such an outrageous ability exist? Hong pondered, her disbelief evident. If true, it rendered her skills virtually useless, as Jinjutsu was her forte. Minato, overhearing, also expressed surprise. While the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could perceive illusions, there were limits. Even with a 3-tomo Sharingan, Hong's Jinjutsu would be difficult to penetrate, and Ye Wuyue had not even activated his Sharingan. The previous attack had exhibited the power of at least a high-level ninjutsu, and it had been unleashed instantaneously. What kind of peculiar ability was this? Asuma felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Only upon confrontation did he realize the complexity of this ability. It surpassed conventional ninjutsu in every aspect. Let us not forget that this ability is systemic, implying that there are various forms of attacks akin to the one just demonstrated. We must take this seriously, Richa remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he adopted the stance of gentle fist. Hearing this, Asuma nodded in agreement, brandishing 2 specially crafted blades. Their sharp edges enhanced by wind chakra, augmenting both their range and lethality. Hong, on the other hand, drew a kunai, her expression troubled. She remained unconvinced and resolved to test Ye Wuyue's claim further. As all 3 J-nin focused intently, Ye Wuyue felt a surge of satisfaction. This is more like it. Allow me to showcase my other abilities, he said slowly, positioning his Zanpakuto before him. Scatter, Senbonzakura. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the blade in Ye Wuyue's hand shattered into a myriad of delicate blades, resembling cherry blossoms under the sun, yet glinting with a chilling brilliance. What is this ability? The 3 J-nin struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them. Minato observed Ye Wuyue, deep in thought. It resembled a unique ninja tool. Yet such a tool should not remain obscure within the ninja world. Minato found it difficult to discern the nature of Ye Wuyue's recent display, prompting him to continue observing. Be cautious, seniors, Ye Wuyue cautioned, as the myriad blades formed from Senbonzakura surged toward the 3 J-nin. 8 trigrams air palm. Richa activated his Byakugan, unleashing a pair of air palms that deflected a substantial number of the incoming blades. Asuma wielded his wind chakra-infused short sword, slashing through the onslaught upon contact. Meanwhile, Hong struggled to keep her kunai steady against the relentless barrage. Witnessing this, Asuma let out a fierce shout, causing the wind chakra on his sword to elongate, alleviating some of the threat facing Hong. Their unspoken understanding was evident, and while Hong didn't express gratitude, Asuma charged towards Ye Wuyue, aiming a slash at him. Ye Wuyue sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike, though the sharp wind chakra sliced a lock of his hair. Just as Asuma prepared to launch a follow-up attack, Ye Wuyue pointed his left index finger at him. Had number 61, Rikuj Kr. 6 beams of light ensnared Asuma, immobilizing him momentarily, prompting him to relinquish one of his chakra blades. Wind release, repeated gale. The weapon, still under Asuma's control, severed the restraints binding him, allowing him to retrieve his chakra blade once more. At the same time, Richa approached Ye Wuyue's side. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Richa thrust a palm towards Ye Wuyue, who reacted swiftly, blocking the incoming strike. Richa's attacks grew increasingly rapid and powerful, yet Ye Wuyue consistently managed to deflect them before they made contact, their hands moving in a blur, while Ye Wuyue remained unfazed. Although he held the blade's hilt in one hand, it did not diminish the potency of his counterattacks. Suddenly, a sharp sensation emerged from behind. Asuma's assault was upon him. Yet, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, the blades formed from Senbonzakura coalesced, creating a pink shield at Ye Wuyue's back. Asuma's attack struck the shield, producing a sharp clashing sound, ultimately failing to land on Ye Wuyue. Nevertheless, the shield formed by Senbonzakura creaked ominously, threatening to give way. Fortunately, Richa's onslaught was drawing to a close. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 64 strikes simultaneously targeted Ye Wuyue. However, his hands seemed to multiply into 64, effortlessly deflecting all of Richa's assaults. His prowess in physical techniques was remarkable, achieving a standard akin to that of a special J-nin solely through martial skills. Beside him, Minato nodded discreetly, analyzing Ye Wuyue's strength. After fending off Richa's relentless attacks, Ye Wuyue delivered a kick that sent Richa sprawling several meters back, while the shield conjured by Sakura Haruno could no longer withstand the force and shattered into shards. Asuma's sharp chakra blade loomed dangerously close, but Sakura swiftly reformed her weapon, intercepting Asuma's strike. The clash of their blades startled Asuma. Despite his chakra blade being imbued with wind element chakra, renowned for its ability to cleave through steel, Ye Wuyue's sword remained unscathed. Illusion technique, tree binding death. Red, still skeptical, attempted to ensnare Ye Wuyue with another illusion, yet nothing transpired. It was then that she finally accepted Ye Wuyue's assertions, brandishing her kunai to join the fray. Asuma, sensing the tide turning against him, swung another chakra blade at Ye Wuyue and hastily retreated from the encirclement. 88th Baikud, Flying Dragon Strike, Thunder Cannon. A colossal beam of light surged towards Asuma and his companions, its blinding brilliance nearly rendering them unable to see. Chapter 72, Ascension once more. Though he had witnessed it previously, the overwhelming power astounded Minato. This technique is indeed a formidable forbidden art, he mused as he observed Ye Wuyue. Suddenly, a nearly 10-meter-high golden multi-armed Buddha appeared before them. The flying dragon strike struck the statue, almost obliterating it, yet failing to completely breach its form. Upon impact, the golden statue transformed into a crimson wrathful Vajra, its myriad giant hands launching furious punches at Ye Wuyue. Heaven's chosen, iron-wrought fortress, dragon's flight, lioness roar, tiger's howl, wolf's frenzy, severing the heavens before collapse. Binding art. 81, Severing Void. After a resounding incantation, a massive defensive wall rose before Ye Wuyue. Countless colossal fists rained upon the wall, yet it remained unyielding. Minato, upon hearing the name of this technique, felt a surge of excitement. The name was simply magnificent, surpassing even his own spiral flash super wheel dance, and even outshining the first Hokage's ultimate physical art, the super fire release illusion technique, double strike of the shuriken. It was evident that he needed to refine his skills further. His next technique's name must eclipse this one. Minato nodded to himself, feeling a sense of kinship with Ye Wuyue, mistakenly believing that the incantation was part of the technique's name. Unaware of Minato's thoughts, Ye Wuyue remained focused. 78th Baikud, Blade of the Demon Path. A powerful blade of spiritual energy cleaved through the red wrathful Vajra, which had already been weakened by the earlier strike. The statue, teetering on the brink of collapse, finally succumbed, cleaved in two, inflicting some damage upon Asuma as well. 62 Binding Art, 100-Step Barrier. A multitude of luminous rods materialized, hurtling towards the 3J Nin. Asuma swiftly swung his chakra blade, while Red and Richa hurriedly dodged. Let us eliminate one first. I hope you won't hold a grudge against me for my earlier intervention. 61 Binding Art, 6 Rods Prison of Light. 6 yellow light rods suddenly pierced Richa's body, immobilizing him and rendering him unable to evade. The rods then dragged him backward, ultimately pinning him against the training grounds wall. 4th Baikud, White Lightning. Silver arcs of electricity erupted from Ye Wuyue's fingertips, puncturing a small hole in the wall beside Richa, signaling his defeat. The power of the demon arts then dissipated, releasing Richa. My brother was too conservative in his assessment, Richa mused, shaking his head wryly. It was then he realized that his brother had not overstated Ye Wuyue's prowess. With only 2 opponents remaining, one of whom was merely a distraction, Richa acknowledged Asuma's commendable strength. He had been the primary force in this battle, showcasing a variety of techniques. Had he known Haiden's capabilities beforehand, well, it was likely he would have still fallen to Kakuzu. Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning. Asuma's assault interrupted Ye Wuyue's contemplations, enveloping him in a dense cloud of black smoke. Minato concentrated intently, prepared to intervene should Ye Wuyue falter. 73 Binding Art, Reverse Mountain Crystal. An inverted triangular defensive array enveloped Ye Wuyue. While its defensive capacity may not have matched that of Severing Void, its coverage was comprehensive. Asuma bit down on his lip, igniting a spark that ignited the entire cloud of smoke. Initially hesitant about proceeding with his next attack, his concerns eased upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the inverted triangle. The preceding battle had imparted a clear understanding of the terrifying capabilities of Ye Wuyue's system. With potent offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as control and rapid execution, it was a formidable combination. The explosion subsided, yet the pale blue triangular defense was obliterated, revealing Ye Wuyue's absence. Minato, maintaining his sensory focus, sensed that Ye Wuyue remained undisturbed within the vicinity, though Asuma and Red were oblivious. After utilizing the reverse mountain crystal, Ye Wuyue concealed his form with the 26th binding art, Light of the Curve. Asuma and Red remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for Ye Wuyue's reappearance. Piercing shot. An elongated blade materialized, swiftly reaching Asuma's face before embedding itself in the wall behind him, puncturing through. Asuma-senpai, I believe I have emerged victorious. Ye Wuyue announced with a smile as he materialized before them once more. A trickle of blood seeped from Asuma's wound as he registered the near miss. A cold sweat breaking out across his brow. Had the blade been even slightly misaligned, it surely would have pierced his skull, a possibility evidenced by the wall behind him. With a wry smile, Asuma sheathed his chakra blade, acknowledging his defeat. Despite exhausting all his techniques, he had still lost, even in a 3-on-1 engagement. Red, resigned, stowed her kunai away, realizing she alone could not contend with Ye Wuyue. Her most cherished illusions had proven utterly ineffective against him. You truly are a prodigy. At merely 12 years of age, your strength is unparalleled. Reflecting on my own 12-year-old self, I can hardly compare. Asuma lit a cigarette, unbothered by his minor injury, and chuckled at Ye Wuyue. Your talent far surpasses even Kakashi's. Though he too became a Nin at 12, I doubt his strength could rival yours. Minato, observing the exchange, chimed in, What say you, Kakashi? Shall we pit you against him to ascertain who is the greater genius? Kakashi rolled his eyes. No thanks. I'd rather not embarrass myself again. After all, I was soundly defeated by his brother. He recalled the assessment during Tachi's promotion. A sobering reminder that even among those sharing the same bloodline, disparities existed. My brother's words ring true. The term prodigy scarcely does you justice. You handle us three with such ease. Richo approached, expressing his admiration. No, I have exerted all my effort. The prowess of my seniors is indeed formidable. Ye Wuyue humbly replied. However, no one believes his words anymore. Alas, I hope there will never be a possibility of confronting you. Immunity to illusions is the nightmare of all illusion-type ninjas. Hong sighed, feeling that in this battle, she would only be able to fish for opportunities, unable to truly assist. In truth, Ye Wuyue is not entirely immune to illusions. His soul's strength is merely high enough to resist their effects. If it were a hypnosis technique like the mirror flower water moon, he would succumb in an instant. Nonetheless, he surmised that in the world of Hokage, there were likely no illusions that could affect him. Even infinite Tsukuyomi would be futile. What about my assessment? Ye Wuyue inquired, turning to Minato. Congratulations. You are now a Nin of Konoha, Minato replied with a smile. Chapter 73. Journey to the Grass Ninja Village at the home of the Uchiha clan. Ye Wuyue informed Tachi and the others of his promotion to Nin and his undertaking of a long-term solo mission outside the village. Why take a solo mission? Itachi asked, somewhat perplexed, suspecting his brother no longer cared for him. I wish to hone my skills. I cannot remain under your protection forever. Ye Wuyue replied with a smile. He intended to poke Itachi on the forehead, but alas, Itachi was now a bit taller and standing, making it impossible for him to reach. That is fine. I trust your strength. When do you depart? Fugaku inquired, not overly concerned. I will leave shortly. This mission is rather urgent. Ye Wuyue fibbed. Then prepare quickly. Be cautious out there. Do not underestimate any opponent you encounter, Fugaku reminded him. Ye Wuyue nodded. In truth, he had little to prepare, as he merely intended to inform them of his departure. After bidding farewell, Ye Wuyue set off for the Grass Ninja Village. The task he accepted was an A-ranked mission, requiring him to pursue a rogue ninja from Konoha who had fled to the land of grass. With no regard for their life or death, this rogue ninja's strength was modest, merely a special Nin. The mission had a time limit of 6 months. Such pursuits were notoriously time-consuming, and the rewards were relatively low for missions of this grade. Few ninjas were willing to accept such assignments, but for Ye Wuyue, it was perfectly suited to his needs. He planned to remain outside until the mission deadline approached before returning. Near the Grass Ninja Village, a man partially wrapped in bandages followed a patterned snake to a large tree. He knocked on the trunk a few times, and suddenly, the grass on the left side of the tree shifted, revealing an underground passage. The mysterious bandaged man entered the tunnel. Inside the underground chamber, Orochimaru, amidst numerous experimental instruments, sensed something and turned to exit the laboratory. What do the words in your scroll mean? In a small room within the chamber, Danzo sat across from Orochimaru, inquiring. It means exactly what it states. I will help you eliminate Minato, and in return, You will provide me with a steady supply of research materials. Orochimaru replied with a raspy laugh. Danzo regarded Orochimaru with a skeptical glance, filled with disbelief. Have you lost your mind? How will you dispose of Minato? You couldn't surpass him during the competition for Hokage. Now he is the Hokage and the host of the Nine Tails. Do you truly believe your words are credible? Danzo retorted. Humph, your visit here indicates that you already believe me. I have never deceived you. It is you who has been stabbing me in the back, Orochimaru chuckled. What are your plans? If you can truly accomplish this, I can provide you with as many research materials as you desire. I could even arrange a conflict with other ninja villages to help you acquire more materials. Although Danzo feigned indifference, he was internally intrigued by Orochimaru's proposal. Minato had become an insurmountable obstacle on his path to becoming Hokage, and even with Hiruzen's assistance, they could not control him. Hiruzen is simply too weak, unable to manage even his own Umbu, all of whom flocked to Minato. I do not understand why the teacher favored him, Danzo thought to himself. I have now mastered the forbidden technique of the second Hokage, Orochimaru stated. Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately recognized what he meant. Are you referring to Edo Tensei? Orochimaru nodded. As a disciple of the second Hokage, you should understand how formidable that technique is. With it, raising an army is trivial. As long as you can provide me with enough strong individuals, disposing of Minato will be effortless. At that time, who is most likely to become the fifth Hokage? It would be you, Orochimaru whispered, enticing Danzo. Danzo was tempted, envisioning himself as the fifth Hokage, leading Konoha to become the strongest ninja village and ultimately unifying the ninja world. He had cast aside all other thoughts. I can provide you with some powerful individuals from Konoha, but what specific plan do you intend to implement? Danzo agreed, though still harboring some reservations. He queried Orochimaru. The remaining details are quite simple. We just need to find an opportunity to lure Minato out, perhaps by capturing his son or students, Orochimaru responded in his gravelly voice. After hearing the concrete plan, Danzo dispelled his doubts. Very well, I agree to this collaboration. I hope you will not disappoint me, Danzo asserted to Orochimaru before rising to leave. Do not be hasty. I have another transaction, Orochimaru interjected, blocking Danzo's exit. Danzo, puzzled, sat back down. After settling, Orochimaru produced a sealing scroll and unsealed it, revealing 3 canisters containing 3 pairs of eyes. You previously acquired the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, did you not? I can implant these eyes into your arm, Orochimaru proposed. Upon seeing the 3 pairs of eyes, Danzo was once again captivated. He had learned of an ultimate ocular technique from his companion, and after much effort, he had obtained the technique. However, as he was not of the Uchiha clan, his physical constitution prevented him from unleashing its true power. This forbidden technique, Izanagi, could turn any misfortune into a dream, and it activated with remarkable speed. Unfortunately, due to his physical limitations, even after implanting the Sharingan, he could only utilize it for 60 seconds and had to rely on numbers to exploit its full potential. Now, with the Uchiha clan situation within the village improving, acquiring Sharingan had become increasingly difficult. Orochimaru's offer of 3 pairs of Sharingan was indeed enticing. What are the terms? Danzo inquired coolly. He was well aware that their relationship was one of mutual benefit, driven solely by self-interest. Haha, conversing with an intelligent person is convenient. One of your root members is in Tachi Uchiha's team. I want you to gather all intelligence regarding Tachi and his brother, Sasuke Uchiha, Orochimaru stated. Although he had decided to fulfill the conditions set by Ye Wuyue, he still needed to gather more information beforehand. Agreed. Once the implantation surgery is successful, I will provide you with the information, Danzo acquiesced. Preparations were necessary before the implantation surgery. You should stay here for a few days, Orochimaru said in his gravelly voice. Danzo, stroking the canister containing the Sharingan, remained silent. At the border between the land of grass and the land of rain, a blonde-haired youth and a short old man were making their way toward the land of grass, both clad in identical black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Chapter 74. An unexpected situation, Brother Scorpion. Where are we headed? Isn't the mission already complete? Deidara placed his hands behind his head and inquired of Scorpion beside him about the task at hand. We are to eliminate a traitor within the organization, Scorpion replied slowly, his voice seasoned with age. I see. Well, as long as I can showcase my art, that fleeting brilliance shall be experienced by the people of the land of grass. Deidara exclaimed, raising his hands in excitement. Scorpion cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Eternal beauty is the essence of art." Deidara, slightly displeased by Scorpion's words, retorted, "Brother Scorpion, while I hold great respect for you as a fellow creator of art, your understanding of it seems rather lacking. Art should indeed embody the beauty of a moment." He nodded in agreement with his own assertion. "What did you say?" "I believe it is you who fails to grasp the true essence of art. How can something that fades away be considered art? Moreover, your creations cannot even capture a moment," Scorpion countered, clearly disagreeing with Deidara's perspective. The two continued their spirited debate about art as they advanced towards the hidden grass village. By the following afternoon, they arrived near the village. "Deidara, blow this ground apart. That rat should be hiding nearby," Scorpion instructed. At this, Deidara's excitement surged. "Ha ha ha. Let me show them what true art is." He reached into a small pouch at his waist, bit off a piece of explosive clay, and crafted a small bird from it. Deidara tossed the bird onto the ground, and it instantly enlarged. He leaped onto the back of the great white bird, with Scorpion following suit. The magnificent bird soared into the sky, and Deidara reached into his pouch once more, soon producing a multitude of clay spiders. "Experience art," he proclaimed as he scattered the clay spiders into the air. They expanded mid-flight, and with a single hand seal, he shouted with exhilaration, "Art is an explosion." A tremendous explosion erupted, creating numerous craters and intricate underground passages, alarming the ninjas of the grass village, who appeared, adorned with their village headbands, gazing at the white bird in the sky. Even Orochimaru in the underground lair sensed the commotion. Yet he hesitated on how to respond as a second wave of explosions followed, revealing his form, while Danzo also felt the impact and fled from the lair. "I found you, Orochimaru," muttered Yorunosuke as he heard the deafening blasts. The direction pointed to Orochimaru's location. Could it be that he had already taken action? He quickened his pace, employing a swift movement technique. After a while, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. Orochimaru and Danzo stood together, eyeing two ninjas dressed in black cloaks with red clouds atop the white bird, their expressions wary, surrounded by numerous corpses of grass ninjas. Deidara and Scorpion. How did these two end up here? Yorunosuke pondered, realizing that Orochimaru had yet to engage, and Danzo seemed unaware of the situation. Best to observe for now, he decided, concealing himself behind a large tree. "Orochimaru, you have betrayed the organization. It is time for you to be eliminated," Scorpion declared, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He drew a scroll from his back, unrolling it to reveal a puppet resembling a hedgehog, connecting it with chakra threads. "Umph, are you so ruthless towards a former comrade? If you wish to eliminate me, let us see if you possess the capability." Orochimaru smirked, forming hand seals and biting his finger, slamming it onto the ground as a coffin inscribed with the character for 3 began to rise. Both Deidara and Danzo were taken aback. Danzo felt disgruntled at being unwittingly caught up in Orochimaru's personal vendetta, while Deidara was intrigued by Orochimaru's claim of being former partners with Scorpion. "Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this?" Danzo demanded angrily. "Just some personal grievances, but you are now involved, and they cannot allow anyone who knows their secrets to escape. Let us join forces," Orochimaru replied in a gravelly tone. Danzo's expression soured at the unexpected turn of events, but he begrudgingly agreed to the alliance. He recognized the attire of the organization. He had previously participated in efforts to eradicate them. The style of clothing was unmistakably that of the Akatsuki. How had these two formidable rogue ninjas joined a once peaceful organization of the Rain Village? The survival of that organization was already surprising. To discover such powerful rogue ninjas joining it was even more astonishing. He resolved to investigate further upon returning. Meanwhile, Deidara, perched atop the clay bird, wore a curious expression. "Brother Scorpion, is this guy really your former partner? How did you two become enemies? Are all who leave the organization to be eliminated?" Deidara fired off 3 questions in quick succession. Scorpion replied coolly, "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you." At that moment, the coffin summoned by Orochimaru began to open slowly, revealing a ninja who bore an uncanny resemblance to Scorpion. Upon seeing the figure within the coffin, Scorpion's eyes widened in disbelief. "Humph, let us see whose technique reigns supreme," Orochimaru declared, inserting a kunai inscribed with a talisman into the back of the 3rd Kazekage's head. As the resurrected Kazekage began to gather black sand around him, Danzo regarded Orochimaru with heightened wariness. He had not expected that Orochimaru could summon even the strongest Kazekage of the Sand Village. In the outside world, one must always be prepared, Orochimaru responded. Deidara, you handle that bandaged old man. Leave Orochimaru to me. Do not interfere. With that, Scorpion leaped down from Deidara's clay bird, and the puppet of the third Kazekage began to gather sand. Very well, let him experience my art, Deidara agreed, reaching into his clay pouch once more. Moments later, several small white birds appeared in his hand. He launched the clay birds toward Danzo. Exploding clay birds. Danzo cursed under his breath, hastily dodging. Magnet release, iron sand rain. Sharp spikes of iron sand formed in the air as Scorpion commanded the Kazekage puppet to attack Orochimaru. The third Kazekage summoned by Orochimaru executed a similar attack. The two Kazekage engaged in combat, but due to Orochimaru's inability to fully manifest the original's power with the Edo Tensei technique, he found himself at a disadvantage, prompting him to join the fray. Observing from the shadows, Yoru no Suki felt no urgency to reveal himself, as the scene before him reminded him of a segment from the Ultimate Storm series, where Scorpion and Deidara confronted Orochimaru, albeit at an earlier stage. 2 hours later, Danzo's Sharingan had run dry, and his left arm lay severed. However, Deidara was not faring any better, as his chakra reserves dwindled, and his body bore numerous small wounds from wind-based attacks. Before awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke single-handedly eliminated Deidara. After activating the Manjiki, he subsequently vanquished Danzo. However, due to the discrepancies in chakra attributes and the factors surrounding Sasuke's curse-sealed disappearance, their strengths should be relatively comparable. Danzo had long harbored thoughts of retreat, but he had been continuously hindered by Deidara, leaving him with no opportunity to escape. Now, with Deidara's chakra nearly depleted and his physical strength waning, Danzo wasted no time turning to flee into the nearby forest. Orochimaru cursed under his breath. Though he found himself powerless, Scorpion had already revealed his true form, and managing that was proving to be quite strenuous, leaving him no chance to pursue Danzo. Curse it, I will have to find another opportunity. I wonder if that fellow has already reached the land of grass. As Orochimaru deflected Scorpion's blades with the Kusanagi sword, he pondered. Danzo, having entered the forest and noticing that Deidara and the others had not pursued him, let out a sigh of relief. Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed, and before he could react, a white blade pierced through his chest. Danzo, I have come to collect your life. A figure adorned with a crimson demon mask emerged in Danzo's line of sight. To ensure no mishaps, Yagami wore a mask. Before the godly spear that had surpassed the speed of sound, Danzo had no chance to evade. Upon seeing the ghastly visage of the mask, Danzo recalled the night of the Ninetales incident, the figure who had quelled the beast. The same mask, though this person was considerably shorter and had a different hairstyle. Who are you? Danzo spat blood, glaring hatefully at the figure before him. If it had not been for that masked individual preventing Minato from employing the dead demon-consuming seal and subsequently neutralizing the Ninetales threat, his standing in Konoha would not have diminished to this extent. His power gradually eroded. Though the person before him bore significant differences from the figure of Yer, Danzo sensed an undeniable connection. Ha 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 ha. I am the one and only god of death in this world. Yagami tilted his head and let out a raucous laugh, then withdrew the divine spear. With the loss of support, Danzo collapsed to the ground. Knowing the four-symbol seal, Yagami did not approach. All things in the cosmos shall turn to ashes, flowing blade like fire. Struggling to raise his head, Danzo beheld a scene reminiscent of 12 years prior. It is indeed you. Danzo gritted his teeth and stood, his gaze fixed on Yagami, seething with hatred. It seems you have discovered something, but it is of no consequence, for you shall soon perish. Ha ha ha, die. Yagami laughed heartily, and a pillar of flame shot skyward, engulfing Danzo. The swirling inferno, a blazing tornado, consumed Danzo's form, reducing him to ashes. At that moment, the ashes of Danzo suddenly reappeared behind Yagami. Let us perish together. Danzo, knowing there was no escape, tore open his clothing. A fierce glint in his eyes as black markings began to crawl over his body. So it is indeed the eyes of Uchiha Kagami? Torch. Yagami had long been prepared. A circular explosion of flames repelled everything around him. Simultaneously, the flames surged forth, incinerating everything in their path. Danzo's four-symbol seal ultimately failed to activate, his body once again turning to ashes, this time without the ability to transform his demise into a dream. Once Yagami confirmed that Danzo's spiritual pressure had vanished, he departed. After eliminating Danzo, Yagami left the battlefield and rested atop a mountain within the land of grass. Although he indeed required the living corpses, it was Orochimaru who had a more pressing need. Even if he did not seek Orochimaru, the latter would inevitably come looking for him. With Danzo now deceased, and not at the hands of Orochimaru, the original conditions had not been fulfilled. Yagami could utilize the techniques of the living corpses to bind Orochimaru, making him work for him. Over a month later, Yagami received his 14th sign-in reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Reward, soul pills, 10. With these, he could separate from Sasuke's body and engage in battle in spiritual form, a rather useful item, albeit in limited quantity. He was uncertain whether these soul pills were legitimate. If they contained souls akin to spirits, he would have to deliberate on their usage. Host, Yagami, Sasuke, spiritual power, 50001 chakra, 6013 Zanpakuto, flowing blade like fire, divine spear. 1000 cherry blossoms Kido, proficient hand-to-hand combat, proficient Shuinpa, proficient swordsmanship, good bloodline limit. Sharingan, 3 Tomo, his spiritual pressure had now surpassed 50,000. And although he had not utilized or trained the Sharingan extensively, for some unknown reason, it had inadvertently advanced to the 3 Tomo state. During this month, Yagami had come to appreciate a particular saying. Living in the mountains, no pricks. There was no need to fear the exposure of his abilities, and he could train his Bankai without the worry of interruptions. After tossing the soul pills into the system space, Yagami stood and stretched. Let us continue, 1000 cherry blossoms. Yagami unsheathed his Zanpakuto, turning to face a tall figure wearing a demon mask behind him. 1000 cherry blossoms remained silent, merely controlling millions of tiny blades that swirled around him. Just as Yagami intended to begin his training, a patterned serpent slithered to his feet, then spat out a scroll from its mouth. Chapter 76. Independent of gender. After picking up the scroll and reading its contents, Yagami smiled. As expected, you could not resist. Orochimaru had summoned Yagami for another negotiation regarding their dealings. The designated location was still within the borders of the land of grass, and Yagami found it without much delay. This time, his base was situated in a cave. Sasuke-kun, you have eliminated Danzo, haven't you? Orochimaru promptly inquired upon Yagami's arrival. After that day's confrontation with 2 members of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru sought out Danzo, only to find no trace of him. His operatives within Konoha similarly reported no sign of Danzo. Eventually, Orochimaru recalled a fleeting flash of fire during the battle, which he had initially overlooked. Upon reflection, it resembled the technique Yagami had used on his 4 subordinates during their first meeting. From this, he drew a conclusion. Indeed, it was I? What of it? Yagami nodded nonchalantly in acknowledgement. Well then, since Danzo is dead, should not the research materials you mentioned earlier be presented now? Orochimaru sensed he might be walking into a trap, yet he still posed the question. Upon hearing this, Yagami feigned confusion. Research materials? Our agreement was that you would assist in eliminating Danzo, and in return, I would provide you with them. Since you have not fulfilled your end of the bargain, why should I hand them over? Sasuke-kun makes a valid point. What other conditions do you have? Since you are already here, I trust you did not come merely to exchange these few words. Orochimaru replied with a smile, feigning amiability. If you truly desire them, you need only agree to 2 conditions. Yagami raised 2 fingers at Orochimaru. Sasuke-kun, please go on, Orochimaru acknowledged. Firstly, all your future research must be shared with me. Secondly, if I require assistance with any scientific inquiries, you cannot refuse, Yagami stated, observing Orochimaru's expression for any signs of change. What is the matter? Are my conditions too lenient? Perhaps I should add a few more? I agree to both conditions. Now, Sasuke-kun, may I have the complete research materials? Orochimaru responded without hesitation, readily acquiescing. On the path to seeking truth, having multiple companions is something I yearn for. Initially, I believed that Sasuke had merely stumbled upon those research materials by chance. However, it appears that he possesses a keen interest in this field as well. After agreeing to assist, Orochimaru sighed a few times in reflection. Now, Yumamoon comprehends why Orochimaru agreed so readily. It seems he considers Yumamoon to be a kindred spirit. To be frank, they both share a profound belief in the power of science. Once Orochimaru consented, Yumamoon ceased to challenge him further, and directly handed over the transcription of the techniques for creating the artificial body. Upon receiving the transcription, Orochimaru eagerly perused its contents, muttering to himself as he flipped through the pages. So it is. This concept is truly ingenious. I never anticipated that such materials could be utilized. I sense that there is room for further optimization here. Deeply engrossed in the research, Orochimaru became oblivious to his surroundings. May I inquire about a rogue ninja from Konoha? Yuma Moon intended to ask Orochimaru if he knew about the rogue ninja involved in his mission, as completing this task early would allow him to focus on his training with peace of mind. However, Yuma Moon's voice was entirely overlooked by Orochimaru, who remained fixated on his research. Witnessing this, Yuma Moon felt a tinge of helplessness. It seemed that every scientific enthusiast was consumed by their work. For instance, Urahara Kisuke often left the 12th Division's captain's office in utter disarray due to his experiments. Yuma Moon chose not to press Orochimaru further and instead began studying the technique of the 90th Kido. His spiritual pressure was undoubtedly adequate, but merely having enough spiritual energy was insufficient for casting Kido. Mastery of technique was equally crucial. Otherwise, he could end up like a skin Ichigo, who often injured himself with his own attacks. As dusk settled, Orochimaru finally completed his review of the research materials and stood up, turning to head towards the laboratory. Wait a moment, Yuma Moon called out, successfully catching Orochimaru's attention this time. Is there something else, Sasuke? Orochimaru inquired. Yuma Moon produced a wanted poster featuring the rogue ninja. Have you encountered this rogue ninja in the Land of Grass? He is my target. Orochimaru examined the likeness on the wanted poster and pondered for a moment. This individual appears to be Subject 319 from Chamber 19 in the Land of Grass. Not particularly significant. If you need him, I can provide him for you in due course. I am currently preparing for an experiment on creating artificial bodies. Would you like to join me? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yuma Moon felt a twinge of embarrassment. How many secret bases do you have, considering that Subject 319 is from Chamber 19 in the Land of Grass? Surely, the entire underground of the ninja world is not comprised of your laboratories. Yuma Moon realized that Orochimaru might indeed be the most formidable figure in the Naruto universe. Of course. However, I am quite curious about the reincarnated body you are using. Does it belong to a male or female? Yuma Moon asked, observing Orochimaru with intrigue, as he could not ascertain Orochimaru's gender based on appearance alone. Haha, I never imagined Sasuke would take interest in such matters. To me, there is no distinction between male and female. The only criterion for a reincarnated body is its suitability, Orochimaru replied, tearing off his mask to reveal a striking face before Yuma Moon. You should recognize this face, as it belongs to someone from your clan. Indeed, Yuma Moon had seen this face before. It belonged to a female member of the radical faction within the Uchiha clan. However, he recalled that this individual had a commendable physique, which now seemed obscured. Could it be that this attire conceals it? Yuma Moon thought. He bore no objection to Orochimaru utilizing the body of this Uchiha, given that the clan's precarious position in Konoha was partly due to the actions of their radical faction. Orochimaru quickly donned the mask once more. Once I thoroughly understand the techniques of creating artificial bodies, I may even forge a form that transcends gender altogether. At that point, the concept of gender will become trivial. What matters is developing a body that is more convenient and powerful. As he spoke, Orochimaru made his way to the laboratory, leaving Yuma Moon in awe. He could only hope to master the technology of artificial bodies himself, lest he one day find himself receiving a gender-ambiguous body from Orochimaru. Chapter 77. The completion of the artificial body. 2 months later, the first artificial body was successfully created through the collaboration of Yuma Moon and Orochimaru. Although it was termed a collaboration, Yuma Moon had played a minimal role. Despite observing Orochimaru closely, he had not fully grasped the process and had only gleaned superficial knowledge. Before them lay a male body on the experimental table, strikingly similar to Orochimaru's own. Indeed, it is as I suspected. The cells of Hashirama are the optimal material for constructing artificial bodies. By suppressing the resistance of these cells to a minimum, we need not worry about compatibility issues with other materials. Furthermore, I have integrated the Sharingan into this body, and no rejection occurred. Thus, it is possible to fuse other bloodline limits into artificial bodies. In the future, I may even be able to create the sage body of the first Hokage. Orochimaru gazed at the artificial body on the table as if admiring a work of art, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Yuma Moon observed Orochimaru with a tinge of envy. Indeed, talent held immense importance. He found the techniques for creating artificial bodies to be as inscrutable as reading ancient texts. While Orochimaru not only comprehended them, but was able to optimize and incorporate elements from the Naruto world into the technology. After a while, Orochimaru sealed the artificial body away. "Will you not try this new body?" Yuma Moon inquired, puzzled. "The preparations for the reanimation are extensive. We shall discuss it later. By the way, Sasuke, are you not planning to return to Konoha after spending so much time here with me?" Orochimaru turned to Yuma Moon, who had become more familiar with him through their extended collaboration, establishing a partnership of sorts. The past enmity between them was no longer a concern, as shared interests often transformed foes into allies. "No rush. It is a rare occasion to be out alone. I must complete what needs to be done. Let us proceed with the creation of the next artificial body. Your subordinate surely requires it. The bloodline disease is something you cannot cure, and acquiring a new body is the simplest solution." Yuma Moon shook his head and replied to Orochimaru, "Haha, it seems Sasuke is indeed a fellow seeker of truth. Since you are not in a hurry, I shall say no more. Let us begin." Orochimaru then retrieved a small vial of blood and some Hashirama cells. Together, they commenced the creation of the second artificial body, which would incorporate the bloodline of the Shikatsumiyaku. As the 6-month deadline approached, Yuma Moon prepared to return to Konoha. Thanks to his efforts, innate talent, and a touch of Orochimaru's meticulous guidance, Yuma Moon had finally mastered the technology of artificial bodies and could now create them independently. Before his departure, Orochimaru handed Yuma Moon a portion of Hashirama cells, while Yuma Moon presented Orochimaru with a soul orb. "What is this?" Orochimaru inquired, examining the orb that resembled candy. The soul orb, a complementary item to the artificial body technology, contains a soul that will obey the commands of its user. Upon consumption, your own soul will leave your body, allowing the soul within the orb to take possession. You may wish to study this further, but as it pertains to the soul, I advise caution, Yuma Moon explained. After listening to Ye Wuyue's explanation, Orochimaru gazed at the candy-like object in his hand, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. The realm of soul-level techniques was an uncharted territory for him, and the fact that this item contained a human-manufactured soul made him impatient to commence his research. He chuckled to himself, reflecting that collaborating with Sasuke-kun was undoubtedly one of the wisest decisions he had made. However, possessing only one was rather insufficient. Research inherently entails some loss, and he wondered if Sasuke-kun had more of these soul pills at his disposal. Orochimaru, with his raspy voice, complimented Ye Wuyue before engaging him in discussion. After much hesitation, Ye Wuyue finally gritted his teeth and handed Orochimaru another pill. "I have acquired 4 of these, and I, too, require them. Giving you 2 is already a stretch." "Then I am grateful to Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru replied, extending his tongue to lick his lips as he carefully accepted the second soul pill. After passing the pill to Orochimaru, Ye Wuyue turned to head in the direction of Konoha. He had accomplished a considerable amount during this outing, yet he felt a twinge of regret that he had yet to complete the Bankai of Senbonzakura. Nevertheless, he had grasped the essence of the technique. The trial posed by Senbonzakura was designed to test his speed. Among the countless tiny blades she commanded, there existed a flaw. Much like the Bankai of Senbonzakura, he too had a half-meter radius of invincibility centered around himself, as long as he could move swiftly enough to breach Senbonzakura's zone of safety. The remainder would pose little difficulty. Thus, alongside his collaboration with Orochimaru in studying the undead, Ye Wuyue had been diligently training in Shuinpa, hoping to make further advancements. As evening descended, Ye Wuyue opted not to press onward. The land of grass bordered the land of fire, and should he exert himself, he could return home in less than a day. There was no need for haste. Lighting a campfire, he prepared a wild rabbit he had just caught, placing it over the flames to roast. The Zanpakuto hanging at his waist trembled slightly. I knew there would be something delicious. Ryu emerged from the Zanpakuto, followed shortly by Shink and Senbonzakura. It feels quite refreshing to come out for a breather. Facing a forest of blades all the time can be rather dull, Shink remarked, squinting as he stretched. Senbonzakura remained silent, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, his thoughts concealed behind his mask. Ye Wuyue was curious about what Senbonzakura truly looked like. Thus far, he had never seen him without his mask. The golden rabbit meat dripped with fat, sizzling as it fell onto the fire. "Why isn't it ready yet?" Ryu exclaimed, nearly drooling in anticipation. Shink quietly carved away at a branch, engrossed in his work. All right, here you go. Ye Wuyue had roasted 4 wild rabbits and handed one to Ryu, who eagerly seized it and began to eat, unfazed by the heat. Ye Wuyue then offered the second rabbit to Shink. Thank you, Shink replied, looking up as he accepted the rabbit. Ye Wuyue noticed he was carving a figure dressed in Shinigami attire, the back of the captain's Haori emblazoned with the number 3. Not wanting to disturb him, Ye Wuyue handed the third rabbit to Senbenzakura. Still silent, Senbenzakura accepted the roasted rabbit. Just when Ye Wuyue thought he would finally remove his mask to eat, a circle of petal-like blades enveloped him, rendering him unable to see anything. Is this really necessary? Ye Wuyue's lips twitched. Kakashi's tactics paled in comparison. Chapter 78, Sage Mode. Shinobi Sect? Ye Wuyue, feeling speechless, returned to his seat on a fallen log to savor the last rabbit. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the sounds of insects and crows breaking the silence. As he gnawed on the roasted rabbit, he contemplated his future plans. The Akatsuki had already revealed themselves, and he wondered if they had begun to gather the tailed beasts. Presently, his strength was sufficient to contend with the majority of Akatsuki members, so he was not overly concerned. Furthermore, with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki now being Minato, Ye Wuyue could not fathom how the Akatsuki would manage to capture the Nine-Tails, given Konoha's current combat capabilities. According to the prevailing conditions in the ninja world, if events were to unfold in accordance with the original plot, even if Madara were to be reincarnated via Edo Tensei, he would not be intimidated. By then, his strength should at least reach the Sage of 6 Paths level. My skills are improving. When it comes time for my Bankai training, I'll be gentle. Ryu finished her rabbit, offered her critique, and then returned. Ye Wuyue rolled his eyes at her remark. Having heard it many times before, she always claimed to be gentle, yet her strikes were always the harshest. Soon after, Shink and Senbenzakura followed suit and departed, with Senbenzakura remaining unseen until the end. Ye Wuyue stretched lazily, retrieving a tent from his system space. Now that he was alone, he did not need to conceal any of his abilities and could indulge in comfort. Alas, he did not possess wood release, so he could not create a spacious dwelling for himself. When I have time, I should create an undead with wood release bloodline. I wonder how much of its power it can retain, but even if the strength is lacking, it won't be a significant issue as long as I can use the technique. Ye Wuyue maintained a pragmatic outlook, believing that having the Shinigami system was more than sufficient for his strength, while the abilities from the Naruto world could serve as support. After setting up the tent, he was startled by a sudden voice behind him. The sage must be referring to this young man. Ye Wuyue swiftly turned, hand poised on the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Ready for action, he gazed ahead as 3 men in white garments, adorned with black magatama at the collars, emerged from the forest. All 3 were male, exuding an air of superiority, as if they held some noble status. The one who had spoken stood slightly to the right. Ye Wuyue could not ascertain their identities, yet their concealment skills were impressive. They stood as if seamlessly blended into the surroundings. Indeed, it is him. Capturing him will fulfill our mission. One of the goals of our shinobi sect is to obtain him, the man in the center remarked, his expression indifferent as he nodded. From their words, Ye Wuyue gleaned a crucial piece of information: shinobi sect. He recalled that this organization was purportedly founded by Otsutsuki Kagaya after sealing away Kagayaheim. Yet it had long since faded into the annals of history. Why had it suddenly resurfaced now? Although he was uncertain of their emergence, Ye Wuyue surmised it was likely connected to the Sage of 6 Paths. Hey, what exactly is this shinobi sect you speak of? Ye Wuyue unsheathed his Zanpakuto, pointing it at the trio in white garments. A frog in a well, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. The shorter man in the center scoffed at Ye Wuyue. His haughty tone immediately ignited Ye Wuyue's temper. He was accustomed to playing the role of the powerful, and no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. Scatter, Senbenzakura. Ye Wuyue's Zanpakuto transformed into innumerable fine blades, directed toward the 3 before him. Since you refuse to speak, let my blade pry open your mouths. The countless blades surged toward the trio, who were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The man in the center quickly formed hand seals. Sage art. Wind release. 1,000 faces wind. A violent gust erupted from his palm. Although the wind pressure slowed the speed of Senbenzakura's petals, it failed to disperse the blades entirely. The power of this individual's ninjutsu was far beyond that of ordinary techniques, and the name of the jutsu confirmed this. This man had indeed mastered sage techniques. Ye Wuyue and narrowed his eyes, increasingly convinced that these individuals were anything but ordinary. Sage art, fire release, great dragon flame technique. At this moment, the individual on the left unleashed a powerful technique, spewing forth a colossal fire dragon with a radius of nearly 3 meters from his mouth, which, bolstered by the wind release technique, expanded its range to an impressive extent. The 81st binding technique manifested as a defensive wall before Ye Wuyue, completely shielding him from the raging inferno. As the flames dissipated, Ye Wuyue emerged unscathed before the trio. What is happening? Did the sage not say this person was weak? After mastering the sage mode, we should easily be able to handle him. The one who had unleashed the fire technique expressed his confusion. Do not falter. This is merely the beginning, the user of wind release stated, before launching another sage technique. 7 immense wind blades shot towards Ye Wuyue, who skillfully wielded the delicate blades of Qianban to form a shield in front of him, successfully deflecting the wind blades. There was no doubt that they were employing sage techniques and had entered sage mode. However, their appearances bore no signs of transformation. Typically, entering sage mode alters one's appearance to some degree, like the facial markings of Hashirama, Naruto's eyeshadow, or the serpentine or draconic transformations of Sage Kabuto. Yet, the two individuals before him exhibited no such changes, not even a hint of eyeshadow. Which sacred land's sage mode is this? Ye Wuyue pondered. Yet his assault did not waver. The 88th destruction technique, Flying Dragon Strike. With a swift extension of his left hand, a massive beam of light erupted from Ye Wuyue, engulfing the forms of the three before him. They scattered in all directions to evade, and as the lightning flashed, a vast clearing emerged in the forest behind them, the diameter of which matched that of the Flying Dragon Strike, as the attack pierced through the woodland. The ninja who had employed the wind release technique could no longer maintain his calm, fear overtaking him as he witnessed the destructive force of Ye Wuyue's attack. Do not be dazed. I preferred your previous defiant demeanor. It was far more gratifying to dominate you then, Ye Wuyue taunted, advancing with Qianban morphing into a blade. He swung it toward the wind release user, who seemed to have anticipated the attack and dodged it just in time. Indeed, the perception ability of Sage Chakra, Ye Wuyue acknowledged silently, unperturbed. The other two ninjas simultaneously charged at him. One threw a punch, and although it hadn't yet made contact, he felt as if he was already struck. Suddenly, his form vanished, leaving behind a broken tree branch. While the substitution technique was seldom employed, it proved useful on occasion. This recent attempt confirmed his suspicions. Chapter 79. Colliding with the crosshairs, these individuals were indeed utilizing Sage Mode. The recent taijutsu move resembled the frog kata from Miyaboka Mountain, allowing them to attack him through the natural energy present in the environment even before contact. Well, I have a fair grasp of your abilities now. I only need one for interrogation. The rest may perish, Ye Wuyue stated as he slowly rose, Qianban reassembling into the form of a Zanpakuto. Such arrogance. With Sage Chakra perception in play, your techniques cannot possibly affect me, the wind release ninja scoffed. Sage art, lightning release, lightning dragon. The previously silent ninja silently formed seals and summoned a gigantic lightning dragon, rivaling the scale of Sasuke's Kirin from the original story. Roaring, the lightning dragon charged toward Ye Wuyue, who merely observed with indifference. Just as the dragon was about to engulf him, he made his move, simply raising his blade and softly intoning, gentle slash. At the moment the dragon was to make contact with his body, it suddenly split apart, becoming two halves that dissipated chaotically into the ether. The lightning was cleaved asunder. Ye Wuyue held his Zanpakuto at a diagonal angle toward the ground, executing the maneuver without even releasing its full potential. How is this possible? The ninja who wielded lightning release displayed incredulity as he witnessed his most formidable technique so effortlessly neutralized. Strong perception? Precognition? But can your body keep up? Before Ye Wuyue finished his sentence, he had already appeared behind the wind release ninja. The hairs on the back of the ninja's neck stood on end. The surrounding natural energy had indeed alerted him to his opponent's movements, yet he found himself unable to react. Ye Wuyue's mastery of the instant step was not in vain. While it may not yet rival that of Yoruchi, it was more than sufficient to handle these adversaries. With a swift kick, the wind release ninja was sent careening into a nearby tree, Ye Wuyue controlling the force to avoid sending him too far. I shall spare your life. The remaining two will meet their demise. All things in the universe shall be reduced to ashes, flowing blades like fire, Ye Wuyue stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed the remaining two. From the outset, the ninja using wind release had exhibited the demeanor of a leader among the trio, and Ye Wuyue surmised that he possessed valuable information. Initially, the other two had intended to close in on Ye Wuyue and launch an attack, but suddenly, a conflagration erupted around him, forcing them to retreat. Flames engulfed Ye Wuyue's blade, the searing heat radiating from it causing the three ninjas to change their expressions dramatically. This is the ability the sage mentioned, the invader from another world. It truly is connected to you. The lightning release ninja shouted at Ye Wuyue. It seemed these individuals were indeed referring to Kagaya Otsutsuki as the sage. This revelation solidified Ye Wuyue's suspicions. He no longer wished to engage in further dialogue, executing a swift move to appear behind them, slashing twice. Their bodies were incinerated to ashes by the intense heat of the flowing blades like fire. What followed was unexpected. The souls of the deceased did not descend into the earth as he had witnessed before, nor did they dissipate, but instead surged towards a singular direction. Damn it! The next time I see you, I will ensure you experience the sensation of being burned alive. The ninja who had wielded the fire release screamed, even as his corporeal form turned to ash. The lightning release ninja glared at Ye Wuyue with a face full of malice. Observing this, Ye Wuyue concentrated his spiritual pressure into the blade, unleashing a red flame slash that pursued the two souls in the air, igniting them in flames. What is happening? How can this individual harm our souls? The fire release ninja exclaimed in terror, but before he could utter another word, his soul met the same fate as his body, vanishing into nothingness. The other one beside him faced a similar end. Turning around, Ye Wuyue noticed the wind release ninja had committed suicide, his soul floating in pursuit of the direction where his two companions had just ascended. Upon witnessing Ye Wuyue obliterate the souls of his two comrades, he was momentarily stunned. Initially, he had chosen to end his life to avoid interrogation after realizing he could not withstand his opponent's might. With that sage present, as long as his soul remained intact, there was always a chance for resurrection. However, the situation now seemed rather grim. The 63rd binding technique, locking chains. Ye Wuyue pointed towards the sky, and a thick chain ensnared the wind release ninja. Ye Wuyue leapt up, grasping the chain and pulling it down. Why does your ability also affect souls? The ninja inquired, his mind swirling with confusion. Ye Wuyue could hardly suppress a laugh. Where did these individuals derive their sense of superiority, merely because they had learned a sage technique? Well, their mystical arts are indeed quite impressive, significantly enhancing the potency of their ninjutsu. They likely possess the strength of elite jonin, comparable to Kakashi in the current era. However, does this lead them to genuinely believe themselves invincible? Such arrogance, only to find their final card in my possession. Engaging with souls, the individuals in this realm, even when bound together, would scarcely rival him. At this moment, Ye Wuyue also grasped why these souls drifted in a singular direction rather than descending into the underworld. In the original narrative, following the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Otsutsuki Kagaya emerged, summoning the souls of past village leaders from the underworld and with their assistance, freed Naruto and his companions from Kagaya's dimension. It appears that the Sage of Six Paths, having existed at the boundary between the underworld and the living world for such an extended period, has developed a considerable understanding of souls, even possessing the capability to summon the deceased directly from the underworld. Ye Wuyue momentarily ceased his contemplation and gazed at the soul he had bound. You lack the privilege to pose questions. I shall inquire, and you shall respond. Should you refuse to answer my queries, I will allow you to experience the agony of being seared by intense heat eternally without succumbing, or to be subjected to 1,000 cuts without annihilation. Trust me, you will find that sensation most unpleasant. Ye Wuyue smiled amiably at the ninja. With the return of the soul, he could perpetually torment this ninja's essence. Very well. Mere words may not suffice to convey the sensation. I shall first allow you to experience it. Ye Wuyue altered his mind and, without waiting for the ninja's response, eagerly unleashed his Zanpakuto, transforming it into Senbonzakura. Countless fine blades simultaneously sliced through the ninja's soul. Aya! The ninja emitted a piercing scream, yet as a soul. Only Ye Wuyue could hear his cries. The surroundings remained eerily silent. Chapter 80. This is a title. The ninja's soul was mercilessly ravaged, covered in wounds and on the brink of demise. His essence grew exceedingly feeble, rendering him incapable of speech. Observing this, Ye Wuyue enveloped him with a green light emanating from his hands. After a moment, the ninja's soul was restored to its former state. You are a devil. The sage was not mistaken. Invaders like you ought to be eradicated. The ninja gazed at Ye Wuyue with terror-filled eyes, yet he remained silent. An invader? If one were to insist, the sage you speak of could also be deemed an invader. Now, for my first inquiry, what is the scale of your ninja sect? Ye Wuyue inquired with a smile. Otsutsuki Kagaya, possessing the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, could indeed be considered an invader. Ye Wuyue believed his thoughts aligned with those of the Sage of Six Paths, both desiring peace in the ninja world. However, the sage's methods were somewhat perplexing. Sealing his own mother, then establishing the ninja sect, and imparting the use of chakra to the world, ultimately leading to a prolonged period of warfare due to his negligence, allowing hatred among people to fester incessantly. Although he could not be entirely blamed, as the thousand-year filial son operated in the shadows, it remained that he had not considered the consequences thoroughly. In contrast to the era initiated by the Sage of Six Paths, the ninja world under Kagaya's rule was comparatively more peaceful, albeit with the unfortunate necessity for some to sacrifice themselves to become white Zetsu. Consequently, the sage's companion was unwittingly chosen as one of them, leading the sage to realize this fact, thus transforming him into an embodiment of justice, sealing his own mother. Kagaya truly epitomized the simple-minded. From beginning to end, she exuded an endearing naivety, deceived by a useless prince of the ancestral nation into bearing children, ultimately being sealed by her own offspring due to her attempts to combat the Otsutsuki clan's creation of white Zetsu. If feasible, Ye Wuyue contemplated the possibility of resurrecting Kagaya. He wondered what expression the Sage of Six Paths would wear upon reuniting with his mother. Returning to the matter at hand, the myriad blades of Senbonzakura encircled the ninja's form. Uttering a single irrelevant word would prompt Ye Wuyue to allow him to once more experience the torment of 1,000 cuts. The ninja, adept in wind release techniques, gazed at the glinting blades surrounding him, swallowing hard as he recalled the previous sensations, ultimately yielding. Our ninja sect was established not long ago, currently comprising approximately 100 members. Ye Wuyue frowned upon hearing this. How long would he need to continue questioning? Moreover, he might overlook certain inquiries. Very well. Divulge all the information you possess regarding the ninja sect. Do not attempt any tricks. Once you conclude, I shall use Jinjutsu to verify your statements. Should you dare deceive me, I assure you, the pain will be 1,000-fold worse than before, a sensation you would undoubtedly wish to avoid. Ye Wuyue addressed the ninja. Though he had seldom utilized the Sharingan, he was familiar with most Jinjutsu techniques. With his enhanced mental prowess, his illusions were exceptionally formidable. However, Ye Wuyue was not particularly fond of engaging in battles through such means, as it evoked an unsettling sense of victory without conflict. The ninja trembled slightly upon hearing Ye Wuyue's words, then obediently began to speak. Our ninja sect was established a year ago, founded by the sage. The initial objective was to capture you. The specific reasons eluded me, but the sage mentioned that you harbored an invader from another world, and he sought to eliminate that invader. However, it seems an additional objective has emerged. The sage has instructed us to gather information about an organization known as Akatsuki. The ninja sect is currently led by the spirits of deceased village leaders, yet for some unknown reason, the Hokage of Konoha does not appear among them. Most members of the ninja sect have mastered the sage techniques taught by the sage, and the village leaders also impart ninjutsu to us, rendering our strength significantly superior to that of ordinary ninjas. We are merely ordinary members within this context. Having conveyed this, he fell silent. From his words, Ye Wuyue gleaned little useful information. It appeared that the primary purpose of the ninja sect was indeed to target him, thus presenting him with another adversary in the future. And it seemed the sage had become aware of Akatsuki's intentions. The future trajectory of the ninja world had now grown intriguing. He could only wonder whether the 1,000-year filial son, Black Zetsu, would notice the Sage of Six Paths ninja sect. Ye Wuyue mused, yet these matters posed little concern for him. As long as his strength remained formidable, he need not heed such developments. Ye Wuyue employed Jinjutsu to verify the ninja's recent statements, confirming he had spoken no falsehoods. Very well, considering your commendable conduct, I shall allow you to utter a final farewell. Ye Wuyue addressed the ninja. They likely had no benevolent intentions in capturing him, and he harbored no fondness for them. The sage shall undoubtedly avenge us. Upon uttering this, Ye Wuyue obliterated his soul. It seemed that the injuries inflicted by Liu Hua on the Sage of Six Paths had been rather severe. He had only emerged a year ago, and it was uncertain how much strength he retained, or if he had lost his power entirely, relegating him to merely imparting his abilities to others. The fact that he had once battled Liu Hua might well have been due to his current state of being solely in essence. Ye Wuyue contemplated for a moment. He bore little affection for the Sage of Six Paths. Since the fusion of Indra's chakra, their paths had been destined to diverge. Although his character was now influenced by Sasuke's soul and Indra's chakra, the predominant essence remained his own spirit. After dealing with the three ninjas, Ye Wuyue packed up the tent and hastened towards Konoha, aware that the Sage of Six Paths might have already discerned his location. Remaining here could lead to complications. While his strength was formidable, the prior ninja's words hinted that the ninja sect included the spirits of deceased village leaders. Should too many come, he might find himself overwhelmed. It was prudent to proceed with caution. By dawn the following day, Ye Wuyue returned to Konoha, and his first order of business upon entering the village was to report to the Hokage's office to submit his mission. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hokage's office, Yoru no Tsuki noticed the door was ajar and could hear the commotion emanating from within. The Uchiha clan must be thoroughly investigated. It is undoubtedly due to Elder Danzo's long-standing grievances with them that they have clandestinely assassinated him. The voice belonged to Mito Gaidon. Both elders should refrain from excessive agitation. It is rather inappropriate to speculate about our comrades before the truth is unveiled, came the voice of Minato. It seemed the village had indeed become aware of Danzo's situation. After all, nearly 6 months had passed. Chapter 81. The Truth and Deceit. Knock, knock, knock. Hokage-sama. I am here to report on my mission. Yoru no Tsuki's voice interrupted the argument within the office, causing the two elders to recall they had forgotten to close the door upon entering. Minato, weary from the chaos, thought it unnecessary for Yoru no Tsuki to add to the tumult, yet acknowledging his status as a jonin and a pillar of the village, he decided to allow him entry. Come in, he replied, as Yoru no Tsuki stepped into the office. Mito Gaiden and Tsuji Haru squinted at him with seemingly ill intentions, unfazed by their scrutiny. Yoru no Tsuki felt secure in the knowledge that no one present had witnessed the events, and even Orochimaru's conjectures were mere speculation. I overheard your discussion about Elder Danzo. I might provide some insights that could exonerate the Uchiha clan, he stated, choosing not to immediately report on his mission. The current Hokage advisors had transformed into Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, while Mito Gaiden and Tsuji Haru had transitioned into elder roles. Without waiting for further remarks, Yoru no Tsuki continued, due to the nature of my mission, I traveled to the land of grass. Shortly after my arrival, I witnessed a fierce battle in which Elder Danzo was involved. Though I am uncertain why he was present there, I can attest to having seen him. I expected you to provide something of substance, yet you cannot even fabricate a convincing tale. How could Elder Danzo possibly be in the land of grass, let alone engaged in combat? Tsuji Haru interrupted with a scoff. Elder Haru, perhaps you should allow him to finish before reaching a conclusion, Minato interjected, seeking to mediate. Very well, let us hear what tale he weaves, Tsuji Haru conceded, remaining silent thereafter. Yoru no Tsuki resumed, to ascertain the situation. I concealed myself nearby to observe the unfolding events. To my astonishment, I discovered that Elder Danzo was in league with our village's rogue ninja, Orochimaru, and their adversaries were two rogue ninjas clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Casting a sidelong glance at the two elders, Yoru no Tsuki noted their lack of interruption, suggesting they were aware of the collusion between Danzo and Orochimaru. One of their foes was a rogue from Iwagakure, boasting golden hair and seated upon a giant bird crafted from white clay, while the other was a puppet master capable of manipulating iron sand for attacks, he elaborated. Magnet release. Minato exclaimed, startled. The bloodline limit of magnet release was indeed rare within the ninja world, most famously represented by the third Kazekage of Sunigakure. The ability to utilize puppets alongside a bloodline limit indicated the involvement of a Sunigakure ninja. What did this puppet look like? Minato inquired. It had spiky deep blue hair, yellow eyes, a stern visage, and a tall frame, shrouded in a dark robe. Yoru no Tsuki described the puppet controlled by Sasori, the third Kazekage's likeness. Indeed, that must be the third Kazekage of Sunigakure. His unexplained disappearance was a significant catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War. It is shocking to learn he has been transformed into a puppet. The strongest Kazekage, rendered a puppet without a trace left behind, poses a grave threat, Minato analyzed. Lowering his gaze. Please, continue. The two rogue ninjas in the black cloaks exchanged words regarding the Akatsuki organization and traitors before engaging in battle. The puppet master clashed with Orochimaru, while the Iwagakure rogue unleashed explosive clay upon Elder Danzo. If what you claim is true, should you not have intervened to save our elder? Why remain hidden and merely observe? Mito gaped and shouted at Yoru no Suki. Yoru no Suki regarded him coolly. Firstly, my abilities are insufficient. Even if I had intervened, I could not have saved Elder Danzo. Secondly, my mission took precedence. Gathering intelligence was an additional task, and rescuing Elder Danzo would have further diverted my focus. After all, did he not often emphasize prioritizing missions? Moreover, given Elder Danzo's collusion with the rogue ninja Orochimaru, I believe I have justifiable reasons to suspect he may have betrayed the village's secrets to the enemy, which makes intervention even less prudent. Yoru no Suki's retorts left Mito Gate momentarily speechless, though he did not dismiss the gravity of the situation, given his own current entanglements with Orochimaru. How can you assure us that your account is truthful? Suji-kin Haru queried. The battlefield where they clashed was not far from the land of grass, and many grass ninjas were affected by the skirmish. I trust there will be witnesses among them. If you doubt my word, I encourage you to investigate personally. Yoru no Suki replied. He had ensured no one else was present during the encounter, and any potential witnesses would only have seen the battle between Danzo and the Akatsuki ninjas. This statement was entirely truthful. Should any witnesses arise, they would corroborate his narrative. And then, Minato pondered, processing the information conveyed by Yoru no Suki with particular interest in the Akatsuki organization. Due to the extensive range of the explosion caused by the clay ninja, I was inadvertently injured and hastily withdrew from the battlefield. After recuperating in the land of grass and completing my mission, I returned, Yoru no Suki replied candidly. His account was a blend of truths and fabrications, making it virtually impossible for anyone to discern inconsistencies. Thus, it could not yet be concluded that Elder Danzo had perished. But the mention of the Akatsuki organization was certainly noteworthy. Those two must be affiliated with it. The mention of traitors could imply Orochimaru's previous involvement with the organization. If members of this group possessed such formidable strength, it was indeed alarming, and the true nature and objectives of the Akatsuki remained shrouded in mystery. Minato furrowed his brow, articulating his analysis of the gathered intelligence. Chapter 82. Minato on the brink of collapse. Minato's analysis revealed to Yoru no Suki the essence of true intelligence. His own knowledge stemmed solely from familiarity with the original plot, while Minato derived intricate insights from Yoru no Suki's description of events, all of which were accurate. Jiraiya's description of Minato was evidently not an exaggeration. Any ninja would appear inferior in comparison, if only his name were less peculiar. Sasuke, can you guarantee that what you have described is solely based on your own observations? Minato asked Yoru no Suki with utmost seriousness. I swear by my Sharingan that what I have recounted is indeed what I witnessed, Yoru no Suki declared solemnly. The words he uttered were devoid of any falsehood. The circumstances he depicted were events he had witnessed firsthand. The sole detail he concealed was the ultimate fate of Danzo. Elders, I suggest you take charge of investigating Danzo's affairs. The third Hokage has already consulted me, and I shall inform him shortly. This matter shall be a joint inquiry by you both. Minato addressed the two elders. Mitsuhide and Kei Haru exchanged troubled glances, furrowing their brows as they replied. Investigating this matter requires manpower. Since Danzo is currently absent, we could temporarily oversee his root organization. If Danzo is unharmed, we shall hand it back to him later. Their intentions were transparent. It seemed they were eager to claim control over Root even before confirming Danzo's demise. This management would likely lead to the establishment of their own loyal followers. It appeared that Danzo's foresight in planting the curse mark to eradicate potential betrayals was indeed prescient. Yamato rolled his eyes at the elders' comments, noting their lack of contributions to the village while being adept at vying for power. Rest assured, I shall dispatch my Umbu to assist the elders. Root was originally established to cultivate Umbu members, and now that we have found a new method for selecting them, the existence of Root is becoming less essential. Before we ascertain the situation with Elder Danzo, let us have the Root ninjas mingle with other teams for their missions. We can discuss further actions once we have clarity on Danzo's fate, Minato said with a smile. Upon hearing Minato's words, Mitsuhide and Kei Haru's expressions darkened further. Yamato found their reactions amusing, understanding Minato's strategy. By dispersing the members of Root among other ninja teams, it would deter the elders from harboring thoughts of private armies. Furthermore, this would foster bonds between Root members and other ninjas in the village, freeing them from their previous existence as mere tools. Moreover, even if Danzo were to return, having formed connections with the other ninjas, how many Root members would wish to return to a life shrouded in darkness? No, thank you, Mitsuhide and Kei Haru replied, refusing Minato's proposition. With that, they left the Hokage's office, their faces still grim. Yamato's words were unassailable, and without evidence, they could not counter him. Pursuing this matter further could lead to trouble for them, especially given their knowledge of Danzo and Orochimaru's affairs. Thus, they planned to strategize upon their return. Once they departed, Yamato closed the door to the Hokage's office. Have you obtained any additional intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization? Minato inquired. Yamato possessed extensive knowledge about the Akatsuki, knowing their history and every member's background. However, he did not intend to disclose everything to Minato. The origins of this intelligence were beyond explanation, and given his current capabilities, he could only share a fraction of it to guide Minato's understanding. The information I possess is limited to what I witnessed and heard during the battle. First, this organization is named Akatsuki, and I have encountered two of its members. One is a puppeteer known as Sasori, who can manipulate puppets. His original form is that of a diminutive, balding old man, but during his battle with Orochimaru, I discovered that this guise was merely a puppet shell to conceal his true identity. His actual appearance is that of a strikingly handsome youth with red hair, seemingly not yet 20 years old. The puppet he initially controlled was the third Kazekage, as mentioned by you, Lord Hokage, but he later manipulated nearly 100 puppets in total. Minato was taken aback by Yamato's revelation. The strongest puppeteer in the ninja world was Chiyo from Sunigakure, who could only manipulate 10 puppets at most. Yet, the youth Yamato described could command close to 100, a feat that transcended the notion of genius. It seemed all the puppeteers in the world combined would struggle to match him. Despite his astonishment, Minato did not interrupt Yamato, choosing to listen intently. His companion is a rogue from a Wagakure named Deidara, who has golden hair and specializes in explosive clay, possessing the ability to fly using it. His explosive clay serves various purposes, from large birds for passenger flights to agile little birds and numerous clay spiders, all exhibiting tremendous explosive power. He also possesses a technique that allows him to substitute his body with explosive clay, enabling him to evade close-range attacks and counterattack. Yamato disclosed all the information he could to Minato. It is certain that their strength is formidable. I believe that none of the village's J-nin, including elite J-nin, aside from my brother, could defeat any of them alone, Yamato stated, hoping to impress upon Minato the gravity of the Akatsuki's threat. After hearing Yamato's words, Minato furrowed his brow in contemplation. Additionally, there were too many people present earlier for me to mention everything. I noticed 5 Sharingan on Elder Danzo's right arm, and he was capable of using the first Hokage's would release. I am uncertain why this is the case. Yamato dropped yet another bombshell. He refrained from mentioning this in front of Mitsuhide and Kei Haru, aiming to provide Minato with a weapon to counter the other elders. The wood release experiments had involved the higher-ups of Konoha, yet only Orochimaru's involvement had been exposed. The traces of this matter could not be entirely erased, especially since Yamato was still alive. If someone sought to investigate, they would undoubtedly uncover the truth. If Minato grasped this reality, he would approach the other elders with greater confidence and might even gain some minor advantages. Minato was momentarily stunned by Yamato's revelation. This was indeed information he had not known. Are you certain? Minato asked. I am certain. I can guarantee the truth of this with my life. Yamato affirmed with a nod. Minato sighed deeply as he sat back in his chair, the complexity of the situation surpassing his expectations. If this matter is verified, I will provide your clan with an explanation. However, prior to that, I hope Sasuke-kun will remain discreet. If you agree, I owe you a favor, Minato stated. What a windfall. Yamato felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he replied, I believe Lord Hokage may owe me 2 favors. If I told you I could resurrect Aunt Kushina, would you allow me to do so, Uncle Minato? Chapter 83. Double joy even with his sharp intellect and rationality. Minato found himself momentarily at a loss. The person he felt he had wronged the most was undoubtedly Kushina. As Hokage, he had little time to spend with her. Yet she had never expressed any resentment. 13 years prior, he had protected the village but had allowed her to perish before his eyes. Although he had managed to preserve her chakra through special means so she could often see her son, Minato still felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to Kushina. Now, hearing that someone could bring her back, his rationality was overshadowed by a profound desire to simply respond affirmatively. In truth, it was not a true resurrection but rather providing Kushina's spirit with a vessel, nonetheless. This vessel would resemble her original body closely enough that using the term resurrection was justified. Yamato continued to elucidate. What preparations are required? The decision has been made by Minato. He believes he has contributed sufficiently. Even in gratitude for Konoha's kindness, he feels he has done more than enough. He yearns to act selfishly for once, for himself and for his family. All he needs is a strand of Aunt Kushina's hair. Uncle Minato need not worry. This is certainly not a malevolent technique, merely an extension of my abilities. He is aware that my powers operate on a soul level, akin to the secret arts of the Uchiha clan, yet infinitely more advanced. To reassure Minato, Yoru no Tsuki made a concerted effort to clarify his intentions. Take this, he said, and I will notify you once I have gathered the materials you mentioned. Minato rose and approached Yoru no Tsuki, handing him an oddly shaped kunai inscribed with the words, "Sword of Ninja Love." Should you require anything further, you may infuse this kunai with chakra, and I will sense it immediately, Minato added. Accepting the kunai, Yoru no Tsuki understood that Minato had acquiesced to his request. Once I have my preparations in order, I will inform you, he assured Minato. Keep this kunai with you at all times. In the event of danger, infuse it with chakra, and I will rush to your aid. This is my way of expressing gratitude, and it does not count towards the 2 favors owed. Minato smiled. Yoru no Tsuki expressed his gratitude. Even without Minato's insistence, he would have carried this kunai, as it represented a formidable guardian at the level of a Kage. The 2 fell silent thereafter. Yoru no Tsuki exited the Hokage's office and proceeded to the mission hall to collect the reward for this assignment. He did not engage in combat during this mission. Orochimaru had directly taken him before the rogue ninja, inquiring whether he preferred the man dead or alive. Naturally, Yoru no Tsuki opted for death, as dealing with a living rogue would be too cumbersome. The mission stipulations allowed for either outcome, so he merely had to seal the corpse with a summoning scroll. Before departing, Yoru no Tsuki also acquired a set of Orochimaru's experimental equipment to create his own puppets. His system space was ample enough to accommodate it. Orochimaru's gaze upon Yoru no Tsuki was oddly intense, as he repeatedly sought to acquire that spatial technology. However, Yoru no Tsuki could not disclose it. He certainly could not allow Uncle Snake to investigate his system. Not long after completing the mission, Yoru no Tsuki encountered 2 of Orochimaru's former companions. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Naruto, and Shizune were gathered, with Shizune cradling a piglet. During the Chunin exams, Lee had suffered severe injuries in his match against Gaara, rendering him unfit to continue as a ninja. As a result, Might Guy had requested Minato to recall Tsunade, but unfortunately, Minato was unaware of her whereabouts and could not facilitate the recall. The outcome mirrored that of the original storyline, with Jiraiya and Naruto embarking on a quest to find Tsunade, coincidentally returning on the same day as Yoru no Tsuki. Upon spotting him, Naruto sprinted over. "Sasuke, I heard from Dad that you've been promoted to Jonin," he exclaimed skeptically. "Indeed, I just delivered my first mission as a Jonin," Yoru no Tsuki replied, tilting his face upward, an expression of pride evident, though his tone remained calm. Naruto, upon seeing his demeanor, was instantly enraged, his eyes wide with fury. "Hey, what's with that expression? Just because you've been promoted to Jonin, you don't have to act so arrogant. It feels like you're looking down on me." Feigning surprise, Yoru no Tsuki replied, "Oh, I didn't realize you noticed, Chunin. I'm going to apply for Jonin right now, just you wait," Naruto shouted, storming off towards the Hokage building. "To achieve Jonin status at such a young age, it seems you are quite the prodigy. The village is thriving," a slightly boisterous female voice remarked. Turning around, Yoru no Tsuki found Tsunade observing him. "Good day, Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade," he greeted with a slight bow. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite so polite. You don't seem much like a child of the Uchiha clan," Tsunade noted, surprised. "Ha. A great deal has changed during your absence from the village. Your return is perfectly timed for you to experience it all," Jiraiya chimed in with a smile. You haven't spent much time in the village either, have you? Tsunade asked, glancing at Jiraiya with a puzzled expression. Jiraiya, struck by her query, struck a pose with exaggerated confidence. I am the Toad Sage. Such trivial matters are easily within my grasp. Tsunade chuckled at Jiraiya's antics. Yoru no Suki chose not to linger. He sensed that remaining any longer would subject him to a barrage of affectionate displays. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall, and a single man should not linger near couples. Such precarious situations were to be avoided at all costs. Moreover, he had errands to attend to. He still needed to procure food for Ryuka and perhaps purchase a couple of bags of dango for Tachi. After a busy day, Yoru no Suki returned home to find a lively atmosphere. Both Fugaku and Itachi were present, along with Shursui, Izumi, and even the neighbor, Hyuka. Welcome back, Sasuke. You timed your return perfectly. Had you not come back today, I would have enlisted your brother to summon you with a spirit beast, Mikoto, who was watering the flowers in the yard, remarked cheerfully. Izumi dashed over, wrapping her arms around one of Yoru no Suki's, observing the joy radiating from everyone. He noted that Fugaku wore a constant smile, while Itachi and Izumi appeared somewhat flushed, seemingly shy. What has brought about such merriment today? Yoru no Suki inquired, placing the bags of dango on the table, puzzled that Itachi seemed indifferent to the treat. Your brother is getting engaged, Mikoto replied with a smile. Yoru no Suki was taken aback. He could hardly comprehend the news. His absence had not been lengthy, and before he left, there had been no indication of such developments. What does this mean? When I was nearby, you all remained unperturbed, yet once I departed, you began to flaunt your achievements. Is it that my presence hindered your expressions? Upon hearing Mikoto's words, Izumi grew more bashful, lowering her gaze in silence. Yoru no Suki's emotions were decidedly complex. However, overall, he felt happiness for Itachi and Izumi, as he was aware of their original fates and was pleased to witness this turn of events. Is that so? That truly calls for a celebration. Despite his mixed feelings, Yoru no Suki wore a look of surprise and spoke with a smile. And there's more. Our Uchiha clan is returning to our ancestral grounds, Fugaku announced, raising a cup in delight. Once burdened with concerns for the clan's fate, Fugaku had transformed into a more cheerful figure. This news, however, was not particularly favorable for Yoru no Suki. The current ancestral grounds were distanced from the heart of Konoha, providing tranquility. Relocating would not only be troublesome, but would also complicate his quest for a peaceful place to train. Fortunately, having recently ascended to Jonin, he could undertake solo missions outside the village. All thanks to the honorable clan leader's reforms. Without them, the Uchiha clan would not have been accepted so swiftly by the other families and villagers, Shursui remarked with a smile, giving Fugaku an appreciative pat on the back. Originally, Shursui had always assumed that Fugaku sided with the radicals. In the original narrative, he even considered altering Fugaku's will with the help of a certain deity, which led him to negotiate with Danzo, only to end up losing an eye. You are now the captain of the Umbu, a position even higher than mine in Konoha. There is no need for you to address me with honorifics anymore, Fugaku remarked, turning to Shursui. Shursui shook his head in response, stating earnestly, though I am currently the captain of the Umbu, I am still a member of the Uchiha clan, and you are the clan leader. Thus, respect must be maintained. Ha, then so be it, Fugaku chuckled lightly, draining the last of his drink. Shursui's words greatly pleased Fugaku, satisfying his vanity. From now on, I must change how I address Sister Izumi. It's time to call her sister-in-law. Yoru no Suki felt a wave of nostalgia. He recalled the first time he met Izumi when she and Itachi were merely 5 or 6 years old. In the blink of an eye, they were now engaged. And at 18, such an arrangement was quite normal in this world. After all, in the original story, Naruto and Hinata married at the age of 19. Upon hearing Yoru no Suki's words, Izumi's cheeks flushed crimson, and Itachi mirrored her embarrassment. Ahem, how did your mission go? Itachi coughed lightly, redirecting the conversation. Oh, now you remember to show concern for me. The poor soul just returning from a mission? How heart-wrenching. Yoru no Suki sighed, feigning disappointment. It's not that I didn't ask about your condition right away. It was merely that father was speaking, Itachi hurriedly explained, flustered. Seeing this, Yoru no Suki decided not to tease him further and recounted the details of his recent mission. Of course, he did not disclose the actual circumstances. His account was similar to what he had reported to Minato, omitting the part about Danzo possessing a Sharingan in his arm. I didn't expect your first solo mission outside the village to involve so much, Shursui remarked after hearing Yoru no Suki's experience. Humph. It seems Danzo's retribution has finally arrived. Fugaku snorted in agreement with Shursui's sentiment regarding Danzo's plight. What exactly is this Akatsuki organization? How can they possess such formidable rogue ninjas? Itachi frowned, noting the similarity to Minato's demeanor. Enough of these discussions on this special day. Let us save any serious matters for tomorrow. Today, we shall celebrate and not dwell on other concerns, Mikoto interjected with a smile, effectively closing the topic. Subsequently, the group shifted their focus to Itachi and Izumi, finalizing the wedding date and also setting the schedule for relocating the clan. The wedding was planned for October, with the relocation commencing the following day. The next evening, around dusk, the kunai Minato had given to Yoru no Suki began to resonate. He quickly sought refuge in an unoccupied area and infused chakra into the kunai. Whoosh! Minato's figure promptly appeared before him. Upon witnessing this, Yoru no Suki couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the flying thunder god technique, pondering if he might ever have the opportunity to learn it. Minato handed a test tube to Yoru no Suki. This contains the materials you requested. When will the body be ready for fabrication? He inquired. Approximately half a month. Yoru no Suki replied. The initial construction of the first prosthetic had taken longer as he had to experiment and learn the process. However, once the method was understood, it became significantly simpler. Yet, he would still need Kushina's cooperation for the task. I've already spoken to Kushina about it, Minato replied. Having received the materials, I shall take my leave, he concluded before vanishing. After acquiring Kushina's assistance, Yoru no Suki also began constructing her prosthetic. The Uzumaki and Senju clans were distant relatives, making the creation of this prosthetic relatively straightforward. Half a month later, the relocation plan for the Uchiha clan was finally completed, and Yoru no Suki had successfully crafted Kushina's prosthetic. He then headed directly to Naruto's home. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, Naruto opened the door. Upon seeing Yoru no Suki, he cautiously peeked around to ensure no one was watching before pulling him inside and swiftly shutting the door behind them. Why did you come so brazenly? Naruto asked, somewhat irked. Yoru no Suki was taken aback by his reaction. Am I supposed to sneak in? It's not as if I'm engaged in anything scandalous. Is resurrecting someone in the world of Hokage truly such a significant matter? After all, during Pain's invasion, Konoha revived an entire village. Naruto was left speechless by Yoru no Suki's retort, ultimately unable to articulate a response. Chapter 85. Emotion and Guilt. Alright. I'm about to begin, Yoru no Suki announced as he produced a sealing scroll and unfurled it, revealing Kushina's prosthetic. Upon seeing the prosthetic, Naruto fell silent, his expression shifting to one of tension and anticipation. Although he conversed with Kushina daily, witnessing the tangible presence of another child's mother before him inevitably stirred feelings of envy. After unveiling the prosthetic, Yoru no Suki began to channel chakra into the kunai Minato had provided. In less than a second, Minato appeared in the room. Upon seeing Kushina's prosthetic resting on the bed, he froze for a moment, tears welling in his eyes. Minato gently caressed the surface of Kushina's prosthetic, realizing it was not cold, but warm like his own body. What must I do? Minato turned to Yoru no Suki, his gaze resolute. If he had harbored any doubts before, they had now dissipated entirely. He was solely focused on awakening the person before him. First, let us go see Aunt Kushina. Once I'm prepared, you can emerge to undo the 8 trigram seal, Yoru no Suki instructed. Minato nodded in agreement, without further ado placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder as they entered the space, sealing Kushina's chakra. Yoru no Suki followed suit, and Naruto subconsciously entered the realm as well. Kushina awaited them, promptly approaching upon seeing them, and then bowed deeply to Yoru no Suki. Thank you. I know that our gratitude pales in comparison to your efforts, but I still wish to express this. If today's endeavor proves successful, we will not refuse any of your future requests. Kushina's voice trembled with emotion, tears falling to the ground, causing Minato and Naruto, who observed, to also feel misty-eyed. That is my sentiment as well. If you truly succeed in reviving Kushina, it would be an immeasurable blessing for our family, and we will do everything in our power to fulfill your future requests, Minato said, wiping away his tears with a smile directed at Yoru no Suki. You're all putting immense pressure on me, Yoru no Suki admitted, feeling anxious as he offered them a wry smile. However, rest assured, The chances of success are exceedingly high. Even if it fails, I can guarantee that the situation will not worsen. All right, I'm ready to start. With those words, Yoru no Suki conjured a blue rope woven from spiritual energy and handed it to Kushina. Aunt Kushina, no matter what happens, you must hold on to this rope tightly, he instructed solemnly. Kushina nodded, gripping the rope firmly. Yoru no Suki then turned to Minato. You may now proceed to unravel the 8 trigram seal. Minato nodded and vanished from sight, while Yoru no Suki withdrew as well. Minato formed the necessary hand signs and released the 8 trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen, allowing Kushina's spirit to emerge, clutching the rope woven from spiritual energy. Upon witnessing Kushina manifest, Yemu swiftly used his spiritual energy to grasp the rope in her hand, preventing her soul from drifting aimlessly. Subsequently, he began to exert a minimal portion of his spiritual pressure, guiding Kushina's soul toward the vessel of the deceased. This delicate process required precise control. Excessive pressure could scatter Kushina's essence, while insufficient force might fail to propel her. Minato observed anxiously from the sidelines, only able to see a faint azure soul gravitating toward the body on the bed. Should any complications arise, he was prepared to use the 8 trigram seal to rebind Kushina within Naruto, a decision that emboldened him to agree to Yemu's request, as the worst-case scenario would simply maintain the status quo. The process was not overly complex. After approximately a minute, Kushina's soul melded with the vessel. Although Minato yearned to inquire about the situation, he refrained from speaking, fearing it might disrupt Yemu's concentration. Yemu, noticing Minato's distress, nearly chuckled. It's done, he announced. The entire operation lasted around 3 minutes, with little difficulty aside from the final step, which required finesse. However, in the presence of this master of the occult, it was hardly a challenge, as the intricacies of sorcery surpassed this endeavor. Really? When will Kushina awaken? Minato could no longer contain his curiosity and asked eagerly. Before Yemu could respond, Kushina's vessel opened its eyes. Minato, Naruto, she uttered with a quiver in her voice. Observing the two before her and feeling her own body, tears streamed down Kushina's face as she gradually sat up. Minato rushed to support her, while Naruto wished to embrace Kushina but hesitated, fearing to injure her. Aunt Kushina, your body is much stronger now. You needn't worry, Yemu reassured them with a smile. The vessel, constructed from Hashirama cells, was significantly more robust than her original form, although she could no longer wield the would-release Kekkai Genkai. However, the chakra reserves likely remained intact. Hearing Yemu's words, Naruto could no longer restrain himself and gently wrapped his arms around Kushina. Tears continued to flow as she embraced Naruto, reminiscent of the moment he was born. Witnessing this tender scene, Minato felt a lump in his throat. Yemu, touched by the family reunion, reflected on its unparalleled significance. Simultaneously, feelings of guilt arose within him concerning Sasuke. Although he had claimed to alter their family's fate, he had essentially usurped another's body, that of an infant no less. He had long believed he had fused with Sasuke's soul, indistinguishable from one another, at times. His actions mirrored those of Sasuke. Yet, each time he entered the soul cutter space, his soul retained its own form, unchanged. He had previously dismissed these thoughts, convincing himself that his actions were beneficial, as Sasuke alone would not have been able to effect such change. But was what he was doing truly right? Was he truly Sasuke? If not, did he not yearn for such a reunion himself? Chapter 86. The first full-scale mobilization. Yemu chose not to intrude upon Minato's family reunion and quietly departed. Upon returning home, he entered his room and closed the door. Sasuke, he called out, but received no reply, nor did his own body respond. Uchiha Sasuke, he tried again, to no avail. Subsequently, Yemu instinctively entered the soul cutter space, where his soul remained that of a youth clad in a black haori and sporting short black hair. Everything seemed unchanged, yet he sensed no further anomalies. Perhaps he was overthinking. Since I'm here, I might as well practice my Bankai training, he decided, shrugging off the matter. He proceeded to Sakura's space. Moments later, within her designated area, countless razor-like blades transformed into colossal hands reaching for Yemu. He adeptly utilized Shuinpa to evade their grasp, while Sakura was unable to ensnare him. Retreat is not an option. I must advance, he resolved, inhaling deeply and wielding his soul cutter as he accelerated toward Sakura's form. His figure flickered as he continued to evade the blades. However, Sakura soon recognized the situation and encased Yemu within a sphere formed from the blades. With a clenched fist, she commanded the blades to compress inward towards Yemu's core. If he did not act swiftly, he would be utterly annihilated. Bakud 88, Hayari no Kazetsu. A burst of white light illuminated the area, creating a passage through the blade-formed sphere. Seizing the opportunity, Yemu pressed onward toward Sakura. The sanctuary of safety was within reach, and he felt victory was imminent. Bakud 78, Zenrin. The powerful strike tore a gash into the defensive barrier of blades surrounding Sakura, allowing Yemu to execute 3 consecutive Shuinpa, arriving directly before her. I've done it. He rejoiced internally, extending his left hand towards Sakura's mask, nearly touching the ominous visage. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Sakura vanished from sight. When she reappeared, it was 2 to 3 meters ahead of him, shifting the position of the sanctuary and leaving Yemu submerged in blades once more. He froze for a moment, and in that instant, the myriad blades surged toward him. The endless onslaught of blades tore into Yemu's spiritual form, eliciting a scream of agony from him. After a time, he lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Sakura approached and waved her hand, instantly restoring his injuries. In her domain, she could effortlessly mend the harm she inflicted. I need to be quicker and more responsive. If I had reacted immediately and continued using Shuinpa, the outcome could have been different, Yemu mused as he sat up, analyzing the recent battle with a tinge of regret. Sakura waved her hand, and millions of blades returned to the cherry blossom tree, transforming into petals, while she settled against one of the trees. Realizing the hour was late, Yemu exited the soul cutter space. Their clan had recently relocated, and the house was still in disarray. He stepped outside to assist with the organization. Concerning Sasuke's soul, he had formulated a plan. If he truly had merged with Sasuke's essence, he would accept that. But if he retained his own consciousness, Yemu resolved to return the body to him. Now that he had mastered the technology of vessels, he no longer required it. Sasuke, once you've tidied up, prepare the items we need for our outing, Tachi instructed, placing a vase in position. Are we going out tomorrow? Yemu asked, puzzled. Hasn't Team 11 completed a mission together since our formation? After relocating our clan, we must undertake a mission, Tachi replied with a smile, playfully tapping Yemu's forehead. Upon hearing Itachi's explanation, Yemu realized that idle ninjas without assignments could not remain inactive for too long, as it could lead to an overflow of requests for the village. Oh, very well, Yemu conceded. Although he preferred to embark on missions alone, he had no valid reason to refuse Itachi's suggestion. However, he could not escape his fate. Next time, he would certainly retaliate, Night Moon mused as he rubbed his slightly aching forehead. Simultaneously, he increasingly felt the constraints imposed by the village, which hindered his freedom to cultivate. Any desire to venture out alone necessitated a justification. The following day, all members of Team 11 gathered at the task assembly point. K-Rin remained closely by Night Moon's side, while Itachi sought suitable missions. Although Sai was present, he kept his distance, sitting on a stone and gazing at the distant sky, his eyes often drifting and evasive. Danzo had vanished for 6 months, and the prolonged absence of orders soon threw root into chaos. Recently, Minato had incorporated root members into existing ninja squads, leading to the exposure of Sai's identity. Minato informed Itachi of this development, but they had already been aware and did not pay it much heed. The team members remained unchanged. This one should suffice. A mission to escort a merchant convoy, Itachi remarked after considering the task list, pointing to a ranked assignment. The staff handed the mission scroll to Itachi. Typically, escort missions are of a lower rank. However, some merchants request an elevation in rank for added security, thereby enlisting more experienced ninjas for protection. In this instance, the task was indeed of higher rank due to the convoy's route through a rogue ninja gathering in the land of hot water en route to the land of lightning. This rogue ninja enclave posed a problem that the land of hot water could not resolve, and other ninja villages bore no obligation to intervene, leaving the situation unchecked. Ironically, the rogue ninjas resided in a village known for its aversion to conflict, the Hot Water Village, which was rich in natural resources and devoted to peace. These rogue ninjas merely engaged in theft, and the ninjas of Hot Water Village paid them no mind, forcing passing merchant convoys to hire ninjas from other villages. After accepting the mission, Night Moon and his team met the client, a short, plump man clad in black. I never anticipated that the team assigned to my task would include 2 Uchiha ninjas. It seems fortune favors me. The client exclaimed with fervor upon seeing Night Moon and his companions, grasping Itachi's hand with a beaming smile. Night Moon observed that this merchant possessed experience and insight, unlike the foolishly arrogant Kato from the Land of Waves. In conversation with the merchant, Itachi learned that the convoy comprised around 70 to 80 individuals and a dozen carts, indicating a considerable operation. Understood. Are we departing today? Itachi inquired after grasping the general details. The merchant, who introduced himself as Benki, explained that he was a trader between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, primarily involved in the exchange of or from the former for grain from the latter to profit from the price differential. If possible, we shall depart today. My convoy is stationed at the gates of Konoha, Benki affirmed with a nod. Very well, Itachi replied. Turning to his team members, he stated, let us proceed. Night Moon and Rin acknowledged and followed suit, only to notice that Sai remained seated, head bowed, not joining them. We are leaving, Sai, Night Moon called back, waving his hand before him. Sai's thoughts were apparent to Night Moon. Their months of shared experiences had forged a bond. Yet Sai felt compelled to betray them to Danzo for the sake of his mission, even if the information he provided was entirely fabricated. Now, with Root disbanded and his identity exposed, guilt clouded his ability to face them. But Sai glanced at Night Moon before diverting his gaze elsewhere. All you need to remember is that you are a member of Team 11, Night Moon interjected before Sai could finish, seizing his hand and pulling him to his feet to rejoin Itachi and the others. In the original narrative, Sai had been a source of regret for Night Moon. Despite his inability to articulate himself well and the often forced smile he wore, his essence was quite endearing. He was discerning in his affections and knew whom to be grateful to, as well as possessing a keen sense of right and wrong, evident when he chastised Sakura for her false confession to Naruto. Such a character, relegated to a supporting role in Team 7, likely experienced a tumult of emotions witnessing Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke proclaimed the revival of their team during the Fourth Great Ninja War, a moment that surely was not pleasant for him. In Sai's eyes, Night Moon's figure gradually merged with that of his brother, the one who had always cared for him and advised him to let go of his emotions. Must one truly relinquish feelings? Sai pondered, recalling a childhood drawing he had created, depicting a blue-haired boy with a massive shuriken on his back holding hands with himself, both adorned with sincere smiles. Brother, I believe I now understand what it means to form bonds. A genuine smile blossomed on Sai's face, distinct from his usual demeanor. Due to the necessity of escorting the merchant convoy, Night Moon and his companions traveled at a leisurely pace, taking over a week to reach the borders of the Land of Hot Water. The Land of Hot Water is a veritable haven of hot springs. Our convoy frequently traverses between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, and we always take time to enjoy the springs here, Benki enthusiastically remarked. Thanks to the protection of you esteemed Konoha ninjas, we have arrived safely, and as a token of gratitude, I invite you all to indulge in the hot springs today. We will require your assistance for the journey ahead. Upon arriving in the Land of Hot Water, Benki eagerly began to describe its unique features to Night Moon and his companions, smiling at Itachi. Faced with his enthusiasm, Itachi felt somewhat out of sorts, but ultimately could not decline, and the group accepted Benki's invitation into a local hot spring establishment. The initial leg of the journey had been relatively uneventful, fitting within the parameters of a lower-ranked task, yet Benki's warmth remained unwavering. Wow, this hot spring establishment is truly vast, Rin exclaimed as she took in the spacious room. The reception area was nearly as large as the entire bathing area of other hot springs, a fact that naturally elicited her awe. Indeed, this is one of the most luxurious hot springs in the area. I make it a point to visit every time I pass through the Land of Hot Water. And I hope you all enjoy it as well, Benki replied with a grin in response to Rin's remark. He then turned to the counter, producing a stack of cash. One luxurious mixed bathing ticket, please. And what type of bathing do you all prefer? He inquired of Itachi and the others. No mixed bathing, they replied in unison, Rin glancing at Night Moon and following suit and shaking her head. I would like 1 ticket for the women's bath and 3 for the men's bath. Keep the change as a tip, Benki instructed the staff at the counter. Thank you for your patronage. The staff's eyes lit up at the sight of the cash. The amount was substantial and could cover another visit. Such generosity was a rarity. The staff quickly prepared 5 tickets, beaming as they handed them to Benki, who was regarded almost like a deity. I shall not intrude upon your enjoyment. I too must find some relaxation, Benki cheerfully said, presenting 4 tickets to Tachi before heading towards the hot springs. Regrettably, Night Moon watched Benki retreat with a tinge of disappointment. He had been rather curious about the mixed bathing area, having never seen what it entailed. Jiraiya would certainly be familiar with it, but he ultimately backed down, forfeiting the hard-won opportunity, left only to envy Benki. Itachi handed K-Rin her ticket, and the 3 of them proceeded to the men's bath. Ah, this is delightful. Lying in the hot spring, Ye Wuyue could not help but let out a moan. The temperature of the water was slightly elevated, yet it was immensely pleasurable, causing him to feel as though his very soul was on the verge of transcending its earthly confines. At that moment, Itachi and Sai also entered the pool. Ye Wuyue turned to glance at them. Both possessed commendable physiques, particularly Itachi, whose abdominal muscles were well-defined yet not overly pronounced, lending him an appealing allure. Sai, on the other hand, had a complexion that was rather pale, akin to that of Orochimaru. After entering the hot spring, both of them exhaled contentedly. The 3 taciturn individuals remained silent, immersed in the warm waters. Ye Wuyue pondered the possibility of encountering Haiden, given that he hailed from the hot springs village. But upon reflection, he deemed it unlikely, as the hour was quite late and Haiden had presumably already joined the Akatsuki. It was a pity. He had initially contemplated dismembering that perverse individual to see if he could still survive. Besides that, he was also curious to discern the nature of the so-called evil god, who supposedly bestowed immortality upon others, seemingly a formidable entity, though he wondered how it compared to the Grim Reaper. After a while, Itachi was the first to exit the hot spring, wrapping himself in a towel and making his way to the area where free dango and hot tea were offered. After some time, Ye Wuyue and the others followed suit. At this point, Itachi was still clad in his bathrobe, savoring the dango, with a significant number of bamboo skewers already placed before him. Would you care for a couple of skewers? Although they may not be as delectable as those sold in the village, they possess a unique charm, Itachi offered, swallowing his mouthful and extending 2 skewers to them. Consuming excessive sweets is detrimental to one's dental health, Nisan, Ye Wuyue reminded him as he accepted the dango. Itachi nonchalantly took another skewer, expertly devouring it in one bite, and replied, "Fear not, I possess self-control." Ye Wuyue regarded the pile of skewers before Itachi and found his words rather unconvincing. After enjoying the hot spring, they resumed their journey. By the afternoon, they arrived at the gorge frequently frequented by rogue ninjas, flanked by towering stone walls, with only this singular passage available. Esteemed companions, we are nearing the territory often inhabited by rogue ninjas. I trust you will safeguard my cargo. Pungji addressed Ye Wuyue and the others. Itachi acknowledged him with a nod, and the convoy progressed. Having traversed the narrow path, the rogue ninjas had yet to make an appearance, not a single one. Faced with this peculiar situation, Pungji curiously ran his fingers through his thinning hair. In all my dealings, I have never encountered such a scenario. Previously, regardless of which village's ninjas I employed, these rogues would invariably emerge to rob us. Some of them even boast bounties of considerable value, with notable reputations in the underground gold exchange. Why is it that not a single one has shown up today? Pungji mused. Is it not a fortuitous sign that no rogue ninjas have appeared? Sai interjected. Indeed. Let us continue our journey, Pungji concurred, nodding in agreement. Wait. At that moment, Karui suddenly halted and closed her eyes. Upon hearing her words, the others paused. A sheen of perspiration adorned Karui's brow, as if she sensed something dreadful. There are 2 exceptionally powerful chakra signatures ahead, comparable to Captain Itachi's, she declared, her voice tinged with trepidation as she pointed toward a narrow path. We should halt for a moment, Mr. Pungji, Itachi said gravely. Anyone with chakras similar to his is certainly not to be trifled with. As expected, they could not evade the impending danger. That narrow path led directly to the lair of the rogue ninjas, indicating that they had merely arrived later than usual. Pungji's expression darkened as he commanded the convoy to stop. Continuing onward and allowing the convoy to disperse would surely jeopardize Ye Wuyue and the others' ability to protect the entire caravan. Though the absence of rogue ninjas gave him a sense of losing out on his hiring fee, the arrival of such individuals instilled fear regarding the safety of his goods. Hey, Kakuzu, my ritual for the evil god is far from complete. Why are you in such a hurry? A somewhat brash and disgruntled voice emanated from the corner of the narrow path. Surprised by the voice, Ye Wuyue felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this fellow could yield some insights if entrusted to Orochimaru. Then came another voice, deep and resonant. Your ritual for the evil god is exceedingly time-consuming. I must promptly deliver these individuals to the underground exchange, as there are numerous targets in the bounty list awaiting my attention. Two figures emerged from the corner of the path, clad in the iconic black cloaks adorned with red clouds. One possessed green eyes, a hooded garment, and held a small booklet, perusing its contents leisurely. The other had slicked-back silver hair, pale purple eyes, and wore a silver necklace shaped like a triangle encircled by another. He carried an exaggerated red scythe on his back. That is indeed a ritual dedicated to the evil god. It necessitates time for sincere prayer. However, explaining this to an atheist such as you is futile, the man bearing the bloody scythe remarked, pressing his hand against his forehead, eyes closed. As the two stepped forth, a potent scent of blood wafted in their wake. Due to their dark attire, it was unclear if they were stained with blood. Ye Wuyue and the others swiftly positioned themselves to shield the convoy behind them. The black cloaks with red clouds. This is the Akatsuki organization you mentioned earlier, is it not? Tachi inquired, studying their garb. Indeed, the two members I encountered previously were similarly attired, Ye Wuyue affirmed, his gaze fixated on Haiden, intrigued by him. Upon hearing their conversation, Kakuzu and Haiden raised their heads. Quite a delightful bounty. Such an abundance of offerings will surely please the evil god, especially with several ninjas among them. However, it seems a pity to sacrifice them, Haiden mused, stroking his chin before beckoning to Ye Wuyue and the others. Hey, would any of you be interested in joining the cult of the evil god? Our tenets are truly splendid. Kakuzu flipped through the pages of his booklet, his eyes gleaming as they fell upon Ye Wuyue. Uchiha Sasuke, bounty of 20 million, double for live capture. It appears luck is on my side today. Subsequently, Kakuzu launched a powerful punch toward Ye Wuyue, trailing dark threads behind it. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Itachi exclaimed, forming hand seals in less than a second. A colossal fireball engulfed Kakuzu's fist, surging towards both Kakuzu and Haiden. Initially perplexed by Kakuzu's proclamation, Ye Wuyue quickly grasped the implication. He had been placed on the underground market's bounty list. However, having rarely ventured beyond the village, primarily residing in Konoha, who would have taken the liberty to place a bounty on him? Then, a realization struck him. Kakuzu's mention of a double bounty for live capture indicated that anyone who successfully apprehended him would receive a sum exceeding Asuma's bounty. Notably, Asuma's bounty stood at 35 million. Capturing him alive would yield a staggering 40 million, suggesting that someone coveted his capture. Upon further contemplation, it became evident who might have placed the bounty, likely another ninja village that had witnessed his cursed technique, seeking to acquire the secrets of his abilities. At the very least, offering 20 million to eliminate a Konoha prodigy would be deemed worthy by them. A crimson scythe, divided into 3 segments, soared from behind a fireball, only to be deftly deflected by Ye Wuyue's Zanpakuto. The scythe, under the control of the chain behind it, returned to Fei Duan's grasp. It seems you are unwilling to revere Lord Evil God. Thus, I shall transform you into offerings for him. Though he had not tasted blood, Fei Duan still licked the blade of his scythe. Leave this dim-witted individual to me. The remaining one is in your hands. Ye Wuyue directed towards Tachi and the others. Who are you calling dim-witted? Fei Duan retorted, perplexed, as he inquired of Ye Wuyue. Fool, who else but you? Kakuzu interjected calmly, stepping forward. Another Uchiha ninja. Your Sharingan should fetch a handsome price, he remarked, gazing at Itachi. Ye Wuyue, overhearing Kakuzu's words, sensed he was courting danger. While Kakuzu's strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to the current Itachi, who would easily overpower him. With the activation of Susanoo, Kakuzu would have no means of countering, and he doubted Kakuzu could unravel Tsukuyami. Kakuzu, however, did not rush into action. Instead, he observed their forehead protectors, reminiscing. Seeing your forehead protectors reminds me of my first encounter with the Leaf Ninja, Senju Hashirama. His words astonished both Karen and Sai. Isn't Senju Hashirama the first Hokage? How long has this guy been alive? Sai exclaimed, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow, shocked. Kakuzu was quite pleased with his reaction. Meanwhile, Fei Duan, upon hearing Kakuzu's words, erupted in fury, pointing at Ye Wuyue and shouting, How dare you speak of me like that? You shall soon repent devoutly. He then hurled his blood-soaked scythe at Ye Wuyue, the crimson blade hurtling towards him. Too slow, Ye Wuyue replied nonchalantly, once again deflecting the scythe. He had intended to ridicule Kakuzu, but was interrupted by Fei Duan. Kakuzu's habit of boasting about his encounters with the first Hokage, while showcasing his own inferior abilities, was indeed irksome. Kakuzu, do not intervene. I want him to experience pain, Fei Duan commanded, retracting his scythe. After contemplating Fei Duan's abilities, Kakuzu nodded his assent. Fine. But do not take his life, just incapacitate him. Then I shall spare his heart and disable his limbs. Fei Duan grinned cruelly, charging at Ye Wuyue with his scythe. Ye Wuyue dashed into the nearby forest, intending to lure Fei Duan away for a more enjoyable duel. Do not run, Fei Duan yelled, eagerly pursuing him. Itachi-sensei, is it all right for Sai to handle that person alone? Sai asked, concern etched on his face. No worries, we will take care of this one, Itachi replied, shaking his head, having great faith in Ye Wuyue's abilities. Kakuzu observed as Itachi slowly unfastened the Akatsuki cloak, tearing it off, revealing three masked figures emerging from behind him, a strategy to ensure he retained at least 2 hearts. Very well, I shall entertain you, Kakuzu said in a low voice, devoid of any emotion. Meanwhile, Ye Wuyue led Fei Duan away, sprinting ahead while Fei Duan struggled to keep up. You little brat, do not flee, Fei Duan shouted, growing increasingly frustrated. After determining the distance was sufficient, Ye Wuyue halted. He had drawn Fei Duan out because of the latter's peculiar abilities. Leaving him with the others could lead to unforeseen complications. Yet, for someone who understood his capabilities, Fei Duan posed no threat. His curse ritual was laden with limitations, rendering him ineffective before Ye Wuyue. Ha ha ha, out of breath, are you? Fei Duan laughed triumphantly as he leaped, scythe in hand, aiming for Ye Wuyue. Ye Wuyue parried the attack with his sword, delivering a kick that sent Fei Duan sprawling. After nearly a decade of training, Ye Wuyue's prowess was undeniable. You truly are dim-witted, unable to perceive the disparity between us. If you had learned to rock, you might have had a chance, but as it stands, you are merely fish on a chopping board, ripe for slaughter. Ye Wuyue taunted, pointing his Zanpakuto at Fei Duan with a derisive smile. A Fei Duan who can rock would be several tiers stronger than one who cannot, he added. Though Fei Duan did not grasp the full implication of the remark, he sensed the mockery, his anger reaching a boiling point, twisting his features grotesquely. You wretched fool, I will ensure you experience every ounce of agony, Fei Duan bellowed, charging at Ye Wuyue once more with his scythe. Ye Wuyue adeptly countered, leaving no wounds upon him. Through their skirmish, Ye Wuyue assessed Fei Duan's level. His taijutsu seemed to parallel that of A.J. Nin, likely inferior even to Kakashi, sustained only by his bloodline and immortality, artificially elevating him to the rank of Kage. Fei Duan's physical prowess fell short of Ye Wuyue's, resulting in a wound to his side. With a tremor, Fei Duan gasped. A chill ran down Ye Wuyue's spine. This individual was grotesque, a handsome youth reduced to such depths due to his insanity. Haha, meet your demise. Fei Duan quickly regained his composure, wielding his blood-soaked scythe with ferocity against Ye Wuyue. Binding Art. Number 8. Dispel. A spiritual energy shield materialized on Ye Wuyue's left hand, absorbing the brunt of the scythe's strike. Though the shield shattered, it repelled Fei Duan's weapon. Ye Wuyue swiftly withdrew, leaping back, not out of fear of the attack, but rather from revulsion. That pain was exquisite. Now you shall experience it for yourself. Fei Duan's face contorted with madness as he hurled his scythe, which Ye Wuyue easily evaded. Simultaneously, Fei Duan controlled the scythe's return and drew a black staff from his waist, transforming it into a pointed black weapon. Charging at Ye Wuyue. Without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, merely flailing about in taijutsu, why do you even persist in living? Oh, I almost forgot. You cannot even die, Ye Wuyue remarked, unimpressed by Fei Duan's assault. From the onset, Ye Wuyue had not witnessed Fei Duan employ any ninjutsu or jinjutsu. He merely swung his scythe. It was no wonder Shikamaru could easily defeat him. With a proper understanding of his capabilities, Ye Wuyue believed any standard J-nin could easily dispatch him. As the scythe and spike closed in for the strike, Ye Wuyue's form vanished, reappearing several meters behind his original position. Fei Duan quickly adapted, red-dripping his scythe. Enough. I have lost interest in you, but you shall serve as a test for a new technique I have mastered. Binding Art. Number 63. Chain Binding. Ye Wuyue declared. A sturdy chain ensnaring Fei Duan completely as he began to chant. Chapter 90. Binding Art Number 90, Black Prison. Damn you. Let me go? Fei Duan struggled against his restraints. Cursing vehemently, Ye Wuyue ignored him, focusing intently on channeling his spiritual pressure. Amidst the murky tapestry, a rebellious and audacious talent emerges. Tides surge, negation ensues, numbness envelopes. And in an instant, eternal slumber is thwarted. The crawling iron princess and the self-mutilating clay puppet intertwine, rebounding and extending towards the earth, acknowledging their own impotence. The 99th Forbidden Art, Black Pavilion. The flow of spiritual energy begins with a slight obstruction, yet gradually becomes fluid as his incantation progresses, conjuring a black cube that encloses Fei Duan entirely within. What is this? The sudden appearance of the black cube perplexes Fei Duan, who, possessing an immortal body, has never known fear. In the next moment, a myriad of blades emerges from the cube, piercing into Fei Duan's flesh. The sound of blades entering flesh resonates, accompanied by Fei Duan's cries, which, given his temperament, cannot be classified as screams of agony. After nearly a year of struggle with the 99th Forbidden Art, Ye Wuyue can barely manage to execute this sequence now. Logically, he should not perish, right? Ye Wuyue muses, observing the black cube. After a while, the cube dissipates, and Fei Duan's body collapses to the ground, resembling a porcupine. Indeed, he is still alive, his mouth moving and froth at the corners, embodying a semblance of euphoria. He then shakily rises to his feet. That sensation was exquisite. However, I am the messenger of the evil god. Your attacks hold no sway over me. Prepare to meet your demise. Though his body is riddled with wounds, Fei Duan stands unperturbed, brandishing his bloodied scythe and charging madly towards Ye Wuyue. Observing Fei Duan's resilience, Ye Wuyue expresses his astonishment, his gaze filled with curiosity. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with Orochimaru, he has developed an interest in peculiar beings, eager to study them further. Illusionary Sharingan. Ye Wuyue's pupils gradually shift from black to blood red, adorned with 3 tomo, the tomo within his gaze whirl, locking onto Fei Duan's eyes. As Fei Duan charges, his focus wanes, and he collapses to the ground. To think his resistance to illusions would be so feeble. Ye Wuyue regards the unconscious Fei Duan with disdain. His Sharingan has seen little training and is seldom utilized, merely possessing a basic understanding of its techniques. He did not anticipate that such a rudimentary level of skill would suffice to control Fei Duan. Of course, it is possible that his mental fortitude enhances the Sharingan's illusion. Nevertheless, it must be said, Fei Duan is rather inept. Ye Wuyue steps in front of Fei Duan, retrieving the bloodied scythe from the ground, still stained with the remnants of their previous skirmish. From their earlier exchange, he deduces the nature of their activities. The diligent members of the Akatsuki organization are once again laboring for financial support. One wonders how many explosive tags they have procured for Conan by now. Surely, they have not yet reached the staggering figure of 6 trillion? Ye Wuyue contemplates. He casually tosses Fei Duan's scythe into the system space. Summoning technique. Ye Wuyue slowly forms a series of hand seals, biting his finger to draw a line in his palm, and then slaps it against the ground. A colossal python materializes before him. Mr. Sasuke, the summoned serpent lowers its head, speaking human words. Ye Wuyue had previously signed a summoning contract with Orochimaru in the Dragon Cave, enabling him to summon lesser serpents. He has no desire for the formidable Orochimaru. Summoning a creature like Manda would likely result in its immediate demise. Take this one to Orochimaru, Ye Wuyue instructs, pointing at the unconscious Fei Duan. Understood, the python replies, preparing to swallow Fei Duan whole. Wait. Ye Wuyue halts the serpent's motion, binding Fei Duan's body with chains for precaution. Should this individual awaken mid-journey, it could pose a problem. After a moment's thought, he retrieves a blank scroll and scribbles down some information. Give this to him as well. Ye Wuyue hands the scroll to the python. The serpent swallows both Fei Duan and the scroll, then vanishes in a puff of smoke. Ye Wuyue inscribes the essence of Fei Duan's abilities within the scroll, ensuring clarity of intent. He then retraces his steps to reunite with the Tachi and the others, only to find that Kakuzu has already vanished, while the remaining members of Team 11 await him. Have you resolved the matter? Itachi inquires. Ye Wuyue shakes his head, responding, that fellow seems impossible to kill for some reason. He escaped. What about you? Itachi and the others shake their heads in unison. He is exceedingly cautious, and his abilities are peculiar. He wields 5 different elemental jutsu. Despite my control through illusion, he inexplicably revived. Subsequently, he commanded several masked monsters to distract me while he burrowed underground and fled. His strength is commendable, yet his cowardice is disheartening. His claims of having clashed with the first Hokage are surely exaggerated, though he might indeed belong to that era, Itachi explains. Both individuals exhibit strange methods. Those unfamiliar with them could easily falter. Yet, Itachi and his team appear only slightly disheveled, suggesting Kakuzu posed little significant threat. To think members of the Akatsuki possess such strength and peculiar abilities, logically, they should be quite renowned. Why, then, have we not heard of them prior? Itachi furrows his brow in contemplation, perplexed. At that moment, Pengji emerges from behind the carriage, his legs trembling slightly, having just witnessed the extraordinary combat prowess of these ninjas. He is utterly shaken. The disparity between this and his previous encounters is staggering. He feels that the ninjas he once saw now seem like mere child's play in comparison. The surrounding forest has been ravaged, and had it not been for the protection of these leaf ninjas, his convoy would likely have met with total annihilation. Thank you all for your protection. Without you, I would have surely perished today, Pengji expresses, his voice still quavering. Not at all. Our duty is to escort you. Itachi gestures dismissively. The group then resumes their journey towards the Land of Lightning. In a subterranean chamber within the Land of Grass, a massive python appears before Orochimaru, regurgitating Fade Wand and a scroll. After examining the scroll's contents, Orochimaru's gaze fixates on Fade Wand, glinting with interest. Ah, an immortal body? A splendid subject for research. It seems my decision to collaborate with him was indeed fortuitous, Orochimaru muses to himself, lifting Fade Wand onto the examination table. Chapter 91. The Akatsuki Organization meeting within a dark and damp cavern. A man with a bare torso, adorned with stitches and black lines, emerges from the depths. Damn it, I never anticipated that little Uchiha would be so formidable, obliterating 4 of my hearts in one fell swoop. Kakuzu's voice is tinged with anger, as memories of the terrifying illusion instill a flicker of dread within him. How can the Leaf Village ninjas be so powerful? He recalls his first encounter with a Leaf Ninja, where he unleashed all his techniques only to be subdued by simple taijutsu. Had his opponent not spared him, he would surely have perished. Now, yet another Leaf Ninja effortlessly subdues him, leaving Kakuzu questioning his very existence. At that moment, the ring on his finger begins to glow. A meeting at this time? Well, it is the perfect opportunity to ascertain whether that fellow has perished. Kakuzu glances at the ring, then forms hand seals with one hand and closes his eyes. Subsequently, his consciousness transformed into a vibrant, multicolored phantom that materialized within a cavern, where 7 similar apparitions were also present. Why did Kakuzu and Haiden not accompany you? Inquired a phantom with pale lavender concentric eyes, its gaze indifferent as it regarded Kakuzu. Kakuzu surveyed the surroundings and confirmed the absence of Haiden. We encountered a squad of Konoha ninjas. Haiden was lured away by one of the younger ones. If he hasn't arrived yet, he is likely dead, Kakuzu replied. It's truly hard to believe. Isn't that guy supposed to be immortal? How could he possibly die? A cheerful voice emanated from a pitcher plant-shaped phantom. Perhaps he was sealed away. One cannot hastily conclude his demise. Another voice, slow and somber, echoed from the same pitcher plant apparition. Kakuzu, you didn't abandon Haiden and flee, did you? Scolded Sasori in a voice aged with experience. Oh, is that so? Isn't Kakuzu always boasting about having battled the first Hokage of Konoha? And now, when faced with Konoha's ninjas, he simply leaves his companion behind to escape? White Zetsu remarked in surprise. White Zetsu, say another word and I swear I shall tear you apart. Kakuzu growled, his temper further fraying at White Zetsu's words. Had the distance not been great, he might have acted on his impulse, for he had already gained notoriety within the Akatsuki for eliminating partners. Enough. Cease the noise. Pain interjected with a detached tone, restoring a temporary quiet to the tumultuous cavern. The question of Haiden's fate remained unresolved for the moment. The primary agenda of this assembly was to expedite the second phase of our organization's plan, to incite war among the various shinobi villages while amplifying the scale of conflict. Our organization has now evolved into a mercenary group detached from any nation, yet the frequency of warfare within the shinobi world has diminished considerably, leading to a decrease in those hiring our services. If this trend continues, we will be unable to monopolize warfare and subsequently initiate the third phase of our plan. Pain conveyed the essence of the meeting to those present. The decline in warfare may be attributed to Konoha's formidable strength. All small-scale conflicts between other villages in Konoha have ended in failure, and the recent Chunin exams became a showcase exclusively for Konoha. The other villages, fearing Konoha's might, are hesitant to act, Sasori slowly analyzed. Konoha indeed seems to produce an abundance of monsters, remarked a man with two oddly shaped ninja swords protruding from his back, his eyes reflecting a complex nostalgia. Haha, your generation's 7 ninja swordsmen were decimated by a single Konoha ninja, right? You are merely one of the fortunate few to escape. Now, only you remain, Raiga. A shark-faced figure carrying an object resembling a gigantic corn cob chuckled at the man who had just spoken. Humph, had you been present at that time, you would undoubtedly have been among the buried. The strength of that individual was beyond human capability, Raiga retorted with a cold snort. As the conversation threatened to veer off course once more, Pain reasserted control over the discussion. The current tranquility in the shinobi world is merely the calm before the storm. The hatred birthed by war will not dissipate, nor will conflict cease. It only requires slight provocation to reignite it. Indeed, Konoha's overwhelming power poses a significant disadvantage to our upcoming third phase of the plan. We should instigate conflict between the other villages and Konoha, allowing the 4 major villages to weaken Konoha's strength. Pain stated coldly, redirecting the topic. What course of action shall we take? Sasori inquired. Among those present, he harbored some of the deepest grievances against Konoha, as his parents had perished in a war against them, never to return. Unfortunately, the one who had slain his parents had already taken his own life, depriving him of the opportunity for vengeance. Pain continued to address the members in the cavern, and they nodded in agreement. Zetsu, our organization is currently understaffed. The reserve member you sought can accompany you on missions temporarily. Additionally, Kakuzu, after you leave, attempt to locate Haiden once more. His immortality should afford him a greater chance of survival, Pain instructed. Understood, Zetsu affirmed. How troublesome, Kakuzu scoffed, retreating, followed by the remaining members who exited in succession. Within a tall tower in the Rain Country, Pain and Konan also exited, the latter wearing a complex expression tinged with reluctance. Unable to contain herself, Konan turned to Pain, questioning, is this truly the right path? War will leave many children homeless. Pain's indifferent demeanor remained unyielded by her words as he replied, this is all for the sake of ultimate peace. It is a necessary step toward it. Understanding between people is perpetually elusive. Only through experiencing one another's suffering can true peace be attained. After hearing Pain's response, Konan chose not to press further, realizing that he was the only companion she could rely on. After more than half a month, Yorunosuke and his companions finally reached their destination. Haha, I must thank all of you for your escort along the way, Peng Ji exclaimed, his spirits high. Although the risks of smuggling goods between 2 nations were considerable, the rewards were equally substantial. This time, none of his cargo had been lost, and selling it would surely yield significant profits. It is merely our duty, Itachi replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Peng Ji slipped them a tip before allowing them to depart. This was our first mission as a full team. What are your impressions? Itachi asked, smiling at Yorunosuke and the others. I didn't expect our client to be so enthusiastic, Yorunosuke remarked, holding a few bills with a sense of nostalgia. For some reason, this task felt incredibly authentic, almost as if my previous missions were mere illusions. Sai pondered after a moment of contemplation. Perhaps it's because our Team 11 is finally complete, Itachi said without a hint of anxiety. Sai nodded in agreement. That seems to be the case. I felt our involvement in this mission was somewhat minimal. We hardly engaged in combat, merely dispatching a few petty thieves. Ino remarked with a hint of disappointment, as she and Sai had barely participated in the prior battle. She quickly added, of course, this is also due to our relatively low strength, which limited our contributions. I will train harder in the future. And I'm just happy to be on a mission with Sasuke. Blushing, she cast a glance at Yorunosuke. Itachi also glanced at Yorunosuke, seeing his unchanged expression, and chose not to elaborate further. They then began their journey back, their speed exceeding that of their arrival as they returned to Konoha in just about a week, totaling a month for the entire mission. At last, we're back. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, Ino stretched and sighed, having grown accustomed to the paradise-like life here after a year compared to the grass village. Indeed, Itachi responded with a smile as he gazed at the gates of Konoha. Upon entering the village, Yorinosuke hurried to the Hokage Tower to report the circumstances encountered during the mission to Minato. However, it appeared that something was amiss in front of the Hokage Tower. A throng of villagers had gathered, divided into two factions engaged in heated debate. Hokage-sama, has your wife truly been resurrected? My child also perished during the Nine Tails chaos. Please, Hokage-sama, resurrect him. My wife also lost her life in that turmoil. I implore you, Hokage-sama, to bring her back as well. How can someone as selfish as you hold the title of Hokage? Why do you not respond to us directly? Are you feeling guilty? The third Hokage was far superior, always considering the village before himself. A group of individuals shouted, attempting to storm the Hokage building, their faces stained with tears. Filled with fervor, some even began to denounce Minato Namikaze, disparaging him while elevating Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing the uproar, Yorinosuke's expression turned cold. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the situation. Yet, he did not anticipate that this matter would be exposed so swiftly. Did Minato not know how to conceal it? Or was it a deliberate act by someone? Yorinosuke silently noted the faces of the most vociferous among the crowd. Those who are ungrateful and lack loyalty have no right to exist in this world. However, aside from this unruly faction, there were also supporters of Minato, vehemently rebuking the dissenters. You are the most selfish ones. You wish for the Hokage to bear the burden alone. What have you done for the village? Shouted an elder, veins visibly straining on his neck as he clenched his fists, ready to strike. A pack of ungrateful wretches. If it were not for the fourth Hokage diverting attacks during the Nine Tails incident, would you even be standing here alive? Another youth struck down a villager who insulted Minato, rebuking him fiercely. We merely wish to resurrect our loved ones. What is wrong with that? Why can the Hokage revive his wife, but not us? A tear-streaked villager shoved the youth. The scene descended into chaos, threatening to erupt into a brawl. At that moment, Mito Minato and Tsunade emerged, with several ninjas stepping in to stabilize the situation. Dear villagers, please rest assured, the third Hokage is negotiating with the fourth Hokage and will provide you with an explanation. For today, kindly return home and await news. The third Hokage will inform you once matters are clarified, Tsunade announced, though the entrance to the Hokage building remained tumultuous. Observing the chaos, the members of Team 11 stood in shock, gleaning some information amidst the cacophony. Kushinae has been resurrected? That must be a good thing, right? Ino questioned, perplexed yet enraged by the shouting crowd. Since arriving in Konoha, she had scarcely seen the Hokage emerge from his office, tirelessly dedicating himself to the village. Yet now, due to one incident, he faced their scorn. Any reasonable person would feel compelled to defend him. Human emotions are indeed intricate, Itachi reflected, his gaze growing indifferent. What should we do now? Sai inquired. Yorinosuke quietly observed the situation, noting that the leading figures appeared disheveled, akin to a band of ruffians, consistently hurling insults at Minato. The rest merely clamored for Minato to resurrect their deceased kin. Indeed, one Danzo was not enough. Such festering rot should be entirely eradicated. As he regarded Mito Minato and Tsunade, a murderous intent began to brew within Yorinosuke. He thought to seize an opportunity to eliminate these pests as well. Let us report our mission to the Hokage, Itachi instructed, leading the way towards the Hokage building. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, a slovenly villager from the crowd began shouting. Either the Hokage resurrects all the villagers who died in the Nine Tails attack, or he must resign and apologize. Otherwise, we will not leave. A few half-hearted agreements arose, but most did not support him. Resignation seems excessive. The Hokage has done so much for us, another voice chimed in. Even those who were initially aligned with him began to dissent. In his desperation, the man retorted, if he is allowed to continue, he might exploit his position for personal gain in the future. Meanwhile, Yorinosuke and the others bypassed the crowd and arrived at the Hokage building. Mito Minato and Tsunade, upon seeing them, stormed over, faces flushed with anger. What are you all up to? Mito Minato shouted. Yorinosuke and his companions disregarded them, entering the building, while Mito Minato and Tsunade, realizing they were outmatched, followed closely behind. Uchiha Itachi, do you even know what you are doing? Mito Minato continued, trailing behind. We are merely reporting our mission to the Hokage, Itachi replied calmly. Are you not aware of the current situation? Whether Minato can continue as Hokage is still in question. Whom do you intend to report to? Mito Minato pressed. This matter does not concern the two of you, Itachi responded tersely. Minato continued to prattle on, but Itachi chose to ignore him. Soon, they reached the Hokage's office, where the door stood ajar. Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing before Minato, smoking a pipe. What you did this time was rather out of line. Resurrecting the dead disrupts the balance of the realms. The reason I expelled Orochimaru was due to his research into such forbidden techniques. However, aside from resurrecting Kushina, you have not engaged in any nefarious human experiments. Perhaps it would be wise to lay low for a while, Hiruzen remarked, his form more stooped than before, likely a consequence of the recent troubles with Danzo. Though his age was also considerable, in the original narrative, he should have been resting in peace by now. I can temporarily take over your duties and manage the village until the uproar subsides. What do you think? Hiruzen suggested, taking a couple of puffs from his pipe. Hokage-sama. We have important matters to report. Itachi knocked on the door. Hiruzen frowned, casting a displeased glance at Itachi. Minato, maintaining his usual gentle demeanor, offered an apologetic smile, saying, "Please wait a moment. I still have matters to discuss with the third Hokage." He then turned to Hiruzen. "I appreciate your kindness, third Hokage. I acknowledge my mistake in this matter, and I have already considered resigning from the Hokage position." Hiruzen nodded in response to this statement. "A few days ago, I consulted with Jiraiya and Tsunade. I intend to pass the Hokage position to Tsunade. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and has contributed immensely to the village. I believe she would make a suitable Hokage," Minato continued. Now 37 years old, and having served as Hokage for 17 years. Minato had spent nearly every moment at his desk, feeling fatigued and lacking time to spend with Naruto. When he agreed to resurrect Kushina, he had already contemplated resigning if complications arose, allowing him to dedicate the remaining time to his family. Hiruzen pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. "That may be for the best, but has Tsunade consented to this arrangement?" Hiruzen inquired. Minato affirmed, "I have already spoken with her." He had long engaged in discussions with Tsunade, eventually persuading her to accept the Hokage position. Hiruzen, hearing this, felt somewhat uncomfortable that his own apprentice had not informed him of such a significant matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped out of the Hokage's office, and upon witnessing this, Mito Kazumi and T. Sankamachi grew somewhat anxious. "You agreed so readily? Tsunade's contributions to the village are, by all accounts, nowhere near yours. Why would you relinquish the position of Hokage to her?" Mito Kazumi inquired of Sarutobi Hiruzen, perplexed. If Hiruzen were to reclaim his position, it would mean that those of their generation could also resume their roles. Hiruzen turned to them and replied calmly, "I have grown too old. I lack the strength to continue the struggle." With that, he proceeded to leave. The transformations within Konoha, coupled with Danzo's demise and his own aging, had led him to a profound realization. Hiruzen's actions astonished Uramitsuki. In the original narrative, he had immediately taken on the Hokage's mantle after the fourth's death. Yet now he was voluntarily stepping back. Although Minato's suggestion was indeed fitting, Hiruzen's complete absence of negotiation struck Uramitsuki as remarkable. As Hiruzen, Mito Kazumi, and T-Sun Kamachi departed, Uramitsuki entered the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama," he called out, casting a glance at Minato that conveyed a hint of guilt. For the day's events stemmed from his failure to consider thoroughly. "Itachi, didn't you mention an important matter earlier?" "Please, go ahead," Minato replied with a smile, maintaining his composure. Showing no sign of regret, he chose not to respond to Uramitsuki, mindful of concealing any hints from others. Itachi sighed and relayed the circumstances surrounding their recent mission to Minato. "It seems this Akatsuki organization is indeed formidable. I will document these circumstances. Let Tsunade-sama decide on the subsequent actions. I can finally afford to rest." Minato exhaled deeply, as if shedding a heavy burden. Uramitsuki observed Minato now bore a striking resemblance to Naruto after he became Hokage, spending his days in the Hokage office managing village affairs. It was puzzling how, during the original narrative, Hiruzen appeared so idle, either gazing into crystal balls from his office or leisurely wandering around, often engaging in banter with Danzo, asserting his position as Hokage. "Well then, you may return. I have already discussed the situation of the Uchiha clan with Tsunade-sama, and during her time in the village, she has witnessed the changes within your clan. Rest assured, your clan will continue to be treated fairly," Minato said with a smile to Itachi. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Itachi sincerely expressed his gratitude. Although the Uchiha clan's current transformation was tied to their own changes, It was evident that without Minato's influence, their current state would have been unattainable. The fact that Minato, even as he approached relinquishing the Hokage position, remained considerate of their clan was genuinely touching. Having made up his mind, Minato and the others refrained from further discussion and returned home. Upon arriving home, Uramitsuki found that Fugaku and Mikoto had not yet returned. So he retreated to his room. Lying in bed, he began to contemplate the events of the day. The situation felt somewhat peculiar. The leading villagers appeared to be acting not out of spontaneity. Uramitsuki resolved to investigate further that night. But for now, let us set aside those thoughts. I have just mastered the 90th Baikut. Let us see if I can succeed this time. With that, Uramitsuki allowed his consciousness to enter the realm of his Zanpakuto. His speed had now reached a level sufficient to enter Shinbinzakura's safe zone. Yet Shinbinzakura's speed was not to be underestimated. He would soon distance himself. 10 minutes later, Uramitsuki re-entered Shinbinzakura's safe zone. Baikut number 63. SS no Goku. This time, Uramitsuki refrained from directly attempting to remove Shinbinzakura's mask, instead binding him first with Baikut. However, in the next moment, Shinbinzakura utilized Shuinpa to create distance, his spiritual pressure surging as he prepared to break free. This time, Uramitsuki was not caught off guard. He executed Shuinpa to pursue, re-entering the safe zone. Baikut number 61. Rokuge KK. 6 beams of light pierced Shinbinzakura's form, restricting his movements. Uramitsuki continued to draw closer, applying additional Baikut, and Shinbinzakura's speed gradually diminished. This should suffice. Observing Shinbinzakura ensnared by multiple Baikut, Uramitsuki swiftly approached and grasped his mask. Boom. The Baikut was ultimately shattered by Shinbinzakura's spiritual pressure, but by that time, Uramitsuki had already removed his mask. Chapter 94, Bankai. The pink-hued pupils were strikingly contrasted by a pair of sharp eyes, devoid of expression, appearing rather indifferent. He bore a resemblance to a youthful Byakuya Kachiki, with long hair flowing gracefully like a gentleman, yet his attire was that of a samurai. Overall, one could summarize him as remarkably handsome, or perhaps beautiful, though somewhat aloof. In the next moment, an identical mask reappeared on Shinbinzakura's face. You have succeeded, he remarked calmly, allowing all the fine blades to revert to petals. Returning to the cherry blossom tree, and then turned to walk toward the tree he had previously leaned against. I did it. I did it. I finally did it. Uramitsuki exclaimed, arms wide open, his previous discontent evaporated. His exhilaration surpassed that of winning a 50 million lottery. He had finally completed a Bankai training. It was somewhat regrettable that it hadn't been achieved during the manifestation, yet having accomplished it once, replicating it should pose little challenge, right? As long as I can replicate this during your manifestation, I should be able to perform Bankai, correct? Uramitsuki inquired apprehensively of Shinbinzakura. No need. You can perform Bankai now. The incantation is Shinbinzakura Kageyoshi. Shinbinzakura replied indifferently. Shinbinzakura's words stunned Uramitsuki. Wasn't it stated that one must first manifest and reveal surrender? This did not appear to be a manifested state. However, since the Zanpakuto itself affirmed it, there should be no issue. Could he truly perform Bankai? Uramitsuki's previously calming excitement surged once more. Let us just give it a try. With this thought, Uramitsuki gripped his Zanpakuto firmly, hand trembling slightly. After taking a deep breath, he gradually released his grip. The Zanpakuto fell straight down. Bankai. Shinbinzakura Kageyoshi. As Uramitsuki's words fell, the ground beneath him transformed into a deep, black abyss, the space around him mirroring this change. As the Zanpakuto sank into the abyss-like ground, it sent ripples radiating outward. In that moment, thousands of enormous blades sprouted from either side of Uramitsuki's body. These massive blades suddenly shattered, morphing into fine blades. Millions of these delicate blades encircled Uramitsuki, creating a safety zone with an 85-meter radius around him. Simultaneously, a tremendous spiritual pressure erupted from within Uramitsuki, amplifying his power to approximately 8 times its original strength. Excitement and exhilaration surged within Uramitsuki, who felt entirely capable of confronting beings of extraordinary caliber. His body was undergoing a transformation, albeit one he could not yet perceive in his spiritual state. Shin, come forth. I wish to engage in battle. Surrounded by millions of fine blades, Uramitsuki charged toward the area where Shin resided. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. He was no longer the same as before, determined to defeat those who had once bested him. Upon hearing his voice, Shin, perched atop a massive blade, glanced down at Yoromitsuki. Have you completed a Bankai training? A smirk graced his lips as he leaped down from the giant blade, landing before Yoromitsuki. Are you planning to commence my Bankai training right away? Shin inquired, grinning at Yoromitsuki. Enough talking. Today I will dismantle your forest of blades, leaving you nowhere to hide. A cluster of fine blades converged, forming the shape of a Zanpakuto, which Yoromitsuki seized, pointing it at Shin. He intended to defeat the divine spear using Shimbunzakura, thus completing its Bankai. As for that old woman, Liuhua, he would deal with her later. Facing her left Ye Wuyue, feeling uncertain. Oh, are you quite confident? Then let the battle commence. A faint smile played on the lips of the divine spear as a Zanpakuto materialized in his empty hand. Since you can already wield Bankai, I assume using its power should pose no issue for me. The divine spear pointed the blade at Ye Wuyue. Upon hearing his words, a sense of foreboding washed over Ye Wuyue. Bankai. As the divine spear uttered these words, Ye Wuyue's pupils constricted, and he swiftly positioned the fine blades before him to shield his body. Divine killing spear. The utterance transformed the heavens and the earth into a void of ink, a slender line materializing amidst the blades sprouting from the ground. In an instant, that line shattered, causing the upper half to glide downward. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of blade meeting blade resonated as Ye Wuyue constructed layers of protective shields with the fine blades of Shimbunzakura, only to have 2 layers shattered by a single strike from the divine spear. Quite impressive defense, yet I wonder if it can withstand a more concentrated assault? Divine killing spear. Dance. The divine spear declared with a grin. He then drew the Zanpakuto back, positioning its tip toward Ye Wuyue. Recognizing the divine spear's intent, Ye Wuyue immediately placed all the fine blades of Shimbunzakura before him. The attack, swift as a bullet yet millions of times faster, struck the shield formed by Shimbunzakura, creating a dent but failing to completely breach Ye Wuyue's defense. However, the blade of the divine spear did not become ensnared in the dent. It retracted instantaneously upon impact. Divine killing spear, dance of the blades. The divine spear announced again with a smile. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing blades echoed endlessly. Yet the blades themselves remained invisible. The shield formed by Shimbunzakura teetered under continuous assault. Surely, I cannot be defeated without a single strike of my own, Ye Wuyue thought, feeling a sense of reluctance. After achieving Bankai, his power had indeed surged, but the fine blades of Shimbunzakura had multiplied exponentially, making control increasingly arduous. And the consumption of spiritual pressure was several times more demanding than before. Utsasimi. Ye Wuyue dispelled his defense, and the divine spear's blade lunged toward him, only for his form to vanish, leaving behind merely his outer garment. Ye Wuyue reappeared beside the divine spear. Kyuka Shimbunzakura, he shouted, unleashing billions of fine blades that coalesced into a pink sphere, enveloping the divine spear completely before compressing inward. Divine killing spear, extreme. A voice with a hint of magnetism rang out, as a slender white beam of light pierced through the pink sphere, subsequently cleaving it open. The figure of the divine spear emerged unscathed from within. Indeed, he is formidable. Observing the undamaged divine spear, beads of cold sweat formed on Ye Wuyue's forehead. It was evident that the divine spear had not revealed his true strength in their previous skirmish. Yet, I cannot concede so easily. With unwavering resolve, Ye Wuyue addressed the divine spear, Shimbunzakura Kyuka, annihilate. Chapter 95. Awakening the kaleidoscope, the surrounding space began to shift, as if a curtain veiled this realm, transforming the surroundings into an abyss akin to a starless night sky, with Ye Wuyue situated at its center. Billions of diminutive blades took the form of Zanpakuto, suspended in every direction within this space. Ye Wuyue relinquished all defense, but in doing so, his offensive capabilities surged dramatically. Each blade around him was now under his command, ready to strike. Extending his hand, a Zanpakuto materialized within his grasp. Quite the spectacle, the divine spear commented with a smile, observing Ye Wuyue. Ye Wuyue thought to himself, truly, he is reminiscent of Shinji Hirako. Although his eyes are considerably larger, his demeanor and tone evoke a similar mockery. Exhaling deeply, Ye Wuyue realized his spiritual pressure paled in comparison to Yukatake Jishiro, and executing this technique was already taxing. He felt he could not control too many blades at once. Here it comes, my final move. Ye Wuyue aimed his blade at the divine spear and shouted, "Ultimate move. One bite, 1,000 flowers." Over 100 suspended Zanpakuto descended, encircling the divine spear, their tips directed at his body. This technique, originally known as one bite, 1,000 peaks, had been diminished due to Ye Wuyue's inability to replicate Yukate's might. Yet, even in its curtailed form, the sight was magnificent. As the blade surged toward the divine spear under Ye Wuyue's command, boom! The clash of the Zanpakuto, imbued with immense spiritual pressure, erupted with a sound akin to an explosion. Divine killing spear, spiraling dance. The divine spear's voice rang out, unleashing a circular slash from his position, radiating outward. Most of Ye Wuyue's Zanpakuto were cleaved down, while the circular slash charged toward him. Ye Wuyue's pupils contracted sharply. The speed of the slash rendered evasion impossible. He could only brace himself, positioning his Zanpakuto to block the impending strike. As the slash approached, he realized it was a blade, long and whip-like, even extending beyond the length of a whip. The blade was about to collide with Ye Wuyue's Zanpakuto when, in an instant, it passed through the blade, the tip vanishing. Simultaneously, particles resembling dust hovered before Ye Wuyue, some perilously close to his form. This was the true ability of the divine killing spear. Ye Wuyue stood frozen, paralyzed with fear. The dust-comprised blade fragments transformed by the divine spear, containing a horrifying toxin capable of dissolving cells. The moment even a single speck entered his body, his fate would be sealed. "I concede," Ye Wuyue declared immediately, scarcely daring to breathe or raise his voice. Upon hearing Ye Wuyue's admission, the divine spear chuckled, dispersing the dust surrounding him. "You still have much to refine, Wuyue," he remarked with a grin. Only then did Ye Wuyue dare to move, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat from the earlier encounter. "You are quite the monster," Ye Wuyue said, glancing warily at the divine spear. "I hardly deserve such a title. That honor belongs to Miss Liuhua, who is truly formidable. With sufficient spiritual pressure, even her shurikai surpasses the bankai of most Zanpakuto," the divine spear replied, discarding his Zanpakuto and gesturing as the previously obliterated forest of blades resumed its original state. "Do not be modest. You both are equally remarkable," Ye Wuyue grimaced, recalling unpleasant memories. He then rose. "Well, I must take my leave. There are matters to attend to. Farewell." The divine spear smiled and bid him farewell. Ye Wuyue turned, wishing to avoid the divine spear's visage for now, fearing he might be haunted by nightmares that night. Perhaps it would be best to forego sleep altogether, he pondered as he exited the realm of Zanpakuto. Upon his soul's return to his body, a faint spiritual wave caught his attention. "So it is true?" Ye Wuyue's previously jubilant mood dimmed slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. "With this, I can rest easy." He smiled. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his eyes, prompting him to lower his head and shield them, as several abilities surfaced in his mind. Fire style, addition of Earth Command, Amaterasu, domain of the divine realm. Ye Wuyue produced a mirror, revealing within it one eye adorned with a hexagram, while the other bore a triangular pattern encircled by rings. The awakened kaleidoscopic Sharingan reaffirmed his suspicions. Among its abilities, two belonged to the second pillar, while the other was a power he had awakened himself. The divine realm, a pseudo-space ability, could draw his opponents into an alternate dimension identical to their current surroundings within a 5-kilometer radius. Once trapped, they could not escape until they defeated him, while he could enter and exit at will. However, the speed of this ocular technique's spatial transitions paled in comparison to Kimui, and it could only be used on one enemy at a time. After defeating or removing the first opponent, he could then target a second, which led Yu to deem it a pseudo-space ability. This was not its entirety. The divine realm encompassed two abilities that worked in tandem. Within this realm, he could control anything except the enemies drawn in, even swapping the positions of objects akin to Sasuke's heavenly hand power. It was indeed a formidable ability. And due to absorbing Indra's chakra, his Sharingan had entered the state of eternal kaleidoscope. Having occupied your body for so long, it seems it's time to depart. But there are still matters to attend to. Yu locked his door and retrieved 2 containers from the system space. Without hesitation, he reached into his eye socket. With a squelch, the star-shaped kaleidoscope was extracted, and he promptly placed it into one of the containers. Blood flowed from his eye socket, and the pain caused him to grimace, yet he refrained from crying out. He proceeded to extract the other eye, placing it in the second container, plunging Yuyu's world into darkness. He then took out a solvent filled with green liquid from the system space and applied it to himself. The lost eyes regenerated. Looking into a mirror, what was once a star and a triangular ring now appeared as two star shapes. The restorative agent's ability to cause the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to regrow was an unexpected delight. Yu murmured to himself, "Sasuke, dinner is ready." Outside, Itachi's voice called out. Upon hearing this, Yu stowed the containers away and deactivated the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, responding calmly, "Coming, Nizan." Chapter 96. Investigation. With that, Yu stepped out of his room, where Itachi had already prepared dinner. In the center of the dining table was a pot surrounded by an array of ingredients. "I remember you mentioned enjoying hot pot. And with winter just passing, it's perfect for warding off the chill." Itachi smiled, beckoning him over. "Our parents are likely to return late tonight. Let us start eating." Yu was surprised that Itachi remembered his offhand comment about liking hot pot, grilled fish, and fried eggs, with only the latter not yet made for him. "Thank you, Nizan," he replied with a smile as he took a seat opposite Itachi. Itachi served him a bowl of the already cooked food and filled his own bowl too. "Nizan, how have your eyes been lately?" Shui said that excessive use of the kaleidoscope may lead to blindness. Yu inquired, accepting the bowl from Itachi. "It's fine. I haven't used its power much, so I should be all right," Itachi said nonchalantly, touching his eyes. "But there will inevitably come a time when I need to use it. If only the disadvantages of the kaleidoscope could be eliminated," Yu casually remarked. "It seems that among the Uchiha clan, only Shui and I, prior to you, have reached the kaleidoscope state, while Madara's kaleidoscope appeared to lack any drawbacks. Yet, the method to resolve these disadvantages seems to have been lost over time. I had hoped to check the Nanga shrine for any records, but unfortunately, Father wouldn't allow me in. Perhaps it contains some extraordinary secrets. I'll let it go for now, but if you awaken the kaleidoscope in the future, I will find a way to resolve that drawback for you, no matter the cost," Itachi assured Yu with a smile. Observing Itachi's resolute gaze, Yu remained silent, entirely convinced that Itachi would follow through. "This time, you won't have to bear the burden," he said, bowing his head to eat from his bowl while occasionally chatting with Itachi. "Ah, hot pot truly is delicious," Yu sighed contentedly, having unwittingly eaten a bit too much. "If you like it, I'll make it for you again next time," Itachi said with a fond smile. After clearing the dishes, Izumi arrived at their home. "Itachi-kun, let us go shopping. We just finished our tasks." She joyfully ran over and hugged one of Itachi's arms. Since they had confirmed their relationship, her happiness had increased day by day, and she eagerly anticipated their future together. "Little Sasuke should come too. I'll buy you something tasty," Izumi said, turning to Yu, while simultaneously giving him meaningful glances. Yu understood her implication and hesitantly replied, "I'll pass for now. I still need to train. Perhaps next time." Izumi's expression indicated satisfaction. "What a pity. Let us go, Itachi-kun. The flower shop in the mountains has just received many beautiful varieties. We can buy some for our home's decoration since renovations are almost complete. Also, the dumpling shop in the village has introduced new flavors that are said to be quite delicious. Let us try some." Izumi looked at Itachi expectantly, awaiting his response. Itachi and Izumi's new home was now built, but still undergoing renovations, expected to be completed within the month. Initially hesitant, Itachi readily agreed upon hearing about the new dumpling flavors. "All right, Sasuke, if you're going out, remember to lock the door," he reminded before departing with Izumi. Yu stood at the door, observing the sky. The sun still hung in the west. He decided to wait until later to investigate the matter from today. So he returned to the Uchiha clan grounds where he had previously resided to practice his techniques. Currently, he could barely perform the 90th Kido, though he still required incantation. Unfortunately, this incantation was particularly lengthy, making it appear quite clumsy without first restraining his opponent. As night fell, Yu reluctantly swallowed a soul pill, having a total of 10. He had given 2 to Orochimaru and now had 8 left, needing to conserve them until Orochimaru could replicate the pill. Subsequently, Yuyu's spirit detached from his body, resembling his appearance in the Soul Slayer space. As his spirit exited, Sasuke's body displayed a look of confusion before turning to face Yuyu's spirit. "Let us head home and rest," Yuyu said to Sasuke's body. "Understood," Sasuke's body replied, as with the other soul pills. The soul within would obey the commands of its body's master. Sasuke's body then disappeared into the night, heading towards his home. Yu watched for a moment before stopping once he could no longer see him. He then retrieved a black hooded cloak from the system space and draped it over himself. Despite the fact that no one in this world, aside from him, knew what spiritual pressure was, the ability to conceal it was of little use. However, this black cloak has been modified by Suk Eisen, not only capable of concealing spiritual pressure, but also entirely shrouding one's physical form, though it seems ineffective against the corporeal body. Upon arriving in this world, Yoramun discovered that the inhabitants of the Naruto realm could perceive souls. Once the reanimation jutsu was lifted, the souls that emerged were visible. Thus, it was indeed prudent to hide one's soul form. Upon reaching the center of Konoha village, Yoramun realized that he was unaware of the residences of the elders Mito Gate and Tanaka Koharu. He lamented that he should have inquired about it earlier in the day. Just as he pondered his next move, a seemingly furtive figure passed by him, stopping intermittently to glance around. Recognizing him as one of the individuals who had incited the villagers outside the Hokage building earlier that day, Yoramun boldly followed him, unnoticed by anyone on the street. Thus, Yoramun traversed the air while the man walked on the ground, eventually leading him to a forest within the village. Once the man checked that no one was around, he activated a hidden mechanism, revealing an underground passage. The man promptly entered the underground chamber, and Yoramun followed suit. Chapter 97. The death list confirmed. As Yoramun advanced through the underground chamber, he soon encountered Mito Gate and Tanaka Koharu. Indeed, their involvement was as he suspected, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. The disreputable man approached the two elders with a sycophantic smile, saying, "My lords, we have completed the task you assigned. Now, about the promised reward, haha." He rubbed his hands together, and Mito Gate tossed him a pouch of coins. "Should you dare to speak recklessly, you know the consequences," Mito Gate coldly warned him. The man nodded vigorously upon receiving the pouch. "Rest assured, my lords, I will not utter a word. I shall take my leave now," he said, bowing submissively. Mito Gate nodded, and the man hurriedly exited. Wouldn't it be more effective to eliminate these individuals? That way, Minato Namikaze would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. Tanaka Koharu questioned Mito Gate, a hint of confusion in her voice. Mito Gate shook his head in response. "That could backfire terribly. Minato is too beloved in this village. We have already gathered many indebted gamblers to lead the charge, yet there are still few willing to approach the Hokage building, with many villagers actively dissuading them. If we proceeded with such a plan, a large number might genuinely believe he is innocent, but if it were discovered, we would be finished. And now, with Danzo having given up, what are we to do? Are we to merely watch? With Tsunade assuming the role of Hokage, our chances of holding power are slim to none, even less than those of certain clan heads." Tanaka Koharu expressed her frustration, given her long-standing rivalry with Tsunade. "Indeed, we find ourselves in a dire predicament. Had Danzo still been alive, we might have maneuvered him into the Hokage position, but our investigations suggest he is most likely deceased." Mito Gate sighed, expressing his resignation. They had initially believed that forcing Minato from his position would resolve everything, yet they did not anticipate his clever maneuvering. Nor did they foresee Sarutobi Hiruzen's voluntary withdrawal. The conversation then drifted back to Danzo, and Yoramun realized that this place bore a striking resemblance to the root base he had seen in the original narrative. "Speaking of the Uchiha, I find myself incensed. Were it not for the arrogance of their clan, the likes of Madara Uchiha would not have perished. And how is it that such a haughty clan now thrives in Konoha? Who knows if they might produce another Uchiha Madara? They ought to be entirely eradicated from Konoha." Tanaka Koharu continued, shifting the discussion toward the Uchiha clan. After exchanging a few more words with Mito Gate, Tanaka Koharu had little further information to offer. Yoramun refrained from taking action against them. The timing was far too precarious. If these two elders were to perish at this juncture, Minato would undoubtedly be implicated. This was a certainty. Even if he could prove his innocence, suspicions would still linger that he had orchestrated it. After all, today's events clearly indicated that these two were in opposition to Minato. With his resignation, should they die immediately thereafter, Minato would be unable to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After Mito Gate and Tanaka Koharu concluded their discussion and exited the underground chamber, Yoramun followed suit, but did not return home immediately. Instead, he seized the opportunity to identify certain corrupt elements within Konoha, intending to deal with them in due course. Once he had resolved these matters, Yoramun finally returned home. The lights were still on at his house, and Fugaku and Mikoto had returned. Itachi and Izumi were engaged in conversation at the table along with Sasuke. Yoramun chose to remain outside, observing through the window. Your house should be nearing completion, yes? Fugaku inquired, sipping his hot tea while addressing Itachi and Izumi. Yes, it should be finished within this month, Itachi nodded in response. Then you should move in there directly, Fugaku suggested. Itachi was of an appropriate age. It was only natural for him to live separately. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Sasuke appeared somewhat displeased, though he remained silent. Izumi's face flushed at Fugaku's remark. She lowered her head, hesitant to speak, occasionally glancing at Itachi's face with evident nervousness. Itachi paused for a moment, looking at Sasuke before saying, I think there's no rush. I was planning to wait until after the wedding in October to move in. I believe that would be best. Hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke's expression brightened immediately, and he voiced his agreement. Itachi was taken aback, as he had not previously witnessed such enthusiasm from his brother. He speculated that perhaps it was because he had prepared a hot pot for him that evening. Itachi resolved to cook more of his brother's favorite dishes in the future. Izumi, however, felt somewhat despondent upon hearing Itachi's words. Casting a glance at Sasuke and wondering why the usually perceptive child seemed oblivious today. Well, that works too, Fugaku contemplated for a moment before saying. Let the children decide their own matters. We needn't worry excessively. Mikoto refilled Fugaku's teacup, smiling as she spoke. That's true, Fugaku agreed, crossing his arms and nodding. Alas, Minato's situation appears quite challenging. I can only wonder how profoundly it will affect him, Fugaku remarked, shifting the conversation to Minato. Indeed, it was unexpected for Kushina to suddenly revive. This must be due to Minato preserving her chakra. Their family can finally be reunited, which is a blessing. Mikoto added in response to Fugaku's comment. It seems the Hokage has decided to resign. Itachi contemplated before sharing the news since it was no longer a secret. The villagers would surely learn of it by tomorrow. What? Fugaku exclaimed in disbelief. This matter surely does not warrant such a drastic decision. If he is facing difficulties, our clan can assist him. Why would he suddenly choose to resign? Fugaku bombarded Itachi with questions. The Hokage made this choice willingly. He intends to pass the position to Lady Tsunade, Itachi explained to Fugaku. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's shock subsided, replaced by a furrowed brow as he remarked. While Tsunade belongs to the Senju clan, she harbors no prejudice against our Uchiha. Her assuming the role of Hokage is acceptable. However, I did not expect Minato to relinquish the position so easily. Sasuke sat beside Itachi, casting a casual glance before turning his gaze to the moonless night outside. After exchanging a few words with Fugaku and the others, he retreated to his room and opened the window. The figure of Ye Wuyue leaped through the window, removing his dark cloak. I just returned home when my parents came back, so I didn't rest immediately, Sasuke explained. Chapter 98. The Transplant of the Mangekyou Sharingan. I understand, Ye Wuyue nodded, refraining from further comment. Sasuke appeared to exhale in relief as Ye Wuyue entered his body, regaining control over it once more. Just a little longer. There are still tasks to complete, Ye Wuyue thought, clenching his fist. In the ensuing weeks, Konoha gradually returned to tranquility. Most villagers had no objections to Kushina's revival, and those who did remained silent without a leader to incite them. Recently, Ye Wuyue had been preoccupied with a particular endeavor, cloning the Sharingan. He intended to create a pair from the extracted Sharingan, planning to transplant one pair to Itachi and incorporate the other into his own prosthetic body. The cloning technique, previously utilized in crafting prosthetics, posed no significant challenge for him. Simultaneously, the news of Minato's resignation spread throughout Konoha, and 2 weeks later, Tsunade succeeded him as Hokage. During this period, Ye Wuyue also completed the cloning of the Sharingan and installed his awakened Sharingan into the prosthetic body. At the Fugaku household, today was a busy day for both Fugaku and Mikoto, leaving only Ye Wuyue and Itachi at home. After returning from the dumpling shop, Ye Wuyue handed a bag of dango to Itachi. Brother, your birthday must be approaching, right? Ye Wuyue inquired. Itachi accepted the dango with a smile, replying, Who celebrates their birthday every year at this age? I've nearly forgotten. Regardless of age, birthdays should still be celebrated. I have prepared a grand gift for you this year, Ye Wuyue said, gazing at Itachi. Itachi began to eat a skewer of dango, offering another to Ye Wuyue, who accepted it but refrained from eating. Ye Wuyue pondered whether Itachi's continued indulgence in sweets might lead him to gain weight, curious about what a heavier Itachi would look like. Is that so? I shall look forward to it, Itachi replied, suddenly feeling his eyelids grow heavy. his head becoming drowsy. Odd, why do I feel so sleepy? Itachi shook his head, his eyelids struggling to remain open. Perhaps you didn't rest well last night? Wuyue chuckled. Just as Wuyue finished speaking, Itachi's body slumped. And Wuyue anticipated this, catching him to prevent his face from colliding with the table. Get some rest, brother, Wuyue murmured, dragging Itachi back to his room. Within Itachi's dango, Wuyue had secretly administered a drug to induce sleep. Initially reluctant to resort to such measures, he feared Itachi would refuse to allow him to perform the eye transplant, leaving him with no choice. After bringing Itachi into his room, Wuyue locked the door and did not immediately begin the transplant procedure. Instead, he retrieved his prosthetic body and, after consuming a soul pill, entered it. His prosthetic bore a striking resemblance to his own soul, albeit with slight embellishments, appearing marginally more handsome. Due to time constraints, he had not incorporated any bloodline limits. It possessed only a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan and would release capabilities akin to Yamato's. Upon opening his eyes, the external triangular, inner circular Mangekyou Sharingan manifested. Wuyue glanced at Sasuke, who was currently fixated on Itachi. Stay here and do not move, Wuyue instructed him, regardless of whether he heeded the command, before casting his ocular technique upon Itachi. 3 seconds later, Sasuke's figure vanished from view, and he and Itachi found themselves enveloped in a realm of darkness. The space then began to replicate the external environment from the ground beneath them, expanding outward. In less than a second, the area where Wuyue and Itachi stood perfectly mirrored the outside world, though Sasuke's presence was absent. Wuyue curiously surveyed his surroundings. This was his first time employing this ability. Extending his right hand, he activated the power of his right eye, causing a vase on the table to soar toward him, which he caught effortlessly. The sensation was tangible. Wuyue then exerted force with his right hand, causing the vase to shatter, and the water and flowers spilled onto the floor. With a flicker of his right eye, the water and flowers hovered in midair, and the shards of the vase gradually reassembled, sealing seamlessly back into their original form. This experiment confirmed to Wuyue that his ability indeed created a genuine space rather than a mere illusion. Subsequently, with a thought, he channeled more chakra, causing everything in his room to levitate as the walls disassembled, revealing the external environment, which replicated the outside world perfectly. His surroundings transformed into an expansive void, and an experimental table materialized from his system space. He then placed Itachi's body upon the table, retrieving a container that held a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan. Donning sterile gloves and a mask, Wuyue approached Itachi. Let us begin. As night descended outside, the realm of the divine mirrored this darkness. Wuyue felt that his Sharingan abilities indeed deserved the title of divine. In this space, he was akin to a deity, controlling everything except for living beings. And his power possessed a certain creative quality, perfectly replicating the external environment. 3 hours later, the transplant surgery for Itachi's Sharingan was successful. Wuyue brought Itachi out of the divine realm, where Sasuke awaited, his expression tinged with concern upon seeing Itachi's condition. Wuyue laid Itachi on the bed in his room, and the sky outside was now cloaked in darkness. Turning to Sasuke, Wuyue remarked, "You must have been here all along. Why have you never emerged?" "Uchiha Sasuke," Wuyue addressed him. The culmination of events led him to realize that Sasuke's soul had not fully merged with him. Rather, he had exerted little influence over Sasuke's body, causing Wuyue to mistakenly believe their souls had fused. However, Sasuke's disembodied spirit always appeared in its original form, distinctly unlike a merged soul. Upon hearing Wuyue's words, Sasuke momentarily froze, a hint of tension crossing his features before he spoke. "I do not comprehend what you mean. I am merely a created soul, existing to obey your commands." Wuyue did not accept his words, his gaze fixed intently on Sasuke, whose eyes betrayed a flicker of evasion. "This is your body. I, an outsider, have occupied it for so long, taking away your family and life. Surely you must feel anger. Why have you never acted?" Wuyue pressed further. Chapter 99. Separation. Seeing Wuyue's unwavering expression, Sasuke cast his gaze downward, finally responding, "Because I am afraid that my inadequacy will cause another tragedy, terrified of that blood-red night." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Wuyue grasped the underlying truth. Sasuke continued, "I witnessed your memories and learned of my original fate. My clan perished, my father died, my mother died. And even my brother met his end, tragically at my own hands." As Sasuke spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he lifted his gaze to meet Yu's. Yet you have altered everything. All that once instilled fear in me has become a mere illusion. The life I lead now is what I have always desired. And my soul can feel everything you feel. I find contentment in this. If you were to leave, I am uncertain whether I could prevent those tragedies from recurring. And thus I have refrained from stepping forth, merely affecting my own body on occasion. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Ye Wuyue comprehended the rationale behind his actions. When he fused with Sasuke's soul, he was merely an infant of a few months, devoid of memories. In contrast, Ye Wuyue possessed nearly 2 decades of life experience, and his memories were unveiled to him during the fusion with Sasuke's essence. Such a vast array of memories may have caused him to slumber for a time. Yet upon awakening and witnessing the changes brought about by Ye Wuyue, he hesitated to intervene, perhaps fearing that his interference would alter the present existence. Consequently, he relinquished complete control of his body to Ye Wuyue, as his soul remained within this vessel, capable of experiencing all that transpired. Now, you need not worry about the events from my memories repeating. Everything has transformed, and you are well aware of it. As long as you do not act recklessly, no. Even if you do, this family shall not endure such tragedies again. Ye Wuyue sensed a notable shift in Sasuke's demeanor. He appeared to have lost some confidence, as though he had become the antithesis of his original self, bearing little resemblance to the formidable figure he once was. Presently, Itachi's Sharingan had ascended to the eternal Mangekyou stage, as had Sasuke's, and Fugaku possessed a pair of Mangekyou as well. Shursui was still alive, and the Uchiha clan's circumstances in Konoha had vastly improved compared to the past. Ye Wuyue could not envision any possibility for the original tragedies to resurface. Even if Sasuke were to act recklessly as in the original narrative, his prowess would suffice to conceal his actions, and should he falter, Itachi, with his extraordinary strength, would undoubtedly come to his aid. I have occupied your body for quite some time, having taken your family, Ye Wuyue continued, yet he was interrupted by Sasuke. I do not mind this. I merely wish for our home to remain as it is now. You may continue to govern this body. I desire no further changes. Sasuke seemed entirely disinterested in reclaiming his own body. However, Ye Wuyue felt otherwise. While he relished this warm existence that afforded him feelings he had never experienced before, it was ultimately someone else's family. Having occupied it for such an extended period was already sufficient. Moreover, he favored a life of freedom, yearning to escape Konoha. The life beyond its borders was what he truly desired, and the endeavors awaiting him would not permit him to linger in Konoha any longer. But I am Ye Wuyue, and you are Uchiha Sasuke. This body inherently belongs to you. Do you not wish to experience your life firsthand? Ye Wuyue addressed Sasuke. His words stirred something within Sasuke. Though he could sense everything Ye Wuyue experienced, it was not truly his own life. There were matters he longed to undertake himself. You must believe that no one can embody your true self better than you. The life you desire must be crafted by your own hands. My prolonged occupancy of your body has resulted in these changes, which may serve as a reward for you. From henceforth, your journey lies in your own hands. Ye Wuyue continued. Are you leaving? After hearing Ye Wuyue's words, Sasuke gradually regained his confidence, realizing the significance behind Ye Wuyue's statements. Indeed, Ye Wuyue nodded. Though life here is heartwarming and I have enjoyed it, it is not mine. Having experienced it for this duration is sufficient. I must return to my own self. Ye Wuyue gazed out the window, noting that darkness had enveloped the sky. Is it truly possible for me to do this on my own? Despite having gained some confidence, Sasuke still felt a tinge of anxiety. After witnessing his own past through Ye Wuyue's memories, he felt embarrassed. Each time he approached a task with resolve, he was swiftly met with harsh reality, leading him to doubt himself. Believe in yourself, Ye Wuyue reassured him, patting Sasuke's shoulder. Very well, Sasuke replied, his gaze meeting Ye Wuyue's, regaining his confidence. Seeing Sasuke's affirmation, Ye Wuyue felt at ease. Though the spiritual pressure within your body will depart with my soul, I trust you have grasped the methods of cultivating that pressure during my time here. Along with the other abilities, you can certainly cultivate them anew. Consider this a parting gift. As he spoke, Ye Wuyue retrieved a Zanpakuto from the system space and handed it to him. His own Zanpakuto remained with him, while the one given to Sasuke was the shallow hit obtained through previous endeavors. All the powers of a soul reaper were bound to Ye Wuyue's soul, meaning Sasuke would only know the cultivation methods. Thank you, Sasuke expressed, accepting the shallow hit, fully aware of its significance after glimpsing Ye Wuyue's memories. Take care of this family. With that, Ye Wuyue exited the room. Fugaku and Mikoto had yet to return. As he passed by Tachi's room, he entered. Observing Tachi lying on the bed, Ye Wuyue smiled and gently poked his forehead. This is for the last time. Technically, Ye Wuyue should be considered Tachi's elder brother. Yet he had been the younger sibling for so long. If possible, he would have relished being called brother. Pondering this, he lingered for but a moment before turning to leave, for it was not a matter of life and death. Upon exiting the Uchiha household, Ye Wuyue glanced back. Sasuke stood at the door, bowing to him. Ye Wuyue waved farewell before vanishing into the night. Walking through the streets of Konoha, Ye Wuyue's gaze fell upon a particular spot where his soul lingered. Chapter 100. Experimenting with New Powers. Since he was departing, he might as well fulfill that soul's wish. Ye Wuyue entered the dark alleyway and extended his palm, channeling a small amount of spiritual energy into the soul. The once frail spirit gradually solidified, revealing its form. Clad in a green vest, with the right sleeve resembling that of a Hokage cloak, white hair, and a short blade slung across his back, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, appeared. Realizing the solidity of his soul, Tsukumo glanced at his own body with confusion. Now your spirit is robust enough to meet Kakashi. Although he may not perceive you, you can at least leave him a farewell note. With those words, Ye Wuyue departed. He had long noted Tsukumo's spirit, feeling a sense of guilt towards Kakashi, as his soul remained here instead of moving on. In the original narrative, during Pain's invasion, Kakashi perished momentarily and encountered Tsukumo. Sharing his experiences and conveying his understanding of Tsukumo's choice to abandon his mission for his comrades. This revelation allowed Tsukumo to resolve his inner turmoil, liberating his spirit to reunite with Kakashi's mother. Kakashi had aided him when allowing Karen into Konoha, so Ye Wuyue decided to assist Tsukumo in turn, indifferent to the outcome. For Kakashi had not provided the same level of support to the Uchiha clan as Minato had, allowing for a more stable life. Under the cover of night, Ye Wuyue stealthily infiltrated the home of Mito Minyin, who was currently seated in the living room, reviewing documents. Divine Realm Space. Ye Wuyue's eyes fixated on Mito Minyin, and 3 seconds later, his body was drawn into an alternate dimension that mirrored the current environment flawlessly. Ye Wuyue discovered that the generation of this space occurred almost instantaneously, the cause of which remained unknown. Mizuhitori Heian seemed to sense a difference, raising his head in confusion to survey his surroundings. However, everything appeared unchanged, save for the faint quietness outside. He lowered his head once more to resume his examination of the documents. Creak, creak. Yoru no Suki strode directly into the room, exposing himself to Mizuhitori Heian. Upon hearing the footsteps, Mizuhitori Heian immediately stood alert, and upon seeing Yoru no Suki, a hint of bewilderment crossed his face, for he had never encountered this individual before. Who are you? He inquired, simultaneously reaching behind him to grasp a scroll. The one who will take your life. Yoru no Suki replied, and with a swift motion of his hand, the entire wooden structure seemed to come alive, thrusting wooden spikes towards Mizuhitori Heian. Would release? Mizuhitori Heian exclaimed, hastily dodging aside. Yoru no Suki's technique resembled would release, but it was not. It stemmed from the ability of his right eye, enabling him to control all elements within this space. Although Mizuhitori Heian had not discerned Yoru no Suki's eyes while he was cloaked, the recent movement revealed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to him. The Uchiha clan. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Mizuhitori Heian was now thoroughly frightened. The higher-ups of Konoha were well aware of the terrifying nature of the Uchiha clan's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and upon seeing those eyes, he lost all will to fight. Consumed by thoughts of escape, you dare to assassinate an elder like me. Does the Uchiha clan wish to be exterminated? Mizuhitori Heian shouted at Yoru no Suki, his mind racing with anxiety, wondering why no one had yet discovered the situation. Yoru no Suki smiled and replied, do not worry. No living soul will learn of this today. Moreover, I am no longer a member of the Uchiha clan, should I say. Do you think that by severing ties with the Uchiha clan, you will not face repercussions? What you do today is enough to bring about the annihilation of your clan. You are attempting to rebel against the village. Mizuhitori Heian clearly misunderstood Yoru no Suki's intent and continued to shout at him. Upon hearing Mizuhitori Heian's words, Yoru no Suki paused, somewhat puzzled by the meaning of his first statement. Opportunity, Mizuhitori Heian exclaimed, swiftly unfurling the scroll in his hand, unleashing a multitude of ninja tools that surged towards Yoru no Suki. while he himself lunged towards the window. Thick wooden planks arose from the structure, blocking the ninja tools summoned by Mizuhitori Heian. However, Yorinosuke did not impede Mizuhitori Heian's escape, but allowed him to leap through the window. He himself exited at a leisurely pace. Outside the building, Mizuhitori Heian found himself frozen in place. All the structures appeared unchanged, yet the streets were devoid of any life. Even insects and birds had vanished. Yorinosuke's space could not replicate living beings. How is it? You must have realized. This is no longer the world you once knew, Yorinosuke remarked with a smile. Yearning for combat, Yorinosuke's awakened abilities were intrinsically linked to this desire. Those drawn into this space had no choice but to engage him in battle and emerge victorious, or remain trapped indefinitely. However, due to his ability to freely enter and exit this realm while controlling its elements, a limitation was imposed on his powers. Only one individual, aside from himself, could exist within this space at any given time. Mizuhitori Heian turned to face Yorinosuke, aware that escape was no longer an option. The Uchiha clan should have been eradicated long ago. Otherwise, dangerous figures like you and Uchiha Madara will continue to emerge, and Konoha will one day meet its end at your hands. Mizuhitori Heian declared with fury, producing another scroll from his possession, unleashing countless kunai imbued with explosive tags aimed at Yorinosuke. An invisible wall of air stood firm before Yorinosuke, halting the kunai with explosive tags approximately 10 meters away, causing them to detonate mid-air. Feeling the rapid depletion of chakra within him, Yorinosuke frowned. Despite possessing 7 cards of chakra, it seemed inadequate. He had previously noted his chakra level to exceed 7 cards slightly. He discovered that his chakra was being consumed continuously within this space. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Yorinosuke realized Mizuhitori Heian's form had vanished. His absolute control over the space allowed him to perceive all movements within it. Mizuhitori Heian was currently fleeing in a specific direction, likely seeking to escape this realm. This is my world. Do you truly believe you can escape? Yorinosuke's body swapped places with a stone ahead of Mizuhitori Heian, and he turned to gaze at him, speaking calmly. Upon seeing Yorinosuke's figure, Mizuhitori Heian immediately halted, a glimmer of despair flickering in his eyes. Chapter 101. A dark and windy night for murder. Well, there are others waiting behind you. You can die now, Yorinosuke coldly stated, pointing his fingertip at Mizuhitori Heian's heart. Although unaware of the nature of Yorinosuke's impending attack, Mizuhitori Heian reacted first, unfurling a scroll to reveal a shield that appeared before him, concealing his entire body behind it. Baked number 4, White Lightning. A slender bolt of lightning shot from Yorinosuke's fingertip, striking Mizuhitori Heian's shield almost immediately, penetrating it with little resistance. Mizuhitori Heian coughed up blood, incredulously staring at the small hole in his chest. You are Uchiha Sasuke. The shield fell to the ground, and Mizuhitori Heian stared intently at Yorinosuke, pointing at him as if he had unraveled the truth. The manner of Yorinosuke's previous attack reminded him of a technique utilized by Uchiha Sasuke during the Nin exams. Mizuhitori Heian's words elicited a bemused chuckle from Yorinosuke. Another miscalculation. From the beginning until now, you have not guessed a single thing correctly, Yorinosuke replied, shaking his head at Mizuhitori Heian. Yet, this was not entirely his fault. The true circumstances surrounding Yorinosuke and Uchiha Sasuke would likely be met with disbelief, let alone comprehension. With a whoosh, Yorinosuke instantaneously appeared before Mizuhitori Heian, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. As the pressure from his grip increased, Mizuhitori Heian's mouth gaped open, yet no sound emerged, his hands futilely clawing at Yorinosuke's wrist. However, soon he ceased all movement. The wound in his chest had sealed his fate. Baked number 54, Tian. Dropping Mizuhitori Heian to the ground, Yorinosuke conjured a sphere of flame, which engulfed Mizuhitori Heian's corpse, incinerating it completely. Since acquiring this technique, Yorinosuke seemed to employ it exclusively for the purpose of burning bodies, rendering it almost a designated method for such tasks, as it left no trace behind. Scanning his surroundings, Yorinosuke noted that the space had not altered following the demise of his adversary. When he previously expelled a Tachi from this realm, it had remained unchanged, only transforming upon the subsequent activation of his ability. Although Yorinosuke had gained insight into the general capabilities of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Many of its aspects remained unexplored. Undoubtedly, these eyes possessed formidable powers, particularly suited for assassination. Unlike Obito's Kimui, this ability rendered it difficult for opponents to perceive when drawn into an alternate space, unless they had an exceptional sensitivity to spatial awareness. This ability would likely become the most chakra-consuming of his powers, as he hardly utilized ninjutsu. After resolving Mizuhatori Heian, Yoru no Tsuki exited the realm of the divine, returning to an identical environment, yet now devoid of Mizuhatori Heian's presence. The next moment, Yumun temporarily closed the kaleidoscope and began to seek his next target. Beneath the shroud of night, individuals in the Hidden Leaf Village were vanishing without a trace. Yet none noticed. Half an hour later, only one target remained. Yumun turned his gaze toward a certain direction in the village. Well then, today's patrol concludes here. Is there any situation on your end? A familiar voice resonated, prompting Yumun to swiftly retreat into a shadowy alley. Binding technique number 26. Light of the curve. Yumun murmured softly, and his form blended seamlessly into the surrounding environment. No. Several voices responded in unison. Then let us return to rest. Farewell. Yes. Goodbye, clan leader. Fugaku, having passed through the alley, headed home, followed by several other Uchiha clansmen. As Fugaku paused momentarily in the alley, he turned and saw nothing amiss before departing. Once Fugaku was gone, Yumun's figure re-emerged, casting a glance at Fugaku's vanishing silhouette before continuing towards his final target. At the Namikaze household, the dining table fell silent as Minato abruptly set down his chopsticks. What's wrong, Minato? Kushina inquired with concern. The recent days had been somewhat torturous for her. Although their family was reunited, Minato had lost his position as Hokage due to her resurrection, adding to their troubles. Despite Minato's insistence that it didn't bother him, Kushina felt a lingering guilt. I sense some unusual spatial fluctuations within the village, Minato replied. Upon hearing this, Kushina grew wary. Is it that person from 13 years ago? She asked. Not quite, Minato shook his head. I was about to speak, but upon seeing Kushina and Naruto, the words escaped me. It's fine, go ahead. We'll wait for you to return for dinner, Kushina encouraged, offering a smile. She understood Minato well, though no longer the Hokage. He still felt an innate concern for the village. If something were to transpire, he would likely regret it for a long time. Kushina had faith in Minato's abilities, trusting he would return safely. You've got this, Dad. Naruto cheered, giving Minato a thumbs up and beaming with a radiant smile. Touched by Kushina and Naruto's support, Minato smiled in return. He left a Flying Thunder God mark at home, picked up his ninja tool pouch, and turned to depart. I'll be back shortly, he declared before vanishing from sight. This time, he chose not to wear the Hokage cloak. Having stepped down, he intended to leave it behind. Meanwhile, Yumun arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence, where the third Hokage sat at a table, gazing at a photo frame containing images of himself, the second Hokage, and Danzo, among others. Following the same procedure, Yumun pulled Sarutobi into a different space. Unlike others, Sarutobi sensed something amiss and immediately stood up. Third Hokage, I bring you the finest ending on behalf of Orochimaru. The walls of Sarutobi's house disintegrated, rather than merely opening a door. This time, Yumun closed the kaleidoscope, drawing his Zanpakuto and pointing it at Sarutobi. Upon hearing Orochimaru's name, Sarutobi paused for a moment. What is your connection to Orochimaru? Where is he now? Sarutobi inquired. All things in existence shall turn to ash, and the blade flows like fire. Yumun did not respond directly, initiating his release. Flames erupted from the blade in his hand. The intense heat radiated throughout the space, and as he brushed his left hand across his face, a fiery red demon mask materialized. Sarutobi's pupils constricted at the sight. You are the soul from the Nine Tails incident, aren't you? Who are you? What is your purpose? Sarutobi shouted at Yumun. Chapter 102. The ninja hero has aged, ha ha ha. If I win, I will tell you. If I lose, death awaits. Yumun chuckled. Tilting his head slightly, the Zanpakuto unwaveringly aimed at Sarutobi. If Yumun intended to remain in the Hidden Leaf, it was unlikely he would kill Sarutobi. Although Sarutobi had made many questionable decisions, allowing rumors to lead to Shikamaru's demise, concealing Naruto's identity as the fourth Hokage's son, and failing to dispel the falsehood spread by Danzo regarding Naruto being a demon fox, he lacked the audacity of Danzo. More often than not, he adopted a stance of inaction, pretending to be oblivious. Now that Danzo was dead, Sarutobi had little power left. However, Yumoon had decided to leave the Hidden Leaf after living as Uchiha Sasuke for over a decade, having long regarded the Fugaka family as his own. To eliminate any potential threats within the village, Sarutobi had to die. Upon uttering these words, Yumoon's figure suddenly appeared before Sarutobi, the blade slicing towards his neck. Bang! A piece of wood replaced Sarutobi's position, causing him to vanish. Yumoon refrained from activating his kaleidoscope. The Zanpakuto burst forth with even greater flames as he swung it, the black-red flames cleaving through the surrounding structures, leaving an open space around him. In that moment, Sarutobi reappeared. Summoning technique. King of the Monkeys, Inma. Sarutobi exclaimed, biting his finger and performing hand signs, slamming his palm onto the ground. As the white smoke dissipated, a white-haired monkey adorned with a leaf village headband emerged before Sarutobi. What is happening, Hiruzen? Inma questioned, surveying the chaotic scene and Yumoon. There's no time for explanations. Old friend, transform now? Sarutobi shouted, still grasping for understanding. Obeying Hiruzen's command, Inma swiftly transformed into a colossal staff. Sarutobi clasped the Rui Jingu Bang under his arm, his demeanor shifting entirely as the previous air of decay vanished, replaced by a surge of battle intent. Though I know not who you are or your intentions, I shall not allow anyone to destroy the Hidden Leaf, Sarutobi declared, sensing the change but still unaware that they were no longer within the village. You are mistaken. I have no desire to destroy the Hidden Leaf. I simply wish to kill you. Yumoon retorted with a laugh, reappearing before Sarutobi and striking down once more. Sarutobi hurriedly raised the Rui Jingu Bang to block Yumoon's attack. I can't withstand many of these, Inma exclaimed, suddenly sprouting eyes and a mouth on the staff, crying out to Sarutobi. Earth release, earth flow river. Hearing Inma's words, Sarutobi quickly performed hand signs, conjuring a river of mud beneath Yumoon, the torrent surging forth to sweep him away. It seems the diamond body is not as formidable as I thought. Come, use your utmost techniques to entertain me. Revel in the thrill of life and death. Yumoon spread his arms wide, a euphoric sensation coursing through him. He drove his Zanpakuto into the mud beneath him, causing the flowing mixture to solidify instantly and crack apart. Extracting his foot from the fissured earth, Yumoon swung the Zanpakuto, unleashing a black-red slash imbued with flames towards Sarutobi. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, Sarutobi exclaimed, attempting to counter Yumoon's fiery strike with water release. However, upon completing his hand signs, he found no water dragon emerging, only steam billowing forth. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen was astounded, yet the impending flame strike left him no time for contemplation. He immediately employed the earth release technique to burrow underground. Observing the vanishing figure of Hiruzen, Yagami no Suki remained unperturbed. A massive burst of flames erupted from the blade of his sword, Ryujin no Hai, and collided with the ground before him. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, creating a deep crater in the earth, from which Hiruzen leapt forth. Originally, this earth release technique was intended to be used in conjunction with the decapitation technique to immobilize his opponent underground. However, due to Yagami no Suki's overwhelming power, Hiruzen refrained from close combat and opted to maintain his distance. The current circumstances led him to be grateful for his earlier choice. Had he approached Yagami even slightly, he would likely have suffered grievous injuries. Do not flee. You cannot escape here without defeating me. So, unleash your full power. Kill me, and you shall be free, Yagami proclaimed, tilting his head towards Hiruzen, showing no signs of stress. Hiruzen, having aged, could only muster a fraction of his former strength. Ignoring Yagami's taunts, Hiruzen drew a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and executed a series of techniques. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The small shuriken multiplied into a myriad of giant shuriken, raining down upon Yagami. Fire rejection. In response to the deluge of enormous shuriken, a circular wall of flames erupted around Yagami, causing the oncoming projectiles to tremble and melt away before plummeting to the ground. As the flames dissipated, Hiruzen's form appeared to have doubled. Shadow clones. Is that all you can manage? Only 2 clones. Yagami mocked, bemused. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the resurrected Hiruzen had summoned 4 clones simultaneously to counter a formidable attack, yet now he could barely produce 2. This limitation was likely a result of his chakra reserves. Had he devoted all his chakra to creating clones, he would have been capable of more. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bomb. Lightning Release. Thunder Roar. Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 powerful ninjutsu surged towards Yagami. This time, Hiruzen refrained from using Water Release. It seems you possess no more tricks, Yagami remarked, shaking his head in disappointment before raising his blade. Fire Burning City Walls. A formidable wall of fire erupted from the blade, standing firm against Hiruzen's onslaught, which only caused minor ripples upon impact. It appears you have exhausted your options, Yagami declared as he lowered the flame barrier, gazing at the panting Hiruzen with a hint of disappointment. Even if I perish today, I shall ensure you remain here. Corpse Demon Sealing Technique. Hiruzen bellowed, forming hand seals as a spectral figure gradually emerged behind him. Chapter 103. Minato Namikaze. Unreliable ally. The white specter of death seized Hiruzen's soul, and he lifted his gaze to behold a familiar visage. Ah, what a long time it has been, Yagami chuckled, resting his Zanpakuto on his shoulder as he greeted the deathly figure behind Hiruzen. Their last encounter had been 13 years prior when he had severed the specter's arm, after which the specter had hastily departed, discarding Minato's soul. Yagami had not anticipated crossing paths with it again. The specter remained silent, likely incapable of speech. In this familiar setting, with familiar faces and familiar blades, the only unfamiliar element was the one summoning him. Had he the ability to voice his thoughts, he might have chastised Hiruzen for his actions. Sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Yagami's blade, the specter faltered, relinquishing Hiruzen's soul and fleeing. The familiar process ensued as the pale blue soul returned to Hiruzen's body. Yagami did not intervene. Firstly, due to Hiruzen's evident weakness, which did not pique his interest. And secondly, he believed that Orochimaru might still find use for this specter in the future, choosing to spare it for the time being. How rude. After so long without a word, you simply run off. Yagami chastised the specter, then turned his attention back to Hiruzen, who was bewildered by the return of his soul. During the Ninetales incident, Hiruzen had not grasped the full situation. He had merely witnessed Yagami battling the Ninetales, with little understanding beyond that. Very well. I shall grant you one final journey, Yagami said, sheathing his Zanpakuto as his aura diminished. Reaping Slash. As the words left his lips, Yagami appeared behind Hiruzen, a faint line of blood appearing on his neck. Hiruzen, Saru no Ma called out, transforming back into his monkey form to support Hiruzen. Yagami refrained from revealing any additional abilities due to the presence of this summoned beast. He could not kill it, as it would instantly return to its summoning place upon receiving fatal damage. After returning Saru no Ma to the summoning realm, Yagami removed his mask, regaining his composure before turning to dispatch Hiruzen's lifeless body. In his earlier life, Hiruzen truly lived up to the title of the Professor. After the deaths of Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju, he led Konoha to become the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages, successfully repelling the combined assault of several other villages. However, as he aged, he seemed to lose clarity of mind, making decisions that defied reason. Even the term magnanimous could not adequately describe his myriad of actions. Hiruzen's body returned to the chair. However, unlike before, he had fallen silent. Yagami departed from Hiruzen's estate, utilizing Shuinpa to hasten towards the entrance of Konoha, intending to leave the village. At that moment, a figure with golden hair collided with him. What on earth is he doing here? Isn't he just asking for trouble? Yagami thought, bewildered at the sight of Minato, who had arrived at the most inopportune moment, precisely as Yagami had just slain Hiruzen. Simultaneously, a shout echoed from behind Yagami. The 3rd Hokage has been assassinated. This announcement reverberated throughout Konoha, which had been dimming in the evening light, suddenly illuminated anew. Minato, already suspicious of Yagami, halted upon hearing this proclamation. Who are you? Minato questioned, eyeing Yagami warily. A flicker of recognition crossing his features. He felt as though he had encountered this individual before, and not just once. Yagami's mind raced, fraught with confusion. He had deliberately delayed his plans to absolve Minato of any suspicion, yet this turn of events left him at a loss. As Yagami pondered, a team of AMBU members, donning animal masks, rushed towards them. The assassin is here. One of the AMBU shouted upon spotting Yagami, prompting the others to converge. 4th Hokage. This individual may be the assassin of the 3rd Hokage. Another AMBU member called out to Minato, marveling at his swiftness in intercepting the assassin before they could make their escape. Upon hearing the words of the dark faction, Ye Wuyue was struck by a sudden inspiration. Deciding to turn the tables, and inwardly praising his fortunate partnership, finding it far more reliable than the likes of Minato Namikaze. "Humph, I didn't expect you to discover me," he proclaimed. "It was I who assassinated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today, let's see who can stop the mighty Otsutsuki Kurizetsu." Ye Wuyue obscured his face within his cloak and spoke in a somber tone. He then unsheathed his Zanpakuto, unleashing his spiritual pressure without reservation. The surrounding air became tempestuous, overwhelming weaker members of the dark faction, causing some to faint under the weight of his presence. "How dare you commit such acts within Konoha?" Minato, initially pondering the identity of Ye Wuyue, was suddenly engulfed in a terrifying murderous intent upon hearing his declaration and witnessing his actions. He transformed into a predatory beast, matching Ye Wuyue's aura with equal ferocity. Ye Wuyue, slightly astonished, noted that his spiritual pressure had significantly increased since the Chunin exams, surpassing even Orochimaru's aura. Yet, Minato's murderous intent was somehow able to counteract his spiritual pressure entirely. "I cannot allow you to escape." Minato, unaware of Ye Wuyue's true identity, perceived him merely as an assassin who had infiltrated Konoha to eliminate the third Hokage. He flung several kunai, his body shimmering with golden light. Spiral Flash Super Rotation Dance. Third style. Ye Wuyue felt a wave of frustration. He had merely intended to assist the Uchiha family by eliminating some troubles, so why was he now confronted by Minato? "I've revived your wife. Shouldn't you be at home cherishing that moment and planning for a second child for Naruto rather than wandering about the village at night?" Now, Ye Wuyue felt as if he had lifted a stone only to have it fall upon his own foot. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure in the face of Minato's assault, releasing his grip and allowing the tip of his Zanpakuto to fall freely. Benkai, Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. At this moment, Ye Wuyue set aside concerns that his abilities might remind anyone of Sasuke. He had perfect alibis, and their physical differences were substantial. He stood at nearly 1.8 meters while Sasuke was only around 1.6 meters tall. As the Zanpakuto plunged into the ground, ripples spread outward, and thousands of massive blades sprouted alongside him. Hundreds shattered simultaneously, transforming into countless fine shards. Instantly, Ye Wuyue's spiritual pressure surged eightfold, overwhelming Minato's murderous intent, rendering the dark faction members incapable of even forming hand seals. Chapter 104. Encounter with Konoha's guards. Over 1 billion fine blades obliterated Minato's kunai, causing the flying thunder god markings to vanish. Minato had prepared his stance, yet he found himself unable to execute his technique. "Senbonzakura Kageyoshi," Ye Wuyue declared, and the countless blades enveloped Minato and the other dark faction members completely. "Dare to move again, and even if you escape, your companions will be reduced to mere pulp." Fourth Hokage. In his presence, the dark faction members were utterly powerless. Hearing Ye Wuyue's words, Minato froze, unable to approach him with his kunai, nor could he inscribe the flying thunder god seal upon Ye Wuyue. The members beside him were already paralyzed by Ye Wuyue's overwhelming aura, leaving Minato unable to guarantee their safety. However, he recognized Ye Wuyue's technique as somewhat familiar. It bore resemblance to one Sasuke had used during his ascension to Jonin, albeit with a significant disparity in power. Is this a similar type of ninja tool? I must inquire with Sasuke about its origins later. Remember the name Otsutsuki Kurizetsu. One day, I shall overturn the entire ninja world. With this proclamation, Ye Wuyue took flight, his speed now unmatched within Konoha, leaving only those ensnared behind. As he fled, he accessed the system panel, noting that significant changes had occurred. Host, Ye Wuyue's spiritual pressure, 50201. Normal, chakra amount, 7956 Zanpakuto. Regine Jaka, Shins, Senbonzakura, Benkai achieved, bloodline limit. Sharingan, Eternal Mangeki. Wood release, modified, system space, 232323. The host section no longer bore the parenthetical reference to Sasuke, leaving only himself. Thanks to Indra's chakra, his Sharingan had advanced directly to the Eternal Mangeki stage. Indra had not required a brother's transplant to attain this level. He had simply achieved it, enabling the use of the complete Susanoo. Suddenly, 2 notification chimes sounded. Congratulations, host. You have fully gained control over a body, becoming an independent entity in this world. Reward, Hollow Flash training methods, including various powerful techniques such as Black Hollow Flash. Congratulations, host. You have completed your first Zanpakuto's Bankai, becoming a true captain-level individual. Reward, Zanpakuto Shirogane. The dual rewards left Ye Wuyue momentarily speechless. Is this my system? Why so generous? Wasn't it supposed to grant rewards once a year? As he contemplated the reasons for these rewards, he surmised that achieving certain milestones might yield benefits. System, under what circumstances will I obtain rewards? Ye Wuyue inquired. Unable to suppress his curiosity. Annual sign-in, a mechanical voice responded. Then what about the rewards I just received? Ye Wuyue was taken aback by the system's reply. That requires exploration on your part, the system answered coolly. Realizing the system was reluctant to divulge more information, Ye Wuyue ceased his inquiries. Recognizing that this was ultimately a positive development, his current abilities were sufficient, and any additional enhancements would merely be the icing on the cake. However, he noted that the system's demeanor seemed rather aloof, seldom engaging in conversation, yet it remained quite responsible. Truth be told, those two rewards were quite enticing. The methods for hollow flash training manifested in his mind. Though this ability required the use of a hollow mask, without hollow power, one could not utilize the technique. Simultaneously, a white glow infused his Zanpakuto's blade, as the abilities of Shirigane merged with it. After distancing himself from Minato, Ye Wuyue retracted his Bankai. He felt a sense of anticipation for the appearance of Shirigane's Shurkai, the most beautiful Zanpakuto in Soul Society, certain it would not disappoint. Ye Wuyue had a particular fondness for white, encompassing not only white silk, but also white hair. Soon, Ye Wuyue arrived at the gates of Konoha, where the duo of guards, Kaminari and Tetsu, leaped into view upon spotting him, seemingly unaware of their need for rest. Halt! What is your purpose? Tetsu unsheathed the twin blades from his back, passing one to Kaminari, and shouted at Ye Wuyue. Ye Wuyue disregarded them entirely, unleashing his spiritual pressure upon them, causing the two guards to freeze in place. What is this power? Tetsu gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to resist Ye Wuyue's oppressive aura, while Kaminari beside him struggled similarly. These mere chunin posed no threat to Ye Wuyue, and in a few Shuinpa steps, he vanished into the night. Once he departed, the two guards regained their composure. Quickly, report to Lord Hokage, Kaminari urged, and the pair sprinted towards the Hokage's office. Elsewhere, at the Uchiha residence, Itachi slowly awakened, relieved to see Sasuke beside him, having just dreamt that his brother had betrayed the village, startling him. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. His eyes felt different, as if their potent chakra would never deplete. What is happening? Itachi pondered aloud, touching his eyes in confusion. I don't know, Nisan, Sasuke replied. But you suddenly fainted while eating dango. Could it be from too much sugar intake? Sasuke found himself at a loss for words, resorting to the nonsensical fabrications he had observed from Yoru-no-Suki. Is that so? Itachi's lips twitched, disbelief etched upon his face. It must be so, Sasuke affirmed with resolute nodding. Then it appears I shall have to indulge in more sweets henceforth. Itachi, seeing his brother's steadfast conviction, chose not to press further, going along with the whimsical exchange, reassured that neither of them had encountered any real trouble. Sasuke was momentarily bewildered by Itachi's words, initially assuming Itachi referred to his fainting spell, but it seemed that was not the case. Never mind, as long as I can muddle through. Sasuke felt rather good about his current state. Acting on his own volition was far more gratifying than being led by others. Just earlier, while Itachi was still asleep, he had relished the freedom to do as he pleased, a luxury he knew he would not have under Yoru-no-Suki's watchful gaze. With a creak, the door swung open, and Mikoto returned home. Is father not back with you? Itachi inquired, having risen from his bed. Though Fugaku and Mikoto held different jobs, it was customary for them to return home together from the security office. A significant event has transpired in the village. He was summoned to an emergency meeting, Mikoto replied, concern threading her voice. The previous turmoil from the Nine-Tails incident had cast suspicion upon the Uchiha clan, and she wondered how this new situation would unfold. Chapter 105. Fabrication. As Itachi and Mikoto conversed, Shursui appeared at the doorway. Itachi, Lord Fourth wishes to speak with Sasuke regarding a matter of some importance, he announced. The recent transition of the Hokage position had kept the captain of the Umbu busy, and although he secretly preferred Minato as Hokage, he knew Minato's resignation was final. Tsunade had retained her original position after assuming the Hokage title, and Shursui remained the Umbu captain. Today, Tsunade had granted him a day off, intending to rest. But the commotion in the village had roused him from slumber. Upon learning of the events, he hastened to pursue the assassin, yet by the time he arrived, The assailant had already fled. Hearing Shirsue's words, Sasuke felt a flicker of unease. He had also heard disturbances at home, and he had a suspicion about Yoru no Tsuki's intentions. Understood, Shirsue. I shall go at once, Sasuke asserted, stepping outside. What does Lord Fourth want with Sasuke? Itachi asked, furrowing his brow in inquiry. I am not entirely sure, Shirsue replied, shaking his head. Then I shall accompany you, Itachi proposed, his concern evident. No need. I will go alone, Nisan, Sasuke interjected, wary that Itachi might discern something if he accompanied him. Very well, Itachi conceded, allowing Sasuke to proceed with Shirsue to the outskirts of the Uchiha territory, where Minato awaited them, the area devoid of any others. My apologies for disturbing you at such a late hour, Minato offered first, addressing Shirsue and Sasuke. You are too kind, Lord Fourth. It is our duty, Shirsue responded promptly. Sasuke contemplated how to respond, remaining silent. Shirsue, would you kindly step aside? I wish to speak with Sasuke privately, Minato requested with a hint of regret. Shirsue nodded and departed, leaving Sasuke and Minato in a quieter spot. Sasuke, I summoned you to inquire about your ninja tool. If you prefer not to answer. That is quite all right, Minato stated. He did not intend to delve too deeply, as the assassin's physique was vastly different from Sasuke's, leading him to believe it was impossible for Sasuke to be involved. Moreover, Sasuke had previously aided their family and concealed information, and Minato did not wish to complicate matters further, as they were still in debt to one another. I have lost that ninja tool, Sasuke replied hesitantly. The truth was bound to surface, while he could remaster the ability to sever the 100 demons. The blade had been taken by Yoru no Tsuki and would inevitably be revealed. Thus, he chose to be forthright. Lost it? Minato was taken aback, then recalled the unusual spatial disturbances that had occurred in Konoha that evening. It dawned on him that it must have been linked to the assassin's abilities. Sasuke nodded, continuing. That tool fell from the void before me on a journey home one day. I grasped it and soon understood its capabilities, yet I paid little mind to its origins. However, this afternoon, it vanished once more into thin air. Sasuke recognized the many holes in his story, aware it sounded fantastical. Nonetheless, he could not conjure a better rationale, confident that Minato and the others would not uncover the truth. While the tale might seem implausible, it would likely not expose him. Understood. You may return now, Minato said. His brow furrowed in thought. The sudden appearance and disappearance aligned perfectly with spatial abilities. Could the assassin have stolen Sasuke's tool? Yet, how had it appeared in the first place? The logic eluded him. Despite the confusion, Minato chose not to press Sasuke further. In truth, Minato was inching closer to the correct conclusion, though he would likely never grasp certain pivotal aspects. Upon hearing Minato's words, Sasuke breathed a silent sigh of relief, feeling he had successfully navigated the situation. Just as he turned to leave, Minato called out to him again. Remember to keep the kunai I gave you with you. Should you find yourself in peril, channel your chakra into it, and I will arrive at once. Minato reminded Sasuke once more, his concern evident. While Sasuke's account was indeed extraordinary, if it bore truth, the disappearance of his tool could be significantly tied to the assassin of the day. Minato was worried about Sasuke's safety, hence the reiterated caution. Thank you for your concern, Lord Fourth. Sasuke expressed his gratitude before departing, and soon thereafter, Minato left as well. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the tension surrounding Sasuke, Yoru no Tsuki found himself in a state of ease. He had departed from Konoha and was now in an uncharted forest within the land of fire. Before him crackled a campfire, upon which a wild boar roasted, its juices dripping enticingly. Nearby, Ryuka awaited eagerly, while Shinkyu and Sakura had also emerged. Though they offered no compliments on Yoru no Tsuki's culinary skills, they never missed an opportunity to partake in his grilled delicacies. This time, however, their company had expanded to include a new figure, a young woman clad in a flowing white kimono with long sleeves. Her ice blue eyes and pale lavender hair framing her delicate features. A blue morning glory hairpin adorned the left side of her hair, and a light yellow-green obi encircled her waist, complemented by a large pale purple bow at her back. This was the new Zanpakuto, Shirayuki, whom Yoru no Tsuki had recently acquired, her demeanor gentle and demure, a striking contrast to Ryuka's fiery spirit. I never imagined you would forsake such a warm existence, Shinkyu remarked, astonished by Yoru no Tsuki's choice. Yoru no Tsuki had just shared the details of his recent endeavors with them. That was never my life to begin with. I prefer a life unrestrained. There were too many limitations there, and I constantly worried about your safety. Now, you are free to stay out as long as you wish." Yoru no Suki replied to Shinkyu. Upon hearing Yoru no Suki's words, Ryuka's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does this mean I can finally eat at the shop? No more waiting for you to sneak food to us?" Ryuka's thoughts did not surprise Yoru no Suki. Aside from food and combat, he doubted she could envision much else. "Certainly, I have now shed the identity of the Uchiha clan, and when facing the Sage of Six Paths, I shall not be confined by any such identity. At most, I have merely transplanted the Manjiki Sharingan of his son's lineage. Once my strength has increased, I shall seek him out," Knight Wuyue replied. Chapter 106. The luxurious wooden villa in the wilderness. What are your plans now? Will you find a place to train continuously? Lu Hua inquired of Knight Wuyue. Hearing that Knight Wuyue had been mindful of her feelings moved Lu Hua. Knight Wuyue pondered for a moment. He had not yet fully decided. Overall, he aspired to bring peace to this world and prevent further tragedies from occurring. He reflected on the calamities within the ninja realm, attributing part of them to Kagaya's machinations, which were driven by her desire to rescue her mother. Finding a way to resurrect Kagaya might resolve that issue. The wars and grievances among the nations remained a significant problem, yet in the original narrative, the formation of the allied shinobi forces during the Fourth Great Ninja War alleviated much animosity. He could adopt a similar approach to unite the ninja villages. The most formidable challenge still lay with the Tsutsuki clan. Originally, Kagaya had begun creating white zetsu to combat her own kin, though Knight Wuyue believed the white zetsu to be of little use. Nevertheless, this illustrated the strength of the Tsutsuki clan, as even Kagaya, who had consumed the chakra fruit, felt inadequate to confront them. The shared enemy of the ninja world should indeed be these extraterrestrial beings, rather than one another. Fighting amongst themselves was hardly commendable. Knight Wuyue intended to devise a means for the inhabitants of the ninja realm to gradually comprehend these secrets, enabling them to unite against the Tsutsuki clan. Moreover, he recalled that there seemed to be another Tsutsuki Ishiki, as well as the Ten Tails hidden in the ninja world. He would need to find a way to eliminate them. However, those matters lay in the distant future, for now. He needed to ensure that the Akatsuki organization could not gather all nine-tailed beasts to create the Ten Tails, and he also required more manpower, as relying solely on himself to gather information about the Tsutsuki clan would be insufficient. "Let me first meet Orochimaru to prevent any future misunderstandings." After uttering these words, Knight Wuyue clasped his hands together. Wood release, wooden table technique. A tree suddenly sprouted from the ground, gradually transforming into a large round table. Knight Wuyue gazed at his creation with immense satisfaction, believing that wood release should indeed serve such purposes rather than crafting a giant Buddha. He then formed another hand seal. Wood release, wooden chair technique. 5 wooden chairs materialized around the table. Subsequently, Knight Wuyue retrieved a large plate from his system space and placed it on the table, laying the roasted wild boar upon it. With a swift motion, he wielded his sword, cleaving the boar into pieces, releasing an enticing aroma. He then produced 5 additional plates along with 5 sets of cutlery and gestured for Lu Hua and the others to take a seat. "I apologize for the lack of proper hospitality. We shall procure some vegetables and seasonings in town tomorrow. For today, let us make do," Knight Wuyue said with a smile. His system space was now filled with daily necessities, effectively enabling him to carry a home with him, and he could even construct his own house. Eagerly, Lu Hua sat down and began to enjoy a piece of roasted meat. Shin Chong and Xiao Bai Shui expressed their gratitude and took their seats, while Qian Ben Ing silently sat down. Once all 4 were seated, Knight Wuyue once again joined his hands and declared, "Wood release, 4 pillars house technique." A magnificent wooden structure rose from the ground, enveloping them within. The floor transformed into wooden planks, and Knight Wuyue summoned several lamps from his divine realm to illuminate the interior, having extinguished the bonfire after roasting the wild boar. Although the items generated within his divine realm could be retrieved, they were not as convenient as those from his system space. Your ability is truly convenient. Observing the luxurious house that had appeared out of thin air, along with the table and chairs before him, Lu Hua couldn't help but marvel. "Ha, I share your sentiment. I have long desired this ability, and I am delighted to finally possess it." Knight Wuyue sat down contentedly. He sought wood release primarily for his own comfort. To use it in battle would be a waste. Thus, it was clear that only those like Yamato comprehended the true essence of wood release, while Hashirama's understanding remained at a rudimentary level. The following day, Knight Wuyue headed directly to the land of grass to find Orochimaru. Upon entering the underground chamber, he was immediately intercepted by a familiar face. I never expected someone to intrude here. Since you have discovered this place, you cannot leave alive. The six-armed Kidomaru arrogantly declared to Knight Wuyue. Originally intending to assist Orochimaru with some errands, he had not anticipated encountering an unfamiliar individual. Naturally mistaking Knight Wuyue for an unfortunate intruder, as he was not wearing a forehead protector. However, in the next moment, Kidomaru suddenly felt as if he were being crushed under a heavy weight, gradually sinking to his knees. Damn it! This sensation. Cold sweat broke out on Kidomaru's face as he recalled this feeling. His head bowed low, rendering Knight Wuyue's face invisible. Have you truly forgotten me after less than a year? Are you so eager to meet your end after being fortunate enough to survive last time, due to Orochimaru? Knight Wuyue maintained a smile, yet his voice resonated chillingly in Kidomaru's ears. I apologize, Kidomaru stammered, overwhelmed with fear. As Knight Wuyue's oppressive aura had intensified significantly since their last encounter. Take me to see Orochimaru. Knight Wuyue retracted his spiritual pressure and spoke calmly to Kidomaru. Once the weight lifted, Kidomaru gasped for breath and slowly rose from the ground, though he dared not look at Knight Wuyue anymore. After a brief response, he promptly turned and led Knight Wuyue deeper into the underground chamber. His subordinates were well aware of his collaboration with Orochimaru. Soon, Kidomaru brought Knight Wuyue to a laboratory, where Knight Wuyue caught a glimpse of the unconscious Haiden, left to ponder what Orochimaru had done to him. Orochimaru, how goes the research on the soul pill? Knight Wuyue directly inquired upon entering. Orochimaru paused briefly upon seeing Kidomaru escort Knight Wuyue, but quickly regained his composure upon hearing Knight Wuyue's words, recognizing that only one person would refer to the soul pill. Ah, it is Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru chuckled softly, addressing Knight Wuyue with a raspy voice. Do not call me Sasuke anymore. There is another by that name. I am no longer Sasuke, from now on. Refer to me as Knight Wuyue. Knight Wuyue shook his head in response to Orochimaru. Though Orochimaru initially struggled to grasp the implications of this, he eventually acquiesced. Replying with a smile, I have yet to replicate the soul pill. The technology to create a soul is exceedingly complex. However, during my research, I have produced something rather intriguing. Would you care to see it, Knight Wuyue?